On the first day of Jiang Lingmu, the prodigious disciple of the Eastern Immortal Path, as an exchange student at Hogwarts, she was astonished to discover just how delightful the magical world could be. What is this? I've never tasted it before. I shall take a bite. What is this? I've never seen it before. I shall give it a squeeze. And what is that? I've never played with it before. I shall give it a try. What is the eight-eyed giant spider? I've never encountered it before. I shall take it apart. What is the basilisk? I've never fought one before. I shall give it a good thrashing. What is a unicorn? I've never cared for one before. I shall raise one. What is a love potion? I've never drunk it before. I shall take a sip. A certain professor's pupils dilated in shock. Albus Dumbledore uncovered the secret of the Eastern mystical powers. He initially intended to establish a multifaceted safeguard within the school, but little did he anticipate that this insurance would lead everyone astray. Chapter 1. The Delicate Exchange Student from the East. In August 1992, on a certain Wednesday, the outskirts of Hogwarts City welcomed an unexpected guest. Albus Dumbledore arrived to the banks of a meandering sewer, reeking with foul odors. A pair of cerulean eyes scrutinized the grim and silent surroundings through half-moon spectacles. The weather was remarkably pleasant, with warm sunlight cascading down upon this seemingly forgotten, dilapidated neighborhood. His gaze lingered upon a towering, foreboding chimney, prompting him to quicken his pace and turn into a narrow alleyway. The alleys here were largely indistinguishable, with rows of decrepit brick houses solemnly lined up on either side, their darkened windows appearing even more squalid under the sunlight. Dumbledore's footsteps halted before one of the buildings as he squinted to decipher the weathered and rusting sign. Spidertail Alley. Indeed, his potions professor, Severus Snape, resided here. Dumbledore extended a finger and rapped on the cracked wooden door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a face too pallid in the sunlight. "Long time no see, Severus. I hope I have not disturbed you." Upon seeing him, Snape paused for a few seconds, the already cold visage now bearing traces of impatience. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Snape narrowed his eyes. "Is there something that could not be conveyed by owl? As you can see, I do not indulge in the hospitality of my superiors during the holidays." That being said, he nonetheless opened the door and stepped back to allow Dumbledore to enter. The smile on Dumbledore's face was impervious to the unmistakable chill of his host's demeanor. He stepped into the narrow sitting room, where the sunlight was constricted by a diminutive window, casting a shadowy pall over the space. "I must say, this is my first visit to your abode," he remarked with curiosity as he surveyed the room, its walls heavily adorned with bookcases, most of which housed ancient tomes bound in black or brown leather, thus amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Within the confines of the encircling bookshelves lay a tattered, frayed sofa, an antiquated armchair, and a rickety table. The room evidently lacked any warmth, exuding a frigid ambience as if no one had ever resided there. It possesses quite an academic atmosphere, befitting a stern potions professor. "Please take a seat," Snape replied, disregarding Dumbledore's somewhat acerbic compliment, for there was little to commend in this place. He gestured towards the sofa while seating himself in the armchair. "What brings you to my home?" Dumbledore inquired, intertwining his fingers as he settled onto the sofa. "I believe a cup of hot tea infused with honey would be more suitable for our conversation." Snape remained unmoved, the corners of his thin lips curling into a sardonic smile. "Oh, is that so? That sounds delightful. Yet you ought to be in Hogsmeade at the tea house instead. Do not be so hasty, Severus." Dumbledore relinquished his hopes for hot tea and pastries, extending his hand as a roll of pristine white parchment materialized in his palm, resembling a letter. He smiled and said, "Today is a splendid day. The matter I've been anticipating has finally come to fruition." Snape accepted the parchment and unfolded it. His pale fingers caressed its surface, which felt entirely different from the parchment they typically used. It was not as thick as sheepskin, but was as white as snow. It was a letter from the distant land of Huaxia. "To the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous assistance, which has allowed the Huaxia Xianmen to gain greater recognition at the International Conference to Forces Mystiques. On behalf of all members of the Xianmen, I express our sincerest appreciation. I also thank you for the invaluable opportunity for study abroad. Regrettably, the powers and magic employed by the Huaxia Xianmen differ significantly. After a nationwide search lasting over a month, we have found but one child possessing magical talent capable of inscribing her name on your sheepskin parchment. Her name is Jiang Lingmu, age 13. To be precise, she is not one of our Xianmen members, but rather a direct disciple of the Grandmaster of the Chongsheng Dao. Lingmu's status is rather unique, and I must elaborate on this. A year ago, she dwelled in a remote mountain area, and before the age of 12, she had not interacted with anyone aside from her master and fellow disciples, resulting in limited knowledge of the mundane world, as wizards refer to the Muggle realm. Furthermore, due to the language barrier, she is embarking on a journey to a foreign land alone to pursue her studies. I kindly request your understanding of our concerns. Even within the Chongsheng Dao, Lingmu's talents are exceedingly rare, and I implore you to extend her your utmost care. Should she err in any regard, please notify us immediately, and we shall address the matter forthwith. Snape dismissed the lengthy and formal pleasantries that followed with a short, icy laugh, his gaze fixated on the signature at the end of the letter. Huaxia Xianmen, Ingwu Wei, respectfully yours. Is this the culmination of your month-long efforts at the International Wizarding Federation? Snape summarized the latter half of the Eastern letter. Firstly, this exchange student holds a distinguished status. Secondly, this exchange student must not be subjected to any indignities. Thirdly, it is best that all professors exercise utmost vigilance in her regard, with the entire world revolving around her. It is hard not to draw parallels to a certain great savior. What a special treatment and honor indeed. 1. He articulated slowly, as if weighing his words with precision. I presume you intended to invite an exchange student and not some delicate little princess, did you? Do not say that, Severus. I believe this is merely a cultural difference. The Xianmen sorcerers I have encountered are quite amiable and friendly. You witnessed last year's events. We require more assurances. Are you certain she is an assurance? Rather than focusing on these matters, I would sincerely suggest, dear headmaster, that you prioritize the selection of a competent defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore blinked, smiling without speaking. Chongsheng Dao, Snape muttered, grappling with the unfamiliar term. I had always thought Huaxia only had the Xianmen. What is this Chongsheng Dao? It is quite complex, Severus. Perhaps you need a brochure recently released by the Huaxia Xianmen. As he spoke, Dumbledore produced a small pamphlet from seemingly nowhere and placed it on the dilapidated table. Very well, he announced, rising from the sofa. Our time is limited, Severus. Out of courtesy, it would be best to depart for London Airport now. Snape's brow furrowed even deeper, as if he had heard something offensive. Airport? I am to go as well. Indeed, the airport. The exchange student boarded a flight to London Airport yesterday and will be landing shortly. Snape's expression grew even colder. What a commendable decision. At least the Huaxia Xianmen has joined the Federation of Mystical Forces. Surely they could have arranged a more mysterious mode of transportation? Dumbledore twirled his thumb, feigning ignorance to Snape's sarcasm. Oh, I can elucidate. It is said that Miss Jiang desires to possess legitimate customs documentation. I suppose, at the very least, you are more acquainted with the Muggle world than I am, are you not? Believe me, had it not been for Professor Carity, who is currently on holiday in Ireland and unable to return, I would have preferred not to trouble you. At this very moment, Jiang Lingmu, still aboard the aircraft, remains blissfully unaware that she has already incurred significant disdain even before passing through customs. Chapter 2. The Black Wuchang of London. On this flight departing from the capital of Huaxia, the cabin was predominantly filled with business professionals. Amidst a sea of meticulously tailored suits, Jiang Lingmu stood out strikingly. She donned a deep blue, cross-collared short jacket with wide sleeves, the intersecting neckline revealing a white practice robe beneath. Her lower half was adorned with loose blue trousers, and on her feet were finely stitched slippers. Young and traveling alone on an international flight, despite her attire bearing strong religious connotations, the flight attendants showered her with attentiveness. As the airplane began to circle above London Airport in preparation for landing, Jiang Lingmu peered through the window at the towering skyscrapers below, her eyes blinking in curiosity. Is this where the foreigners reside? It certainly appears intriguing. Approximately half a month prior, Taoist Wu Wei arrived at her temporary residence in the Xianmen sect. His face etched with worry, clutching a yellowed piece of parchment. He promptly organized for the young disciples of the sect, all around 10 years old, to sign their names on the sheepskin paper. Initially, she was not required to participate, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she added her own signature. Thus, her illustrious name was inscribed on the parchment, inexplicably making her the sole eligible international student for admission to the magical school. Taoist Wu Wei, already in despair, found his hopelessness deepened upon realizing that she was the only one who met the criteria. While he could arrange for other juniors, he simply could not afford the same for Jiang Lingmu. For her part, Jiang Lingmu was indifferent. She had already learned most of what she needed within the sect, and her master had forbidden her from returning to the mountains before the age of 20. Being anywhere was better than being confined there. It was said that opportunities abound abroad, and she was eager to discover the truth of that. After diligently poring over an English dictionary for half a month and cleverly extorting some magical artifacts from the Xianmen, Jiang Lingmu presented a series of unequal treaties to Taoist Wu Wei, accompanied by an additional scholarship fund of 10,000 yuan. And so, with a sense of joy, she set forth on her journey. Before her departure, Jiang Lingmu had established a modest goal: to earn money, to devise ways to accumulate wealth. As for her motivation for this pursuit, it was as follows. In this prolonged era of decline for the Dharma, the Dayan sect was on the brink of extinction. Once the foremost sect of longevity, now reduced to a mere 18 individuals, both young and old. Apart from herself, a practitioner of the law, and her 16th senior brother, a culinary adept, the remaining masters and sisters, including her master, were all sword cultivators. Historically, sword cultivators were renowned for their exceptional combat prowess, yet paradoxically, they were notoriously impoverished. Any money they earned was either consumed by themselves or devoured by their wives. Her master had long since adopted a fasting regimen, and it was unnecessary to mention the voracious appetites of her senior brothers and sisters, especially after the establishment of the flora and fauna conservation law in Huaxia. Their diets had significantly diminished. While within the sect, she managed to cultivate crops and raise pigs for sustenance. Her 16th senior brother occasionally ventured to the countryside to earn a little pocket money. This arrangement sustained them for several years. 1 year ago, she was forcibly dispatched down the mountain by her master, and it was evident that her senior brothers and sisters were ill-suited for agricultural endeavors, leading the sect to face a crisis of starvation. After all, the only skill sword cultivators possessed was their unparalleled capability for violence. Yet with celestial laws binding them and a sound legal system in place, avenues for such undertakings were effectively blocked. As for taking up work within the Xianmen, it primarily dealt with supernatural occurrences, for sword cultivators were too destructive, and their expertise did not align well. Fortunately, since descending the mountain, her progress in the Xianmen had been satisfactory. As a mid-stage law practitioner, her efficiency in producing Xianmen talismans was commendable. Despite the newly established sect's financial constraints, she could still manage to earn a few hundred yuan each month through talismans and elixirs, all of which she meticulously saved for her senior brothers and sisters. However, merely addressing their basic needs was far from sufficient. With Huaxia's flourishing fortune, its population and technological advancements evolving at an unprecedented pace prior to her descent, she had occasionally observed forest rangers and scientific teams meandering around the formation at the entrance of the Dayan sect. It was apparent that, within a few decades, tourism might encroach upon their doorstep, and Jiang Lingmu could not help but feel a sense of foreboding for her sect's future. Furthermore, Taoist Wu Wei had mentioned that in this new society, the most effective means of protecting the mountain was through legal land ownership, which sparked a thought in her mind: to acquire a plot of land and reconstruct the Dayan sect in the form of a temple. At the very least, her master and senior brothers and sisters would have a legal abode and identity. This endeavor would require a substantial sum of money. Thus, she resolved to seize the opportunities within the magical realm of England. After smoothly passing through customs and swaying in the shuttle bus for a while, Jiang Lingmu flowed with the crowd, stepping out of the airport. Was it really her? Although Severus Snape harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Dumbledore's hasty decision to meet someone at the airport without any photographs or references, upon catching sight of Jiang Lingmu, he could not help but concede that Dumbledore was indeed correct. One glance, and she was unmistakable. Snape scrutinized her with a hint of discernment. A 13-year-old girl, clad in peculiar attire, her silky black hair restrained by an oddly shaped twig. Her hands were conspicuously empty, devoid of any luggage. It was not that he sought to criticize. In his eyes, this international student bore little distinction from the students at the school who were hardly deserving of the term intelligent. Beside him, Dumbledore seemed to sense Snape's skepticism and offered a knowing smile. Just wait, Severus, she will undoubtedly surprise you. Perhaps your interest in her will rival mine. I am aware of your innate curiosity towards formidable unknown forces. Snape's response was a derisive snort. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu's gaze traversed the road and the throng of pedestrians, locking onto them with pinpoint accuracy. Startled, Snape quickly checked the concealment charm on himself and Dumbledore. It remained intact, and the passing muggles continued to ignore their presence. See, I told you her power is extraordinary, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, waving at Jiang Lingmu across the street. Jiang Lingmu blinked, having sensed something amiss moments ago. Someone was watching her. The source of the gaze seemed shrouded by a translucent veil, compelling her to channel her spiritual energy into her eyes to discern the two figures standing behind it. The bustling passers-by remained oblivious to the peculiarly attired duo standing so close. Jiang Lingmu understood the wonder of magic. The two individuals sent to welcome her appeared rather intriguing. One was a tall, elderly gentleman with white hair and a beard, donning an eccentric purple robe. The other, upon Jiang Lingmu's closer inspection, left her utterly astonished. Clad entirely in black, from his hair to his eyes, his clothing to his cloak, his pallid complexion suggested an air of irritation, akin to one who had just risen from the dead. The Black Wuchang of London. It was strangely comforting, akin to encountering an old acquaintance. The white-bearded gentleman waved at her, and Jiang Lingmu, glancing at the traffic light, followed the crowd across the street. As she drew nearer, the expression on the Black Wuchang's face appeared even more dismal than from a distance. His greasy, unkempt hair suggested neglect or perhaps an overindulgence in hair gel, and his hollow, dark eyes, combined with a prominent hooked nose, gave him a fearsome demeanor, reminiscent of someone who often burned the midnight oil. She observed as the elderly gentleman raised his hand and pointed at her, enveloping her in that same mystical veil. "May your journey be pleasant, Miss Lingmu Jiang," he said, bending slightly and extending a long, slender finger towards her. Jiang Lingmu tilted her head to meet his bright, azure eyes, finding them more luminous and clear than the London sky itself. The energy radiating from this elderly figure resembled a vast lake, seemingly tranquil, yet brimming with unseen currents. Most importantly, he exuded an aura that suggested he was not easily deceived. She extended her hand to grasp his. "Greetings, esteemed Professor Albus Dumbledore." Chapter 3, A Subtle Eastern Shock. In the preceding fortnight, Jiang Lingmu had only managed to memorize the English dictionary, leaving her spoken language and grammar rather lacking. Her accent was slightly peculiar. Severus Snape had already pinpointed 2 grammatical errors in a seemingly simple sentence, yet her meaning was still discernible. Jiang Lingmu turned to face him, appearing to anticipate a self-introduction. Sharing the same ebony irises, her gaze was particularly bright and clear, imbued with a serene wisdom. Snape, with his habitual frown, reluctantly acknowledged that Jiang Lingmu indeed appeared more astute than the gang of dim-witted trolls. In a cold, low voice that resonated eerily in Jiang Lingmu's ear, he spoke. "Severus Snape, Potions Master at Hogwarts." "Hello, Professor Snape." Jiang Lingmu averted her gaze, bemused by the mention of potions. In the span of less than 3 minutes of their meeting, she had already assigned what she deemed accurate definitions to both the future headmaster and the professor, one who seemed amiable and another who genuinely made an effort to be accommodating. This made her decision rather simple, she thought. "Mr. Headmaster, where are we headed? To the school?" Dumbledore maintained his warm smile, exuding kindness. "No, the school does not open until September 1st. We shall first visit Diagon Alley to procure the books and wand you will need for your studies. You should have received your letter." As he spoke, Dumbledore's gaze appraised Jiang Lingmu. "I apologize, but I seem to have not seen your luggage. Did you bring nothing?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingmu comprehended Dumbledore's inquiry. She raised her hand, showcasing a water-ink-hued jade ring on her thumb, gesturing animatedly. "Here, my luggage. My letter is all contained within." Dumbledore bent slightly, intrigued by the ring. "A undetectable extension charm?" Jiang Lingmu tilted her head, perplexed. "I don't understand." She elaborated. "It can hold many items. All my belongings are inside." Her ring indeed possessed the capacity for boundless storage, with time flowing almost at a standstill. A legacy from a long line of ancestors in her sect. "Very well, let us first proceed to the Leaky Cauldron for a light lunch. You must be famished." He continued, "I shall arrange a room for you there, where you can acclimate to the wizarding world before school begins. Tom will take good care of you. Now, shall we set off, Lingmu? May I call you that?" Jiang Lingmu nodded, at least understanding the final query. "You may call me 17. My name is somewhat difficult for you. I am the 17th disciple of my master in the Dian sect, and my master and senior disciples often refer to me as 17. Uncertain how wizards typically traveled, she turned and naturally stood beside Snape. Dumbledore couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I entrust her to you, Severus." Though Snape appeared reluctant to play the role of a mere backdrop, he nonetheless placed a hand on Jiang Lingmu's shoulder and initiated the disapparation. Jiang Lingmu obediently followed his lead, turning in place, yet nothing transpired. Jiang Lingmu. Dumbledore? Snape? The trio exchanged bewildered glances. "What seems to be the issue, Severus?" Snape removed his hand from Jiang Lingmu's shoulder and glanced at his palm. After turning in place once more, his form twisted in the air, only to vanish completely. In the next moment, he reappeared beside Dumbledore. Clearly, it is not my fault. Jiang Lingmu widened her eyes at the sight of his vanishing and reappearing, observing traces of shifting spatial laws. So this is how it works? Wizards are indeed impressive. I believe I understand the cause, she continued, gesturing animatedly. The metaphysical arts I study differ from the spatial rules of magic. Dumbledore's wise blue eyes brimmed with curiosity. Jiang Lingmu bit her lip, opting for action over words. With a flick of her palm, a small origami crane materialized in her once empty hand. She extended the crane towards Dumbledore. You take this and proceed. I can follow you. Dumbledore examined the crane closely for a few seconds, seemingly acquiescing to her suggestion, and nodded at Snape. Snape closed his eyes, his expression softening slightly from its previous impatience. He had to concede that Dumbledore was indeed correct in acknowledging his burgeoning interest in the Eastern arts of longevity. Swiftly, Dumbledore vanished from view with the origami crane in hand. Jiang Lingmu sensed Snape's gaze upon her. She shut her eyes, attuning herself to the crane's position, forming the necessary hand gestures, murmuring a few incantations. The Lords of Impermanence must have granted me access to the foreign gates. Otherwise, I would have to fly over on my sword. Evidently, her spiritual mentors were quite reliable. Snape was oblivious to her words, failing to comprehend the significance of her strange gestures. Suddenly, he noticed a ripple in the air before Jiang Lingmu. First, a dark point emerged, swiftly expanding into a narrow door adorned with exquisite carvings. As Snape squinted, the details of the carvings became horrifyingly apparent. A figure with a gaping mouth had its tongue clamped by iron pincers, stretched to an impossible length. A group of individuals traversed a razor's edge, their faces contorted in agony as they scaled a fiery mountain. A chill washed over Snape. Do not be alarmed, Professor Snape. There is nothing to fear. What you see is merely a depiction of scenes from the underworld of Huaxia. These souls are punished for their misdeeds during their lifetimes. The borrowed pathways were among the most practical skills she had acquired in the metaphysical arts, swift and unrestrained. Reflecting on her experiences back home, she recalled how her own portals had been mere black holes, far less extravagant than today's display. It seemed the Lords of Impermanence were indeed concerned about Huaxia's external image. Snape forced himself to withdraw his gaze, a cold heaviness settling in his heart due to certain associations. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu had already pushed open the door, a chill breeze wafting from within. Snape silently committed every detail to memory. The seemingly gentle airflow bore an icy bite akin to the chill of bone-deep cold. Professor Snape, shall we proceed together, or would you prefer to go alone? I believe, as your professor, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Jiang Lingmu blinked, pondering whether they would walk together or apart. Ultimately, she decided it was irrelevant. She was indeed quite hungry. Let us go together. You may grasp my shoulder. No matter what you see, do not let go. It is perilous for the living to traverse this path. One misstep, and one may become lost. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. As Jiang Lingmu felt Snape's hand rest once more on her shoulder, she stepped through the threshold. Inside, the light was dim. Yet Snape felt a continuous warmth emanating from Jiang Lingmu's shoulder, a warmth that seemed to shield them from the encroaching chill. He resolved to thoroughly peruse the tome on Huaxia's metaphysical arts that Dumbledore had entrusted to him upon his return. The surroundings were spacious and silent. Snape could only catch a glimpse of a languid river and an endless expanse of crimson flowers in the distance before Jiang Lingmu once again opened the gates of the underworld. After taking just 2 steps, she found herself at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, nestled between a Muggle bookstore and a record shop. Snape withdrew his hand from Jiang Lingmu's shoulder. If one were to overlook the chilling atmosphere and the ominous moniker, the experience of travel was indeed far superior to that of apparition. Dumbledore awaited at the door, seemingly astonished by the peculiarities that had just unfolded. Faster than I anticipated. What was that momentary occurrence? Miss 17? It is the gate of hell from Huaxia, headmaster. Jiang Lingmu thought she perceived a peculiar tremor in Dumbledore's beard. Though she quickly corrected herself, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Would that be a more suitable term? It is not typically permissible abroad. But I managed to secure permission through a contact. Headmaster, shall we dine here? Jiang Lingmu curiously surveyed the narrow establishment before her, which appeared far more antiquated than any other shop on the street, its hues distinctly disparate. The narrow door, the askew sign, and the steps starkly contrasted with the surrounding clean tiles, presenting a grimy gray-black hue, possibly due to poor materials or merely the wear of patrons. Jiang Lingmu inclined towards the latter explanation. Indeed, Miss 17. Dumbledore pushed the door open, his palm resting against the doorframe as he awaited Jiang Lingmu's entry. Unbeknownst to her, he exchanged a swift glance with Snape. Jiang Lingmu, unhesitant, began to step inside, only to be met with an invisible resistance that prevented her foot from touching the ground. What now? She heard Snape's cold inquiry from behind. Jiang Lingmu pressed her foot down forcefully, yet it remained suspended above the steps of the leaky cauldron. I cannot enter. It seems your world is repelling me. Thus, the three found themselves again at the threshold of the leaky cauldron. Which deity presides over the magical realm? Is there a way to offer prayers or sacrifices? I feel it necessary to greet him first. Indeed, one ought to inform the host before entering their domain. She had initially thought that crossing customs sufficed for ceremonial acknowledgement, but it appeared the gods of the magical world were rather fastidious. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged bewildered glances for a few moments. Prayers? Sacrifices? Why is it that I understand each word, but not the phrase as a whole? Snape furrowed his brow, troubled by the numerous grammatical errors, fretting over the impending challenges of grading assignments upon the term's commencement. Perhaps it is for the best that you cannot enter. Perhaps returning home would be wiser. Soon, Dumbledore seemed to regain his composure. Child, perhaps you already possess a pass. You merely need to hold it. Enlightened, Jiang Lingmu retrieved the letter from Hogwarts from her enchanted ring, clutching it in her hand, and took a step forward. This time, her foot successfully met the steps of the bar, although an uncomfortable sensation lingered. It felt as if an invisible pressure enveloped her, causing her movements to exhibit a distinct sluggishness, her breathing less fluid than before. What is happening? The bar was darker than she had anticipated, even in daylight. No natural light seemed to penetrate. The patrons were boisterous, most clad in dark cloaks akin to Snape's, their appearances somewhat bizarre to Jiang Lingmu, who struggled to comprehend their peculiar vocabulary. She even overheard someone discussing the art of pickling snails. It appeared there were no electric lights. Only a strange chandelier adorned with numerous burning candles hanging from the ceiling. Glancing at the grimy floor beneath her, Jiang Lingmu felt a pang of distrust regarding the establishment's food safety. Tom, I believe I require a dining area with a bit more privacy for 3, please. Upon hearing Dumbledore's request, an elderly man, wrinkled and stooped, emerged from behind the counter. He was exceedingly aged, with almost all his hair gone, sunken lips devoid of teeth, and a face etched with deep wrinkles. Jiang Lingmu remained relatively composed. After a year in the realm of the arcane, she had encountered far stranger sights. Of course. This way, please, Professor Dumbledore. Ah, yes, this is our new international student from the mysterious Far East, Huaxia. Old Tom nodded and smiled at Jiang Lingmu, who responded graciously. Greetings, Miss from the East. Hello, my name is Jiang Lingmu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Dumbledore continued. Tom, this student will be residing in your establishment for a few days before the term begins. I trust accommodations will not be an issue? Certainly not. It would be an honor. Thank you, my old friend. She is still unfamiliar with our world and language, so I hope you will look after her closely. Should any issues arise, feel free to send me an owl, all right? They approached a small round table in the corner of the bar, where remnants of the previous patron's meal still lingered. Jiang Lingmu observed as old Tom waved his gnarled fingers, causing the plates and cutlery to leap into action, stacking themselves neatly before flying behind the bar, leaving no trace of the food scraps. With a snap of his fingers, a clean tablecloth and fresh plates and cutlery appeared on the table. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened. Was it possible that magic could achieve such meticulous feats? She felt a budding anticipation for her forthcoming lessons. Please, take a seat. Would you like something to drink? Dumbledore smiled as he settled down. Mead for me. And a glass of orange juice for this young lady. He glanced at Jiang Lingmu, seemingly seeking her approval. She nodded eagerly. Professor Snape ordered red tea. Shortly, their beverages arrived, and Jiang Lingmu cautiously sipped her orange juice. It was pleasant, albeit a touch sweet. Miss 17, how do you feel now? There remains a sense of pressure. I feel somewhat clumsy and uncomfortable. Do I truly not require a sacrifice or prayer? She could not possibly continue to endure this burdensome weight while studying and attending classes, could she? I believe such measures are unnecessary. I possess some understanding of the mythology of Huaxia and comprehend your rationale. Merlin is not intentionally rejecting you. Child, perhaps once you possess your own wand, everything will fall into place. A wand. Chapter 5, The Mask of Suffering. Jiang Lingmu opened the Hogwarts letter, pointing to the first item listed under Other Equipment, a wand. She suddenly resembled a curious 13-year-old, her mouth spilling forth a cascade of questions. What does a wand look like? Headmaster, Professor Snape, may I see your wands? Are dragonhide gloves truly made from dragon skin? What kind of dragon? What is a cauldron used for? Is a broomstick a means of transportation? How does one fly? Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor, patiently producing his wand for Jiang Lingmu to inspect at her leisure. His wand was exquisitely crafted, far more splendid than she had ever imagined. She had always envisioned wands resembling the gnarled staff of a beggar. She could hardly be blamed. One could attribute it to the English dictionary, where the term for a magician's staff hardly conveyed delicacy. I had thought a wand would be quite large. Jiang Lingmu's curiosity was so intense that she completely overlooked the palpable impatience emanating from the embodiment of death standing beside her in London. She turned her gaze towards Snape, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Snape, after a brief pause, placed his wand on the table, its design markedly different from Dumbledore's. "I must say, I find the headmaster's wand to be far more exquisite," she remarked honestly, refraining from directly touching Snape's wand, not wishing to provoke his ire again. Snape withdrew his wand, astonished by Jiang Lingmu's evident lack of knowledge regarding the magical world. "Every wizard possesses a unique wand. There are no two wands alike in existence, Miss 17. I believe your inquiries regarding wands would be better addressed at Ollivander's shop, as he has always held a fascination for the mysteries of the Far East. Should you be inclined to enlighten him with a few queries about the mystical traditions of the East, you might even receive an additional surprise." Jiang Lingmu silently noted the name. "As for the use of cauldrons, I am confident that Severus will provide you with thorough instruction once the school term commences." With that, Dumbledore winked at Snape. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu comprehended the essence of potions, likely akin to the elixirs of longevity. Thus, the function of the cauldron became apparent. Presumably similar to that of an alchemical furnace. "You may find answers regarding dragons in this tome. Fantastic beasts. There's no need to rush," Dumbledore continued, as Old Tom began to serve them. "May I pose a question to you, Miss 17? Jiang Lingmu withdrew her gaze from the dishes and turned to Dumbledore. "Certainly, Headmaster. You may call me 17. "Very well, 17. I, too, am captivated by the enigmatic forces of the Far East. I heard from Minister Wu that you are associated with the Tao of Longevity. Are not the Tao of Longevity and the mystical gate one and the same? My meaning is, within the magical realm, regardless of age or gender, or the country from which one hails, as long as one wields magic, one is a wizard." Jiang Lingmu furrowed her brow, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Snape set down his teacup, discreetly attentive. The Tao of Longevity and the mystical gate indeed share a common origin. Long ago, the mystical gate was not known by that name. Its proper designation was the path of meritorious deeds. It began around the Qin dynasty, circa 217 B.C. When the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, one might interpret this as magical energy, gradually diminished, leading the Tao of Longevity towards decline, particularly in modern times. The celestial realm has become barren while the underworld flourished, pushing the era of the final law to its extremes. The Tao of Longevity demands exceptionally high innate talent from its practitioners. Even at its zenith, its numbers were scant. In such circumstances, those with lesser talents found their paths increasingly arduous, prompting them to seek an alternative route, the path of meritorious deeds. The Tao of Longevity cultivates strength and power through self-discipline, whereas the path of meritorious deeds achieves this aim through the salvation of the masses, eventually evolving into the mystical gate. The path of meritorious deeds is not as stringent in its requirements for innate talent. Though individual prowess may be modest, collective strength prevails. Presently, the Tao of Longevity comprises no more than 30 individuals, most of whom reside in secluded mountains. Thus, the dominant source of mystical power in Huaxiao remains the mystical gate. Jiang Lingmu nearly exhausted her mental faculties, but fortunately, her explanation yielded a thoughtful expression from both the headmaster and Snape, indicating they were at least not perplexed. "What prompted your descent from the mountains? Minister Wu mentioned you arrived at the mystical gate over a year ago. There is a reason for that. Essentially, my master stipulated that I should not return to the Dayan sect before turning 20. I was meant to remain at the mystical gate. But the opportunity to study in the magical world presented itself, hence my arrival. It promises to be far more intriguing than remaining under the watchful eye of that old curmudgeon Wu. The dishes soon filled the table to capacity. Aware of the Western custom of serving food, Jiang Lingmu observed Dumbledore and Snape's dining etiquette. Dumbledore, in particular, moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly demonstrating for her benefit. Though curious about Western cuisine, Jiang Lingmu was cautious, carefully sampling a bit of each dish to avoid waste due to incompatible tastes. The mashed potatoes were rather bland, while the soft rolls with butter were tolerable. She lowered her guard slightly and took a small bite of what appeared to be a meat pie. In the next instant, both Dumbledore and Snape halted their dining actions, their eyes fixed upon Jiang Lingmu's delicate face as it contorted in distaste. Dumbledore blinked in confusion. Was the steak and kidney pie unpleasant? Jiang Lingmu could only perceive the overwhelming gaminess and a somewhat sweet onion flavor clashing in her mouth, neither side emerging victorious. She forced herself to swallow the offending food and began to guzzle orange juice, her expression akin to one who had encountered a great calamity. Good heavens! How can meat be prepared so atrociously? She recalled how, a fortnight prior, her 16th senior brother had rushed down from the mountains upon learning of her departure for foreign lands. To aid his little disciple in adapting to life abroad, he had even gone so far as to study British cuisine. After half an hour of research, he gravely advised her, do not touch any of their food. He then spent an entire month preparing a variety of delectable dishes, all of which were now stored in her storage ring, enough to last her a full 6 months. Additionally, he had provided her with countless seeds, repeatedly urging her to cultivate whatever she desired. Jiang Lingmu had initially thought her senior brother's reaction stemmed from a chef's fastidiousness towards flavor. Little did she realize he spoke the truth. What is it, 17? Not accustomed to the fare? Jiang Lingmu felt her politeness had reached its limits. A bit, headmaster. Would you mind if I consumed my own provisions? Not at all. Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Jiang Lingmu nodded and retrieved an oiled paper package from her storage ring, adorned with her 16th senior brother's charming doodles. There was a plump little pig with mushrooms, celery, and bamboo shoots atop it, a fluffy sheep nibbling on a carrot, and a pattern of red dots. Jiang Lingmu recognized these to represent pork and mushroom pies, celery pork pies, bamboo shoot pork pies, lamb and carrot pastries, and sugar cakes. Oh, I miss my 16th senior brother on the very first day away from him. Chapter 6. A Child with Unique Tastes. Dumbledore appeared to harbor an insatiable curiosity about Jiang Lingmu, resembling a playful old child devoid of the typical stern demeanor of a headmaster. He observed the paper package she produced, much like before, and began to inquire, what is depicted on it? Oh, how delightful. What does it signify? Is it delicious? Jiang Lingmu found herself obliged to explain the origin and intent of the illustrations, sharing half of the sugar cake and a meat and mushroom pie with him. Snape, seated across the round table, listened to her explanation, the corners of his mouth twisting into a sardonic smile. Yet another indulged darling. He simply could not fathom why a mentally sound adult would squander time on such trivialities solely to amuse a child. Lucius and Narcissa were the most indulgent parents he had ever encountered, clearly overshadowed by Jiang Lingmu's own parents. Jiang Lingmu also inquired if Professor Snape would care to sample her offerings, to which he declined her polite gesture, much to her relief. After experiencing the foreign cuisine, every dish prepared by her 16th senior brother felt like a rare treasure. The lunch concluded amidst Dumbledore's effusive praise for her senior brother's culinary skills. Severus, you truly must try this. It is the best pie I have ever tasted. Thank you, but no. Jiang Lingmu suddenly recalled something. Mr. Headmaster, what is the admission age for Hogwarts? 11 years old, my dear child. So, I will be 2 years older than the other students in the same year? Is it possible for me to skip a grade? Snape's voice echoed ominously. Skip a grade? To be honest, your grasp of the magical world's common knowledge may not suffice to support such an advancement. If you cannot even articulate English properly, how do you expect to leap ahead? Being promoted without delay would be a commendable achievement. I believe the foundational knowledge of the first year is of paramount importance. I suggest you commence from the basics. However, I recognize that individuals from the way of eternal life are exceptionally astute. As the headmaster, I am inclined to grant you a minor privilege. Jiang Lingmu once again discerned Snape's sardonic laughter, which she chose to disregard. If you can pass all the first-year examinations before Christmas, you may attend second-year classes for the latter half of the academic year. Second-year students are 12 years old. It is not entirely unfeasible. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lingmu deemed it prudent to accept the offer graciously. Thank you, Mr. Headmaster. Dumbledore rose and exchanged a knowing glance with Snape, who reluctantly followed suit. Dumbledore settled the bill and also covered Jiang Lingmu's accommodation costs at the Leaky Cauldron before the term commenced. How generous of you, Mr. Headmaster. Dumbledore chose to ignore her sarcasm. Did you know, Severus, that the Far East, particularly Huaxia, is often referred to as the land of propriety? During my visit in the summer, they did not allow me to spend a single bronze canute, extending their hospitality with great warmth. Perhaps that is because you are able to speak on their behalf at the International Confederation of Wizards, Snape coldly interjected, shattering Dumbledore's benevolent facade. No, that is entirely different. They are truly hospitable, and everyone is genuine and kind. Moreover, I harbor no ulterior motives. Well, let us cease our banter here. I must entrust you with the following task, Severus. A sense of foreboding suddenly seized Snape. What? Dumbledore replied with a look of utter nonchalance. Naturally. It is to accompany our dear international student to procure the necessities for school. Do you expect her to navigate Diagon Alley on her own? I believe that should be your responsibility, Mr. Headmaster. I think it is more appropriate for you to handle it, Severus. At the airport before their departure, the little girl had unhesitatingly stood beside Severus. Contemplating this, Dumbledore sighed. This should not be. I have always felt quite popular among children. He glanced at the entirely black-clad Snape. Such a child with peculiar taste. Snape merely scoffed. In any case, I leave this matter in your hands. Exercise patience and observe her closely. I am keen to learn about the details of her wand purchase. After Dumbledore had spoken, he waved at the now bored Jiang Lingmu, who promptly sprang from her seat. Severus will accompany you to procure the essential supplies, my dear child. I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. Additionally, if you wish to familiarize yourself with the second-year curriculum, it would be prudent to acquire an extra copy of Standard Spellbook, Level 2, beyond the provided list. Jiang Lingmu nodded, glanced at the book list, and then pointed at a long string of titles by Gilderoy Lockhart, sincerely inquiring, "Does Hogwarts offer a writing course?" This appears more akin to a novel than a textbook for supplementary reading. Dumbledore paused momentarily, while Snape emitted a low, sardonic chuckle. I believe the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor has the prerogative to decide on additional reading materials. With that, Dumbledore waved goodbye to her and exited the leaky cauldron. Before the pub's door had fully closed, his figure vanished into the sunlight. "Professor Snape, shall we proceed to Diagon Alley?" Snape seemed disinclined to respond to her inquiries, coldly retorting, "Keep up." Jiang Lingmu, unfazed, quickened her pace to follow. They arrived at a small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, where she observed Snape drawing his wand and tapping several times on the wall's bricks, as if activating some enchantment. Jiang Lingmu noted the locations he had tapped. Then, starting from the struck bricks, the entire wall began to shift, swiftly transforming into an arched passageway. At the end of the archway lay a bustling street, paved with winding cobblestones. It must be said, the concealment was rather clever. "Where shall we head first, Professor Snape?" "Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank." He certainly did not expect Jiang Lingmu to possess any galleons. Jiang Lingmu trailed behind Snape. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Thankfully, her senses were keen enough that she managed to avoid colliding with any of the throngs of pedestrians. Wizards regarded her with curiosity akin to her own, and Jiang Lingmu sensed numerous gazes upon her face and form, though none bore malice. Snape brought her to a white building. "Here, you can exchange Muggle money for wizard currency. Do not waste time." Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of concern about whether her Huaxia currency could be directly exchanged for wizarding currency, but fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The surly, oddly shaped goblins seated behind the tall counter glared down at her, evoking memories of the old-fashioned pawn shops her seniors had mentioned. The only downside was the exchange rate. 12 roughly equated to 13 for a single pound, and around 5 pounds would yield 1 wizarding galleon. Given that Jiang Lingmu held foreign currency, the maximum amount she could exchange for wizarding currency at one time was 50 galleons. Wizarding money is indeed precious. Hopefully, it will suffice. Chapter 7, The Green Light. After Jiang Lingmu stepped out of Gringotts with a bag of galleons, Snape turned on his heel without uttering a word. She had to quicken her pace to keep up. "Professor Snape, I managed to exchange for 50 galleons. That should be sufficient, right?" She took out her list once more. "What should we purchase first? Did the headmaster cover my accommodation costs? How many galleons did he spend?" Snape's pace finally slowed a fraction. "Why do you ask that? Do you intend to repay him? Is it not permissible to repay him?" Jiang Lingmu noticed Snape had completely halted, regarding her with an inquisitive gaze. He was indeed willing to cover her expenses. However, this did not preclude her from repaying him. "I appreciate the goodwill. I shall return the favor." "Why?" Jiang Lingmu was somewhat perplexed. "Is it not a matter of course to repay debts?" Soon, she grasped the true significance of Snape's inquiry. "Why refuse his assistance?" "Oh, that is because, the headmaster is both intelligent and appears quite affable." "Snape, what sort of answer is that? However, generally speaking, it is unwise to owe such a person." A flicker of light passed through Snape's hollow black eyes. 6 galleons and 11 sickles, he stated. "How exorbitant!" Jiang Lingmu exclaimed in surprise. "For that shabby little tavern? Moreover, what is a sickle?" Snape closed his eyes briefly, an impatient expression resurfacing on his face. He produced 2 coins from his pocket, one large and one small. "Silver sickles, copper nuts. 1 galleon equals 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle equals 29 copper nuts." "Ah, it dawned upon me." Jiang Lingmu twitched her lips. "Surely, your wizards possess exceptional mathematical skills." Severus Snape was rather disinclined to engage in such peculiar discussions with her. "So, what shall we procure first?" "Wands. Are wands expensive?" The standard fee for a wizard's first wand is a uniform 7 galleons, with the remaining costs supplemented by the Ministry of Magic and the school. Jiang Lingmu found the price quite reasonable. When compared to spirit swords, it was indeed a bargain. "Can we purchase used items from the list? For instance, those already utilized by others. Would they be cheaper?" Snape had never felt this patient before. "Even if you reimburse Dumbledore for the accommodation, the remaining funds will suffice for a new one. I merely wish to save a little." Remarkably, now he not only had to accompany her on this shopping expedition, but also had to endure visits to second-hand shops. "Very well, aside from wands. Everything else can be second-hand. Then, aside from wands and clothing, we shall procure second-hand items." Jiang Lingmu decisively established her purchasing principles. She held no qualms about used goods. Her spirit sword, alchemical cauldron, and even her spirit beasts were all inherited from her predecessors. As for books, it was needless to say that every tome in her sect had been passed down through countless generations. However, clothing was a different matter. While she could wear her senior's garments, she could not accept those worn by strangers. As for owls, cats, and toads, they are not necessities. But I have a cat. Can I bring it? Snape stole a sidelong glance and noticed a diminutive all-white kitten, no larger than 2 adult palms, had appeared on Jiang Lingmu's shoulder without his notice. The pair shared similarly lustrous, dark eyes. He squinted. You have been carrying this cat all along. Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment. Recalling that Xiong was her contracted spirit beast, perpetually residing within her consciousness. Thus, she indeed had been carrying it. Yes, it has always been with me. So I can take it to school, correct? That would be best. At least Xiong can roam freely. Certainly. Before long, Snape halted in front of a small, dilapidated shop. Jiang Lingmu looked up, noticing the gold-lettered sign had been weathered and worn. After scrutinizing it closely, she deciphered the words, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. It seemed the history of wizards was quite lengthy. Perhaps she could find some historical text to learn more about the magical realm. Snape pushed open the shop door, and Jiang Lingmu hurriedly followed. She heard the sound of tinkling bells, unsure if a craftsman was busy at work. The shop was not large, yet the towering shelves made it appear even narrower, crammed with a multitude of slender cardboard boxes. Snape glanced at Jiang Lingmu, only to find that the little white cat had vanished without a trace. Greetings. As Jiang Lingmu was lost in thought, a gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind the shelves, followed by the appearance of an elderly man. She immediately noticed his eyes, which were strikingly close to a silvery hue, resembling 2 pallid light bulbs. The old man's gaze briefly swept over Snape before swiftly locking onto her. Ah, a guest from the far east, welcome. Hello, I am Ollivander. Jiang Lingmu felt an oddity in the way the old man regarded her, but it mattered little. She was there to spend money. With Snape present, surely this old man would not dare to swindle her in front of a Hogwarts professor? Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am here to purchase a wand. Of course. Of course. What else would you come to my shop for, Miss from the East? Ollivander murmured, casting another penetrating glance at Jiang Lingmu, as if attempting to unearth some unique quality from her. He then turned and retrieved a cardboard box from the shelves. How peculiar indeed. I believe this one will suffice. And this one appears satisfactory as well. Guests from the East are quite rare. I hope you are a discerning customer. Jiang Lingmu wished to express that she was not discerning at all and wondered if she could bargain. All right, let us start with these. No rush. We can take our time. Ollivander placed a sizable bundle of cardboard boxes on the counter, estimating around 70 or 80. Jiang Lingmu keenly heard Snape's cold snort. While there were seats available in the shop, he evidently had no intention of sitting and waiting. Miss from the East, why not try this one? A wand of willow, 11 inches long, with a unicorn hair core, ideal for a sincere and upright wizard hailing from a land of etiquette. Jiang Lingmu sensed that the proprietor seemed to possess a peculiar filter regarding her. Miss from the East, may I inquire your name? I once traveled to Huaxia in search of suitable materials for wand making. It is a truly enchanting place, though devoid of magic. It possesses a mystique rivaling that of magic itself. You seem to be quite unreserved regarding the topics of soul and death. Might I ask if you belong to the Xianmen? Jiang Lingmu had no intention of concealing her affiliation. No, I am from the Chongqing Dao. Upon uttering this, she observed Ollivander's already bright eyes gleaming even more intensely, his expression bordering on fervent. Chongqing Dao. Do you know anyone from the Chongqing Dao? Oh, how unfortunate. I searched for you in Huaxia for quite some time, but was met with naught but disappointment. My friends from the Xianmen were rather reticent about your whereabouts. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Jiang Lingmu wished to express that such fervor was unnecessary. It would be far better if he could offer her a discount instead. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Snape finally could no longer restrain himself. Miss Jiang, you will be residing at the Leaky Cauldron for the next few days. You have ample time for idle chat, so let us not squander my time further. I am quite busy. Jiang Lingmu was somewhat astonished. Snape pronounced her surname with remarkable precision. Professor Snape, have you studied the Huaxia language? What sort of question is that? No. Jiang Lingmu was about to inquire further when Ollivander, evidently more perceptive than her, swiftly thrust a willow wand into her hands. Wave it, child, give it a try. A peculiar sensation enveloped her. Dumbledore had not deceived her. The moment she grasped the wand, the pressure that had weighed upon her dissipated like a receding tide. Jiang Lingmu gently waved the wand, and a vibrant green light shimmered at its tip. She heard Snape's suddenly rapid breath and Ollivander's sharp intake of air. It seemed as though she wielded not a wand, but rather a blade poised at their throats. Chapter 8. The Harbinger of Hell. Jiang Lingmu did not cast any extraordinary spell. After the soft, refreshing green light flickered, A few tender green blades of grass sprouted from the floor beneath her. Snape's heartbeat returned to a normal rhythm. After all, how could a 13-year-old child, utterly ignorant of the magical realm, possibly wield an unforgivable curse? This was perhaps fortunate. He had not anticipated that the first wand Jiang Lingmu tried would be an excellent match, though he felt no need to report this. It at least meant he could discard an unpleasant task. What does this mean? I can use this wand, correct? Certainly, Miss from the Chongqing Dao, Ollivander replied. Though his tone carried a hint of disappointment, he had not expected such serendipity. However, this does indicate my keen eye for quality. Perhaps he cast a discreet glance at Snape and lowered his voice. You might want to try another. Of course, I understand this may consume your time. I can offer you a personal discount. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that possible? I would be delighted. Ah, what a splendid discount. Now, this wand of willow. Oh, they seem to favor those with potential among wizards. Jiang Lingmu received the wand, giving it a gentle flick, and once again, that enchanting green light emerged, causing more blades of grass to sprout from the ground. I knew it. And this one, made of birch, possesses no distinctive features. One after another, she examined each wand. By the time she had unwrapped all the boxes on the counter, the tiles of Ollivander's shop were adorned with a lush carpet of grass. Even Severus Snape refrained from voicing any objections. Remarkable, Miss Cheng Shengdo, you are able to wield all the wands I have crafted. This is indeed a rarity, a most unusual occurrence. Typically, wands select their wizards, yet you can choose any wand you desire. I have gleaned some knowledge about you, and it seems your talents are formidable. Such a captivating vitality, such an alluring soul. Jiang Lingmu refrained from responding. The wood-based spiritual root was indeed potent, but there was no need to disclose that to him. Ultimately, she selected a wand crafted from ebony, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 11.5 inches in length, its surface entirely dark. The sole reason for her choice was the impressive growth of grass when she waved it. Ollivander continued to ramble on. A wise selection, unconventional yet powerful, steadfast in belief. It appears to be the most suitable for you. During the payment process, Ollivander charged her a mere 4 galleons and 3 sickles. Even after exiting the wand shop, Jiang Lingmu was perplexed about how the discount had been calculated. She strongly suspected that he had merely haphazardly reduced the price and casually mentioned a number. The ring was quite averse to her new wand, so Jiang Lingmu simply tucked it into her hair bun, keeping it company with her spiritual sword. Severus Snape was about to enter a brisk pace when Jiang Lingmu swiftly seized a corner of his billowing cloak. Wait, Professor Snape. I have a small favor to ask of you. Ignoring his icy demeanor and piercing gaze, she counted out 6 galleons and 11 sickles from her coin pouch and handed it to him. Could you please assist me in forwarding the accommodation fee? Thank you. Snape scrutinized her for a few seconds before ultimately extending his hand. Fortunately, this foreign student possessed some perceptiveness. He likely sensed his aversion to contact, merely allowing the coins to tumble into his palm. Now he could ascertain that this student was genuinely unafraid of him. Not only unafraid, but also quite familiar, which caused him to question his own formidable presence. You are not afraid of me? The moment the words escaped his lips, Snape regretted it. As a professor, he ought not to pose such an unprofessional inquiry. Not at all. I find it rather amiable. You remind me of an acquaintance. Compared to dealing with a smiling, good-natured individual, she found interactions with someone like Snape to be far less cumbersome. He was too indifferent to engage her, sparing her the need to consider his feelings. An acquaintance? Jiang Lingmu replied innocently, the Black Wu Chang, the messenger of hell. Snape scoffed coldly and turned to continue walking. Wait, Professor Snape, I meant no offense. I merely intended to convey that he is indeed powerful, truly. He is well known among the top 10 infernal lords. This is purely a compliment. Snape's pace quickened more than at any other moment, but fortunately, the pressure Jiang Lingmu had felt had dissipated. She nimbly weaved through the crowd and soon caught up to him. Professor Snape. Suddenly, Snape halted, and Jiang Lingmu looked up at him, noticing his furrowed brow. He then pivoted and walked toward a nearby shop, and before she could catch up, she glimpsed the store's name, Lihan Bookstore. Are we to purchase books? Upon entering the bookstore, Jiang Lingmu sensed an unusual tension in the air. The shop was crowded, and one of the bookshelves appeared to be in disarray. Books scattered haphazardly on the ground. It seemed a conflict had transpired, she mused. She was rather eager to witness a wizarding duel, maneuvering through the throng until she finally reached the center of the crowd. The first thing she spotted was a towering figure. This man's head nearly touched the bookstore's ceiling, forcing him to stoop, with a mane of unruly black hair and a beard that almost obscured half his face. His small, black eyes gleaming with intensity. His enormous hand was gripping the shoulder of a middle-aged man with a bald red head, refusing to let go. Behind the red-headed man trailed a line of children, including a pair of twins, a particularly exquisite little girl, and a lanky boy. A plump, Petite lady pressed a cloth against the man's lip, casting worried glances at him while frantically chattering something. Jiang Lingmu surmised that the red-haired man was likely one of the main parties involved in the conflict. Meanwhile, Snape stood beside another principal player, a well-dressed man with platinum blonde hair and a piercing gaze, accompanied by a small boy. Both were adorned with bright, bulbous heads. She heard Snape inquire, "Lucius, what has transpired?" Ah, so he was not there to buy her books. He had merely encountered an acquaintance. The bulbous-headed Lucius replied, "Oh, nothing." While he spoke thus, his gaze was ominously fixed on the red-haired man, like a serpent poised to strike. However, it was merely a difference of opinion regarding the definition of scum, particularly concerning Arthur Weasley. Snape raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. "Severus, what brings you here?" Lucius remarked, his pale eyes falling upon Jiang Lingmu, who stood behind Snape. "This is a foreign student from the Far East. She is enrolling this year, and I am accompanying her for her school supplies," Snape explained. Immediately, Jiang Lingmu felt the gaze of the entire red-haired family shift toward her. Not only the redheads, but also two other children, a black-haired boy with coal smudges and round glasses, whose striking green eyes twinkled in contrast to his unruly black hair, and a charming girl with fluffy brown hair. Their expressions were a mix of curiosity and surprise, tinged with a hint of sympathy. However, Jiang Lingmu's eyes brightened the instant she spotted the brown-haired girl. Chapter 9. The Little Misfortunate One. "I must say," Lucius declared in a tone that dripped with haughty nonchalance, "I truly cannot fathom what Dumbledore is thinking, a foreign student from the East." His gaze settled on Jiang Lingmu, scrutinizing her clothing and shoes with a discerning eye. Jiang Lingmu felt an urge to poke his eyes out with her fingers. To have a professor, the head of Slytherin, engage in such menial tasks, it seems he has truly lost his faculties. Then, Jiang Lingmu sensed the scrutiny upon her diminish. As a throng of children of various sizes redirected their attention to Lucius, their expressions brimming with indignation, she heard the black-haired boy exclaim loudly, "You must not speak of Professor Dumbledore in such a manner." The giant beside him was even more impetuous, and the situation escalated as the red-haired middle-aged man and his twin sons had to exert all their strength to restrain the enraged giant. Why do wizards resort to physical altercations? This is not what I wished to witness, Jiang Lingmu thought, her interest waning as her gaze fell upon an ancient copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration lying in a worn cauldron on the floor. Recognizing the familiar title, she softly inquired, "Excuse me, are you also students at Hogwarts? I see this book is the same as the one I intend to purchase. Where can one acquire used books?" She reached out to the old books in the cauldron, sensing a chilling gaze settling upon her back. "Oh, dear child, are you looking to purchase some old books? I can escort you." Jiang Lingmu was unable to grasp the tome titled Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from the cauldron, as a petite, plump lady pulled her away from Snape's side. After this brief interlude, the giant finally calmed down. Lucius sneered, striding out of the bookstore with the bulbous-headed figure beside him. "Mr. Snape, if you don't mind, we shall take this young lady to shop," he said. Jiang Lingmu glanced at Snape, offering no resistance, and promptly expressed her gratitude to the lady. She believed this kind and amiable woman would help her procure cheaper secondhand books, cauldrons, and such. "By all means," Snape replied, not casting another glance at Jiang Lingmu, and turning to leave the bookstore. The staff began to tidy up the chaos, restoring order to the shop once more. "Hey," one of the twins draped an arm over her shoulder. "A foreign student? What is your name?" "I'm George Weasley." "And I'm Fred. This is our little sister, Ginny, who is starting this year as well. And this is our youngest brother, Ron. And this, the illustrious Mr. Harry Potter. She, the cleverest witch of Gryffindor." "Enough." Jiang Lingmu heard a brown-haired girl complain to them, her face turning a rosy hue, revealing two adorable rabbit teeth as she spoke. She extended a hand towards Jiang Lingmu. "I'm Hermione Granger." Jiang Lingmu nodded and shook her hand. "Lingmu Jiang. Oh, you can call me 17. I'm the 17th child." She heard the boy named Ron exclaim in surprise. "Merlin, how can your family have more children than ours?" The twins chimed in unison. "Oh, shut up, little Ronnie." Hermione smiled at her. "I think it's better to call you Jiang or Lingmu." Jiang Lingmu returned the smile, noticing a glimmer of brilliance in Hermione. Hermione was undoubtedly a studious, high-achieving, and intelligent girl who might even assist her with her studies. A group of them conversed animatedly as they exited the bookstore. Amidst the jumbled dialogue, Jiang Lingmu memorized everyone's names and their relationships. The lovely and kind Mrs. Weasley expertly guided her to secondhand bookstores and shops for magical supplies, selecting suitable old books, cauldrons, dragonhide gloves, and so forth, before she hurried off to tend to her children. Soon, everyone dispersed to shop, while Hermione, Harry, and Ron accompanied Jiang Lingmu to purchase the plain work robes, pointed hats, and cloaks from her list. They were evidently curious about her, as the three continued to chatter incessantly while Jiang Lingmu obediently stood still, allowing the automatic measuring tape to take her dimensions. Ron asked, "What is the path of longevity? Do you use magic too?" "It's not exactly magic, it's, I can't quite express it well, my English is still rough, it's a kind of spell." "What are you wearing? I've never seen clothes like that." It's a robe, a type of everyday religious attire, I suppose." Harry remarked, "I truly admire your bravery for allowing Professor Snape to take you shopping. How did you manage that? Did you fly here on a broomstick?" It was clear that Snape was not well liked by the students. But Jiang Lingmu decided to speak on his behalf. "In fact, Professor Snape is quite responsible. He took me to buy my wand. I arrived in the UK by plane. Just landed this morning, and Professors Dumbledore and Snape met me at the airport." Ron inquired, "A plane? Is that one of those big metal birds that burn fuel? Why come by Muggle means? Don't you have your own transportation? Like us, we excel in traveling by fire, apparition, have the flu network, and port keys, as well as brooms." Jiang Lingmu began to miss Snape. The only benefit was that Hermione patiently corrected her pronunciation and grammatical errors without losing her enthusiasm, even recommending a few books to help her understand the wizarding world. She decided to start with a brief history of Hogwarts. Due to her impromptu involvement, the Weasley family and Hermione were delayed by a full 2 hours from their planned return. Before parting ways, Jiang Lingmu discreetly called the trio, who would be most helpful to her after school began, aside and began to retrieve items from her storage ring. "Thank you for your efforts on my behalf. I would like to offer you a small gift." Saying this, Jiang Lingmu extracted 3 triangular talismans from her ring, along with 3 small red cloth bags with drawstrings, and stuffed a talisman into each. She handed one to Hermione. "This will help you focus and study more effectively." Hermione accepted the talisman, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you. Regardless of its authenticity, at least this Jiang classmate knows what she wants. This one is for you. Harry, you might need a bit of luck." Jiang Lingmu gazed at Harry with genuine sincerity. During her year at the Shinmen, she had learned all that was necessary, but learning did not equate to proficiency. Among the 5 arts of the Shinmen, aside from healing, she struggled with the other 3, fate, divination, and geomancy. She understood the principles, but could not discern or calculate accurately. According to the doctrine of Wu Wei, she simply had yet to awaken. Thus, she could only use her cultivation to make small observations, such as perceiving the brilliance of the literary star on Hermione and the dimness of the third eye on Harry and Ron. TSK, 2 little unfortunate souls. Harry hesitated before accepting the unassuming red pouch. "Thank you, 17. He wanted to pronounce Jiang Lingmu's name properly, but his tongue tripped over itself. He felt that rather than mispronouncing her name awkwardly, it was better to use the nickname Jiang Lingmu herself had endorsed. "And this is for you, Ron. It can protect you from attacks and harm." Ron blinked, his expression a mix of gratitude and hesitation. "Thank you so much, 17. Just remember to keep it with you for it to be effective. See you at school, and thanks for telling me how to get on the train." Jiang Lingmu waved goodbye to them, watching Hermione's figure disappear at the corner of Diagon Alley, followed by the Weasley family and Harry vanishing one by one into the fireplace. Chapter 10. The Edge of the Secret Law unfolds. In the days that followed, Jiang Lingmu experienced great joy. The accommodations at the Leaky Cauldron were entirely different from the dim, narrow, and filthy tavern below. The surroundings were clean and comfortable. "Well, this price is just barely reasonable." It wasn't the establishment's fault that it was costly, it was her own lack of funds. Old Tom indeed took care of her, frequently and gratuitously providing her with various dishes she would want to flee from at a mere glance, and checking on her at every meal to ensure her safety. The waitstaff at the Leaky Cauldron were also eager to chat with her, imparting bits of knowledge about the wizarding world and helping her with conversational grammar. She stumbled upon a copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts in a secondhand bookstore, and serendipitously discovered that the owner of the Floor and Frost ice cream shop was exceptionally knowledgeable. He was always willing to answer her myriad questions about the texts, cheerfully increasing the portions of her ice cream. She even encountered Ollivander during her wanderings. This rather eccentric old man lamented to her that the wands she had tried were unwilling to seek new owners. Jiang Lingmu felt that this situation was not her fault. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to be looking for trouble. Rather, they appeared quite pleased with the outcome. In addition, Jiang Lingmu harbored a profound interest in magic. She had read the textbook in advance, yet she found herself grasping only a fraction of the material. After a particular incident where she inadvertently nearly sent the 4-poster bed flying with the levitation charm, intending merely to hang the bed curtains, she completely abandoned the idea of pre-learning. Dumbledore was right. For someone as utterly inexperienced as her, foundational education was indeed crucial. The day of the term's commencement arrived. Even though Jiang Lingmu had arrived early in the Muggle world of Britain to exchange some money for pounds and had inquired about the transportation routes to King's Cross Station, she still almost missed her train due to mistakenly taking the wrong subway. After all, She had never even ridden a bus back in Huaxia. With less than 5 minutes to go before the legendary Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart, Jiang Lingmu adeptly navigated through the throngs of people at the station. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 loomed ahead, and she could even hear Ron and Harry conversing. Was she late? Harry, speaking as he turned his neck to scan the area, seemed anxious. Surely not. She did not appear to be one who would arrive late, did she? Perhaps she had already made it to the platform, and they were the ones who had arrived too late. Jiang Lingmu longed to thank Ron for his compliment. But a sudden surge of people rushed in, completely blocking her view of Harry and Ron. Amid the cacophony, she heard the sound of something crashing to the ground, accompanied by the shrill cries of birds. As she squeezed through the crowd, she saw Harry and Ron hurriedly gathering their scattered belongings. They leaned against the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, seemingly attempting to force their way through, while the legendary platform remained immovable, their faces mirroring a shared despair. Harry, Ron, Jiang Lingmu waved at them. Ron's eyes widened in alarm. 17. Why are you only just arriving? Don't ask. I took the wrong subway. What happened to you? Harry was nervously fixated on the station clock, unconsciously counting down the seconds, his complexion turning pallid. It's too late. The train has left. We can't get to school now. What do we do? His white owl was shrieking incessantly in its cage. Jiang Lingmu glanced at it, and to her surprise, its cries ceased abruptly. Harry and Ron were oblivious to her actions. Is there only one way to get to Hogwarts? What just transpired? I saw you collide with the barrier, which is quite different from what you told me before. Harry did not have the time to marvel at Jiang Lingmu's rapid improvement in spoken English. We don't know. The platform closed by itself before the time was up, he said, glancing at the bustling crowd around them. Jiang Lingmu also noticed the gazes of those nearby. We can't just stand here. Since we can't get in, let us wait outside. With that, she nudged Harry and Ron, and the three of them, along with 2 luggage trolleys, pushed through the crowd to the station exit. During their exit, the 2 boys had already concocted a plan to fly themselves to school. Jiang Lingmu observed as Harry's initial panic transformed into excitement, and he began to loudly conspire with Ron. Can you drive it? Of course. It's legal. Jiang Lingmu squinted. Although she did not fully comprehend Ron's words, she was certain they were embarking on a reckless endeavor. Outside the station, there were few people. They approached an old-looking car parked on the side road. Ron opened the trunk and called for Harry to help load their luggage. Jiang Lingmu firmly held onto Harry's suitcase. I advise against this. If I recall correctly, your actions might be considered a provocation against the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. And Ron, what do you think your parents will think if they discover the car is missing? Is your family's vehicle even legal? Ron stared at her, eyes wide with shock. You, 17, are you a disguised Hermione? Jiang Lingmu chuckled, revealing a small, white smile. What do you think? I'm quite the quick learner, aren't I? I've been poring over quite a few books these days. Harry, evidently recovering from the thrill of adventure, asked, so what do we do? Just wait. What if we get expelled for not arriving at school on time? Of course not, Jiang Lingmu replied with a slight smile. In truth, Ron's idea was rather clever. As long as they followed the train tracks, they could make their way to the school themselves. But we can't use the car. I'll take you there. And no one will know we missed the train. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. How will you take us? Ron asked. Do you have a flying carpet or something? What is a flying carpet? I don't have that, but I can fly. Trust me. Jiang Lingmu rolled up her sleeves. Would you mind placing your luggage with me? Of course, living creatures can't. But can your owl make it back to school on its own? Of course. Harry took his hand off the suitcase and unlatched the birdcage. Hedwig is quite clever. Jiang Lingmu glanced around. Fortunately, there were no onlookers. Using the cover of the car, she waved her hand and stored Harry and Ron's luggage along with the empty birdcage into her storage ring. Harry's eyes widened. Ron, slightly more knowledgeable, exclaimed, Undetectable extension charm. I know that one. No, that's not magic. It's something I brought from Huaxia. Jiang Lingmu waved her hand, signaling the 2 to follow her as they made their way into a narrow, inconspicuous alley. In the secluded alley, Jiang Lingmu removed a seemingly ordinary wooden hairpin from her hair and tossed it aside. The hairpin erupted with a gentle silvery light, transforming into a beautifully shaped sword that hovered in midair. Cool, Ron exclaimed. Chapter 11, taking you for a ride. There's something even cooler. Jiang Lingmu casually formed a hand gesture, and the sword enlarged several times. All right, now that's enough. You'd better sit down as if riding a broom, understand? Thanks to her recent explorations in Diagon Alley, Jiang Lingmu had fully grasped the seating style of a flying broom. Ron and Harry nodded in awe, and Jiang Lingmu thoughtfully retrieved 2 cushions from her storage ring, ensuring they wouldn't be uncomfortable. Once the 2 boys settled onto the magic sword, Jiang Lingmu gracefully leaped onto it, standing steadily on its narrow blade, her fair fingers forming intricate yet beautiful shapes. In the next moment, they transformed into a faint beam of white light. When Harry regained his senses, he found himself amidst the clouds, soaring at such speed that the scenery below rushed away in a blur. Yet, it felt so stable that he barely sensed the wind. Ron's hand rested on Harry's shoulder as he cheered loudly. "This is amazing. I bet George and Fred would be incredibly jealous." "How is it? Not bad, right?" Jiang Lingmu confirmed the Hogwarts Express's direction, which wound its way northward. "Awesome." Harry realized they had already surpassed the Hogwarts Express, which snaked along the ground like a red serpent, leaving it far behind. He believed that no flying broom could achieve such a feat. However, 17. Might this lead you into trouble? I mean, international confidentiality law. Jiang Lingmu settled down cross-legged right before them. No, first of all, I'm not a witch yet. Dumbledore exerted considerable effort to bring her here for schooling. He wouldn't expel her lightly. Secondly, as long as we keep it a secret, no one will know. Of course, we can tell Hermione. After all, you are good friends. And I trust she can keep a secret. So what shall we do later? Will they notice we are not on the train? Jiang Lingmu replied with a light tone. That is simple. You told me the train arrives at night, and we will reach the station shortly. We can hide near the station and sneak in when the students disembark in a chaotic rush. Who would notice? There are so many students on the train. It's unlikely anyone would coincidentally discover our absence. Even if Hermione knows, she wouldn't make a fuss about it. Harry turned to Ron, and they exchanged knowing glances, both giving her a thumbs up in unison. Merlin above, George and Fred should see your skills. I mean, compared to you, they are practically infants. Jiang Lingmu recalled the twins she had seen at the Leaky Cauldron, pleased to accept the compliment. Then, a sudden thought struck her. You all aren't wearing the amulets I gifted you, are you? Ron and Harry exchanged awkward expressions. I thought it was just a good luck charm or something. Sorry, 17. Harry sincerely apologized. Jiang Lingmu had no intention of holding it against them. She peered down at the ground. They had been flying north for some time, and the vegetation below had significantly changed, revealing vast stretches of coniferous forests. Be attentive. I have no idea where the station is. You can recognize the station, right? Harry and Ron nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed intently on the ground. 40 minutes later, Ron suddenly pointed at a small dot on the ground, exclaiming, That's the station. I see the station. 17, over there. Jiang Lingmu leaped up, descending gracefully on her flying sword. Moments later, their feet stood firmly on solid ground. Incredible. It's only a little past 12. The train won't arrive until evening. Harry watched Jiang Lingmu as she tucked her flying sword back into her hair, his gaze filled with envy. If only he could master that skill, he would undoubtedly dominate Quidditch. Jiang Lingmu scanned her surroundings, seeking an appropriate hiding spot. Fortunately, the Hogwarts station was not like King's Cross in London. It was small and dilapidated, surrounded by dense woods that provided ample cover. She led the way into the forest and ultimately chose a location behind a cluster of low shrubs, casting a cleaning spell that rendered the thick layer of leaves clean and soft. Harry and Ron joined her, their small figures perfectly concealed among the foliage. Both boys exhilarated by the novel experience. Speaking of which, Harry said, since you have such an impressive means of travel, why still take the plane? For the sake of proper customs procedures. What if I actually make a fortune? I need a legitimate account to exchange money domestically. She certainly did not wish to become the first economic criminal under the new social order. She was a law-abiding citizen. For instance, once the Animal Protection Act was enacted, they hadn't hunted since, and sometimes they quietly assisted rangers in ensuring their safety. Ron, not understanding customs procedures, lamented, I really wish you could be in our house. By the way, how old are you this year? I'm 13. You're second-year students, so I should be a year older than you. However, the headmaster said as long as I pass the professor's assessments before Christmas, I can join the second-year classes for the second half of the year. Harry chuckled, Professor Dumbledore. He has always been quite accommodating. Jiang Lingmu remained noncommittal. Although her fortune-telling skills weren't sufficient to see through the likes of Dumbledore and Snape, she trusted her instincts. Harry looked at her curiously. Have you thought about which house you might want to join? Although the results are still unknown, your preferences will be considered during sorting. If you really want to be in Gryffindor, it's quite possible. Ron, Hermione, and I will do our utmost to help you catch up on first-year content. At this, Harry paused briefly before adding, Of course, even if you don't end up in our house, we'd still be happy to assist you. Jiang Lingmu smiled, Thank you. My first choice is Hufflepuff. If that doesn't work out, being with you all is fine too. She had read a brief history of Hogwarts and knew that Hufflepuff was conveniently located next to the castle kitchen. After tasting foreign cuisine, she truly needed to experience self-catering. The three of them huddled together, chattering away, mostly with Harry and Ron sharing tales of their previous school year. Jiang Lingmu discreetly extracted key information from their adventures. It must be said, foreign children's lives were quite thrilling. They discussed their evaluations of various professors, and Jiang Lingmu listened intently, at the very least. She now had new ideas about what to do once school commenced. However, Chapter 12. Caught in the act. So, only those admitted through school grants can work part-time at the school? Jiang Lingmu was astounded. No, when I was learning metaphysics at the Shuangwan, I could still sell talismans for profit. Wasn't it said that there were numerous opportunities abroad? The professors teach 7 grades each. Don't they need assistance? If one performs well, could they not be compensated? Oh, Ron remarked, you clearly underestimate the power of detention. Harry evidently resonated with this. Professors penalize students with chores, which resolves the assistant issue. Especially Snape. You have no idea how dreadful he is. Subsequently, Harry and Ron launched into a relentless tirade, detailing how Snape targeted Harry from the very first class, leaving no detail unexamined. Jiang Lingmu listened in astonishment. It was evident to any discerning observer that Snape was far from the amicable teacher students adored. Yet she had not anticipated the reality to be even more dire than she had imagined. One could say Gryffindor had no survivors. Why did he act this way? If he truly didn't care about students' opinions of him, he could simply ignore them. His behavior instead seemed deliberate. Quite intriguing. She would need to jot this down and investigate further about this British version of the Black Death, Snape. To be honest, even knowing he had been protecting her last academic year made it difficult for her to harbor any fondness for him. Harry felt as though Jiang Lingmu possessed a kind of magic. In the sun-drenched woods of northern England in September, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, and beneath them lay a thick layer of crisp, clean leaves. He seemed to faintly catch a whiff of a cool fragrance, reminiscent of a cedar forest on a windless, snowy night. Everything around him made him feel utterly relaxed, as if only he, Ron, and Jiang Lingmu existed in the vast expanse of the universe. He was filled with a yearning to confide. Yet he had not even broached the topic with Ron and Hermione, but he felt that Jiang Lingmu would comprehend. Reflecting on this, I too felt a twinge of guilt, as if I lacked gratitude, yet it was simply the case. Jiang Lingmu chuckled softly, tilting her head back and resting her hands on the ground behind her, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. Do not overthink it, Harry. In our mystical traditions, there is a saying, one's fate is inherently incompatible. The fate refers to the specific timing of one's birth, and it is believed that each digit of the birth date carries its own unique significance. It is a fundamental skill of mystics to deduce a person's character, preferences, and destiny based on their birth date. I digress. The essence of being incompatible means that even if two individuals have never crossed paths before, they may find an instinctual aversion upon first meeting. Conversely, even if they have shared many interactions, they may still subconsciously repel and dislike one another. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Your awareness of this issue indicates that you are not inherently bad. Harry nodded, somewhat bewildered, as there were aspects he did not fully grasp. Yet he instinctively felt that this knowledge would prove useful. Ron's ability to grasp the crux of the matter was quite remarkable. Can you also deduce a person's fate based on their birth date? Jiang Lingmu's smile faltered momentarily. I can understand how to make such deductions, but they are often inaccurate. It requires a certain stimulus. Perhaps one day I will suddenly acquire this ability, or perhaps I shall never do so in this lifetime. But it matters not. I am on the path of longevity, and mysticism is not my primary focus. Ron scratched his head, filled with 100 questions, yet he hesitated, not wanting to disrupt the current atmosphere. By the way, tell me more about Hagrid. What is his primary responsibility? Ron recounted the details meticulously, leaving nothing out this time. Harry maintained his silence, always sensing that Jiang Lingmu harbored an intention to usurp Hagrid's position. The Forbidden Forest? I read about it in A Brief History of Hogwarts. Is it really that perilous? In truth, Jiang Lingmu wished to inquire if it was truly so exhilarating, but she quickly corrected herself. Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, you have no idea how thrilling last school year was. Consequently, Jiang Lingmu spent another half-hour engrossed in their tales of dragon riders and adventures within the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Ah, it sounds intriguing. I must remember to explore it when I have the chance. Time seemed to crawl as the three of them succumbed to drowsiness under the sun's warm rays, nestled amongst the fallen leaves. At this hour, the professors should have returned to the school, right? What do you suppose they are doing? Ron opined. Professor Sprout is undoubtedly tending to her greenhouse. Harry mused. Professor McGonagall is likely preparing for the new student sorting ceremony. Ron speculated. As for Professor Flitwick, I can't quite guess what he might be doing to assist Professor McGonagall. Harry suggested. Perhaps he is off to the Three Broomsticks for a drink before the sorting ceremony. I often hear him inviting other professors. Ron interjected. But he has never invited Snape, has he? Ron grinned. Perhaps Snape is in a foul mood, furious that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was snatched by someone like Harrow. Jiang Lingmu suddenly snapped to attention, springing up as if propelled from the ground, leaving Harry and Ron momentarily stunned as she dragged them back. She tensed, adopting a nimble defensive stance, her consciousness already reaching for the numerous talismans within her spatial ring. her hands poised to weave incantations. Harry, too, felt the rush of adrenaline. His reflexes sharp as he whispered, "What? Someone's here." Jiang Lingmu fixed her gaze upon a sturdy, leafy pine tree, commanding, "Come out." In the next instant, a dark silhouette glided silently from behind the trunk. Harry's pupils dilated and Ron's eyes widened in terror. Perhaps it was Snape's deep, chilling voice that emerged from the shadows. "He is waiting for the three of you to explain why you did not board the train." Only Jiang Lingmu remained unfazed, her body relaxing as she resumed her stance. Her face aglow with a bright smile. "Professor Snape, it is you. I thought we were about to be ambushed." Harry and Ron. Snape paused momentarily, opening his mouth as if to say something, while Harry and Ron braced themselves for a deluge of venomous words. However, he simply commanded, "You three, follow me." With a swift turn, his black cloak billowed behind him. Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, following closely. After a few steps, noticing that Harry and Ron had not moved, she turned back to urge them. "What are you two dawdling for? Come on." After all, they had already been discovered. What more could they do? They certainly couldn't knock Snape unconscious and force him into amnesia, could they? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, steeling themselves to follow. Last year, they had crossed the Black Lake by boat from the dock. Ordinarily, this year, they would take a carriage to the school. They even entertained the notion that Snape might expel them before they even reached the gates of Hogwarts. "What are you afraid of? If anyone is to be expelled, it will be me, so do not worry." Harry looked increasingly distressed. Chapter 13. Perplexing, confounding. Snape moved with remarkable speed, his footsteps silent against the ground. The dark cloak flowing behind him like a vast bat gliding through the forest. After 20 minutes of following, Harry and Ron found themselves breathless, while Jiang Lingmu appeared to be leisurely strolling through the woods, maintaining a distance of 10 feet behind Snape, her breathing utterly unperturbed. Just as the two boys felt that Snape intended to exhaust them along the way, a carriage emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest finally came into view. The front of the carriage was eerily empty, as if an invisible horse were pulling it, or perhaps it was enchanted to move by magic. Upon reaching the carriage, they observed Jiang Lingmu reaching out to touch the empty harness. How marvelous! Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. "What is marvelous?" Harry queried. "What is the name of this creature? I do not recall seeing it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." Harry's expression shifted to one of confusion and fear, acutely aware of Snape's impatient gaze drilling into him. "There is nothing here," he stammered. 17. "I believe it would be prudent for us to board the carriage first." "Oh, yes, quite right." Jiang Lingmu climbed aboard, taking a seat directly opposite Snape, while Harry and Ron occupied the spaces beside her, with Harry curling himself tightly against the side of the carriage. "Professor Snape, do you know what creature pulls the carriage?" Harry and Ron were so tense that they lacked the strength even to exchange glances, afraid to lift their eyelids to gauge Snape's expression. Snape ignored the trembling Harry Potter and his loyal companion, Weasley, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the inquisitive Jiang Lingmu, as if attempting to discern something. He could find no trace of fear, tension, or worry on her face, which perplexed and frustrated him. "Can she see the Thestrals?" he pondered. Indeed, anyone capable of effortlessly opening the gates of the underworld, even without having witnessed death firsthand, would surely grasp the concept of mortality. He could not help but recall the book left by Dumbledore in Spinner's End, analyzing this audacious foreign student in conjunction with its contents. This spoiled little girl. What does she know of death? Professor? Silence. Very well. The carriage sped along the forest path, jostling and shaking, while an eerie silence enveloped the interior. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both reminiscing about the delightful experience of flying on a broomstick not long ago, and a bittersweet smile crept onto their faces. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, Harry and Ron leapt out as if their seats were aflame. Jiang Lingmu, noticing that Snape remained motionless, gestured towards the carriage door with a polite invitation, implying that as a professor, he should disembark first to maintain decorum. Snape, however, seemed oblivious to this gesture of civility, his gaze becoming even more frigid and piercing. Jiang Lingmu pouted slightly as she exited the carriage, aligning herself with Harry and Ron. Keeping her head down in a show of humility, Snape strode forth into the school without uttering a word, seemingly disinterested in exchanging pleasantries. As Jiang Lingmu walked, she took note of the ancient castle, the grassy grounds, and the greenhouses, correlating them with the contents of Hogwarts, a history. Eventually, they arrived at the still empty Great Hall, where Snape entered without a word, appearing too weary to engage in any trivial conversation. Jiang Lingmu immediately looked up to admire the enchanted ceiling, which indeed reflected the outside sky as described in the books. "I brought them here," Snape finally stated, hiding in the woods beside the station, waiting for the train to arrive, so they could blend in with the rule-abiding students. What a splendid scheme. Upon raising their heads, Harry and Ron discovered that Professor Dumbledore and several other heads of houses were present in the hall, their expressions akin to having swallowed nails, rendered speechless. Jiang Lingmu, unable to empathize with their predicament, was instead scrutinizing 3 unfamiliar professors within the hall, successfully matching their appearances with the descriptions provided by Harry and Ron. The tall, slender witch wearing a pointed hat and a serious demeanor was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor, as well as the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. The diminutive figure was Phileas Flitwick, the Charms Professor and head of Ravenclaw. Lastly, there was a short-statured woman with gray hair, adorned with a patched, thick pointed hat, whose sleeves were significantly frayed, and whose robes bore traces of dirt, Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology instructor. Regardless of whether she would be accepted into Hufflepuff, she was determined to establish a good rapport with this professor. Naturally, this was contingent upon her successful enrollment. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself. Already feeling a sense of familiarity emanating from Professor Sprout, she quite liked the aura surrounding her. As she discreetly observed the professors, their attention converged upon her, inadvertently sidelining Harry and Ron. Severus, over an hour, you've worked hard, Dumbledore remarked with a slight smile. Snape's expression remained impassive. If you are aware of my efforts, perhaps you should be more discerning in selecting your students next time. Jiang Lingmu furrowed her brow. Over an hour? It seemed Snape had likely found them long ago, probably lurking nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Unlike the spells employed at the airport to shield against muggles, Snape's magic was undoubtedly of a more advanced nature, capable of concealing presence and aura. Jiang Lingmu mentally noted this, resolving to be more cautious in the future. Once again, we meet, Miss 17, albeit sooner than I anticipated. Now, would you be so kind as to enlighten us on how you managed to arrive at school unscathed? Dumbledore emphasized the word unscathed. Upon hearing this, both Snape and Professor McGonagall exchanged looks of stark disapproval, their expressions remarkably aligned. With newfound determination, Harry stepped forward, fists clenched. Even the thought of expulsion terrified him. But it was preferable to dragging his friends down with him. Professor, it's all my fault. Allow me to explain, Professor Dumbledore. Jiang Lingmu was baffled as to why this boy, wearing an expression of noble sacrifice, seemed intent on shouldering the blame. From her past experiences, the first course of action after a mistake was to deflect blame. If that failed, only then would one consider other explanations. It was perplexing. Jiang Lingmu recounted her journey from mistakenly boarding the wrong subway to encountering Harry and Ron, to the school bus being halted before reaching the platform, and ultimately arriving safely through her clever ruse. The last part of her narrative was particularly detailed, drawing a significant portion of the professor's attention. Flying on a broomstick? Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled behind his glasses. I fear we may require a demonstration, Miss 17. Jiang Lingmu pursed her lips. She had succeeded. Snape, however, was evidently not deceived by such clumsy tactics, as he scoffed derisively. Yet your spoken English and grammar have improved considerably. Listen to how captivatingly you weave your tale. Was the platform shut down, or did the illustrious Harry Potter and his esteemed companion, feeling that traveling by train was beneath them, seek to draw attention to themselves? And let us not forget a certain exchange student who believes the world revolves around her. I must remind you, you have evidently chosen the wrong justification. What a feeble excuse. Do you possess any evidence? Snape's retort redirected the professor's focus back to the matter at hand. Jiang Lingmu noticed Professor McGonagall seemed poised to speak. Her lips moved several times, yet she ultimately fell silent, casting a disappointed glance at Harry and Ron. Ron appeared dazed, while Harry looked as though he wished to sink into the floor. Chapter 14, The Ways of the World, Part 1. I do not comprehend, Jiang Lingmu began. While flying on a broomstick is not a challenge for me, my spirit and my power are not to be squandered. Every ounce is precious, and I shall not waste it on trivial displays. Ah, a clever retort, Snape remarked. Ignoring him, Jiang Lingmu recognized that Snape would likely not handle this matter justly. So she turned her attention to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, the Hogwarts Express platform being sealed. Surely that's an extraordinary issue? Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded. Indeed. Such a significant oversight. Even if we were to fabricate a story, as professors, wouldn't we need to investigate? Of course. I believe that whether in the realm of Chinese metaphysics or the magical world, one unchanging truth remains: actions leave traces. I trust you possess the capability to examine or track magical residues. Certainly. Child, you need not worry. I shall look into it. Thus, Snape's accusations are merely conjecture. We have spoken the truth. Those who cast doubt must provide proof. If one wishes to assert that we have lied, then evidence must be presented. Upon concluding her statement, an audible pin drop could be heard in the Great Hall. Harry and Ron were left speechless, even the fear of potential expulsion having vacated their minds. Harry could not help but steal a glance at Snape, whose ashen, rigid visage sent a shiver down his spine. He had no doubt that were it not for the presence of other professors in the hall, Snape would have raised his wand to cast a curse upon Jiang Lingmu. After a moment, Professor Flitwick spoke up. Dumbledore, I believe Miss 17 has made a compelling argument. Professor Sprout glanced at Snape, then at Jiang Lingmu. I too believe we need to investigate further before drawing conclusions. Jiang Lingmu beamed a wide smile at Professor Sprout. Although one cannot definitively conclude that you are lying. At this critical juncture, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated, yet that does not absolve your actions of scrutiny. Her countenance remained ominously stern as she gazed at Harry and Ron with a questioning expression. I am addressing you too. Miss Jiang may lack the knowledge of wizarding customs. But you, Potter, Weasley, since you were unable to access the platform, why did you not devise a means to communicate with the school? I recall that you possess an owl, do you not, Potter? Her icy gaze bore into Harry. I'm sorry, Harry bowed his head. I didn't consider it. No excuses, it's a rather obvious solution. Now, Dumbledore's cerulean eyes turned toward Jiang Lingmu. Might you demonstrate your flying skills with the sword? He insisted. Despite Professor McGonagall's disapproving stare, I believe we ought to ascertain whether they encountered any danger during their flight, Minerva. At the very least, the Ministry of Magic has yet to send any correspondence regarding underage wizards violating the statute of secrecy, indicating that their actions went unnoticed by Muggles. Certainly, Professor Dumbledore. The hall was quite spacious, and Jiang Lingmu once again removed her hairpin, performing the same set of motions, and in the blink of an eye, a shimmering silver sword appeared at a height of less than 3 feet from the ground. As the sword expanded several-fold, Harry and Ron mounted it once more, their excitement unabated despite the professor's scrutinizing gazes. Then, Jiang Lingmu leaped onto it, showcasing her smooth and proficient flying technique, as well as the marvel of transforming into a streak of ethereal light during acceleration. Dumbledore even led the applause. I think it is now safe to conclude that there is no danger, and you have concealed this quite well, without exposing yourselves to Muggles. Yes, Professor, Ron and I didn't feel a breeze at all. In the blink of an eye, we were soaring through the sky, and no one noticed us. Harry added, casting a hopeful glance at Dumbledore. In any case, I shall investigate the matter of the platform, Dumbledore said gently. As for your punishment, I believe it will be decided after Miss 17 is sorted by her head of house. At that time, the 3 of you will face the consequences together. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their hearts relieved, knowing they need not fear expulsion, regardless of the punishment awaiting them. It was certainly preferable to having their wands snapped and being sent home. As for Jiang Lingmu's punishment, Harry resolved silently that whatever it may be, he would assist her. However, it was evident that the matter was far from concluded. Jiang Lingmu caught sight of Harry's gaze, turned her head, arched an eyebrow at him, and made an okay gesture. Isn't this simple? Once she makes her move, this incident will surely transform from a major issue into a trivial one. She then looked at the professors, her face adorned with a radiant and grateful smile. I can enroll smoothly, correct, Professor? Dumbledore nodded. Of course, my child. Splendid. Then my prepared gift will find its purpose. As she spoke, an exquisite wooden box appeared in her hands, her expression sincere and earnest. Please do not hastily refuse, Professor, for this is a traditional custom from my homeland. In our culture, the teaching profession is held in the highest regard, and we deeply respect our educators. So please accept this carefully prepared token of my gratitude. Well, having begun preparations an hour ago, how could it not be considered sincere? Rest assured, this is merely a specialty from my homeland, not something of great value. Jiang Lingmu presented the wooden box before Dumbledore, her eyes urging him to open it quickly. Oh, Merlin, if this is a gift from the Far East. He opened the box, and all the professors could not help but glance over. Even Snape was no exception. Ron craned his neck, standing on tiptoe to sneak a look. The box was evenly divided into 12 compartments, each containing a beautifully crafted blooming flower. Soon, they realized these were not genuine flowers, for a sweet fragrance wafted from the box. These are delicacies representing the 12 seasonal flowers of the year, Professor Jiang Lingmu explained, pointing to the pastries within the box: spring's peach blossom, peony, and anemone, summer's lotus, gardenia and hydrangea, autumn's chrysanthemum, canna and begonia, and winter's plum blossom, rhododendron, and Buddha's hand. Thankfully, she had memorized the dictionary while learning English, and her vocabulary was ample, symbolizing peace and good fortune throughout the year. Each one features a different filling and is utterly delightful. Harry distinctly heard Ron swallow hard. I truly cannot refuse. This is wonderful, my child. Thank you. Dumbledore accepted it, clearly anticipating the taste of the treats. Jiang Lingmu had long noticed, during their shared meals, that this headmaster had an insatiable sweet tooth. Just when Harry and Ron thought this was the end, Jiang Lingmu turned her attention to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I hope you will like this natural silk scarf. Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor faltered, revealing a look of surprise. I have one too. Certainly. Every professor who has taught me receives one. Jiang Lingmu produced a neatly folded, elegant sky blue silk scarf, gently shaking it open. Once unfurled, they realized the scarf was larger than they had anticipated, light and flowing, clearly of exceptional quality. Thank you, Miss Jiang. But I cannot accept such an extravagant gift from a student. Chapter 15. The Nuances of Human Relations, Part 2. Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile, politely declining. No. This is not extravagant. In our culture, the significance of the gift lies in the sentiment, not its value. In fact, it cost me nothing but time. From raising the silkworms to weaving and dyeing, I undertook it all myself. Jiang Lingmu neatly folded the scarf again, extending it forward, her eyes radiating sincerity. In truth, I made many scarves, but I believe this subtle sky blue is more suited to you. I hope it enhances your elegance and beauty. Harry and Ron swore they had never seen such a palpable expression of affection on Professor McGonagall's face. Oh, child, thank you, I truly like it. You are very thoughtful. Professor McGonagall accepted the scarf, small yet substantial. The delicate, smooth fabric felt like a gentle stream against her skin. Jiang Lingmu continued her gifting spree, turning her gaze toward Professor Flitwick, whom Harry and Ron held in high regard. Harry noticed the usually affable Professor Flitwick seemed to unconsciously straighten his posture. He and Ron exchanged glances filled with curiosity, even more eager than the recipient to see what gift Jiang Lingmu would present next. Jiang Lingmu retrieved a large, reddish-brown ceramic wine jar, its mouth sealed with red cloth. Professor Flitwick, this is a gift I have prepared for you, monkey wine. Professor Flitwick's eyes brightened noticeably upon hearing the mention of wine. He thought, as Dumbledore and Minerva had not refused this exchange student's gift, he need not feign rejection any longer. Monkey wine? He inquired with interest. Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, Is it made from monkeys? Jiang Lingmu replied, No, Ron. More accurately, it is wine brewed by monkeys. Before winter arrives, monkey troops store a variety of fruits in tree hollows, and if the winter is bountiful, they may forget one or two hiding places. These fruits, when piled together, undergo a natural fermentation process that may result in a delightful alcoholic concoction. Hence it is also known as the 100 Fruits wine. However, this particular cask is not genuine monkey wine. Strictly speaking, it is my own brew of 100 Fruits wine, imbued with a rich aroma of various fruits, and the beverage itself is robust, fragrant, and remarkably smooth, ensuring that even inebriation does not lead to discomfort. Professor, would you care to take a whiff first? Certainly. Professor Flitwick nodded vigorously, his gaze fixated on the mud seal, for the mysterious East indeed harbors exquisite treasures. Jiang Lingmu pried open a small gap in the seal, and the fragrance of the fruits mingled with the scent of the wine burst forth immediately. I heard from Harry and Ron that you were once the champion of wizard dueling, and I thought you would certainly appreciate strong spirits. Professor Flitwick could hardly contain his eagerness to whisk Jiang Lingmu back to Ravenclaw. Thank you, 17. I truly cherish this gift. The Far East. Huaxia. What a splendid place. I must travel to Huaxia next summer. Harry and Ron found themselves at a loss for words, their minds befuddled. Thus, even when Jiang Lingmu approached Professor Snape, they felt no astonishment. Indeed, she had mentioned that every professor who taught her had received a gift, and it was no surprise that Snape was among them. They discreetly observed Snape's reaction, as did the other professors. Dumbledore wore a cheerful expression, while McGonagall and Flitwick displayed signs of concern, hoping that their charming companion would not fall victim to Severus's venomous demeanor. Professor Snape, I have prepared something for you. Before Jiang Lingmu could finish her sentence, Snape impatiently raised his hand to decline. I do not. His remaining words were drowned out by the warning glances from McGonagall and Flitwick. They had all received gifts. It would be unbecoming to be left out at such a moment. Jiang Lingmu wore a knowing smile, having anticipated this outcome, which was why she had placed Snape second to last. There is no one in this world whom Jiang Lingmu cannot handle. Why not listen first before making a decision? If I have offended you earlier, I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to convey that the previous unpleasantness was purely situational. Regardless, you are my professor, and I am grateful for your kindness in picking me up from the airport and accompanying me to purchase school supplies. Snape, uncertain whether to believe her or not, let out a low hum, indicating a tacit agreement to her proposal. Splendid. This is bamboo leaf green wine. Jiang Lingmu exclaimed as she produced a slender white porcelain jar of original wine, significantly smaller than the one she had given to Professor Flitwick, made from Fingio, a grain-based liquor infused with over 10 medicinal herbs. Professor Flitwick's eyes were fixed on the jar in her hands. Medicinal herbs? Indeed. I have heard that you are a renowned master of potions, and I thought you might appreciate it. Bamboo leaf green wine possesses exceptional medicinal properties, primarily for nourishing the body, beneficial for the stomach, liver, and spleen, promoting blood circulation and easing emotions. After speaking, Jiang Lingmu glanced at Snape. His gaunt figure surely hinted at poor eating habits. His sallow complexion and greasy hair suggested liver issues exacerbated by late nights. The fiery temperament born from such conditions made this bottle of bamboo leaf green seem tailor-made for him, although she could not fathom why a master of potions would allow himself to deteriorate in this manner. Those practitioners in the mystical arts devoted to elixirs were all adept at self-care. Professor, you must be under considerable strain. I hope this gift alleviates your fatigue. My suggestion is to consume a small cup before bedtime. Jiang Lingmu demonstrated with her fingers the size of a small cup, while McGonagall remained composed. Dumbledore suddenly found the huaxia delicacies in his hands to be less sweet. As for Professor Flitwick, he was utterly captivated by Jiang Lingmu's description of huaxia's wine culture. Snape, however, maintained his icy demeanor. After a prolonged moment, he extended his hand to accept the jar. Thank you, he remarked, then added, however, I offer you a small piece of advice. In Britain, even within the wizarding community, minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. Of course, Professor, my master enjoys drinking. So I learned to brew wine, that is all. Harry, who had been silently observing, felt that even if Dumbledore were to suddenly declare his expulsion, he would not be more astonished than he was at that moment. 17 was right. He and Snape were simply incompatible. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that Snape was at odds with most individuals, with the exception of 17, who seemed like an angel. Even after she prepared such a thoughtful gift for Snape, Harry could not categorize her with Snape's faction. Rather, it felt entirely natural. All professors had received gifts, which was commendable. Respecting one's elders is a beautiful quality, and that was beyond question. At last, Jiang Lingmu approached Professor Sprout. Today, she intended to win the favor of all 4 heads of house. She aimed to dominate Hogwarts. Professor Sprout, this is a gift I have prepared for you. She opened her hands, revealing a handful of seeds of various sizes. Compared to the gifts given to the other professors, this appeared rather meager and lacking in thought. However, Professor Sprout was evidently unperturbed. Oh, my dear, you must know how much I adore working with plants. Thank you. Just before Sprout reached out, Jiang Lingmu gently released her magical energy, and the seeds began to sprout visibly. Within a minute, they transformed from ordinary seeds into a splendid bouquet, filling the hall with their floral fragrance. These are everlasting flowers, Professor. As long as I live, they shall bloom eternally. Their scent can soothe the nerves, and I hope they bring you lasting joy. Chapter 16. A love-struck encounter. Professor Sprout received the magnificent bouquet from Jiang Lingmu with a look of sheer delight. Her gaze filled with affection. This is wonderful, child. This is the most unique and delightful gift I have ever received. I shall treasure them dearly. Harry was certain he saw glistening tears in Professor Sprout's eyes. He turned his stiff neck, almost hearing the creaking of his joints as if they had not been oiled in ages, and then his gaze met Ron's. Their wide eyes reflected even greater astonishment. He lowered his voice. It's clear that Hufflepuff is truly 17's first choice. Ron mechanically nodded. I was thinking of something else. We share our school life with her, and she can extract so much information from casual conversation. I mean, the Ministry of Magic's Auror office would adore her. The professors exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that while gifts are a matter of sentiment and cannot be compared, it was apparent that this international student seemed to favor Pomona more. I have a great talent for planting. During my time in Huaxia, I even managed my own vegetable and herb garden. I hope to join your esteemed house, Professor. Upon hearing this, Harry realized that if Professor Sprout were not holding the bouquet, she would surely have swept Jiang Lingmu into her arms and twirled around in joy. Now he understood the meaning of Jiang Lingmu's okay gesture. Snape would likely not cling to her any longer, provided there were no issues with that precious wine. With Snape no longer lurking, Dumbledore would not make things difficult for them. Perhaps Professor McGonagall might impose a light punishment for the sake of a lesson. They were utterly safe. Professor Sprout could hardly wait to skip the sorting ceremony and whisk Jiang Lingmu back to the Hufflepuff basement. I share your sentiments, my dear child. My fondness for you is indeed profound. Suddenly, Dumbledore cleared his throat. I must apologize, Pomona, and you as well, 17, but I must remind you that, regrettably, the sorting ceremony cannot be bypassed. Therefore, whether 17 belongs to Hufflepuff remains to be seen. Dumbledore's words trailed off as he caught a glimpse of his herbology professor, who was regarding him with a rather disapproving glare. Nonetheless, he spoke the truth. Jiang Lingmu maintained her composure, fully aware of the reasons behind her admission to Hogwarts. Even if she did not become a Hufflepuff, she had at least garnered a modicum of favor from the herbology professor. The plan was progressing splendidly. I believe the matter of you 3 little ones arriving early has been largely resolved. Harry, Ron, why not take 17 on a tour of the school? I have another question to ask you, Professor Dumbledore. What would you like to inquire about, 17? How did you know we had arrived at the station? Did someone notice we were not on the train? This question had been on her mind for quite some time. Actually, I learned of your arrival at the station before receiving the owl's message indicating your absence from the train. As you so aptly put it, actions leave traces. And yours are quite distinctive. Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together. Thank you. She noted this down mentally. She had many things she wished to accomplish and could not afford to be caught again. All right, 17, shall we proceed? Is there a particular place you wish to see? Without hesitation, Jiang Lingmu replied, the greenhouse. Of course, I also wish to visit Hagrid. Her words were drowned out by the sound of rolling wheels. And just as she mentioned Hagrid, his booming voice resonated outside. Dumbledore, there you are. Splendid. With heavy footsteps, Hagrid's enormous figure strode into the great hall. His eyes instantly landed on Jiang Lingmu, Harry, and Ron, and his beetle-like eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? Did the train arrive early? Merlin's beard. Harry quickly explained, no, Hagrid, the train hasn't arrived yet. Our situation is a bit complicated, but we can discuss it at your place later, all right? Hagrid visibly relaxed. And Harry and Ron led Jiang Lingmu out of the great hall. From a distance, she could still hear Hagrid's deep voice grumbling. It's my oversight. I fear this year the castle will have to source some cabbage externally. Those wretched carnivorous slugs. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled. Was it not serendipitous? We're going to visit Hagrid, right? She asked eagerly. Although Harry did not fully comprehend her enthusiasm for botany, he too missed Hagrid after the long summer break. Yes. Let's head over there and wait for him, Ron said, walking beside Jiang Lingmu. I truly do not understand why you are so fond of planting. Was that everlasting flower truly real? What kind of magic is that? That is not magic. It is a craft. Is it so difficult to comprehend? Witnessing seeds gradually bear fruit, the satisfaction of harvest will reveal everything to you. By the way, I have thought of a gift for Hagrid that he will surely adore. Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the lush green grass, lamenting, what a pity. If this were cultivated land, how much could be grown? As they walked past Professor Sprout's greenhouse, Jiang Lingmu stole a glance and spotted numerous enchanting plants from magical herbs and fungi. Surely, these must be worth more than mere crops, right? Noticing the longing in her eyes, Harry misinterpreted her desire. We must keep the sorting process confidential from the first years. Although it remains uncertain which house you will ultimately join, your opinions will be respected, so do not worry. By the way, 17. Do you mind if we share today's events with Hermione, or even George? I do not mind at all. Feel free. Fantastic. Ron exclaimed, bouncing on the spot. I can already envision their envious expressions. Thank you, 17. By the time the trio arrived at Hagrid's small wooden hut, Harry and Ron were utterly exhausted. Suddenly remembering they had not eaten lunch, Jiang Lingmu also felt a twinge of hunger. She retrieved a couple of meat buns from her enchanted pouch, offering two to them while munching on one herself, all the while observing the distinctly defined Forbidden Forest. The vegetation of the Forbidden Forest was tall and dense, with the deeper parts barely allowing any light to penetrate. She twitched her ears, hearing a myriad of strange sounds emanating from the depths. Hagrid's hut stood at the edge of the forest, beside a small vegetable garden. A cursory glance revealed a meager assortment of crops, promising pumpkins, imperfect cabbages, carrots, and a patch of onions. There seemed to be a chicken coop as well, judging by the clucking sound she heard. If these were all meant to supply the castle's kitchen, she would indeed need to find a way to prepare her own meals. Suddenly, a small snow-white kitten leapt from her shoulder. What is this? Ron, who had intended to compliment Jiang Lingmu on her food, was startled by the sudden appearance of the kitten. He took a step back, somewhat warily covering his pocket. Is this your pet? A cat? Jiang Lingmu thought it best not to discuss the species of her pet with him. Yes, I heard from Professor Snape that I could bring it to school. Its name is a Xiong. We cannot enter the Forbidden Forest, can we? Can pets go in? A Xiong seemed eager to wander into the forest. Pets can certainly go in, but I'd advise against it, Ron cautioned. Before Ron could finish his sentence, Jiang Lingmu had already snatched the kitten and tossed it into the Forbidden Forest. How delightful. A Xiong hasn't been outside in ages. Ron stood aghast, watching the beautiful kitten's silhouette vanish into the forest. No, I meant the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous for your kitten. He appeared bewildered by Jiang Lingmu's reckless behavior. It will be fine. A Xiong can take care of itself. And let us light a candle for the magical creatures residing in the Forbidden Forest. May you withstand a Xiong's mischief. Ron looked unconvinced. In any case, I absolutely will not allow Fong to set foot in there. By the way, thank you for the pie. It was delicious. Jiang Lingmu did not have time to inquire about Fong, for Hagrid had just returned, pushing an empty cart. Oh, you all are here. I went to deliver the cabbage for tonight's feast, but it appears there isn't enough. Hagrid pushed the heavy cart beside the wooden hut, and Jiang Lingmu observed his thick coat adorned with various furs, contrasting with the clear weather and warm sunlight, leaving her puzzled about Wizard's clothing habits. Is he not hot? Or do wizards, like their magical kin, possess the ability to disregard external temperatures to some extent? Greetings, mysterious exchange student. It is a pleasure to see you again. I have heard much about you from Dumbledore, and he speaks highly of you. Oh, exceedingly well. Jiang Lingmu looked up at him, offering a sweet smile. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. What seems to be the issue with the cabbage? Hagrid opened the door to the hut, inviting them inside, and a massive black dog squeezed out from behind the door, wagging its tail furiously at them. Come in and have a word. Would you care for some tea and snacks? You haven't yet shared how you arrived at the school ahead of schedule. Ah, this is Yaya. Suddenly recalling Jiang Lingmu's inquiry, he continued. There's a swarm of carnivorous slugs that have taken root in my cabbage patch. By the time I discovered them, those wretched pests had already ravaged a significant portion of the cabbages. You needn't call me sir. Simply address me as Hagrid, as Harry and the others do. Very well, Hagrid. You may call me 17. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and indeed, soon they would hear more. If you wouldn't mind, could I take a look at the vegetable patch? Perhaps I can be of assistance. I managed a large expanse of farmland back in Huaxia and have considerable experience in cultivation. Hagrid's beetle-like, glossy eyes regarded Jiang Lingmu with curiosity. In all his years of work, it was the first time he encountered a young enthusiast for gardening. Of course. But Hagrid's impending words were promptly interrupted by Harry, who preferred to venture into the vegetable patch and confront the slugs rather than challenge Hagrid's snacks. Perhaps we could converse in the vegetable patch, Hagrid. Ron and I have encountered something truly extraordinary today. Ron, clearly catching on, nodded vigorously. Indeed. And Hagrid, you have no idea how remarkable 17's abilities are. She will surely save all your cabbages. Though Hagrid remained skeptical, he nonetheless led the trio to the vegetable patch. With Yaya trailing closely at his side, Jiang Lingmu observed Yaya, intrigued by the differences between magical creatures and ordinary dogs, yet aside from its considerable size. She found nothing particularly extraordinary about Yaya. Look, this is the spot. I've done my utmost to select the best, but it still falls short for tonight's feast. I hope it's not too late to place an order. Otherwise, the students will miss out on a delicious stew. Jiang Lingmu stepped into the field, harboring doubts about Hagrid's promised delectable stew. She bent down to inspect the infamous carnivorous slugs, which were a staggering 7 to 8 times the size of ordinary slugs. Their mouths lined with sharp, tiny, densely packed teeth, consuming the cabbage leaves at a terrifying pace. Harry leaned closer. I think I won't be touching any cabbage tonight. By the way, Hagrid, didn't you acquire a potion to eliminate them in Nocturne Alley? Jiang Lingmu inquired. Nocturne Alley? Harry replied, it's adjacent to Diagon Alley. It was on the day we met during summer vacation when I mistakenly ended up in Nocturne Alley while using the Flu network for the first time. That's certainly not a pleasant place. It's rather sinister, Hagrid concurred. Nocturne Alley is a favored haunt for dark wizards. Harry, you frightened me quite a bit last time. Those potions were ineffective, as evidenced by the state of these cabbages, Hagrid remarked, as he deftly used a twig he had somehow acquired to dislodge the slugs from the cabbages, flicking them aside with a slimy slither. Yaya sniffed at the slugs, but quickly lost interest. Jiang Lingmu resolved to take a more straightforward approach, rather than laboring to salvage the cabbages. She would simply eliminate the problem entirely. Hagrid, do you have any cabbage seeds left? I have plenty, enough to plant several plots. That is splendid. Jiang Lingmu stepped out of the patch. I've never encountered such stubborn pests in my cultivation endeavors, but I do know a definitive method to eradicate them. Hagrid, would you be willing to give it a try? Of course. It can't get any worse, can it? Jiang Lingmu instructed Hagrid and Harry to step away from the vegetable patch, pulling Yaya along with her. She raised her hand, and a wisp of ethereal violet flame flickered from her fingertips. Harry and Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. The flame gently floated from Jiang Lingmu's fingertip and, upon touching the ground, rapidly spread across the entire vegetable patch. Amid Hagrid's exclamations of surprise, the flames swiftly reduced the remaining ravaged cabbages, along with the slugs, to ashes. Burning the field. It's a method we employ in Huaxia for fine cultivation. This technique can directly incinerate potential pests and diseases, and the crops that survive the fire can enrich the soil. As she spoke, the flames that had engulfed the patch quickly diminished, transforming back into a small cluster of fire that danced upon her fingertip before vanishing entirely. Could you provide me with some seeds, Hagrid? Hagrid turned back towards the wooden cabin to retrieve the seeds, his expression one of utter bewilderment, though the slug problem had indeed been resolved. Harry hurried towards the charred patch, appearing to discover something as he reached down to touch the soil. Sure enough, there was no lingering heat from the burns. The soil remained moist, and he detected no burnt odor. How did you accomplish that? It's extraordinary. Hermione is also adept at fire magic. But I've never seen anything like this. It's as if your flame didn't vanish, but rather, like it emerged from your body and returned to it. But how can a human body store fire? Jiang Lingmu glanced at Harry, surprised by the insight reflected in his exceptionally clear green eyes. Your intuition is correct. It resides within me. Practitioners of wood element spiritual roots have a high probability of generating innate extraordinary flames if they encounter suitable opportunities. Such flames are often sought after by alchemists. Unfortunately, in this age of decline, many spiritual herbs and medicines have become extinct, making long-term alchemical cultivation increasingly difficult. If those old-timers knew she was using extraordinary fire to deal with slugs, they would probably be incensed. Chapter 18, Eternal Cabbage. Jiang Lingmu refrained from divulging too much about her extraordinary fire to Harry, primarily because he wouldn't fully comprehend it. She had no intention of concealing her abilities from the professors at the school, as even if she revealed the secrets of the Yin sect, it was unlikely any of them could practice it. She had long awaited the arrival of younger disciples since she was 5, yet here she remained the youngest. Hagrid soon returned from the wooden cabin with cabbage seeds. I'll begin sowing now, though it will take some time to grow. At least we need not worry about slugs anymore. 17. Your control over fire magic is remarkable. Professor Flitwick will surely appreciate you. You might even be sorted into Ravenclaw. Ron also stretched out his hand for a handful of seeds to assist. Hagrid, to be precise, all the professors would likely favor her. Perhaps even Snape wouldn't be the exception. Just imagine. He couldn't possibly refuse a student capable of presenting such thoughtful gifts, unless he were entirely a deranged psychopath incapable of accepting kindness. Harry also grabbed a handful of seeds, and it won't take long. Hagrid wore a puzzled expression but worked quickly, while Jiang Lingmu regarded him with a glimmer of green light in her eyes. Before long, the 4 of them evenly scattered the seeds into the soil, and the spectacle of blossoms erupting in the great hall unfolded once more. The seeds, hidden beneath the earth, sprouted at a visible pace, transforming into perfectly round, vibrant green cabbages within mere breaths. Ron looked at Jiang Lingmu. Eternal cabbages? Jiang Lingmu replied, No, I prefer not to link my life with cabbages, thank you. This was the fastest harvest Hagrid had ever experienced. The seeds had been sown merely 2 minutes prior. The word extraordinary had become tiresome to him. Yet he was now wholly convinced that Jiang Lingmu's claim of managing a vast expanse of farmland in Huaxiao was far from mere talk. Consider this a gift from me to you, Hagrid. Do you mind if I assist with the harvest? If we work quickly, perhaps the castle kitchen won't need to place an additional order. Most importantly, she was eager to accompany Hagrid to witness the true visage of Hogwarts kitchen and discern its precise location. The 4 of them swiftly engaged in the grand endeavor of harvesting cabbages, as Hagrid maneuvered his formidable cart to the edge of the vegetable patch, loading it with basket after basket of plump cabbages. That should suffice, he declared, his cart brimming with produce, a jovial smile gracing his face. I believe I can escort you back to the castle. It is getting rather late. Without further ado, Hagrid hoisted each of the 3 children onto his sturdy cart. And during their journey, he finally grasped how they had arrived at school ahead of schedule. This is highly improper, exceedingly improper, Harry and Ron. You actually contemplated driving a flying car to school. You could have encountered myriad dangers along the way. The Ministry of Magic would have had you executed. You ought to be grateful for 17. Harry and Ron clearly recognized the magnitude of trouble their impulsive decision could incite, leaving them momentarily speechless. Jiang Lingmu timely diverted the conversation. I noticed the magical creatures pulling the carriage. What are they? I've perused a bit of literature on magical creatures, yet I still cannot identify them. Hagrid paused momentarily. You can see the thestrals? Harry interjected. What thestrals? Isn't the carriage pulled by magic? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. No, there are creatures pulling the carriage, which you and Ron cannot see. They resemble exceedingly slender horses, yet possess bat-like membranous wings and are entirely black. Ah, yes, thestrals. A most wondrous creature visible only to those who have witnessed death. Hagrid enthused, his passion for magical creatures evident, a sentiment that Harry and Ron had grown accustomed to. However, they were more curious about another matter. 17. Whose death have you witnessed? Jiang Lingmu pondered. She had seen countless souls during her strolls along the shadowy path. Or rather, Hagrid, as he forcefully pushed the cart up a slope, noted that only those who truly comprehend death could perceive thestrals. Due to this characteristic, many regarded them as ominous, and numerous wizards harbored little fondness for them. Yet, in truth, they were exceptionally benevolent magical beings. For instance, they possess an acute sense of direction and, once trained, can pull carriages independently, comprehending and distinguishing routes. Of course, this knowledge is reserved for your upper years. I am the only one in Britain capable of training thestrals. Ron was captivated by Hagrid's narrative. Harry remained silent, contemplating the profound nature of death. Jiang Lingmu discerned that Hagrid did not intend to deliver the cabbages directly to Hogwarts kitchen. Rather, he simply set the baskets down in an open corridor. Very well. The house elves will come to collect them shortly. House elves? Jiang Lingmu inquired. Hagrid did not respond to her question, absorbed in organizing his cart. Evidently, his focus lay elsewhere. I must return to prepare, to ready the carriages and boats. He glanced down at them. You stay within the castle, all right? Do not wander off. With that, Hagrid hastily departed, pushing the cart away. Jiang Lingmu cast a questioning glance at Harry and Ron, who were obliged to elucidate the nature of house elves. No wonder. I never considered that. Could there be a castle older than Hogwarts? It stands to reason there would be house elves here. Ron exclaimed. I encountered a rather peculiar house elf named Dobby during the summer. He caused me no end of trouble. Thus, Jiang Lingmu learned of Dobby intercepting Harry's letters, disrupting his uncle's lucrative drilling business, and prompting a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Was this a peculiar experience exclusive to Harry? Or could every young wizard share such tales? If it were solely Harry, he must possess something distinct about him. Reflecting upon their shared experience of defending the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the previous academic year, she felt an urge to understand him better. She had an instinct that Harry was extraordinary. Before nightfall, Harry and Ron guided her through the majority of Hogwarts Castle, predominantly its classrooms. Hogwarts boasted over 100 complex staircases, ever-changing and riddled with traps. Even the simplest of doors bore unique mechanisms and concealed secrets, with arrangements that seemed at odds with the feng shui she had studied. With her knowledge, it was challenging to memorize such intricate routes swiftly. To be prudent, Jiang Lingmu retrieved numerous origami cranes from her storage ring and discreetly concealed them in inconspicuous corners of the classrooms to avoid tardiness. She was uncertain about the rules here, but in her sect, the practitioners of esoteric arts had a strong aversion to tardiness. She wished not to jeopardize the favorable impression she had garnered through gifts and her compliant demeanor. Only diligent students could reap greater rewards. Chapter 19, The Sorting Ceremony. Night descended in the blink of an eye, and as the sole 3 students currently enrolled, they were obliged to return to the Great Hall. At Harry and Ron's behest, Jiang Lingmu donned her wizarding robes, paired with a short jacket, creating an oddly mismatched ensemble. She gazed up at the ceiling of the Great Hall, where the illusion of a sky transformed from light blue to deep azure, twinkling stars emerging, soon accompanied by thousands of floating candles that illuminated the dimly lit hall. Why did wizards forego electricity? She mused. She struggled to comprehend their aversion to modern technological advancements. Were it not for the remoteness of her own sect's location, where running electricity would be prohibitively expensive, she would have eagerly sought to electrify her domain. Her own school of esoteric arts had long since embraced electricity, with televisions and radios to keep the practitioners informed of the outside world. While Jiang Lingmu drifted in thought, the professors arrived in succession, taking their respective seats. Harry and Ron noticed Professor Flitwick's face appeared unusually flushed, while Professor McGonagall had tied her azure scarf into a flower-like pattern around her neck. Professor Sprout donned a brand new robe they had never seen before, adorned with a blooming flower whose name eluded them. Several professors, excluding Snape, regarded Jiang Lingmu, who was gazing dreamily at the floating candles, with smiles in their eyes. Harry and Ron exchanged furtive glances, one touching his neck while the other pressed his hand against his chest. Miss Jiang, please come with me. Huh. All right, Professor McGonagall. Jiang Lingmu rose, waving goodbye to Harry and Ron as she followed Professor McGonagall from the rear of the Great Hall. She descended a wide staircase paved with marble, arriving at a lofty and spacious foyer, its stone walls adorned with numerous torches, their flames roaring. Through the massive, heavy door, Jiang Lingmu could hear Hagrid's heavy footsteps mingled with the chattering of children. Do not be anxious. You will soon meet your fellow students of the same year. Jiang Lingmu nodded obediently, watching as Professor McGonagall opened the grand door. A group of children, each significantly shorter than her, appeared beyond the threshold, regarding Professor McGonagall and Jiang Lingmu with curiosity. Very well, Miss Jiang, you should stand among them. Jiang Lingmu sensed a change in Professor McGonagall's tone, growing more solemn and austere, and promptly turned to blend in with the throng of small, eager faces. She quickly spotted Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, in the crowd, the strikingly smooth red hair unmistakable even beneath her worn robes. Hi, Ginny, it's me, Lingmu. Ginny's eyes lit up instantly as she made her way over to Jiang Lingmu, and the two stood together. Professor McGonagall, however, did not afford them much opportunity for conversation, insisting on silence as she led the newcomers down the marble staircase back to the Great Hall. Jiang Lingmu could hear the cacophony of voices from the direction of the hall. Evidently, students from other classes had already arrived. McGonagall ushered them into a small room at the far end of the hall, where all the children squeezed in together. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. The sorting feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, we must ascertain which house you will belong to. She briefly elaborated on the names of the 4 houses and the significance of the house cup. The sorting ceremony would take place in front of the entire school, and they could take a few moments to compose themselves while waiting. With that, Professor McGonagall exited, leaving the small room filled with the curious and restless first-year students. Ginny finally found a chance to converse with Jiang Lingmu. Lingmu, why didn't you come with us on the train? George and Fred said they couldn't find you. And neither were Ron and Harry. Jiang Lingmu replied, you might want to wait for them to explain. The situation is a bit complex. How does the sorting work? She tuned into the surrounding children's discussions, which were rife with wild speculation about the sorting process. Some claimed that a magical test was required, while others suggested an entire set of exam papers, yet none were as outrageous as Ginny's assertion. I don't know. George and Fred said I had to jump from a height and land right on a flying broomstick. I've been secretly practicing how to fly at home. Ginny's words startled several nearby children. But now I think they're just talking nonsense. You've seen them. Jiang Lingmu shared her sentiment. Suddenly, a few children let out sharp gasps, and Jiang Lingmu turned to see more than 20 pearl-white, translucent ghosts emerging from the thick walls. They appeared to be merely passing through, swiftly gliding across the room and exiting through the opposite wall. They're ghosts. I've heard them mentioned, Jiang Lingmu noted. She understood that by them, Ginny referred to the lengthy line of Weasley brothers. Yes, I read about it in a history of Hogwarts. The school is quite hospitable to ghosts, Jiang Lingmu concurred, though she did not perceive these apparitions as the spirits she had previously imagined. They seemed far too peaceful and ethereal. Soon, Professor McGonagall returned, instructing them to line up single file to proceed to the banquet hall. The hall appeared quite different from when Jiang Lingmu had last been there, for long tables were adorned with gleaming golden plates and goblets, and the tables were filled with people. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the first-year students awaiting their sorting. Jiang Lingmu noticed that Ginny seemed a bit fidgety. She accurately spotted familiar figures at the Gryffindor table: Harry, Ron, the beaming Hermione, and the Weasley twins, George and Fred. They, too, were watching her and Ginny. Jiang Lingmu tugged at the hem of Ginny's robe, signaling her to look at the long table. The moment their gazes met, a round of encouraging applause erupted from the table. Ginny smiled slightly, appearing less anxious. As for Jiang Lingmu, she had rarely felt nervous in her life. I'm really jealous of you guys, George and Fred exclaimed, each seizing one of Ron and Harry. I hope she can take me flying too. I wonder if she likes pulling off tricky pranks, or our special jelly beans. After considerable effort, Harry managed to free himself from Fred's arm that had been locked around his neck. As a beater for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, his arm strength was formidable. I think as long as you don't prank her, she'd be willing to grant your wish, he mused, secretly anticipating that George and Fred would prank Lingmu. Believing that the unfortunate target would not be her, Hermione shot them a glare. Be quiet. The sorting is about to begin. Harry and Ron immediately fell silent. Their illegal arrival at school having effectively irked Hermione, even though everything had nearly been resolved thanks to Jiang Lingmu's intervention. Ever since Hermione had sat across from them in the hall, she had been glaring at them with great intensity. You two are a real piece of work. You nearly caused a catastrophic mistake. If it weren't for Lingmu. Harry and Ron were still astonished that Hermione pronounced Jiang Lingmu's name so articulately when her next wave of admonishment crashed over them. Hermione lowered her voice, which only added to her authority. Just think, if you had driven that illegally modified car, you might have been discovered by muggles, and the ministry would have insisted on expelling you. Harry, you know what happens to expelled students. They break your wand. And you, Ron Weasley. Did you ever consider what would happen to your father if that car were discovered? He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry and Ron felt both guilty and fearful, not daring to utter a word, with George and Fred incessantly questioning them. They felt as though Hermione's furious gaze would pierce straight through them. It was only when the sorting ceremony began that they sighed in relief. Indeed, the sorting ceremony has commenced. Look, Lingmu and Ginny are standing together. It would be wonderful if she could join Gryffindor. She's truly delightful, Harry remarked. But Gryffindor isn't Lingmu's first choice, even though it's a splendid house. I still hope her wish comes true, Ron responded earnestly. But she also said it wouldn't be bad to be with us. Professor McGonagall placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students and set a tattered wizard hat atop it. Jiang Lingmu focused intently as the hat's frayed brim suddenly split open, resembling a mouth that animatedly began to sing. Brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. She could not fully comprehend. However, from Harry and Ron's remarks, it seemed that this last house had a rather dubious reputation. Jiang Lingmu maintained a watchful attitude. She believed that ill-intentioned individuals could emerge from any house, and such matters could not be generalized. The logic behind how Hogwarts sorted its students struck her as peculiar. She had only heard of tailored education, not categorization based on traits. As per the hat's assertions, Jiang Lingmu squinted, truly unable to discern which house she would be best suited for. Upon the hat concluding its song, the first years understood that the sorting was merely a matter of donning the tattered hat, which would determine their rightful house. There was no need to complete any magical feats or leap from heights to land upon a flying broomstick. Jiang Lingmu's turn approached, being among the earlier names called. Examples to reference were few. Sometimes the hat declared a house name the moment it touched a student's hair, while at other times, it would deliberate for a minute or two, but never too long. Finally, it was her turn. Lingmu Jiang. Professor McGonagall called, and Ginny squeezed Jiang Lingmu's hand reassuringly. She nodded at Ginny, and like the child before her, approached the bench to take a seat, firmly placing the hat upon her head. She pondered. If this hat possessed consciousness, it surely would not shy away from negotiations, or, when necessary, intimidation, would it? However, a minute passed, then 2, and eventually 5. Yet the Sorting Hat remained utterly silent. Jiang Lingmu began to suspect that perhaps the hat had expired atop her head, as all the students and professors in the hall were now fixated upon her. Suddenly, she felt the hat stir slightly. "Oh, peculiar hat. Can you not see that you've mastered the art of mental occlusion?" The hat's hushed voice resonated within the hall, catching Jiang Lingmu off guard. During the sorting of the previous students, it had not uttered a single word. "What is this mental occlusion? I discern the traits of you young minds by observing the memories within, yet your mind is a blank canvas. Unless you are truly a fool, you must have concealed them well." Jiang Lingmu contemplated earnestly. "Is it possible that you are simply unable to penetrate my defenses? I cannot even perform the basic spells from the textbooks, nor have I ever heard of mental occlusion." A lengthy silence ensued. Professors exchanged glances, while students began to whisper amongst themselves. "Is she a foreign exchange student from the Far East? Her name is quite similar to yours, Xiao." The Sorting Hat typically communicates directly with our minds, does it not? This is the first time I've seen it engage in conversation with a new student during sorting. It must be malfunctioning. At last, the Sorting Hat perked up once more. "Since I cannot see, perhaps you might articulate your desires." Her desires? Should she mention her fondness for herbology, or candidly express her wish to be situated closer to the kitchen? "I prefer the latter." Before Jiang Lingmu could utter a word, the hat suddenly sprang upright as if jolted by a gust of wind, exclaiming, "I understand. Gryffindor." The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, and applause erupted from their table. Jiang Lingmu. "No, does this wretched hat have any sense of accuracy?" At the instant the Sorting Hat declared Gryffindor, Jiang Lingmu distinctly felt a contract settle within her consciousness. Its presence was faint, yet it was there. "You asked me what my desires were. I haven't said anything yet." The Sorting Hat paused momentarily. "Oh, my child, I perceive Gryffindor traits within you." Jiang Lingmu glanced at Professor McGonagall, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with the stern and upright professor. She endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "No changes, I presume? I have never altered any decision once spoken." Jiang Lingmu yanked the Sorting Hat from her head and tossed it onto the bench, a grudge now established. "Just wait for me." Jiang Lingmu plopped down onto the seat Hermione had saved for her and met Hermione's worried brown eyes. Feeling that perhaps things were not so dire after all, she held a unique admiration for this girl, radiating with the brilliance of a celestial being. Harry sat directly opposite her, appearing somewhat cautious. "Are you all right, 17? Jiang Lingmu maintained her smile. "I'm fine. By the way, where does that hat usually reside?" The three exchanged glances, agreeing it would be best not to speak too much for the sake of the next year's new students. Hermione carefully chose her words. "It is an incredibly important object, very important indeed. We only see it once a year, and I believe when not in use. It must be securely stored by the professors." Jiang Lingmu understood, so her hopes of confronting it further were slim. "Lingmu, try not to be too upset." Jiang Lingmu exhaled. "I am not saying Gryffindor is undesirable." She was more concerned about the hat's fickleness, asking for her opinion yet ignoring it. Was it truly so insolent? Shortly thereafter, Ginny's name was called, and the moment the Sorting Hat touched her hair, it shouted Gryffindor. Like a lively little butterfly, she flitted over to the long table, taking a seat beside Jiang Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu noticed that Ginny seemed utterly hesitant to lift her gaze, practically burying her face in her plate throughout the meal. Subsequently, as Dumbledore emphasized the school rules, Jiang Lingmu hardly absorbed any of it. The table soon overflowed with food, and everyone praised the stew served that evening. Harry and Ron recounted the events from the afternoon in Hagrid's garden, while Jiang Lingmu's tale of flying in on her sword swept across the entire table like a breeze. Chapter 21. The first step to earning money. Faced with a table laden with an array of dishes, Jiang Lingmu did not conceal her lack of enthusiasm. The roast potatoes were unremarkable, the bread was decent, and Ron, sitting opposite her, devoured a chicken leg. She took a tentative bite. The seasoning was acceptable, devoid of any dreadful meatiness, but the texture was far too tough. In summary, it was unappetizing, especially for someone like her, raised on exquisite culinary delights. This grand opening feast felt like a further aggravation to her already less than stellar mood. Not to her taste, is it, 17? She couldn't tell if it was George or Fred who approached, sporting a cheeky grin. I imagine it must be an acquired taste. Hermione observed objectively. In the last few days of my holiday, I read some books and discovered that the dietary habits of the Far East differ greatly from ours. They possess an astounding culinary culture. My parents took me to authentic huaxia restaurants a few times, and while some dishes appeared quite peculiar, they were genuinely delicious. Jiang Lingmu cast a grateful glance at Hermione. How does one describe such a considerate and thoughtful girl? Ah, yes, Angel. However, you must eat a little, 17, or you'll be hungry later, Hermione said, adding a roast potato to her plate and magically warming her pumpkin juice. This is good, is it not? Harry, Ron. And I can help you catch up on your studies. Professor Sprout is generally very kind to students from all houses. Jiang Lingmu felt her discontent dissipate significantly. She nodded and began to tackle the roast potatoes on her plate. She believed that gifts would not go unrewarded, aside from Slytherin. She feared that no matter which house she ended up in, she would receive some small advantages. So she had merely lost her proximity to the kitchen. That was of little consequence. After all, she was in excellent physical condition, and even if Gryffindor's dormitory was in the tower, the time taken to traverse between the underground kitchen and the tower would not be substantial. As Jiang Lingmu ate the roast potatoes Hermione had given her, she gradually coaxed herself into a more amiable state, allowing herself to feel somewhat integrated into the joyful atmosphere of the long table. In her 13 years of life, she had never encountered so many peers. Regardless, the experience of studying abroad in the magical realm was one to anticipate. Even if her initial reason for being here was to repay a favor for the Shinmen. Suddenly, she felt a sense of awareness and lifted her gaze, scanning the professor's table until her eyes met Dumbledore's. He cheerfully raised his goblet in a toast towards her. A spark of realization ignited in Jiang Lingmu's mind. She had a hypothesis, one that merely required a touch of validation. The main course concluded in a lively and relaxed atmosphere. Remnants of the feast gradually disappearing from the table, restoring order to the dining area. After a while, an array of exquisite desserts graced the table. Aside from the ice cream, Jiang Lingmu was unfamiliar with most of them. She sampled a bit of each, ultimately succumbing to the foreigner's remarkable tolerance for sweetness. The conversation around the long table finally shifted away from the peculiar escapades of Harry, Ron, and Jiang Lingmu. The first-year students began to discuss their family backgrounds, while the older students shared amusing anecdotes from their summer vacations. Jiang Lingmu listened intently, enjoying the diverse family compositions and magical tales being exchanged. Before long, a senior boy with meticulously styled short red hair approached and beckoned Hermione to follow him. One of the twins intercepted him. Percy, what do you want with Hermione? The boy named Percy appeared slightly impatient. Step aside, George. Professor McGonagall has matters to discuss with Hermione and me. Percy led the bemused Hermione towards the professor's table, and one of the twins took her vacant seat. Hey, exchange student, George called out. Jiang Lingmu mimicked his tone. Hey, George. I'm not George, I'm Fred. But that boy just called you George. Who cares? Percy is our brother, a paragon of a diligent student and the head boy of Gryffindor. You can't tell us apart. Do you have a favorite magical trinket? Fireworks, delightful and whimsical jelly beans, or enchanted quills. I can procure them for you. Shall we make a trade? Fred wore a mischievous grin. Jiang Lingmu set down her fork. What do you want? Or rather, what do you both desire? Another nearly identical head emerged from Fred's shoulder. This time, Jiang Lingmu paid closer attention and discerned that this was George, provided Fred had not deceived her as he had others. It's simple. Take us for a ride, Fred added, using your broomstick. What do you say? Jiang Lingmu hadn't anticipated their curiosity to be so fervent, but she soon contemplated what she wanted in return. Of course. Do you know where the kitchen is? Oh, sneaking food? We're quite adept at that. Jiang Lingmu frowned. No, what could I possibly want to steal? My senior brother has already provided me with enough provisions for half a year, but that is only for 6 months. I'm uncertain whether I will see him again after that. He is quite busy and cannot always attend to me. He might be occupied with his own training or assisting Master on the mountain. She realized she would have to fend for herself, perhaps over the weekend. She could visit the kitchen to prepare more food, ensuring it wouldn't interfere with her classes or inconvenience her classmates. Very well. I'll take you for a spin if you guide me to the kitchen. George and Fred exchanged excited high fives, their identical faces beaming with enthusiasm. Ron, dear, what do you have to boast about now? Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance. At least it's not a trade that prompts us to fly. She genuinely worries about us and fears for our safety. Jiang Lingmu then witnessed the 3 redheads, flanking a black-haired companion, becoming a lively commotion. She considered another idea. Since these young wizards were so intrigued, should she perhaps establish a sword-flying experience? Charging 10 nuts per ride seemed reasonable, or perhaps 15. Jiang Lingmu, mind word with calculations. Soon, Hermione and Percy returned from the professor's table, Hermione beaming with joy, her face radiating a hint of pride. She pushed through the twins who had occupied her seat and announced to Jiang Lingmu, "Lingmu, Professor McGonagall has arranged for you to stay in my dormitory. She mentioned that by the second half of the school year, you might be in the same year as us, and it would be troublesome to change dormitories then. Moreover," Hermione's cheeks flushed, "Professor McGonagall believes I can assist you in adapting to school life." Jiang Lingmu naturally accepted, sensing that McGonagall had surely praised Hermione for her efforts. "That's wonderful, Hermione." Chapter 22. Gilderoy Lockhart. The dinner concluded in a lively and relaxed atmosphere. Before it ended, Dumbledore stood, his resonant voice cutting through the students' chatter and laughter. Now that everyone is well fed, I have a few more words to share. At the beginning of the term, I must remind everyone of a few important points. First years, take heed. It is strictly forbidden for you to enter the Forbidden Forest, and certain older students would do well to remember this as well. Jiang Lingmu noted Dumbledore's keen gaze sweeping towards the Weasley twins. She smirked. It seemed she had stumbled upon a shortcut, and she was certain the twins would be eager to serve as her guides. Additionally, caretaker Mr. Filch has emphasized that the use of magic in the corridors is prohibited. Quidditch activities will commence in the second week, so any students wishing to participate should submit their applications to Madam Hooch. Lastly, I would like to introduce the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon concluding his announcement, Dumbledore turned to nod and smile at a particular figure at the professor's table. Gilderoy Lockhart? Jiang Lingmu recalled the lengthy list of his works on the reading list, which had already cost her a small fortune, even when purchasing used copies. Immediately, a figure rose from the professor's table, clad in a deep purple robe, which was flung open to reveal a finely tailored suit of a similar hue. His golden hair was impeccably styled, and he wore an expression that she found indescribably nauseating and pretentious, as if he were deliberately flaunting his dazzlingly perfect teeth. He did not speak immediately, instead scanning the 4 long tables in the hall and waving at the students. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, simultaneously expressing their disgust. Ugh. Hermione, however, was fixated on Professor Lockhart, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Jiang Lingmu observed that the other girls around her shared a similar admiration. "He is truly impressive, isn't he?" Hermione whispered to Jiang Lingmu. "Many of this year's textbooks are authored by him. They recount his genuine experiences. If you read his books, you'll find not only is he remarkable, but his prose is exquisite." Jiang Lingmu pursed her lips. Was it possible that he had selected these books himself? Perhaps the abundance of Lockhart's works in the textbooks was due to his own insistence rather than his authorship of them. As for the merits Hermione emphasized, she perceived no magical aura radiating from Lockhart that could compare with Severus Snape seated beside him. Finally, he began to speak. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." He performed an exaggerated and ostentatious bow. "Due to certain circumstances, many of you may have already become acquainted with me through other channels. Yet the headmaster insists that I formally introduce myself once more." Jiang Lingmu keenly observed Snape's hand tightening on the dining table. Lockhart then launched into an interminable self-introduction, boasting of his membership in the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures and the 3rd-class Medal of Merlin. Jiang Lingmu found the most absurd accolade to be the 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. She harbored profound suspicions that Gilderoy Lockhart's arrival at Hogwarts was merely a ploy to peddle more copies of his books. Harry and Ron appeared utterly nauseated, and the twins were no exception. The boys at the long table exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Conversely, the girls exhibited a considerably more amiable demeanor. Jiang Lingmu surmised that this was largely attributable to Lockhart's rather handsome visage. "In any case, I am immensely honored to serve as your professor for the defense against the dark arts. I wish I could be modest, but my experiences do not permit such humility. I assure you, after attending my classes, you shall no longer need to fear the threats posed by werewolves and vampires." Harry remarked. "Modest? Him? I should never have stepped into the flourish and blots that day." Ron wrinkled his nose in distaste. "I think I'm going to be sick, mate." Hermione cast him a disapproving glare. "He is a professor. He is speaking. Even if you don't like him, you must show him respect." Ron retorted, "Oh, come on. I don't see anything worthy of respect about him. His charming smile, perhaps?" Hermione lifted her chin defiantly. "I believe this is merely a case of juvenile jealousy on your part." Ron's expression contorted further. "Me? Jealous? I must admit, his teeth are quite enviably healthy." Hermione turned away, refusing to continue the conversation, her hair swishing with enough force that Jiang Lingmu felt as though she had been slapped by her voluminous curls. "Oh, Lingmu, my apologies." Ron persisted. "At least we still have 17. Their performance was quite fair." Hermione immediately turned her attention to Jiang Lingmu. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingmu decided it best not to directly address such a potentially friendship-damaging question. In my heart, no one is more formidable than my master. I revere only my master. Indeed, Harry and Ron's attention was swiftly diverted, their focus shifting from Lockhart's nauseating self-promotion to the prowess of Jiang Lingmu's master, prompting a barrage of inquiries that left her at a loss for answers. It was difficult to ascertain which scenario was preferable. Finally, Lockhart's speech concluded amidst the unmistakable impatience of the faculty and the majority of students, and Dumbledore rose once more. I trust you are all well acquainted with your future defense against the dark arts professor. Now, before you retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song. Jiang Lingmu noted the fleeting expressions of dismay that crossed the professor's faces as Dumbledore finished his remarks. Soon enough, she understood the meaning behind the professor's grimaces. Dumbledore conjured the lyrics into the air with a flick of his wand, allowing everyone the liberty to choose their preferred melody. Ready? Sing. The hall erupted into a cacophony of varying pitches and tones, and although Jiang Lingmu sensed a hint of magic within the song, it seemed to harbor a modicum of protective power. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent. There was no need to join in. Music always stirs my emotions. All right, now you may return to your dormitories. Percy stepped forward. First-year Gryffindors, follow me, quickly now, don't lag behind. Jiang Lingmu and her classmates exited the dining hall and ascended the marble staircase, making their way upward. The young wizards, exhausted from a day of excitement, bore expressions of fatigue and drowsiness as they traversed the long staircase, with portraits and photographs on the stone walls gesturing and whispering at them. Percy led them repeatedly through doors concealed behind sliding panels and curtains, advancing up a seemingly endless staircase. These staircases posed no challenge for Jiang Lingmu. She followed closely behind Percy, her breathing steady and unperturbed. Just as the young wizards could no longer contain their complaints about how much farther they had to go, Percy's pace suddenly halted. Jiang Lingmu followed his gaze and saw a wooden barrel filled with an unknown liquid hovering above them, perilously close to tipping over. Chapter 23, The Bloody Baron 2. An increasing number of students became aware of the suspended barrel, their panic causing them to retreat down the stairs, nearly causing the last few to tumble down. Percy ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Peeves, it's you again." Jiang Lingmu fixed her gaze upon the poltergeist controlling the floating barrel, recognizing it from the account in A History of Hogwarts. Hermione quietly explained beside her, "That is Peeves, a ghost who delights in mischief." Jiang Lingmu nodded. "I read about him in A History of Hogwarts, the book you recommended, remember?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "However, he shouldn't be classified as a ghost, right? The book mentioned that he has existed since the castle's construction, but no one really cares about his classification." Jiang Lingmu believed that wizards' distinctions regarding spirits were far less intricate than those in the realm of the arcane. Peeves was less a ghost and more a manifestation of intense emotions. If she were to hazard a guess, this fervent emotion stemmed from the youthful exuberance of every student. Regardless of what he was, as long as he was a spirit, he was within her domain. Percy attempted to assert his authority as a prefect to compel Peeves to relent, but it was evident that the latter was not swayed by such tactics. With a sudden puff, an ugly, translucent dwarf materialized out of thin air. Its form was far more solid than any other Hogwarts ghost Jiang Lingmu had encountered, its black eyes and wide mouth clearly visible. At that moment, it floated menacingly with the barrel in hand. Percy shouted, "Get away, Peeves, or I will summon the Bloody Baron." "Oh, the Gryffindor prefect, a first-year brat, huh? That fellow won't heed your words," Peeves taunted, charging toward them while clutching the barrel. The first years shrieked in alarm, and Hermione and Harry instinctively tried to pull Jiang Lingmu into a corner. With a flick of her finger, a talisman materialized in her grasp. "Whoever you are, kindly stand aside. Diplomacy before force, as it should be." Peeves erupted into a high-pitched, shrill laughter. "Oh, an exchange student. I know you. The despicable exchange student who bribes all the heads of houses." Jiang Lingmu smiled slightly and glanced at Hermione. "It was he who provoked me first, wasn't it?" Hermione, perplexed, nodded, though she was internally pondering how someone who appeared so slight could be so heavy that she and Harry together struggled to pull him away. At that moment, Hermione was still oblivious to the concept of a stable base. "Go." Jiang Lingmu released her grip, and the soft paper talisman darted toward Peeves in the air. Upon contact with the spirit, the talisman transformed into fiery bindings that ensnared the entity. Peeves let out a piercing scream as the barrel clattered to the ground on the opposite side of the staircase, followed moments later by the sound of splintering wood. The Gryffindor students, including Percy, stood in stunned silence, and after a long pause, Percy finally regained his composure. "Oh, Jiang, I believe it doesn't deserve such a fate. It is also a member of Hogwarts. Truly harming it would invite trouble." Jiang Lingmu blinked, her inclination not being to eradicate evil in others' territories. "Fear not. It was merely a small lesson for him. Nothing harmful. just a rather frightful sight. With that, Jiang Lingmu waved her fingers, causing the fiery bindings to vanish. Revealing that Peeves appeared entirely unscathed, he ceased his cacophony and simply vanished before the astonished Gryffindors. Moments later, Ron led the cheer. Well done, 17. Even Percy wore a smile on his face. It seems we won't be needing the blood-curdling boggart anymore. They animatedly discussed the unfortunate fate of the poltergeist. And after ascending another flight of stairs and traversing a corridor, Percy finally halted before a portrait at the corridor's end. The painting depicted a plump lady clad in a pink gown. Password: Foodbird, Percy declared, indicating that it was the entry password, advising them to remember it well. The painting swayed and moved aside, revealing a circular hole in the wall. Percy was the first to crawl through the opening, while Jiang Lingmu supported herself against the edge and nimbly jumped over. The younger wizards, perhaps inspired by her graceful maneuver, attempted to emulate her, though most were less than successful. This is the Gryffindor common room. The boys' dormitory is over here, and the girls' dormitory is over there. Boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' quarters. That's all I have to say. Jiang Lingmu curiously surveyed the round room, which appeared exceedingly cozy and warm, with walls lined with plush armchairs and well-worn tables. A round-faced boy poked his head out from the boys' dormitory's spiral staircase. Harry, Ron, where are your luggage? It's not in here. Jiang Lingmu quickly retrieved the two boys' suitcases from her storage ring, eliciting another round of astonished gasps. Following Hermione to their dormitory, Jiang Lingmu found a round room furnished with 4 poster beds, each draped with thick crimson flannel curtains. The other 2 girls were already settled on their respective beds. Jiang Lingmu had seen them at the long table, but hadn't spoken due to the distance. Hermione had already explained the situation to them in a few brief words. This is Jiang Lingmu, and this is Parvati Patil, and this is Lavender Brown. Jiang Lingmu politely greeted her roommates, noting that Hermione's relationship with them did not seem particularly close. This is the washroom. You can place your toiletries here, and this area is for bathing. This is your wardrobe. Hermione flitted about like a busy little bee, ensuring that everything was meticulously arranged for Jiang Lingmu, fulfilling Professor McGonagall's instructions. Hermione, I can unpack at my own pace. You have many things to organize as well. You don't need to focus solely on me. I truly appreciate your help. I wouldn't know what to do without you. Hermione, blushing, smiled broadly at the compliment and began to attend to her own belongings. Jiang Lingmu placed her Hogwarts robes and several pairs of shoes into the wardrobe. After arranging her toiletries in the available space, she noticed a sizable empty spot by the bed and retrieved a woven tea table from her storage ring. The floor was covered with a clean carpet. Yet, Jiang Lingmu casually set down 4 cushions, stacking them neatly for the time being. She then produced an exquisite glass incense burner and a tea set, arranging them neatly on the small table. Her actions successfully garnered the attention of her 2 roommates, with Parvati unable to contain her curiosity. Miss Jiang? May I call you that? What is this? Parvati inquired, her eyes sparkling with unabashed delight as she pointed to the glass incense burner. You may call me 17. Jiang Lingmu replied, lifting the burner. This is an incense burner, used for burning incense. I've just arrived in England and am still adjusting to the environment here. Would you mind if I burn some incense occasionally? Rest assured, it has no adverse effects on health, merely a slight calming effect. Lavender also turned her attention, intrigued by the burner and Jiang Lingmu's unique arrangement. Of course we don't mind. I mean, you can take your time to acclimate. If there's anything we can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. Parvati added, I heard you dealt with Peeves. You're truly remarkable. Even the professors can't manage him. Jiang Lingmu found the dormitory arrangement quite satisfactory. She spread out the cushions and pulled Hermione over. Would anyone like a cup of calming tea before bed? We can have a leisurely chat. Chapter 24, The First Night Adventure. 20 minutes later, after sipping the calming tea and inhaling the soothing incense, the 3 girls were drifting into slumber. They each bid Jiang Lingmu good night, and Hermione, fighting to stay awake, completed her evening routine before dropping the bed curtains and succumbing to sweet dreams. Operation successful. Jiang Lingmu lowered her own bed curtains and sat in meditation on the soft, comfortable mattress, opening her eyes precisely an hour later. Although her master had prohibited further training, simple seated meditation could alleviate physical fatigue. Listening to the rhythmic breaths of her roommates, Jiang Lingmu confirmed that they would not suddenly awaken in the middle of the night before she gracefully descended from her bed. After donning her short robe and shoes, Jiang Lingmu exited the dormitory, passing through the common room, where the fat lady in the portrait at the entrance was also fast asleep. With the right timing and circumstances, it would be a shame not to explore at night. Her intentions were quite simple. She wished to visit the library to uncover information she had missed during her time at Diagon Alley a few days prior. While staying at the Leaky Cauldron, she had either been engrossed in Hogwarts, a history, or the history of magic. It was only during the dinner that evening that Jiang Lingmu realized she had overlooked a wealth of timely information. Thus, her nocturnal excursion to the library was straightforward. She aimed to peruse newspapers from recent years as well as those from a decade or more ago. Jiang Lingmu had yet to embrace the challenge of Hogwarts Castle's intricate staircases, so after stepping out of the corridor, she deftly opened the ghost door, utilizing the origami crane's positioning to teleport directly to the library. The library at midnight was even more eerie and foreboding. Jiang Lingmu could hear some murmuring whispers that fluctuated between proximity and distance, yet she remained entirely unfazed. Although she could not discern what was speaking, she was assured that there were no living beings or spirits within her scanned range. Jiang Lingmu stepped over the unimpeded rope and made her way directly to the shelf housing the Daily Prophet. With her senses heightened, even in the pitch-black darkness, she was able to see clearly as she retrieved newspapers by year, stacking them into a small mountain on the table, her browsing highly targeted towards Harry Potter. Soon, Jiang Lingmu located the information she sought. Harry, the boy who lived, the Dark Lord, 12 years ago. She continued reading until dawn, returning the newspapers to their original places before directly reopening the ghost door to return to the common room. She was only missing a tiny bit of information before she could grasp the truth, a revelation that would determine how conveniently she could navigate her time at the school. The morning alarm rang punctually, and rustling sounds immediately emerged from behind the bed curtains as the three girls quickly awakened, devoid of their usual inclination to linger in bed, feeling instead quite rejuvenated. 17. That calming tea and incense of yours are simply marvelous. As Jiang Lingmu finished putting on her short robe, she heard Parvati's admiring voice. She tucked her long hair from her collar and flashed a sweet smile at her roommates. I have plenty more. I can burn some every night. Hermione was the swiftest, already synchronized with Jiang Lingmu as they entered the washroom, while Lavender and Parvati were still changing out of their sleepwear. Lingmu, what is this? Hermione inquired, gazing at the black powder on Jiang Lingmu's toothbrush, faintly detecting a refreshing minty aroma. This is tooth powder. I made it myself, as I'm not accustomed to the mass-produced ones. It contains bamboo salt, bamboo charcoal, mint, and rhubarb, which are great for dental care. Would you like to try it? Is that all right? Thank you. What was that charm you gave me last time? I found it quite magical. Since wearing it, I feel like I can read much faster. Last night's soothing tea and incense have prompted me to delve deeper into literature concerning Huaxia. In Hermione's perception, Huaxia has transcended from a realm of enigmatic mysteries in the Far East to a treasure-laden mystical land. Particularly, anything that Jiang Lingmu lays her hands upon is bound to be exceptional. After washing up, Jiang Lingmu deftly arranged her hair with a wooden comb, and seemingly from thin air, she produced a hairpin to secure her updo. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, then lowered her gaze to her sleeves, pondering the necessity of sewing a concealed pocket within them specifically for her wand. It would be impractical to constantly tuck her wand into her hair. Although the wizarding robes do come equipped with a designated wand pocket, wearing such robes can be somewhat cumbersome for daily tasks. Since the wand serves as her weapon, it is far more prudent to keep it in her most frequently worn garments. Hermione, engaged in a battle with a wide-toothed comb against her hair, cast an envious look at Jiang Lingmu's silky tresses. What is the matter, Hermione? Jiang Lingmu inquired, noticing her gaze. Nothing, Hermione replied, setting down her comb, attempting to untangle the knots with her fingers, envious of those with naturally smooth hair. I don't even expect it to be beautiful. I merely wish it were manageable enough for daily upkeep. I wear a sleep cap every night, yet it still looks like this the next day. Shall I assist you? Jiang Lingmu offered. Last year, during this season, the osmanthus harvest at the back mountains of Xuanmen had been bountiful, and out of boredom, she had concocted a large batch of osmanthus oil. She had since forgotten about it, as she had no need for it herself. Will it be too much trouble? Hermione asked, her body instinctively turning away, convinced that Jiang Lingmu possessed some magic to render her hair silky and beautiful. The mystical powers of the East. No worries. You might be able to help me too. Jiang Lingmu retrieved a small porcelain bottle of osmanthus oil from her storage ring, poured a bit into her palm, and began to warm it, releasing a gentle floral fragrance. The scent of osmanthus is naturally rich and sweet, but Jiang Lingmu, not particularly fond of strong fragrances, had intentionally made it light, adding a hint of woody aroma. With delicate hands, she applied the osmanthus oil to Hermione's hair, which instantly transformed from frizzy and unruly to smooth and obedient. With a few strokes of the comb, the hair was effortlessly tamed, and Jiang Lingmu fashioned a loose side braid, securing the end with a floral hair tie. Hermione gazed at her reflection, utterly astounded. Lingmu, what is this? It's marvelous. May I ask where you acquired it? Can I get some for myself? Jiang Lingmu's eyes lit up, recognizing an opportunity. This isn't store-bought. I made it myself. You don't need to buy it. I'll gift you this bottle. Hermione quickly declined. That is not appropriate. You've been giving me gifts since we met. If possible, just accept it and use it daily. Consider it a return gift from me. I have plenty of this, and I genuinely wish to sell it if I can. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, intending to express that even if she had purchased it, it wouldn't hinder her from promoting it to others. Jiang Lingmu preemptively countered her unspoken thought. But I want to sell it to you. Your endorsement is more than enough to merit this small gift. Moreover, I would like to ask you for a small favor. I'm unsure how to price this. Nor am I familiar with the market rates among wizards. Could you assist me in researching a suitable price? Of course. I also want to subscribe to the newspaper. No problem, I'll teach you. Then you know how to order by mail. Chapter 25, Spirit Linking Technique. The bond between Parvati and Lavender is evidently stronger, while Jiang Lingmu seems to prefer Hermione's company. Thus, the four-person dormitory naturally divided into two small groups. Notably, by the time Hermione exited the washroom, 2 bottles of osmanthus oil had already been spoken for. Both Hermione and Jiang Lingmu were satisfied, one delighted by the new gift and having assisted a friend, the other catching a glimpse of the vast commercial opportunity hidden within this ancient school. A little money, gold. Here it comes. The weather was rather dreary, with clouds looming over the hall's ceiling. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione arrived early, finding the 4 long tables mostly empty, with only a few professors, whom Jiang Lingmu had yet to meet, seated at the head table. Hermione provided a brief introduction, mentioning they were elective professors, covering subjects such as astronomy and ancient runes. The dining table overflowed with food. Jiang Lingmu poured herself a glass of milk, added a bit of cereal, and retrieved 2 buns and 2 servings of fresh fruit from her storage ring. She refrained from sharing the buns, but offered a portion of the fruit to Hermione, cautioning her to keep any uncut seeds aside. Hermione had helped her subscribe to the Daily Prophet, and gradually more students filtered in, with professors settling down to enjoy their breakfast. Jiang Lingmu quickly finished her meal, leisurely nibbling on fruit while clearing a section of the table to set out her ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. What is this? Ron and Harry hurriedly approached, plopping down across from Jiang Lingmu and Hermione. Jiang Lingmu glanced up, observing Harry's unruly black hair and Ron's collar stained with toothpaste. Both wore their wizarding robes skewed and askew. If I'm not mistaken, that appears to be a type of writing tool from Huaxia, Hermione interjected, lifting her gaze from her book to answer for Jiang Lingmu. Moreover, I believe if you're curious about your friends, you should take the initiative to read and learn about it yourself rather than incessantly asking questions like a fool. Ron scoffed. Did I ask you? Oh, Merlin's beard. Hermione. Harry, look at Hermione. Hermione pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing slightly, feigning annoyance. What? Harry's eyes widened. But he was slightly more reliable than Ron. Hermione, your hair. I mean, you look lovely today. Thank you. Hermione smiled. This is all thanks to Lingmu. She gifted me a potion that makes my hair smooth and styled it for me. Harry ran a hand through his own hair, feeling a twinge of envy. Jiang Lingmu had already dripped water into her small inkstone and was grinding the ink stick. Hermione, now completely absorbed, had ceased reading, her focus fixed on Jiang Lingmu's actions. Oh, I thought it was elegant when you made your own ink while reading. It's not particularly elegant. You just get used to it. Jiang Lingmu set aside the ink stick, spread out the Xian paper, dipped her brush in ink, and poised her wrist, ready to write. I'm going to write a letter to Schwanman. Ron leaned in closer. Do you also send letters by owl? I have Hedwig. I can lend her to you. Harry offered. Jiang Lingmu hesitated, her hand pausing. Thank you, Harry, but I don't think sending Hedwig from England to Huaxia is a wise idea. Moreover, Schwanman isn't part of the wizarding world. Hedwig might not find anyone. Jiang Lingmu politely declined his suggestion, her flowing cursive gracefully appearing on the paper. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Then how did you receive your letter from Hogwarts? Harry asked. I mean, our first letter was delivered by owl. Jiang Lingmu genuinely didn't know the answer to that. My letter was handed to me directly by the Minister of Schwanman. I'm not aware of how the school sends letters to Huaxia. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu completed her letter, brief in content, one part assuring Wu Wei of her safety, and the other requesting his assistance in certain matters. Ron, the Huaxia Xianmen? I've heard my father mention it. He said Dumbledore spent the entire summer assisting Xianmen in making introductions to international mystical organizations. My father remarked that it has been quite some time since he saw Dumbledore so active on the global stage. The atmosphere at the Ministry of Magic felt peculiar these past 2 months. Jiang Lingmu cast a glance at Ron, surprised to find someone who was aware of part of the situation. Indeed, Xianmen is immensely grateful to Dumbledore, and I share that gratitude. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu dried the ink on the rice paper, forming a hand gesture, and clenched a piece of paper into her palm. The trio beside her watched in rapt attention. When she opened her palm again, the rice paper had vanished, leaving only a paper crane in her hand. She took a brush and dotted eyes on either side of the crane, which then appeared to spring to life, soaring from her palm. The crane circled around Jiang Lingmu twice before transforming into a streak of golden light and disappearing. Without needing to be prompted, Jiang Lingmu offered an explanation. This is a form of spirit manifestation technique from Xianmen, compared to the singular pursuit of the ultimate cultivation in the path of immortality. Xuanmen's sorcery is more intricate and convenient. However, Xuanmen's grand objective remains to save all beings in pursuit of virtue, which limits its practical applications in daily life, rendering it incomparable to the magical realm. She had witnessed numerous life-related spells at the Broken Cauldron Inn, which served as one of her greatest motivations for attending school. Spirit manifestation? Yes, it is also known as spirit infusion. Jiang Lingmu tore a round little paper figure from the rice paper and dotted eyes on it with the brush. Under the gaze of the trio, the little figure stood up, to grant inanimate objects a fleeting and fragile semblance of life that encapsulates the essence. The little figure wobbled toward Jiang Lingmu's fingertip, nuzzling against it before turning and scurrying toward Hermione, climbing up her sleeve and coming to a halt in her chest pocket. Look, it likes you. Hermione's smile was unbroken. I can't fathom it, Hermione mused, teasing the little figure with her fingertip as it reached for her finger repeatedly. Where does its life come from? Is it conjured from thin air? Does it possess independent thought? Certainly not conjured from nothing. I bestowed it with life because I like you very much, so it likes you too. Harry and Ron noticed Hermione's cheeks flush deeper. Thank you, Lingmu. How long can it exist? I haven't conducted any experiments. You can keep it as a little pet. It doesn't require food or drink. Just avoid letting it near water or fire. Jiang Lingmu stored her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone back into her storage ring. Ron and Harry, having neglected their meals, hastily grabbed sandwiches and sausages, devouring them voraciously. Professor McGonagall appeared by the long table, several stacks of cards floating behind her. She tapped her wand, and the cards rapidly distributed to the students. It was the new semester schedule. Jiang Lingmu was unsure how long she had been staring at it, but as she passed by, she lowered her voice to say to Jiang Lingmu, Miss Jiang, I dare say you will excel in transfiguration. Thank you, Professor. Chapter 26, Hitting a Snag. Our first class is herbology. I hope you two have done your pre-reading. Hermione rolled her eyes at Harry and Ron while holding the schedule. Jiang Lingmu glanced at her first-year schedule, noting that the first class was indeed Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. Ginny, why are you so late? Ron waved at the entrance of the Great Hall, and Jiang Lingmu spotted a head of brilliant red hair drifting in from outside, only to come to an abrupt halt as it approached, perhaps having run too hastily or for some other reason. Ginny's cheeks were aflame as she walked a considerable distance around the long table to sit beside Jiang Lingmu. Let us go to transfiguration together, 17. Jiang Lingmu observed the blushing Ginny and then turned her attention to Harry, who was engrossed in his sandwich. It felt a bit odd and uncertain, so she continued to watch. With time before class, take your time eating. I remember how to get to the transfiguration classroom. Jiang Lingmu popped the last piece of apple into her mouth. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall as countless owls flew in. A small number landed before the first-year students, while the rest flocked toward the professor's table. Jiang Lingmu noticed that one of the owls knocked over the pudding in front of Dumbledore, whose expression appeared rather displeased. Perhaps even more so than Dumbledore, who had lost his pudding, was Professor Severus Snape, whose gaze towards the owls was as if he were ready to boil them alive. The expressions of the other professors were similarly grim, especially upon realizing that none of the owls had brought them any letters. Amidst the chaos, Gilderoy Lockhart made a dazzling entrance. Oh, my apologies, this must be a letter from my readers. Fame is indeed a double-edged sword. Today, he wore a forget-me-not blue robe, closely resembling the color of his eyes. Jiang Lingmu noticed Hermione's attention had evidently shifted from the little paper figure to the defense against the dark arts professor. I think, Lockhart, that next time you should have Filch collect your readers' letters. Dumbledore, finally moving past his lament for the pudding, wore an unusually serious expression. Jiang Lingmu observed that Lockhart seemed to experience a moment of hesitation. Of course, sir, I will be more mindful next time. Lockhart, somewhat disgruntled, seated himself, dealing with the enthusiastic owls, while the professors, having lost their appetite, began to leave the table one by one. Time was drawing near, and the group gathered their books, preparing to head to class. Just then, Lockhart, having managed the owls, suddenly seemed to notice Harry's presence, striding down from the professor's table. Oh, Harry, I think I have a few words to share with you. Jiang Lingmu noted that Harry's movements became decidedly more agile as he tugged at Ron. Oh no, let us go. I don't want to. Hi, Harry. In the end, Harry could not evade Lockhart, who placed a hand on his shoulder. Jiang Lingmu noticed Hermione's cheeks were once again tinged with red. Oh, look, this table has quite a few celebrities. Lockhart flashed a dazzling smile, his gaze resting on Jiang Lingmu. A foreign exchange student from Huaxia, am I correct? I've heard you are associated with Xianmen. Out of a minimum of politeness, Jiang Lingmu nodded, her expression neutral. Yes, sir. Oh, perhaps you know Ministering Wu from Xianmen? I became quite familiar with him during my year in Tibet. Yes. That's the one from a year with the Yeti in Tibet. He truly is a cunning old fellow. Jiang Lingmu's lips curled slightly. Is that so? I just finished writing him a letter. Had I known you were acquainted, I would have mentioned your name in my letter, Professor. How amusing. Considering Ying Wu doesn't even speak English, how could he be familiar? After she spoke, everyone was surprised to see Lockhart momentarily rendered speechless, his dazzling smile vanishing for several seconds as he blinked his blue eyes in confusion. Haha, I meant to say he is quite a busy person. There's no need for that. We've merely met. With that, he forcibly tucked Harry under his arm and marched him out of the great hall. After taking several steps, they could still hear Lockhart's voice, polished and clear from countless speeches. Oh, I understand. You are bewitched by the taste of fame. I shouldn't have. You still have time. Harry is 12. There's no need to rush. Hermione's blush faded slightly as she observed the retreating figures of Lockhart and Harry, before turning her gaze towards Jiang Lingmu, her brow furrowing in confusion. He did not know the Minister of the Mystic Arts, did he? Why would he say such things? Ron, with a hint of disdain, remarked, the Minister of the Mystic Arts is akin to the Minister of Magic. He's merely trying to flaunt his connections with the notable. His tone carried a trace of schadenfreude. However, he did not anticipate that Shichi could directly correspond with the Minister of the Mystic Arts. Huh. Did you see his expression just now? He actually managed to keep his mouth shut. My heavens, I thought his teeth had to be perpetually on display. Hermione seemed somewhat incredulous, and Jiang Lingmu decided to speak candidly this time. The forces from Tibet differ significantly from those of the mystic arts, out of respect and courtesy. Individuals from the mystic arts seldom tread there, making it exceedingly unlikely for Wu Wei to appear in that realm. Moreover, in my estimation, this defense against the dark arts professor is rather mediocre. In terms of prowess, he pales in comparison to Professors Snape or McGonagall. In summary, I consider him merely a competent writer with a flair for imagination and nothing more. With that, Jiang Lingmu shrugged. Of course, he possesses a rather decent visage. If you simply admire his looks, Hermione, I support you in that regard, though his demeanor is somewhat less than commendable. In other words, if one appreciates other attributes, there is little reason to do so. Hermione appeared somewhat dazed as she departed. Jiang Lingmu turned to Ginny. Shall we head to class? Ginny nodded, and the two walked side by side out of the great hall. Just before exiting, Jiang Lingmu abruptly turned around, locking eyes with Snape's scrutinizing gaze. He had remained at the staff table all along. Jiang Lingmu offered him a smile. Despite his perpetually stoic expression, she noticed his hand involuntarily tighten. Was Snape observing her of his own volition, or was it under someone else's directive? Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment and concluded that the latter was more plausible. He appeared devoid of curiosity, his gaze often vacant, giving her the unsettling impression of a living corpse. Guided by the origami crane she had hidden in advance, Jiang Lingmu and Ginny arrived early at the Transfiguration classroom. They were the first students to enter, casually selecting a spot and opening their respective old textbooks. Shichi, your sense of direction is remarkable. George and Fred said they struggled to find their classrooms for days when they first started school. Jiang Lingmu smiled mysteriously, concealing her accomplishments. Chapter 27. Success, but not quite fully achieved. Soon, Jiang Lingmu discovered that the seemingly shy and timid Ginny was, in fact, quite talkative, albeit easily flustered. I've tried a few minor spells at home, and I had a fair success rate, but I've never succeeded with transfiguration. Professor McGonagall seems rather stern. Shichi, have you ever attempted magic? Jiang Lingmu recalled the four-poster bed at the leaky cauldron that had nearly flown out the window, and her smile vanished. I have tried, but not with much success. When I was staying at the leaky cauldron, I intended to use the levitation charm to lift the bed curtains, but I nearly sent the entire bed flying out the window, and I haven't attempted it since. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. Specialization is key. Perhaps she should wait for the professor's expert guidance. Ginny furrowed her brow slightly. Actually, you might have succeeded. You may just need to improve your control. Think about it from another perspective. Being able to lift an entire bed with the levitation charm is quite impressive. Fred and George can't even lift something that heavy. Jiang Lingmu felt her confidence returning. Before long, the classroom door swung open, and the first-year Gryffindors began to trickle in. Buzzing with excitement and sharing their enthusiasm about attending formal magic classes for the first time. The class bell soon rang, but Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive. Just as the young wizards exchanged glances, a cat leaped down from a high ledge in the classroom, its form elongating instantaneously upon landing. A chorus of gasps erupted in the room. Professor! Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened. She had not noticed Professor McGonagall's presence until the cat appeared. Indeed, wizards possess spells to conceal their presence. She thought she could invite Hermione to spend time in the library together. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the faces of the young wizards. No one is late. It seems this year's newcomers have a keen sense of time, which pleases me. Though she expressed happiness, her demeanor remained stern. It was evident that transfiguration is a paramount subject, the most complex and perilous among all courses at Hogwarts. You would do well to devote ample energy and patience to mastering this class. The young wizards nodded fervently, their attention fixed on Professor McGonagall. Then, with a casual flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed the large desk at the front of the classroom into a snorting, rotund pig. She observed the astonished expressions of the young wizards with satisfaction before reverting the desk to its original state. Jiang Lingmu was astounded. Inanimate objects can be turned into living beings? No wonder Professor McGonagall believes she can teach us transfiguration well. However, as she gazed at the desk now returned to its former state, she did not perceive any correlation between transfiguration and the art of animating objects. She raised her hand first. What is it, Miss Jiang? Do you have a question? Jiang Lingmu stood from her seat. Yes, Professor, I do have a question. Can that pig be eaten? A stifled giggle rippled through the classroom, and Jiang Lingmu felt Ginny gently tugging at the hem of her robe. Had she asked something terribly improper? Good question, Miss Jiang. Please have a seat. Professor McGonagall said, casting a warning glance at the giggling young wizards. At last, a student began the class by posing a profound, pivotal question. Regrettably, the pig that the desk transformed into cannot be consumed, Miss Jiang. This form of transfiguration involves the intricate secrets of transforming inanimate objects into living beings, which is part of your OWL examination content. Miss Jiang, food is the first major exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. We cannot conjure food out of thin air, and the pig derived from the desk is no different. It can run and jump, and if the wizard casting the spell is sufficiently powerful, it could even live a long life like any normal pig. However, if it were to be slaughtered and cooked, it would still retain the form of pork, but would taste like wood. Miss Jiang posed an excellent question. Gryffindor earns 1 point. Now, please open your textbooks. Professor McGonagall began discussing the content of the textbooks, and Jiang Lingmu diligently took numerous notes with her quill. Whether it was due to the language barrier or the considerable leap from the system of monk magic to that of wizardry, she found herself somewhat perplexed. Professor McGonagall handed each of them a matchstick, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a sewing needle. Jiang Lingmu removed her wand from her hair. Murmuring the incantation several times to confirm her pronunciation was correct. With a flick of her wand, she cast the spell. She felt a surge of energy within her, smoothly channeled through her spoken incantation and the wand in her hand, acting upon the matchstick. Her matchstick began to tremble, and Ginny was the first to notice this unfolding scene. Her eyes widened as she leaned in closer, and then the matchstick transformed into a very standard sewing needle, silver metallic, sharp on one end, with a tiny eye on the other. Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards Jiang Lingmu, but before she could fully appreciate the exquisite craftsmanship of the needle, it trembled momentarily and transformed into a wisp of fine smoke, vanishing entirely. Ginny exclaimed, "Oh, you can perform the vanishing spell." Jiang Lingmu, taken aback, responded, "What is the vanishing spell?" It seemed unlikely to be that spell. Professor McGonagall turned and presented another match to Jiang Lingmu, urging her to try again. Following her instructions, Jiang Lingmu attempted once more, and as before, the match morphed into a perfect needle before dissipating into thin air. After a lesson had passed, aside from Jiang Lingmu's unique situation, only Ginny had successfully transmuted a match into the form of a needle. Professor McGonagall assigned them a 6-inch essay. Jiang Lingmu had managed to deplete nearly half of Professor McGonagall's matchbox. Even as she sat at the long table in the great hall alongside Ginny, Jiang Lingmu remained perplexed. She contemplated numerous possibilities, such as her magical talent being far less impressive than her practical skills, and that she might be a poor performer in magic, with her spells failing to succeed. However, what was the nature of this peculiar circumstance that seemed to hover between success and failure? How was your first class, Lingmu? A group of second-year Gryffindors, reeking of earth, entered the great hall. Hermione immediately spotted Jiang Lingmu at the long table and hurried over. "Hi, Ginny. How was your first class?" Ginny's gaze remained fixed on Harry until he sat at the other end, separated by Jiang Lingmu, Hermione, and Ron. At which point she seemed to either sigh in relief or succumb to disappointment as she withdrew her gaze. "Professor McGonagall had us turn matches into needles. I had a slight success. 17 did it perfectly on the first try, but..." Hermione's eyes sparkled as she regarded Jiang Lingmu with the enthusiasm of discovering a treasure. "You succeeded on the first try? Lingmu, that's incredible. But what about Ginny?" Chapter 28, The Comprehensive Farm. Through the collaborative efforts of Jiang Lingmu and Ginny, Hermione finally learned the details of the morning's transfiguration lesson. Harry and Ron joined them to listen, and Jiang Lingmu noticed Ginny becoming increasingly anxious again. Jiang Lingmu had encountered an inexplicable setback in her first class, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated. She began to worry whether she could successfully pass the professor's assessments and advance to the second year before Christmas. Being 13 and attending classes with a group of 11-year-olds felt rather odd. Most importantly, she had never been at the bottom of the class, not even compared to her 16 older peers. Don't worry, Professor McGonagall is a very responsible teacher. She will surely help you discover the reason, Hermione assured her. I will assist you as well. Once our afternoon classes are over, I will head to the library. Hermione's gaze was resolute, and Jiang Lingmu felt a weight lift from her heart. Thank you, Hermione, truly. Jiang Lingmu was sincerely grateful, knowing Hermione would honor her word. Consequently, during lunch, she generously shared some of her delicacies with Hermione, while Ron cast eager glances in Jiang Lingmu's direction. Jiang Lingmu chose to ignore him. By the weekend, she planned to negotiate with the Weasley brothers, aiming for self-sufficiency so she could share more with her friends in the future. Although her culinary skills were far from the expertise of her older peers, she had acquired a modicum of genuine knowledge. Professor Flitwick, who taught spellcasting, was quite diminutive and needed to stand on a stack of high books to reach the lectern. Before the class commenced, he took attendance, and, upon calling Jiang Lingmu's name, he smiled and nodded specifically at her. Jiang Lingmu immediately understood. Professor Flitwick cherished the wine she had gifted him. In the first lesson, Professor Flitwick did not rush the young wizards into practicing spells, but instead methodically covered a substantial amount of textbook material without assigning homework. After class, Jiang Lingmu did not hurry to exit, even though her next lesson was the eagerly anticipated herbology class with Professor Sprout. What's the matter, 17? Is there something you didn't understand in class? Professor Flitwick's expression remained as gentle as ever. Jiang Lingmu recounted the events of the morning's transfiguration class, believing that seeking assistance could be invaluable, especially since she currently needed proper guidance and answers. Her storage ring contained ample fine wine, and she could always present the professor with a couple of jars later. Oh, I'm afraid I cannot address your query at this moment, 17. In all my years of teaching, I have yet to encounter a question like yours. Rest assured, it is my duty to clarify any uncertainties for my students. I will review some materials. Additionally, thank you for your token of appreciation. Now, it's getting late, so hurry along to your next class. Jiang Lingmu politely thanked him before departing the classroom, where Ginny awaited her to leave together, and the two hurried towards the outdoor greenhouse. The greenhouse utilized for first-year classes contained mostly non-threatening magical herbs. In fact, the majority were quite ordinary plants with magical attributes. At the very least, Jiang Lingmu did not spot any pods that would leap about or plants that danced in the air. Professor Sprout still donned her patched and tattered robe, though a vibrant peony was now pinned to the pocket of her apron. She accurately located Jiang Lingmu among the students and offered her a warm smile. Subsequently, she announced the beginning of class as a throng of young lions and badgers filed into the greenhouse. The lesson focused on lavender and nettles. Lavender could be used to concoct sleeping potions, while nettles had broader applications in potion making. They were to learn how to cultivate and care for these herbs, ensuring their medicinal value while enhancing their yield, which required a significant amount of written material to study. Jiang Lingmu listened attentively. Even though her affinity for plants bordered on cheating, examinations still loomed ahead. Even without employing any spells, merely standing beside the greenhouse or field could significantly accelerate the growth of the plants. The first herbology class progressed in a conventional manner. Yet Jiang Lingmu experienced a spark of inspiration. Thus, when Professor Sprout announced the end of class, she did not immediately leave but instead endeavored to tidy up the mess that the new students had inadvertently created. Oh, you needn't worry about that, dear. Professor Sprout smiled warmly, waving her wand, causing the scattered twigs and fragments of broken ceramic pots to vanish without a trace. The vanishing spell? Jiang Lingmu brushed the dust from her hands. Very well, Professor. Actually, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Professor Sprout nodded. What questions do you have? You see, I aspire to run a comprehensive farm in the future, and I believe I could cultivate some basic, easy-to-care-for herbs there. However, I am uncertain how a wizarding farm operates and where to procure relevant information. Professor, could you assist me? I can utilize my spare time to tend to the herbs in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout's smile widened with warmth. Rest assured, I happen to have friends in related professions. Most of the books you wish to see can be found in the library, and I can guide you to their locations. It seems you have long had plans for your future. I seldom meet a child with such clarity of purpose. If you wish to know some market information in advance, I believe I could assist you with that as well. Jiang Lingmu nodded vigorously. It is the professor's duty to clarify uncertainties for students, dear. You need not go out of your way. Such is the case. Yet who does not appreciate a heart filled with gratitude? No, Professor, I mean no offense. I merely wish to convey my thanks. If you require my assistance with any other matters, I would be more than willing to contribute. Professor Sprout replied, Indeed. I do have a task for you. With that, he retrieved 2 flower pots from the shelf at the entrance of the greenhouse, skillfully filling them with fertilizer and loose soil before scattering seeds within. It is not a troublesome affair. I need your help with an experiment. These are 2 pots of lavender. For one, I would like you to induce blooming as you did previously with the peonies. He indicated the ones in his pocket, and encourage it to flower in the shortest time possible. The other pot, I wish for you to nurture in your dormitory, allowing it to grow naturally under your care. I noticed that the lavender and nettles you tended to in class are thriving quite well. Professor Sprout's request resonated perfectly with Jiang Lingmu. Are you seeking to test the efficacy of my magic on the medicinal properties of herbs? Oh, astute child, since your aspiration is to cultivate herbs, you must also be curious about the outcome, am I correct? Yes. Professor, may I inquire about the results of your research once completed? Certainly. Without hesitation, Jiang Lingmu employed her magic to hasten the growth of 1 pot of lavender. Sparse, tender shoots emerged, then branched out robustly, sprouting flower spikes adorned with delicate lavender blooms. The soothing fragrance of lavender soon enveloped the entire greenhouse. Oh, this is not right. Professor, this is not the everlasting flower. I merely expedited its maturation with my own abilities. Jiang Lingmu accepted the other pot of still lavender from Professor Sprout. I will take good care of this one, meticulously documenting its growth changes using the chart you just taught me. Chapter 29. Fans taking photos. After bidding farewell to Professor Sprout, Jiang Lingmu leisurely made her way to the Great Hall, cradling the small flower pot. The hall was nearly filled with students and professors from the 4 houses, and even before approaching, she could hear the raucous sounds of merriment. Upon stepping into the hall, she spotted Hermione's raised hand and quickened her pace towards her. Ginny has been out of class for quite some time. Why have you only just arrived? Jiang Lingmu seated herself in the spot Hermione had saved for her, shaking the flower pot in front of her. Had a chat with the professor. What's the matter? I have good news to share, Hermione exclaimed, smoothing her hair, which remained obedient and silky even after a long day. My hair potion has been a tremendous success. Ron, seated across from them, paused in his act of stuffing his mouth with pie. Oh, dear, I should remind you. Hermione easily enters a state of frenzy. I must have heard her mention hair potions no less than 20 times today. Hermione retorted, they were the ones who asked me. Well, it is true. Lingmu's hair potion is both fragrant and effective. Ron dared not argue further and continued to shove pie into his mouth. Jiang Lingmu, glancing at the pie's filling after Ron bit into it, quickly averted her gaze. The kidney pie was of such an unappetizing nature that even a glance made her uncomfortable. Harry reached up to scratch his head. I think I might need a bottle. They are always so unruly. Oh, Lingmu, when you start selling, remember to sell me some first. Unfamiliar with the prices among wizards, Jiang Lingmu asked Hermione to help her compare costs, intending to set a price before launching sales. She set aside her utensils and golden plate, continuing to retrieve her dinner from her spatial ring. A bowl of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, a large bowl of pristine white rice, and a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup. She was grateful for her senior brother, who had a hobby of pottery. The sect was abundant with various jars, pots, and dishes. Not only did her senior brother provide her with enough meals to last her half a year, but he also meticulously categorized them. Lunch and dinner typically consisted of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and a soup paired with rice or steamed buns. Breakfast was a vast category, allowing her to take whatever she fancied, with snacks also classified under the breakfast category. Additionally, there was a copious selection of broth bases, paired with various noodles, rice vermicelli, and potato noodles. She could cook them whenever she desired. Countless dumplings, wontons, and tangyuan were available, all freshly cooked. Her senior brother even paired different broths with her wontons and provided small packets of dried shrimp and seaweed. The remainder included snacks, various festive banquets, and even considerations for her potential friendships, resulting in a lavish spread. Jiang Lingmu sometimes marveled at her good fortune. It was a blessing that she had not gone astray. During her year in the mystical sect, many factions sought her talismans. Aware of her interests, these factions from far and wide would bring local specialty seeds, saplings, or ingredients whenever they visited her. Now, she only needed a patch of land or a few flower pots to ensure a steady supply of fruits and vegetables. It must be said, the variety of fruits available to British wizards was woefully scant. By the way, how did your classes go? Jiang Lingmu inquired, curious about the blonde. Foolish boy's defense against the dark arts class. She glanced at her schedule. Splendid. His class was tomorrow morning. Hermione remained silent, her expression somewhat resigned. Ron exclaimed, oh, do not even mention it. I wholeheartedly agree with Lingmu's assessment. His teaching is even worse than last year's quarrel. I mean, at least he knew how to lecture from the textbook. Rather than bringing in a bunch of mischievous creatures, he couldn't even manage. Lingmu, If you were to see Lockhart wiggling his backside under the desk, you would save a year's worth of laughter. By the end of dinner, Ron had managed to criticize nearly every professor. Professor McGonagall's sternness, Professor Sprout's herbology class being particularly exhausting, Professor Bin's history of magic being both dreary and dull, and Professor Snape's class being one where Gryffindors should not even dare to breathe. Jiang Lingmu again checked her schedule. Potions with Snape was not until Friday. I'm quite interested in potions. We have something similar in our mystical sect in the way of eternal life. I am curious about the elixirs used by wizards. Ron shrugged. You're a bit late for that. You are already a Gryffindor. Harry hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Hermione, unable to contain herself, said, Enough already. How long will you complain? Do you need me to remind you that we are students, Ron? After scolding Ron, Hermione enthusiastically invited Jiang Lingmu to the library to complete their assignments. Jiang Lingmu knew an opportunity for extra lessons had arisen. What about you two? Please do not tell me you are not doing your homework. Hermione shot a stern look at the two boys, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Harry mumbled, I think I have Quidditch practice. Starting next week, as Dumbledore mentioned at the opening feast. Well, you are right. We must complete the essays for Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout. Harry surrendered to the inevitable, and Ron remained unresponsive, leading Jiang Lingmu to suspect he was too full to think clearly. Ginny, do you want to join? Ginny shook her little red head vigorously. I think I will just write with my roommates. Harry and Ron stood, their backpacks slung over their shoulders as they made their way out of the Great Hall. Jiang Lingmu and Hermione lagged a few steps behind, Hermione struggling to fit all her books into her already overburdened bag. Suddenly, an unusual commotion emanated from the end of the long table near the door, as students whispered to one another and began to make their way outside into the courtyard. Jiang Lingmu perked up her ears, catching snippets of their conversation. Again it was them. Again it was Malfoy. What had transpired? A new Gryffindor student had been chasing after Potter for photographs and autographs, only to be confronted by Malfoy. Oh, how distasteful. Jiang Lingmu exchanged a glance with Hermione, who, disregarding her books, hastily followed her out of the hall and into the sunlit courtyard. In the courtyard, it was evident that Harry and Ron were facing off against three boys on the opposite side. Jiang Lingmu glanced over and immediately recalled seeing one of them at the leaky cauldron, his excessively gelled, pale golden hair, delicate features, and striking gray-blue eyes. Oh, it was the little lightbulb head. Hermione tightened her grip on Jiang Lingmu's wrist and whispered, That's Draco Malfoy, the one you saw at the leaky cauldron. Jiang Lingmu recalled Harry and Ron's words from the previous day by the woods at the station, and four words sprang to mind, long-standing grievances. Malfoy was flanked by two burly, menacing figures, while Harry appeared significantly outmatched. A freckled boy nervously stood beside them. Jiang Lingmu recognized him from a day's worth of classes. His name seemed to be Colin Creevey, perpetually accompanied by his muggle camera. Was he the one seeking Harry's autograph? Chapter 30, A Lesson in Detention. Malfoy seemed to have said quite a bit, and Harry and Ron looked furious. Jiang Lingmu noticed Ron drawing his wand, which appeared quite old and worn, the tip nearly ground down to reveal a hint of the core within. Be careful, Ron. Don't act impulsively. Shut up, Malfoy. Hermione screamed, dropping her bag and lunging to grab Ron's arm. Ron's face flushed crimson as he glared intensely at Malfoy. If looks could kill, Jiang Lingmu had no doubt Ron would have reduced Malfoy to mere fragments. You're telling me to shut up, Granger? Malfoy sneered, lowering his voice. You should count yourself lucky to have been born late, Granger. My father says that had you been born a few years earlier, you wouldn't even have had the privilege to speak to me, being a muggle born. Harry looked extremely enraged, while Colin appeared completely dumbfounded. I'm telling you to shut up. Malfoy. Harry lunged forward, catching Malfoy off guard momentarily, but Malfoy quickly regained his composure, stepping back behind his two towering friends with a smug grin. Jiang Lingmu swiftly grabbed Harry's bag strap. No, how could these boys be so dim-witted? With Harry's stature charging in, it was akin to delivering food to someone. Harry felt as if he were tethered to a stone pillar in the castle, struggling to move forward, firmly held in place by Jiang Lingmu. She raised her gaze. Her expression icy. If you didn't intend to provoke others, you shouldn't have come here. As she spoke, she cast a glance into the hall, where professors were still dining, ready to intervene at any moment. Malfoy scrutinized Jiang Lingmu with a critical eye, an action that hardly aligned with good breeding, or perhaps he deemed her unworthy of it. Her warning seemed to have taken effect, as his voice dropped even lower. Oh, I know you, the exchange student from the mystical gate of Huaxia, and the chosen one. What a flashy combination. My father says that your gate relies on muggle transport even for foreign travel. The International Confederation of Wizards looks down on you. They believe allowing you entry is a desecration of magical integrity. Had it not been for an overly zealous recommendation, you wouldn't even know where to find the Confederation's door, would you? Jiang Lingmu's irritation turned into amusement. She was acutely aware that this boy was deliberately provoking Harry to incite a rash reaction, and she knew better than to fall for it. Just a playful exchange of banter. But now that it had escalated, Jiang Lingmu realized her composure was not as formidable as she had thought. Releasing Harry. The dynamics had shifted. Harry dared not let go of her. Jiang Lingmu fixed her gaze on Malfoy, succinctly stating, "Do you wish to perish?" Malfoy's eyes glimmered with excitement. "You dare to move?" Jiang Lingmu's expression hardened, and she crouched down to release Harry's grip, then executed a sweeping kick, causing the three boys to lose their balance. Malfoy's words were cut short as the two hefty friends crumpled heavily onto him. Their heads collided, rendering them unconscious. And no one dared to step forward to assist, leading to Malfoy's high-pitched scream echoing throughout the hall. Ron ceased his impulsive behavior. Harry stood in stunned silence. And Hermione's eyes widened in shock. "Lingmu, what is happening?" A low, chilling voice rang out, and the surrounding students, drawn by the spectacle, scattered like startled birds as Severus Snape glided silently from the hall in his dark robes. "Professor Snape," it was Malfoy who instigated. He not only insulted Ron's family, but also demeaned the mystical gate of Huaxia, as well as Lingmu. "I did not inquire. Miss Granger, know it all." Snape's cold, hollow gaze swept over Hermione, causing her face to flush instantly. "What transpired, Draco Miss Jiang?" Snape waved his wand, seemingly employing the levitation charm, lifting the two unconscious figures to reveal Malfoy beneath, clutching his chest and abdomen as he groaned on the ground. "Professor." She initiated the altercation. It was her hand that struck first. Jiang Lingmu remained composed, not believing that delivering a sliding kick to a brat would warrant such alarm. She had shown remarkable restraint. Had she truly intended harm, a single strike could have vanquished a multitude. "Is that so, Jiang?" "Indeed, Professor. He provoked me, insulted the gate. And I acted swiftly to prevent this from escalating into an international incident. It is as simple as that." Malfoy ceased his groaning, his eyes wide in disbelief at her unexpected defense. If Draco was disrespectful, you should have approached a professor to resolve it, rather than disregarding school regulations by resorting to violence. Snape's chilling gaze swept over the two unconscious figures once more, and he waved his wand again, seemingly casting a spell to examine the injured trio. Crabbe and Goyle are unconscious, and Draco has sustained injuries. Miss Jiang may need to face the consequences of her impulsiveness. Surprisingly, Jiang Lingmu found his reasoning somewhat valid. "Very well, I accept the punishment. It was indeed my fault for acting first." She sensed Hermione tugging at her robe from behind, and turning, she gently patted Hermione's hand, signaling her to remain calm. "Excellent." Snape seemed somewhat taken aback by her candid admission of guilt, noting that Gryffindor had finally produced a student willing to acknowledge their mistakes, something certain individuals ought to learn from. Jiang Lingmu keenly observed Harry and Ron clenching their fists. "Let us hope that your detention on the first day of term, along with your encounter with the slime ball, will render your mind a tad clearer. Follow me." Snape abruptly turned, his long black robes swirling with his movement, prompting Jiang Lingmu to deftly lean back to avoid collision. "However, Professor, I believe matters are not yet resolved. You cannot solely penalize me. My error has been addressed, but what of the provocateur Malfoy?" Snape turned his head, his expression frozen and cold, his pale complexion resembling a terrifying mask affixed to his face. Harry and Ron gazed at Jiang Lingmu with incredulity, arriving at the astonishing conclusion that 17 truly had no fear of Snape. "I believe he has learned his lesson, has he not?" Jiang Lingmu persisted. "That was my lesson to him, not yours, Professor. I have already faced punishment for teaching him a lesson, so he too must be held accountable for offending me." Imitating Snape's tone, Jiang Lingmu retorted, "These two matters cannot be conflated, can they?" Snape's brow furrowed deeply. In a mere second, he grasped the implication of Jiang Lingmu's words. Yet he failed to conjure a rebuttal. "Apologize to Miss Jiang, Draco," he commanded. Chapter 31. The Bat's Happy Nest, Bushy. Upon Snape's pronouncement, all students, including Malfoy, stood in stunned silence. Malfoy ceased his groaning, clutching his stomach as he rose from the ground, his complexion even more ghastly than when Jiang Lingmu had reprimanded him. He regarded Snape with a look of disbelief. "Professor." Jiang Lingmu fanned the flames. "Professor Snape, it appears Draco is unsatisfied with your method of handling the situation." In the next moment, Malfoy received a warning glare from Snape. He opened his mouth but dared not utter another word, glaring resentfully at Jiang Lingmu's face. "I apologize," he stammered. Jiang Lingmu smirked wickedly. "What was that, Mr. Malfoy? Your voice was too faint. I could not hear you." "I'm sorry," Malfoy exclaimed. Jiang Lingmu was poised to tease this loquacious young master further when Lockhart's loud, slick voice rang out from the crowd. "Oh, what has transpired, students?" Regrettably, I am quite fatigued today and doubt I can further indulge the enthusiasm of my little fans. Lockhart's voice trailed off as he encountered the cold. Warning glares from both Snape and Jiang Lingmu. Ah, Professor Snape. Meanwhile, Malfoy seized the opportunity to discreetly depart while Lockhart diverted everyone's attention. Since Professor Lockhart is present, Snape began, effectively pinning Lockhart in place. I must supervise Miss John's detention and attend to these two students on the floor. Snape cast a glance at Crabbe and Goyle. Would you kindly escort them to the hospital wing? Lockhart regained his confidence. Of course, my friend. My levitation spell will handle two students with ease. Harry and Ron exchanged sympathetic glances at Crabbe and Goyle, believing they would not see these two in class with Slytherin for at least 2 days. Goodness. Hermione finally let out a sharp gasp as they ascended the staircase toward the library. How dare she? She appears to genuinely dare. But Harry's face was a mask of indignation. Snape accepted the gift. He accepted such a splendid gift from 17 and shamelessly showed favoritism toward Malfoy. Hermione slowed her pace. Harry, I know you may not wish to hear this, but I believe Lingmu has performed admirably. You cannot expect Snape to equitably address the conflicts between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Lingmu has fought for herself as best she could, and the outcome is favorable, is it not? At least today, she dealt a significant blow to Malfoy. Indeed, a significant blow, Ron scoffed. Being squashed by 2 hefty fellows and uttering a single apology is far less severe than facing detention for handling a slug, wouldn't you agree? Harry pondered for a moment. But one cannot deny that compelling Malfoy to apologize could be said to have cost him half his life. Ron interjected. So what should we do now? Do nothing. Hermione quickened her pace. You two need to focus on completing your assignments. I must organize all of last year's class and study notes. Jiang Lingmu followed closely behind Snape as they traversed the long, dimly lit corridor, descending a series of staircases deep into the bowels of the castle. Silence enveloped them. The pair of figures, one tall, one small, seeming to glide through the corridor as if by magic. Jiang Lingmu had never before ventured into the castle's subterranean levels. During her tour with Harry and Ron, they had conspicuously omitted the potions classroom. Curiosity piqued, she observed her surroundings by the flickering candlelight. Surely, Snape did not intend to confine her in some dark dungeon. She watched the swish of Snape's black robes. Unable to suppress the image of herself suddenly grasping the fabric and tugging it backward, her lips pressed tightly together to stifle a laugh. Soon, Snape halted before an arched door at the corridor's end. Jiang Lingmu could no longer contain herself. Professor, is this the dungeon? She noticed Snape's hand pause momentarily on the door handle. Welcome to my office, he intoned with a tone that belied any warmth, his face wearing a half-smile. His eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Jiang Lingmu blinked innocently. Oh, my apologies, Professor. Snape's gaze fell upon the small flower pot cradled in her arms. What is that? It is a small task given to me by Professor Sprout. She wishes to know the effects of the lavender I cultivated under duress compared to the lavender I grew normally. Do not bring it into the office, leave it outside. Oh, in the next moment, Snape pushed the door open and stepped inside. Jiang Lingmu followed him in. The room was spacious, constructed from grayish-blue stone slabs, devoid of windows, with scant lighting casting a dim glow. Jiang Lingmu marveled at the miracle of Snape's keen eyesight after prolonged exposure to such an environment. Perhaps the Master of Potions possessed a unique secret for maintaining his eyesight. The room featured a grand, vaulted ceiling, and even the walls seemed to curve, largely occupied by towering shelves brimming with an assortment of jars and vials. 2 large tables occupied either end of the room. One served as a desk, adorned with quills, ink, and stacks of parchment, while the other supported several cauldrons. In the gaps not filled by shelves, 2 narrow doors stood, leading to unknown destinations. Jiang Lingmu squinted as she examined the jars and vials, recognizing only the smaller bottles as potions. The other containers held various unknown solutions, seemingly preserving biological specimens, and even human organs. Quite dark indeed. Having previously assisted with several dark sorcerers at Shuangguan, she found Snape's taste in office decor far more sinister than that of those sorcerers' lairs. Upon entering, Snape cast not a single glance her way but proceeded directly to his desk, coldly issuing commands. 2 buckets of slugs. Process them according to the method for treating scabbers. Your detention will end when you finish. I care not whether you are from the Immortal Path or Shuangguan. Right now, you are merely a student of Hogwarts, and it is best not to waste my potion ingredients. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself how fortunate she was to have reviewed some potion textbooks beforehand. Boiling slugs with tentacles. Correct, Professor? Snape replied. It is indeed cause for celebration. Gryffindor finally has a second student who can prepare in advance for potions class. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened. Who was the first? Snape remained silent. Jiang Lingmu recalled the textbook instructions. Remove the innards, boil at low temperature, and pay extra attention to the heat and temperature, lest the slugs dissolve in the pot. The steamed and boiled slug, adorned with tentacles, serves as a common ingredient in numerous potions. Jiang Lingmu had to admit that. Despite her curiosity, she resolved to avoid using it whenever possible after gaining a slight understanding of potion ingredients. Even though traditional Chinese medicine includes various herbs such as white and yellow moon sand, zhuopan long, and white clove, she still found herself incapable of accepting the slug. At the very least, she preferred not to deal with the steaming process. She could tolerate it better if they were burnt to ashes. Jiang Lingmu peered into the large wooden barrel, where each slug measured about the length of her palm and was as thick as half her wrist. Thankfully, their larger size made them easier to handle, akin to dealing with small fish. She noticed a pair of worn dragonhide gloves on the table, donned them, and rummaged through her toolkit to retrieve a sharp knife, commencing the preparation of the slugs. With a steady hand, she made a clean incision along their bellies, deftly pushing the unassuming innards out with the knife's handle, then tossing the emptied slugs into the steaming vessel. Chapter 32, 324 Malfoys. After processing over 20 slugs, the vessel was filled to capacity. Jiang Lingmu paused, fumbled to ignite a fire, heated the water in the crucible to the specified temperature, extinguished the flame, and placed the vessel atop the crucible. Turning back, she resumed her work while mentally counting the seconds. When the time was up, she removed the vessel with impeccable timing and poured the prepared slugs into a wide-mouthed jar to dry. The cycle continued. The office was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Jiang Lingmu frequently igniting the fire and the soft rustle of her quill against the parchment. After processing more than half a barrel, Jiang Lingmu had become remarkably adept, able to gut the slugs without even looking. She decided to take on 2 additional steaming vessels, simultaneously heating 3 crucibles. A subtle, fishy odor wafted through the air, prompting her to shut off her sense of smell. Once again, she marveled at Snape's remarkable fortitude. Why had he chosen to work underground? Was it due to a foul temper that made him a target for ill will? Regardless, it was of no concern to her. She wondered if, once finished, she could borrow his office to complete her transfiguration assignment, as the Gryffindor common room was rather noisy. Snape lifted his gaze from the students' assignments, observing Jiang Lingmu working diligently without a single complaint or hint of reluctance. His brow furrowed, as this was vastly different from his expectations. He had anticipated that the unyielding Jiang Lingmu would argue when he assigned the task, either rebuffing him with her status as an international student or making excuses to evade it. He had never considered that she would comply so readily and perform adequately at that. Setting down his quill, Snape rose to inspect Jiang Lingmu's progress. She had managed to process nearly a third of the second barrel in less than an hour. He glanced at the 4 large jars filled to the brim, and even he had to concede that the slugs had been handled perfectly. Approaching her from behind, he observed her deft technique, catching snippets of her murmured words. 324 Malfoys, 325 Malfoys, 326 Malfoys. Jiang Lingmu spoke in her native tongue, and Snape could only vaguely discern the repeated sounds resembling Malfoy. Though he could not understand, he instinctively sensed that it was not something favorable. After filling another vessel, she noted that 1 pot had reached the required time. Rising to switch it out, she was surprised to find Snape standing not far behind her. "Professor, is something the matter? Am I not adhering to proper procedure? By the way, Professor, I will finish soon. May I use your office to work on my transfiguration assignment? I might not have enough time if I go to the library later." "Professor? Professor Snape?" Snape pursed his lips, taking a moment to respond with a curt, "Whatever you wish." He had mentally labeled Jiang Lingmu as someone who would not heed his displeasure, despite her evident ability to read the room with other professors. She simply chose to ignore his expressions and remained oblivious to his irritation. Before long, Snape regretted having engaged with Jiang Lingmu. This bothersome little giant seemed to interpret his response as a signal to continue her incessant chatter. "Professor, what is this? Is this truly a human organ? What about this one? Is it a specimen or an ingredient for potions?" Snape: "Professor, don't you think the office is rather dim? The poor lighting must strain your eyes while grading papers, doesn't it?" Snape: 426 Malfoys, 427 Malfoys, in her native tongue. "All done. Professor, would you like to check my work?" "Professor? Professor Snape?" Snape inhaled deeply, finding the grammatical errors in the papers before him more irritating than usual. With a huff, he rose from his desk to examine the jars brimming with slugs. The quality was high, and her execution flawless. A sense of pent-up frustration washed over him. "Have you done this before?" Jiang Lingmu shook her head. "This is my first time processing slugs. However, I learned about alchemy at home, which is akin to potion making for cultivators. The materials we use in alchemy are predominantly herbs. Slugs are not utilized." Snape's cold voice carried a tone that was hard to decipher. Was it praise or mockery? "It appears Miss Jiang possesses a commendable level of tolerance." Jiang Lingmu's lips twitched slightly. So he was aware that slugs were repugnant. "Professor, Do you remember the day you and Headmaster Dumbledore came to fetch me? Jiang Lingmu removed her dragonhide gloves, rinsing off the residue under clear water, then retrieved a soap bean from her storage ring to scrub her hands vigorously. When I was in the underworld, there was a river called the River of Forgetfulness. If you had closely observed that river without fainting, then nothing in this world could truly disgust you. Snape seemed to recall something and turned to a shelf, retrieving a bottle filled with liquid, placing it on the table in front of Jiang Lingmu. What is this, Professor? The water from the River of Forgetfulness, a component for the Forgetfulness Potion. Jiang Lingmu. She had no knowledge of water from the River of Forgetfulness. Or did wizards have their own version of the River of Forgetfulness? Cautiously, she uncorked the bottle, and a chill emanated from the opening. Professor, to me, this merely seems like water from a place abundant with stagnant spirits, essentially, a location where the dead are plentiful. Perhaps the terminology differs. But this is not the water from the River of Forgetfulness that I know. The River of Forgetfulness holds not a single drop of water. Only the countless souls trapped in an unending cycle of despair. That sight, each recollection sends a shiver down my spine. Snape found himself unable to envision that scene. He recalled the river adjacent to a vast field of crimson flowers, dark and wide, flowing slowly. He even envisioned the shadow of a fairy landing. If there was no water, how could there be a landing? Curiosity flickered within him, but he suppressed the thought of asking Jiang Lingmu to show him. Remaining silent, Snape returned the bottle to its original place and resumed his position behind the desk to continue grading assignments. Jiang Lingmu, fully aware of her surroundings, withdrew her Transfiguration textbook, paper, and notes that Hermione had prepared for her from her storage ring. Though she claimed to be writing a paper, she would merely reiterate the key points discussed by Professor McGonagall in class, supplemented with additional content drawn from her extracurricular materials, much of which Hermione had meticulously transcribed for her. In the end, she attempted to pen a brief summary of her reflections. However, she truly had no thoughts to share. She was even baffled by the state of her transfiguration spell. Jiang Lingmu completed all she could write, measuring it with an old ruler, which turned out to be precisely 6 inches. In the space designated for her reflections, she candidly expressed her utter confusion about her own shortcomings. Chapter 33, The Peculiar Competitive Spirit. Amidst her gloom and frustration, Jiang Lingmu opted to continue pestering Severus Snape. Professor, have you not yet tried the wine I gifted you? Why not give it a taste? If you do, your complexion might not appear as dreadful as it does now. With a swift motion, Snape pressed his quill down hard, leaving a distinct mark on the parchment. He waved his wand, and the delicate porcelain bottle Jiang Lingmu had presented the previous day inexplicably soared into view, landing upon her Transfiguration textbook. In a cold voice, he remarked, "You reminded me. Take it back. I do not accept gifts from students." Jiang Lingmu blinked in surprise, interpreting his gesture as a sign of goodwill. Was he rejecting her kindness? Such behavior felt oddly familiar. Yet it was not so. This stern professor might not even appreciate the sentiment. Jiang Lingmu acknowledged her peculiar competitive spirit had ignited. Without further ado, she retrieved a glass cup from her space, removed the cork from the porcelain bottle, tilted it, and poured out a stream of emerald liquid. The translucent beverage swayed gently within the glass, its radiance undiminished even in the dimly lit cellar, casting a splendid glow in concert with the vessel. A delicate aroma of the wine, mingled with the fragrance of bamboo and medicinal herbs, wafted through the relatively enclosed room. Though not overpowering, it was distinctly refreshing. Jiang Lingmu clearly noted Snape's hand pause as he marked papers. I understand, Professor, that you may indeed have little interest in wine. My gift of medicinal wine is due to the ingredients contained within. She enumerated the components: bamboo leaves, dried tangerine peel, broadleaf aromatic, sandalwood, cardamom, mountain ginger, gardenia, clove, and white chrysanthemum. In traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a unique philosophy known as medicinal food is of the same origin, wherein medicinal cuisine and wines are extensively utilized. Some ancient formulas are no less effective than the potions I have encountered in my studies. Are you not even curious about its effects? After all, you are a master of potions. Even if his curiosity waned in other matters, did he not possess a flicker of enthusiasm for his own craft? Snape lifted his gaze, his expression still icy. You should return. Jiang Lingmu understood. A lack of refusal signified acceptance. Yet, as a teacher, he must preserve his pride and refrain from overturning previous decisions. Then may I request a catalog for potion ingredients? Not the simplified version for students, but the one you possess. She needed to investigate which herbs were most lucrative. This time, Snape did not even resort to his wand. Jiang Lingmu observed him impatiently tap his fingers, and a catalog flew from the shelves behind him, landing at her feet. A breakthrough. I have one final request, Professor. My transfiguration class this morning was a failure, and I wish to seek your guidance. Snape's patience appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion. I would recommend you consult your head of house. but I sense your prowess is formidable. I can feel the vibrant fluctuations of your magic. Akin to a lake stirred by a torrential downpour, dynamic yet profound. No one could resist flattery. If one compliment failed, she would employ two, and if those faltered, she would adorn her words with more exquisite and pertinent adjectives. Most importantly, Jiang Lingmu genuinely believed in his strength. Of course, Professor McGonagall was also impressive, but the magical essence emanating from the two felt entirely different. Snape remained silent for a moment, his expression unyielding. He rose, stating, "Put away your feeble cunning. Perhaps other professors may be charmed by your antics, but you cannot deceive me." He impatiently tossed a stick onto Jiang Lingmu's desk, which resembled processed herbal material rather than a mere matchstick. Automatically filtering out his words, Jiang Lingmu drew her wand and cast a spell upon the small stick. And the scene from the morning transfiguration class unfolded once more. A perfectly formed sewing needle appeared, only to vanish swiftly. Snape raised an eyebrow. "You can sense the magic in others. Can you not feel your own?" Jiang Lingmu shot her gaze upward, startled. "What do you mean, Professor? What have you disowned?" Snape's lips curled into a cold, vindictive smile. "Now, return to your Gryffindor tower." Jiang Lingmu was left with two question marks. Why does this professor only teach halfway? In the next moment, she felt a blurring sensation, and both she and her papers were unceremoniously ejected from the room, her feather quill included. The arched door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Fortunately, Snape had not discarded the bamboo leaf wine along with her. Undeterred, Jiang Lingmu knocked on the door. "Professor Snape, please remember to return my cup. I quite fancy that glass." The only response was the sound of the lock being tightened. Gathering her scattered papers, Jiang Lingmu cheerfully bounced away, cradling her little flower pot. Upon returning to the Gryffindor tower, she found the common room abuzz with noise. The Weasley twins were sharing a peculiar candy with their friend Lee Jordan, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The instant Jiang Lingmu leaped through the entrance, it was as if the cacophony had been paused momentarily. George and Fred burst forth from the throng. George's face contorted in a disgust akin to having swallowed a fly. Jiang Lingmu squinted, questioning what he had consumed. Fred, ever familiar, draped his arm over her shoulder. "Hey, 17. How are you? Did the old bat give you a hard time?" "Lingmu, you're back. Sooner than I anticipated. How was it?" Hermione rushed over, shoving Fred aside. Jiang Lingmu noticed Fred sulk into George's embrace, who, despite his grimace, immediately comforted his brother, as if it were an instinctive response. "Oh, Hermione. What do I mean to you? A mere obstacle?" Hermione ignored him, waiting for Jiang Lingmu's reply, while Harry and Ron rose from their armchairs. As longtime victims of Snape, they were genuinely concerned that Jiang Lingmu might have faced undue hardship on her very first day of class. "I'm perfectly fine. I just spent some time working in Professor Snape's office, and after detention, I returned. That's all." Jiang Lingmu felt her classmates were somewhat exaggerating the situation. After all, Snape was still a teacher. He would not resort to turning her into a specimen. Moreover, he might not even be able to overpower her. Seeing her expression not resembling that of an abused victim, the group gradually dispersed. George and Fred both gave her a thumbs up. "I must say, you are the bravest person I've ever met. Long live Gryffindor." The twins linked arms and returned to their playful antics, while Hermione pulled Jiang Lingmu to a cozy corner of the common room, settling her into a soft armchair. "So how are you now? Do you need to rest? I mean, have you completed your homework?" Ron abruptly turned to her. "Oh, Hermione." Jiang Lingmu produced her small essay and the potion materials catalog from her space. "I did write it. I worked on it in Professor Snape's office. I could have returned earlier, but I was delayed by my homework." Ron's expression resembled that of someone who had just been caught by Lockhart and kissed. "Oh, Merlin." Chapter 34, The Orphan. Silence enveloped the small corner where the four of them sat. After a while, Harry, seemingly lost in thought, finally spoke. His voice sounded as though it had been scraped by something coarse. "You, how dare you? I mean, how did you manage to write that transfiguration essay in front of Snape?" Hermione was quite displeased with Harry's inquiry. At the very least, it indicates that Lingmu is passionate about learning. I suspect she found the common room too noisy and didn't want to linger in the library for too long. Jiang Lingmu grasped Hermione's hand tightly, resonating with her sentiment. That had been her thought. She just later discovered that being a little cheeky in front of Snape was rather amusing. "Lingmu, what is this? A mail-order catalog?" "Oh, this is a catalog for potion ingredients, a more sophisticated version than what the students receive. It belongs to Professor Snape." Ron was nearly losing his voice. "You stole Snape's mail-order catalog?" Jiang Lingmu paused briefly. "Couldn't I have asked the professor for it? And he simply gave it to me?" Ron appeared dazed. "So, Lingmu, what do you think of Professor Snape?" Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment. "He is quite interesting and formidable. I asked him about the issues I was facing in Transfiguration, and it seemed he picked up on something. But he didn't tell me directly. Was he hoping I would figure it out myself?" The other three exchanged glances. Why? Could it be that the Snape Lingmu knows is not the same one we know? Ron and Harry anxiously engaged in a game of wizardess chess, exchanging glances filled with concern. Hermione, meanwhile, diligently rummaged through the various magical toiletries catalog, occasionally jotting down notes on parchment. Jiang Lingmu was similarly occupied, studying the mail-order catalog for potion ingredients, examining the herbs and prices, occasionally flipping through 1,000 magical herbs and fungi for comparison. Mugwort infusion, 1 galleon per bottle. Castor oil, 4 galleons per bottle. Daisy roots, 20 for 1 galleon. And toadstool essence, 2 galleons per bottle. Soon she realized that merely studying the mail-order catalog for potion materials was of little significance, as it sold only finished products. And she had no idea how many herbs could yield how many finished products. Jiang Lingmu closed the catalog, concluding that she should take her time. The road ahead was long. That night, Jiang Lingmu did not meditate or take a night stroll. Instead, she drifted into a sweet slumber with the soothing aroma of calming incense. The next morning, around 5, she quietly arose from the tower. The sky had yet to fully brighten. Jiang Lingmu ran a few laps along the edge of the forbidden forest and practiced Tai Chi before returning to wash up with Hermione. They arrived early again, and breakfast had yet to begin. As soon as Hermione sat down, she pulled out a book from her bag. Today, she used Jiang Lingmu's osmanthus oil, her brown curls cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Lingmu, how did you come back from outside so early this morning? What were you doing? I went to exercise. Ran a bit, practiced some martial arts. Hermione replied, I'm a little curious. What do students at the Xianmen usually do? Every day consists of martial arts practice and classes. There's not much else, similar to the little wizards here. It's just that the entertainment options for Hogwarts little wizards are somewhat richer. You practice martial arts every day? Indeed, the body is the foundation of everything. Jiang Lingmu said, retrieving a clay pot and a small stove base from her spatial ring. Inside the pot was rich chicken soup. Jiang Lingmu tossed a fire control talisman into the stove. Although she possessed a unique flame, it was not suitable for cooking, as it could easily obliterate both pot and food. The stove ignited with an orange-red flame, and soon the chicken soup began to bubble, filling the hall with a delectable aroma. Jiang Lingmu removed the pot from the stove, ladled out 2 bowls of chicken soup, and offered one to Hermione, who was trying hard to conceal her eager expression. Give it a try. Hermione instinctively declined. Oh, I'll pass. You're not used to the food here, so save it for yourself. Jiang Lingmu smiled. It's fine. I actually plan to use the school's kitchen to prepare my own meals, and I'm only sharing this with you. How much can you eat? Jiang Lingmu set aside the pot and took out another empty pot, using elemental magic to fill it with water, preparing to boil wontons. Hermione took a spoonful of the chicken soup, initially thinking that having Harry and Ron as friends at school was wonderful. However, comparisons between people can be disheartening. As Jiang Lingmu's wontons began to float on the surface of the water, breakfast finally appeared on the table, with students entering the hall one after another. What new dishes has the kitchen prepared today? It smells so good. I must try it. Huh, it's the same as before. Where is that delightful aroma coming from? They soon felt disappointment. It turned out to be Jiang Lingmu's exclusive offering. Jiang Lingmu ladled the gold ingot-shaped wontons into the chicken soup, and Hermione had already developed a new way to enjoy the soup with crispy toast. Jiang Lingmu gave her a thumbs up, dipping toast in soup. Balancing dry and wet textures was indeed a culinary skill. The two savored their meal with great delight, completely ignoring the somewhat resentful gazes from Harry and Ron. Ron fiddled with the roasted sausages on his plate, feeling for the first time that they were rather bland and monotonous. Oh, so you're best friends now? Don't say that, Ron. After I start cooking for myself this weekend, I'll be able to share delicious food with you both. What I'm eating now is all specially prepared by my senior brother. It's a bit of this and a bit of that. So please understand the feelings of an international student far from home. Jiang Lingmu candidly expressed, causing Ron to feel somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Lingmu, your brother is really kind to you. Look at me, look at Percy, George, and Fred. To be precise, it's senior brother, not brother. You can think of it as a very close upperclassman without blood relations. I have no siblings. Ron asked, did your parents only have you? Just like Hermione? I have no parents. I was found and raised by my master at the foot of the mountain. My master said I was just born not long before he found me. He didn't know if I had been abandoned or deliberately placed there. Jiang Lingmu spoke with a calm tone, and the table fell into a sudden silence. After a moment, Ron stammered, I'm sorry, Lingmu, I didn't know. Huh. A deliberately sharp cold laugh interrupted Ron's explanation. Jiang Lingmu glanced up to see the bulbous-headed Draco standing behind Harry and Ron, a bothersome smile plastered across his pale face. Behind him loomed Crabbe and Goyle, resembling brown bears guarding him. Draco lowered his voice. It seems the freakish trio has gained another significant member. Let me see. A traitor among wizards. He shot a sidelong glance at Ron. Filthy muggle-born. He then shot a glare at Hermione. The chosen one, Potter. You finally have a companion. Orphans together. I suppose you must share quite a few commonalities. Chapter 35. Who dares to speak like that? Jiang Lingmu did not wish to ruin the good mood so early in the morning, nor did she have the energy to bicker with the child. An orphan is just an orphan. She indeed was one, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, Harry and Ron appeared ready to explode with anger. Jiang Lingmu cast a fleeting glance at the professor's table, where the educators were quietly indulging in their breakfast, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Malfoy, it appears that yesterday's incident has imparted no valuable lesson upon you. I maintain my stance. It is evident that the bulbous head upon your neck serves no purpose but to add height. To speak so brazenly. You must surely have more than one set of parents, correct? Malfoy's taunts came to an abrupt halt. What do you mean? Jiang Lingmu deliberately set down her spoon. Allow me to elucidate. In our Huaxia culture, we exhibit a great deal of tolerance towards children. If a child is ill-mannered, society does not blame the child, but rather admonishes the parents for bringing forth a child without proper upbringing. They are deemed utterly useless, incapable of nurturing even their own offspring. Malfoy was nearly consumed by fury, a state that Harry and Ron had never before witnessed in him. He clenched his fists, leaning forward, his pale complexion flushed with anger. You mudblood with no parents. How dare you insult mine? Suddenly, he reached into his robes, seemingly intending to draw his wand. Harry Malfoy, stop. Jiang Lingmu's expression remained unchanged throughout. So what? Your parents are human, while others are not. Do your father and mother possess an extra face or an additional hand? Before hurling insults at others, one ought to reflect upon one's own circumstances. With a slight smile, Jiang Lingmu tapped her temple. Malfoy raised his voice, brandishing his wand. Lingmu Jiang. In a moment of chaos, Jiang Lingmu decisively stood up and called out towards the professor's table. Professor, Malfoy is about to cast a spell on me. Malfoy's incantation faltered mid-air as Professor McGonagall swiftly approached from the professor's table, her stern countenance accompanied by Snape. Jiang Lingmu observed keenly as McGonagall waved her wand, rendering Malfoy momentarily speechless. As McGonagall approached, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also rose from their seats, speaking in unison. Professor McGonagall, what on earth has transpired? Mr. Malfoy, were you intending to cast a dark curse upon a fellow student in the Great Hall? This time, even Snape could not assist Malfoy in evading punishment. He cast a dark glance at Malfoy before his gaze ultimately landed upon Jiang Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu noted that he appeared slightly better today. The bamboo leaf green wine indeed had its merits. She would have to procure more to cultivate relations with Dumbledore. Malfoy had somewhat calmed down, clenching his teeth, perhaps unsure of how to defend himself, or perhaps rendered mute by McGonagall's spell. Yet, he glared at Jiang Lingmu with malice. Jiang Lingmu furrowed her brow. Turning to Professor McGonagall, Professor, his gaze is quite terrifying. Hermione was the first to react. Despite not fully grasping why Jiang Lingmu felt fear, she grasped Jiang Lingmu's hand, positioning herself protectively in front of her. Professor, we were having a conversation when Malfoy approached. Hermione recounted the events as accurately as she could. Professor, Lingmu merely wished to enlighten him, yet he dared to use dark magic against her in front of so many witnesses. Harry and Ron, finally snapping back to reality from the earlier exchange, nodded vigorously and quickly summoned more witnesses. Very well, I understand. Severus, such behavior is utterly reprehensible. I shall take it upon myself to discipline Mr. Malfoy. You have no objections, I trust? Snape's expression darkened ominously as he shifted his gaze from Jiang Lingmu. Of course, Slytherin loses 50 points, and furthermore, Malfoy is to be confined for a week. Let me contemplate what tasks to assign you to awaken your senses. Before returning to the professor's table, Professor McGonagall cast a reassuring glance at Jiang Lingmu. You acted commendably, Miss Jiang. You are far more astute than certain students, understanding the necessity of involving a professor in such matters. She shot a pointed look at Harry and Ron, who immediately lowered their heads as if scalded. You, come with me. Snape tossed a remark at Malfoy, not casting another glance at the Gryffindors as he exited the Great Hall. The tempest had concluded in an unexpectedly favorable manner, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione looking dazed as they sat down. Ron, cool. Harry, a magnificent victory. Ron, truly gratifying. Hermione, are you all right, Lingmu? Jiang Lingmu was still savoring the last remnants of chicken soup from her large bowl. Huh, what could possibly be wrong with me? The one in trouble is Malfoy. Hermione nodded, her expression a peculiar blend of confusion and amusement. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen Malfoy suffer such a significant defeat. And twice at that. Lingmu, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Lingmu did not perceive herself as particularly exceptional, but in the face of the trio's bright eyes, she could not resist imparting a small nugget of wisdom. In truth, his tactics are rather simple. I find it hard to comprehend how you, particularly you, Harry, and Ron, have endured so many defeats at his hands. The two boys exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of incredulity and indignation. He infuriates people, deliberately striking at their vulnerabilities. Ron gritted through clenched teeth. Jiang Lingmu interrupted him. Indeed, you see, you are well aware that he is infuriating. He intentionally provokes you, inciting you to air and land in trouble, while he escapes unscathed, much like yesterday, had you two been unable to restrain yourselves from physically confronting him. Harry interjected eagerly. But you struck him yesterday, because he insulted my homeland, which is intolerable. Do not even mention detention. I would still confront him regardless of the consequences. That is one of my bottom lines. Harry, but we also have our limits. I understand, Harry, which is precisely why I assert that impulsiveness yields no fruit. I did not handle yesterday's incident well. When he crosses your boundaries, your response ought not to be a punch that results in your own punishment, but rather, as I did today, to ensure he faces significant repercussions. Hermione sensed something amiss, but could not articulate what it was. She felt as though Lingmu was imparting profound lessons. Ron and Harry were practically poised to take notes. Jiang Lingmu concluded her discourse, tidying her empty bowl and wiping her mouth, before grabbing an apple and pouring herself another glass of milk. My first class today is Defense Against the Dark Arts, followed by Herbology and History of Magic. By the way, what does the flying lesson entail? Chapter 36, The Return to the Palace. Jiang Lingmu had never anticipated her profound connection with the British branch of the Black Impermanents. During breakfast, she had managed to deduct 50 points from Slytherin, and now, less than half an hour after the meal concluded, she found herself in Snape's hands. 20 minutes prior, although Jiang Lingmu had relinquished all expectations regarding Lockhart's teaching quality, she was still taken aback by the sheer absurdity. Damn Gilderoy Lockhart's obsession with questionnaires, damn his favorite colors, his preferred gifts, and his endless self-aggrandizement. Lockhart even shamelessly insinuated that she should present him with a gift. I know, as an outstanding exchange student from the East, I should prepare a thoughtful offering for the professors. Who on earth leaked that information? Jiang Lingmu prided herself on her adaptability, but this was simply intolerable. Thus, she packed her books and left the classroom, openly skipping class. Indeed, the mere thought of those books incites her ire. Gilderoy Lockhart's works have only recently been published, and she found it quite a challenge to acquire such a set of antiquated tomes. To add insult to injury, they were hardly inexpensive. Jiang Lingmu resolved to devise a plan to sell this entire collection of me and whatever. After dashing out of the classroom, she wandered through the castle clutching a copy of The Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, contemplating a suitable place for self-study. Fortunately, Hermione had provided her with all the notes from their first year, although last year's defense against the dark arts professor was equally unreliable. He at least adhered to the standard curriculum. Perhaps she ought to seek out Hagrid, which would also afford her a chance to visit his vegetable patch. Hagrid's garden is conveniently located near the greenhouse, and she might enjoy a lunch with him, thereby forging a connection before attending Professor Sprout's herbology class in the afternoon. As Jiang Lingmu's steps quickened, she had barely descended to the first floor when she unexpectedly encountered Snape at the corner of the staircase. Upon seeing her, Snape momentarily paused, then narrowed his dark eyes, his voice deep and steady, akin to a whisper, yet resoundingly clear in Jiang Lingmu's ears. Look who it is, the innocent and dutiful exchange student from Gryffindor. He cast a glance at the textbook cradled in her arms. If I recall correctly, and your faculties are intact, you ought to be in Defense Against the Dark Arts class right now. Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together. Perhaps you are mistaken, Professor? Snape lowered his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the round, cat-like eyes that gazed up at him. Though they shared the same dark irises, hers sparkled with a vitality entirely distinct. Her eyes seemed to harbor stars, brimming with exuberance and unfeigned innocence. Snape found himself momentarily amused. 10 points from Gryffindor for your unauthorized absence. As for how many points Lockhart will deduct, I would be more than willing to discuss that with him. Now follow me. I believe you require a more substantial punishment to clear your mind. With that, Snape turned sharply, his robes billowing, nearly brushing Jiang Lingmu's face. Her shoulders sagged. She was certain she would soon find herself with more tasks to undertake. Moreover, the notion that this potion's professor was unreservedly willing to exact personal retribution was rather evident. Professor, I have herbology class this afternoon. Might you show me some leniency? Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder. It appears I cannot afford to assign you an overly simple task. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself, it's all the same in the end. At least I won't be expelled. By the time she stood once more before the arched doorway, she had steeled herself. She refused to believe that the tasks assigned by Snape were beyond her capability to complete within a single class and a lunch hour. Less than 12 hours later, She found herself once again in the dungeon office, her exchange student experience already marked by notable achievements. Squeeze out their slime until finished. Following Snape's gaze, Jiang Lingmu beheld 3 large barrels filled with caterpillars writhing together. Flobberworms. Snape sought to discern a look of disgust on her face, but alas, he was met with failure. This only piqued his curiosity regarding her earlier mention of the river Lethe, which supposedly rendered one invincible. All right, upon completion, I am free to leave, correct, Professor? It struck her as rather amusing that she had yet to attend a single formal class with Snape, yet had already entered his office twice. Jiang Lingmu removed her robes and meticulously rolled up the sleeves of her lab coat. Compared to Snape's impeccably buttoned attire, her own robe was quite loose. After only a few attempts, Jiang Lingmu successfully mastered the technique for extracting the green slime from the caterpillars with minimal impurities, thus easing the subsequent filtration process. Once the task commenced, she found herself unable to restrain her tongue. Professor Snape, you've had some bamboo leaf wine, haven't you? How does it feel? Have you noticed an improvement in your sleep? I see you look a bit better today. Jiang Lingmu had not anticipated a response, but to her surprise, after a moment of silence, he spoke. If Slytherin hadn't lost 50 points this morning, I would be feeling even better. Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow out of Snape's line of sight, thinking to herself that even he was not exempt from the notion of biting the hand that feeds. You cannot blame me. I did not initiate the conflict today. He provoked me first. I merely retaliated in kind. Should I remain silent while he insults me? Not to mention, she was well aware of Malfoy's petty tricks. Upon hearing that she was an orphan, he sought to exploit that fact to provoke her. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would be the one to lose his temper first. The image of Malfoy's flushed face made her stifle a laugh. Truth be told, if I were truly ruthless, I could have him regretting his very existence in under 5 minutes. Snape tightened his grip on the quill. Be quiet. I have no interest in childish squabbles. If your mind has not been cluttered with the fluff of the Muggle world, you should realize that your punishment is due to your truancy. Jiang Lingmu instinctively retorted, I did not skip class, Professor. I merely stepped out momentarily. Snape fell silent for a moment, regarding her with the scrutiny of one observing a new species of giant beast. The arrogant, oblivious Gryffindor, clearly. One cannot expect your limited understanding to grasp the Malfoy family's standing within the magical community. An orphan like you. Do you truly believe that the Huaxia Xinmen would risk incurring the wrath of pureblood families for your sake? Do you think everyone is obliged to harbor goodwill and tolerance towards you simply for your trifling acts of kindness? How foolish and naive. Jiang Lingmu wished to interject. She could now empathize with Harry and Ron as they took notes. She desperately needed a quill to record Snape's colorful vocabulary. It was indeed effective. She was nearly incensed. Chapter 37. Equally disliking every spoiled child. Jiang Lingmu paused her work, determined to engage this professor in earnest. Professor, allow me to interrupt you for a moment. First, those gifts are not trifles. Everything was crafted by my own hands, and I have not lied about that. Everyone, except you, can sense my sincerity. Your inability to perceive my intentions is your issue, not mine. Secondly, not everyone is fond of me. To be precise, most normal individuals who cherish life and existence will likely appreciate me. This is not narcissism. It is a natural outcome. Thirdly, I believe you underestimate my position within the Huaxia Xinmen and the power of the Chongqing Dao. Whether Snape was subtly warning her against offending Malfoy or merely testing her was of little consequence. She never believed there was anything wrong with displaying her strength. Even if there were matters beyond her control, she could always call upon others for assistance. Even if Ing Wu Wei were indifferent. My master and my 16 senior brothers and sisters are not to be trifled with. Each considers me a treasure. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with resolute light. Snape found her glare blinding. He equally detested every spoiled child with an empty mind and an endless capacity for mischief. How touching, he remarked, his expression as rigid and cold as ever. They love you so much, yet they won't allow you to return home until you're 20? As far as I know. You left them at the age of 11. How many 9-year spans does one experience in life? My master forbids my return for my own good. Jiang Lingmu bowed her head, earnestly calculating. If all goes well, I have approximately 90 more 9-year periods left in my life. So there is no need for you to worry about me. Jiang Lingmu has resumed her endeavors with the caterpillars. Enough with the probing, Professor. Your questions are too numerous and are hindering my work. Severe as Snape. From that moment until Jiang Lingmu had extracted every last bit of slime from the caterpillars, neither of them uttered another word. Her efficiency was, as always, remarkable. By the time all the slime was filtered and bottled, there was still a little while until class ended. Well then, Professor, I shall take my leave, Jiang Lingmu said, meticulously cleaning and organizing the soiled equipment and workspace, striving to leave no trace for Snape to critique, bidding him farewell with a light-hearted tone. In the next moment, A sinister whisper emanated from the desk across from her. Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, you are to report for detention. Jiang Lingmu. She had reason to suspect that her work was performed too swiftly and too well. Until what time, Professor? I have other commitments this Saturday. It is the Mid-Autumn Festival. As a Chinese, she could not possibly miss such a significant holiday. Snape seemed to have gained a small victory. I believe that punishment does not align itself with your schedule. As Jiang Lingmu departed, her cheeks puffed out like a little toad. You've been detained by Snape again, exclaimed Harry and Ron. Hermione's concerns were evidently different. How could you skip class? That evening, everyone gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Jiang Lingmu cradled the lavender pot given to her by Professor Sprout. After merely a day and night by her bedside, the plants had already sprouted tender green shoots. One by one. Here's my misfortune. I happened to be caught by him and was taken to his office to deal with 3 large buckets of caterpillars. The expressions of Harry and Ron contorted in dismay. And you, Hermione, do you genuinely believe there is any necessity to attend Lockhart's class? Hermione attempted to maintain the stance of a diligent student. But fine, his inadequacies are his own business. As a student, I think skipping class is quite improper. 17 is not skipping class. With the click of a camera shutter and a flash, Colin Creevey beamed at them. In fact, she attended Lockhart's class for only a few minutes before abandoning her exam and leaving the classroom. Hermione's disapproving gaze seemed ready to pierce Jiang Lingmu. And then, Colin? Did Professor Lockhart not say anything? He appeared quite upset, but ultimately said nothing and did not deduct any points. It's rather strange, I assented. Colin scratched his head, unable to contain his curiosity. Jiang Lingmu attempted to divert the conversation. Ron, have you seen Ginny? She vanished as soon as class ended. Colin raised his hand again. I know. After what happened this morning, he seemed to have shared some of his admiration for Harry with Jiang Lingmu. As soon as class ended, she returned to the tower dorm after grabbing some food from the hall. It was her roommate who told me she seemed eager to return and finish her homework. Hermione glanced at Ron. You really should learn from your little sister. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically and returned to his study of wizard chess. Harry, evidently disinclined to continue this unpleasant topic, turned to Colin and managed a strained smile. All right. Thank you, Colin. Oh, no need to mention it, Harry. Colin departed with his camera in tow. Quidditch training begins next week, 17. You must be familiar with Quidditch, right? In the flying lesson the day after tomorrow, you'll learn how to ride a broomstick. I wager you'll excel at it. Would you consider trying out for the team? Jiang Lingmu envisioned herself atop a broomstick and shook her head. I don't believe I would excel at flying. The flying lesson took place in the second period of the afternoon, and all the students were brimming with excitement. The weather was splendid. The sky a pristine shade of blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, as the Gryffindors and Slytherins followed Madame Hooch outdoors. Only Jiang Lingmu appeared less than enthusiastic. During this time, she endured a transfiguration class and a charms lesson, yet none of the new spells proved successful, and neither Professor McGonagall nor Professor Flitwick had yet identified the issue. At this rate, graduation seemed uncertain, let alone the prospect of running a farm. She absolutely could not become a disgrace to her lineage. Of course, there was also a defense against the dark arts class, which Jiang Lingmu skipped entirely, opting instead to self-study in her dormitory to avoid being caught. The students followed Madame Hooch to a flat expanse of sturdy grass. Over 30 broomsticks were lined up, appearing far more worn and weathered than those Jiang Lingmu had seen in the Diagon Alley shop window. With her short gray hair and eagle-like yellow eyes, Madame Hooch urged them to take action. Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Quickly, extend your right hand and say up. Jiang Lingmu merely uttered the word, and her broomstick leapt into her hand as swiftly as she did, prompting a scowl from a Slytherin boy nearby. Following this, Madame Hooch explained the proper techniques and key points for riding a broomstick. As she walked through the line, she seemed to pay particular attention to Jiang Lingmu whenever she passed. Jiang Lingmu could ascertain that Madame Hooch had likely heard of her previous escapades. Chapter 38, The Flying Lesson. The whistle blew, and you must push off with your feet. Remember, it must be a strong push. Madame Hooch stood among the students with the whistle in hand. You are only allowed to fly a few feet before gently landing. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. As the sharp whistle sounded, all the students pushed off the ground with all their might. Jiang Lingmu misjudged the required force of Madame Hooch's instruction and shot into the air like an arrow, soaring dozens of feet high. Then she heard boos originating from the castle. Jiang Lingmu halted midair and turned to look. She spotted the Weasley twins cheering from the 4th-floor window. They must have been in Charms class, and Professor Flitwick had joined the onlookers, showing no intention of stopping them. In another 4th-floor classroom window, Harry and Ron were visible, with Ron vigorously waving at her, having dragged Hermione along. They were in defense against the dark arts, where Lockhart was not as lenient as Professor Flitwick. He simply could not control his students. Even from a distance, Jiang Lingmu could hear their voices. This is too dangerous. Hermione exclaimed. Oh, come on. The height she brought Harry and me to school was much greater than this. I bet we were at least a few hundred feet off the ground. Harry nodded in agreement. Ron's statement rekindled the curiosity of their classmates. Ultimately, before Madame Hooch could begin warning Jiang Lingmu, the windows along the castle wall were crowded with students eager to witness the spectacle. Jiang Lingmu felt as if she were a monkey in a zoo. A flying monkey at that. She had severely underestimated the enthusiasm of underage wizards for flying. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air sharply. Jiang, did you not hear what I said? Jiang Lingmu finally registered Madame Hooch's signal. Her push-off was evidently of a different caliber than her classmates. I'm sorry. I'll come down right away. Jiang Lingmu found herself quite perplexed by the allure of learning to fly on a broomstick. She pressed down on the broomstick's handle, spiraling through the air a few times before gracefully returning to the ground. My apologies, Madame Hooch. It was not my intention, she said, relieved that Madame Hooch was merely concerned for her safety and bore no harsh words. Oh, I must say, you fly quite well, but let's take it step by step. Shall we? After all, the broom is not your accustomed mode of flight. Practicing at lower altitudes will do you no harm. Jiang Lingmu nodded obediently, diligently practicing alongside Ginny and her other classmates. Notably, Ginny appeared to be no novice on a broom. Her movements were precise, flying swiftly and steadily with excellent control. Jiang Lingmu attempted another couple of low-altitude circles, feeling as though she were seated upon an oversized, rigid bicycle seat. While it was somewhat better than merely gripping a rod, it still left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Perhaps the brooms provided by the school were subpar, or perhaps the Quidditch players possessed indestructible posteriors. In any case, she found it intolerable. Then, a spark of inspiration struck her as she retrieved a cotton cushion from her magical pocket. However, it remained uncomfortable and proved slippery during turns. After 5 minutes, she tried sitting sideways, which alleviated some discomfort, yet steering remained a challenge. Another 5 minutes passed, and Jiang Lingmu placed her hands firmly on the broom handle, elegantly leaping into the air, landing steadily atop the broom amid gasps from onlookers. This felt right. Although using her feet to steer was still not as fluid as she desired, at least her posterior was spared the agony. Success. Before she could complete a full circuit, Madame Hooch's sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Jiang, come down. Your position is far too perilous. Jiang Lingmu obediently descended back to the ground. Madame Hooch, I fear I may not be suited for broom flying. Sitting while airborne is truly uncomfortable for me, she said with a pained expression, her face almost pleading for permission to refrain. Madame Hooch's brows twitched, yet she ultimately succumbed to Jiang Lingmu's earnest gaze, giving a reluctant nod. Thank you. Jiang Lingmu beamed brightly, skipping over to set her broom aside before plopping down on the lush grass to watch her classmates soaring joyfully on their brooms. Skipping class felt exhilarating, even if it disappointed the onlookers. As students trickled out of the castle, the Weasley twins were once again ushered back into class by Professor Flitwick. When the bell rang, the first-year students reluctantly returned their brooms, animatedly discussing the next flying lesson and Quidditch. Jiang Lingmu rose from the grass, brushing off the clippings, and was about to head back to the castle when she spotted a pair of red-haired figures dashing out from the entrance. It was Fred and George. Do you have a moment, 17? George inquired. Fred flashed a dazzling smile, casually draping an arm over Jiang Lingmu's shoulder. The weather is simply splendid. The sky is beautiful. George added. Indeed, it's the perfect time for flying, wouldn't you agree? Fred chimed in. Share your terms, 17, George prompted. Jiang Lingmu considered it a reasonable proposal. Do you two know where the castle's kitchen is? George's eyes widened. Your condition is merely to take you to the kitchen? Fred lamented. Oh, I think you could be bolder. Jiang Lingmu shook her head. No need for anything else. I just want to know where the kitchen is, as I wish to cook for myself, if you can assist. Fred dramatically slumped against George. George, we know so many secrets about the castle and its vacant classrooms. George promptly patted Fred's back in a soothing manner. And the marvelous hidden passages. Fred looked as though he might weep. She merely wishes to go to the kitchen. Jiang Lingmu regarded the two theatrically, feeling as though she were witnessing a couple of parents lamenting a child's poor performance. Truly, they were twins, exchanging quips without missing a beat. If you're willing, could you kindly provide me with the location of an unused classroom? Thank you. That way, I'll have a place to escape to during defense against the dark arts. Of course. Shall we begin? Jiang Lingmu nodded. Will you come one at a time, or together? George linked his arm with Fred's neck. Together, of course. We've never been apart since birth, and heaven must keep us together. Jiang Lingmu was not keen on further conversation. She removed her hairpin, positioned her fingers gracefully, and the spirit sword levitated steadily 3 feet above the grass, gradually expanding. The first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin widened their eyes at the spectacle. Even Madame Hooch did not depart immediately. Merlin's beard, George exclaimed. Merlin's lace-trimmed tights. Fred added. I must admit, I'm a bit envious of our little Ron. He traversed half of England on that sword, George remarked. Chapter 39, The Hogwarts Underground Kitchen. As they ascended, the jubilant cheers of Fred and George echoed across the expanse of Hogwarts. More and more students poured out of the castle, the grass teeming with bodies. Jiang Lingmu, inspired by a sudden idea, urged the spirit soared higher and faster, transforming into a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky, showcasing her skills. She turned to face the twins, who were firmly anchored by her magical energy to the sword. Their recent flight had been thrilling yet devoid of danger. George, Fred, I have an idea, but I need your assistance. If we succeed, I'll share 1/10 of the proceeds with you. Fred's eyes darted from the aerial view back to George, and they exchanged knowing glances. 17, are you thinking what we think you're thinking? Jiang Lingmu squinted her eyes in amusement. What are you two contemplating? How many people can you take at once? 1 silver sickle per person, what do you say? George proposed. This pricing took Jiang Lingmu by surprise. I had initially thought 10 bronze nuts. Isn't 1 sickle a bit steep? Fred countered, oh, we don't see it that way. How would we know unless we try? George assured her, leave the matters on the ground to us, all right? Fred added, you need not worry. The professors will merely assume it was our scheme. Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow. Oh, come on. If I truly aspired to be a model student, I wouldn't have been confined twice so soon after the term began. The three exchanged smiles as they high-fived in midair. The spirit sword gently spiraled downward. While George and Fred made a grand entrance before the throng of students, adopting exaggerated poses as if taking a bow. Who else wishes to try flying on the sword? Just 1 silver sickle for 5 minutes. George announced. Groups of 5, pay here, form a line over there with George. It's absolutely safe. Fred chimed in. You can fully trust 17's flying prowess and the seniors' cushioning charm. They proclaimed in unison. The students erupted in cheers, rushing forward. Even Madame Hooch joined in. Although both Fred and Jiang Lingmu, ever perceptive, did not collect her payment. Jiang Lingmu diligently guided students into the sky, attentively listening to their suggestions to execute various maneuvers or slow down. As more students joined in, Harry, Ron, and Hermione also participated, assisting with collecting fees and maintaining order in the queue. Meanwhile, in the now empty Great Hall, the professors exchanged puzzled glances. Where are the students? Have they forsaken their meals? Why is it so noisy outside? The professors exchanged glances and swiftly exited the auditorium, traversing the courtyard and hallway to the lush grass beyond the castle. Lifting their gaze to the brilliant streaks of light in the sky, Dumbledore cheerfully pointed it out to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, look how joyous they are. Professor McGonagall maintained a stern expression. I'm afraid I do not see the merit in this. Snape scoffed disdainfully. The allure of showing off is truly captivating. I assent it. Oh, Severus, I believe the school regulations do not prohibit children from earning a little pocket money through their own efforts. Snape curled his lips in a cold smile, reflecting on Dumbledore's unwavering favoritism towards his preferred students. The rules also state that first-year students are not allowed to fly unsupervised. Headmaster. Dumbledore's fingers interlaced over his abdomen, his azure eyes gleaming brightly in the torchlight. It's a flying broomstick, Severus. They aren't using broomsticks, are they? I see they are quite safety-conscious. Look, the Weasley twins are adept at cushioning charms. Jiang Lingmu had not given George and Fred a chance to use their cushioning charms. She gracefully landed once more, her hair now somewhat disheveled from her prolonged flight. She immediately spotted the professors standing at the doorway, skillfully maneuvering around the students on their flying swords. Would the professors like to give it a try? It's quite entertaining. Open to professors for free. Snape turned his face away in disgust. Professor McGonagall seized the eager Dumbledore and Flitwick by their arms. Miss Jiang, if you've had your fun, I mean to say, the students should not miss dinner. With that, she cast a sonorous charm, having held authority for quite some time among the students. McGonagall's command compelled the reluctant students on the grass to trudge back towards the castle. George and Fred were left to return the silver sickles of those still queuing. Yet even so, they ended the night with a large sack filled with coins. I suppose we must go eat as well, Hermione said, pouring a small bag of silver sickles into Fred's pocket. Just as she turned to head towards the castle, Jiang Lingmu grasped her by the arm. We're heading to the kitchen. I'll take care of your dinner tonight. This is a special treat for friends. Jiang Lingmu exerted enough force to lift Hermione off her feet, prompting a startled gasp from her, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself airborne. The flying sword glided slowly, and Jiang Lingmu settled beside Hermione as they ascended higher, their friends Fred, George, Harry, and Ron shrinking to ant-like figures below. The night breeze, cool against their skin, prompted Hermione to clutch Jiang Lingmu's arm tightly in a mix of fear and excitement. Hogwarts Castle was illuminated against the night, the black lake shimmering like a vast mirror under the moonlight and the castle-esque glow, while the dark forbidden forest appeared eerily tranquil. Hermione couldn't suppress her awe. Jiang Lingmu gazed at the plump moon on the horizon, hoping for pleasant weather the day after tomorrow. The two lingered in the sky for several minutes before descending back to the ground, the flying sword transforming back into a hairpin. Jiang Lingmu let her hair down and retied her bun. "Shall we head to the kitchen?" Fred inquired. "Let us go." George and Fred led the four little ones past the bustling hall and down a flight of stairs. "I remember. This staircase leads to Hufflepuff's dormitory," Hermione exclaimed. "Correct," George replied. "Hufflepuff's dormitory is right next to the kitchen." Jiang Lingmu sighed in frustration. "It's all that confounded Sorting Hat's fault." George and Fred halted before a painting of a fruit bowl, sharing a conspiratorial glance as they smiled mysteriously. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" Ron chimed in. "Oh, spare us the chatter," Harry said, glancing around in confusion. "Where's the kitchen? There's no door here." George reached up to scratch the pair in the still life painting, which suddenly began to laugh, transforming into a green door handle that revealed a stone corridor leading to a door. The four of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 40, House Elves. Ron appeared even more excited than Jiang Lingmu. "Is this the kitchen?" Harry looked around in wonder, while Hermione's curiosity was laced with investigative intent. "We've never seen Hogwarts chefs. Do they work here without ever going out?" Ron stared at Hermione in disbelief. "Chefs? What are you talking about? There are only house elves here." "House elves? Like the ones that intercepted Harry's letters during the summer?" Hermione asked, her intrigue piqued. "Why?" But she soon lost her train of thought as George opened the kitchen door. Beyond was a room nearly as large as the Great Hall, with four long tables similar to those in the hall. However, unlike the hall, the stone walls were piled high with sparkling copper pots and pans. And at the far end stood a large brick fireplace. The stone walls were nearly overwhelmed by stoves and cupboards, bustling with no fewer than 100 house elves, all clad in peculiar garments adorned with the Hogwarts crest. They continuously brought forth platters of delectable dishes to the long tables, only for the food to vanish from sight. "Oh, these tables are identical to those in the hall. They're all connected," Harry exclaimed, and at his words, the house elves seemed startled. Their numerous eyes, resembling tennis balls in size, staring at them in surprise. "Hey, how are you all?" George greeted first, waving at the house elves, clearly a familiar face among them. One of the elves stepped forward, appearing older than the rest. Perhaps due to frequent interactions with wizards, he exuded a calmness that distinguished him from his peers. "Oh, it is you, the Weasley brothers," he spoke in a sharp, high-pitched voice. Jiang Lingmu was amazed to find him bowing to them. "What can I do for you?" "Hello. Winky, we've brought along a few friends to introduce," Fred said, pulling the bewildered quartet closer. "This is the illustrious Harry Potter, and this lovely lady, Hermione Granger. She's the top of her class in her second year." Harry and Hermione blushed, standing awkwardly. "And this is our most important guest, the mysterious exchange student from the East, Miss 17. Jiang Lingmu shot Fred an exasperated glance. The house elves clearly did not grasp the situation, their large eyes filled with confusion. "And here, our beloved, annoying little brother Ron." Ron leaped onto Fred's neck. "Shut up, Fred. Don't call me that." Amidst the chaos, Jiang Lingmu crouched down, wearing the kindest smile she could muster. "Hello, I'm Jiang Lingmu. You can call me 17. Winky looked at her, momentarily stunned, his nose twitching. After a couple of seconds, he lowered his head and gave a slight bow. "Greetings, Miss 17. How may I assist you?" Jiang Lingmu's ears perked up as she overheard the chatter among the house elves. "It's her. She seems to dislike the food we make. However, Ruby felt that she was wonderful, and Ruby adored her. I too hold a fondness for her. She possesses a delightful fragrance." Jiang Lingmu accurately located the house elf named Ruby among her domestic companions. She appeared to be a female elf, with a pair of large, bright, amber-like eyes. "Hello, Ruby. I like you very much as well." Ruby looked as if she were about to faint, covering her cheeks with her overly slender fingers, peering through the gaps to gaze at Jiang Lingmu, letting out an excited squeal. "Oh, this fragrant miss, which says she likes Ruby." Before long, Jiang Lingmu had seamlessly blended in with the house elves. George and Fred stood in stunned silence. George exclaimed, "Merlin, what an astonishing affinity." Fred added, "These house elves are usually quite friendly to students, but they typically do not express affection to this extent." Jiang Lingmu was not being disingenuous. She genuinely cherished these house elves, as their energy was remarkably pure. "In truth, Vicky, Ruby, Coco, and Mia, I would like to borrow your stove. I require some ingredients, as I wish to prepare a meal myself." Ruby displayed a look of alarm. "Oh dear, you do not like the food we prepare." Vicky responded, "It is our inadequacy. May I ask what you would like to eat? We can prepare it right away." Jiang Lingmu waved her hands dismissively, not finding the house elves overly emotional, and patiently explained, "No, I believe your culinary skills are excellent. The professors and students at the school adore the meals you create. It is merely that I am from the East and am somewhat unaccustomed to it. The little elves quieted down. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lingmu continued. I may frequently trouble you in the future. Vicky proposed something Jiang Lingmu found irresistible. May we learn alongside you while you cook? In the future, we can prepare delicious food for you on our own. Of course. Jiang Lingmu turned and winked at her companions, following Vicky to select ingredients. In truth, there was not much to choose from. It was the same few items repetitively. There were plenty of ingredients for sweets, but Jiang Lingmu was not particularly interested. She selected a substantial piece of fresh beef brisket, only to be surprised by the apparent differences in butchering methods between the West and her homeland. It was evident that the cow had not been bled properly during slaughter, as there was an abundance of blood within the meat. Jiang Lingmu soaked the beef in cold water to draw out some of the blood, then retrieved a set of seasonings, including soy sauce and vinegar, from her storage ring to enhance the flavor. Vicky and Ruby stood nearby, greatly intrigued by the spices Jiang Lingmu produced. The pantry revealed no fresh tomatoes, so she requested a can of tomato paste, and then produced several fresh tomatoes from her storage ring. Braised beef with tomatoes was considered a safe flavor for both her and Harry. She could enjoy it with rice, while Harry and the others could indulge in fragrant, crispy bread. Perfectly reasonable. While the beef was stewing, Jiang Lingmu also prepared a dish of hand-torn cabbage, while the others, unable to assist, waited at a small table in the corner. After nearly an hour, with their stomachs rumbling, the group finally awaited the delicious meal. No one spoke at the table. They were all too engrossed in their food, especially Ron, who, before finishing this meal, was already contemplating the next. Once we turn 17, we can frequently borrow the kitchen. Doesn't that mean we can have meals like this often? Hermione shot him a glare. Shut up, Ron. Doesn't Lingmu need to study? Ron felt a bit awkward. Oh, all right, sorry. It's quite all right. I believe Ruby and the others have learned how to cook, though they may need to spend more time acquiring spices and seasonings, as some items are unique to the East. Chapter 41. Are you interested in making money? After a hearty meal, the group did not leave immediately. George and Fred placed a whole bag of silver sickles on the table. A night's earnings. Quite impressive, isn't it? This is far more profitable than our trinkets from the joke shop. Jiang Lingmu began to count the coins. This is different. These are merely quick gains, and everyone eventually tires of them, don't you think? In my opinion, potion ingredients are far more lucrative. The Forbidden Forest is essentially a natural treasure trove. George and Fred immediately broke into smiles. Fred remarked, You truly know your stuff, Lingmu. Merlin, why didn't you come to school sooner? George continued. If you're interested in the Forbidden Forest. George trailed off, as Hermione was glaring at them disapprovingly. That is extremely unsafe. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. Lingmu, we ventured into the Forbidden Forest last year, and there are very dangerous magical creatures residing there. Harry nodded in agreement, clearly not supportive of Jiang Lingmu's potential recklessness. Are you in dire need of money, Lingmu? If you have an urgent requirement, I can lend you some. Jiang Lingmu nodded obediently. Rest assured, Hermione, I was merely speaking. I'm not in need of money. I'm just eager to earn some quickly, Harry. Harry was momentarily confused about the distinction. Hermione was not entirely reassured, but she chose not to continue her admonitions, silently deciding to keep a closer eye on Jiang Lingmu in the future. Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Ron inquired, What about your cat? Is it doing well? Hermione interjected. You have a cat? Jiang Lingmu sensed the moment. A bear is doing well. Thank you for your concern, Ron. Yes, I suppose I do have a cat. And its name means little bear. Harry asked, Why name a cat bear? Jiang Lingmu was not particularly inclined to answer that question, but fortunately, during their idle chatter, the twins remained busy. George announced, a total of 363 sickles. Many people have experienced it more than once. Let me calculate. Jiang Lingmu was quick with mental arithmetic. That totals to 21 galleons and 6 sickles. According to our previous agreement, with a 10% commission, I owe you 2 galleons and 9 nuts, rounding up. Jiang Lingmu said as she counted coins from her pockets and storage ring. Would you prefer galleons or sickles? Fred's eyes sparkled. You have galleons? Splendid. Please give us galleons. Jiang Lingmu retrieved 2 gold galleons from her storage ring and handed them over. Perhaps I should also compensate you for your efforts. Let me calculate. The 3 hurriedly waved their hands in refusal. Ron, though tempted, firmly declined as well. Harry interjected. You brought us to school. Ron added. Thanks to you, we weren't expelled. Hermione remarked. Oh, your gifts have already been more than enough. You even treated me to a delicious meal. Jiang Lingmu noted that they were not being polite. She then placed the remaining silver sickles into her storage ring. Hermione added, And I have good news. I believe I have determined the pricing for the hair care potion. Saying this, Hermione pulled out a small booklet of parchment secured with a clip from her backpack, filled with mail order catalogs. I calculated the prices of all hair care products, compared their effects, and established a price range. The unit price for hair care products varies from 9 nuts to 3 sickles per ounce. Ron exclaimed, "So the things we use daily are so expensive?" I conducted a survey among the older girls and then bought a bottle of what is said to be the most effective smoothing agent to try it out. At this point, Hermione furrowed her brow. "Oh, the effects are decidedly lacking. The performance of the hair serum is ephemeral, and its fragrance pales in comparison to Lingmu's hair potion. Most importantly, I believe Lingmu's potion possesses nourishing properties for the hair, genuinely transforming its quality. However, the potion's volume is rather modest, with each bottle containing merely around 4 ounces. Considering its exceptional efficacy and the financial capacities of the students, I deem a price of 1 galleon per bottle to be quite reasonable." Hermione's lengthy analysis left Harry and Ron in a state of confusion. Yet Harry ultimately grasped the final price. To tame his unruly locks, he unhesitatingly produced a gold galleon. "As I mentioned, please bring me a bottle. I am in dire need of it." Jiang Lingmu nodded, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her storage ring and offering it to him. It functions similarly to hairspray. Though it is applied after washing the hair, just a small amount is needed to style the hair, and although the vial is petite, it indeed lasts a considerable time. Ron, however, had no such concerns, as the entire Weasley family boasted lustrous, flowing red hair. Jiang Lingmu counted her stock of osmanthus oil in her storage ring, totaling nearly 600 bottles. If sold, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Yet, she had no time for slow marketing, so her gaze settled on the Weasley twins. "Perhaps you might be interested in earning a bit of pocket money? And Ron, do you have an interest in making money?" The eyes of the 3 Weasleys brightened simultaneously. Ultimately, Jiang Lingmu entrusted this batch of goods to the trio, with the remuneration being the same as tonight, calculated at 1/10. Additionally, George and Fred proposed to continue the flying experience project, scheduling it after flying lessons, specifically on Thursday afternoons. I believe they are far from tiring of it. Why not earn some money? Jiang Lingmu found this reasoning compelling. The following day, Jiang Lingmu and Ginny arrived punctually outside the potions classroom. It was then she realized that the potions classroom was situated so close to Snape's office, just at the other end of the same corridor. The subterranean classroom was shrouded in darkness, the air infused with a complex blend of herbal aromas, not unpleasant. This lesson was attended by both Gryffindors and Slytherins, and Jiang Lingmu noted that the Gryffindor students were visibly on edge, evidently having been thoroughly warned by upperclassmen about the various precautions necessary in Snape's class. In stark contrast, Jiang Lingmu appeared remarkably composed, even more so than some of the Slytherins. "It's all right, Ginny. I've already served detention twice. Professor Snape is not some ferocious dragon. He's merely a bit irksome." However, her words only made Ginny's complexion grow paler. At that moment, the classroom door swung open forcefully, revealing Snape in his perpetual dark robes and cloak. His cold, piercing gaze swept indiscriminately over every student in the room. Even though no one was late, Snape picked up the attendance sheet and paused upon reaching Jiang Lingmu's name. Chapter 42, The First Potions Class. "Lingmu Jiang," echoed Snape's uniquely deep and measured voice in the dim classroom. "How fortuitous. It seems that each year of Gryffindor has its own renowned student." His voice was barely louder than a whisper, yet resonated distinctly. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed a formidable presence that commanded order within the classroom. He paused momentarily, seemingly awaiting something. However, the classroom was enveloped in silence. Even the Slytherins bowed their heads, and the anticipated jeers did not materialize. Jiang Lingmu recognized many of them as her guests from the previous afternoon. Snape set down the attendance sheet and continued, "Potions are undoubtedly a high-level, intricate form of magic. I dare say, for the vast majority of you, even reaching a beginner's level is an extravagant aspiration." His deep voice reverberated in the cold, cavernous classroom. Despite the unwelcoming content, Jiang Lingmu listened intently. Whether as a practitioner or a wizard, alchemists and potion masters are indeed lucrative professions. Regardless of Snape's opinion of her, she intended to excel in this class. After Snape concluded his introductory discourse, he offered no further words, commanding the students to form pairs. However, as Ginny turned to Jiang Lingmu, Snape's devilish voice echoed, "I believe, Miss Jiang, you would prefer to work alone, would you not?" Jiang Lingmu's eyes lit up. How did he know? She held no disdain for her classmates, but she considered her foundational knowledge of elixirs sufficient to manage the potions class independently. "Very well, Professor Snape." Jiang Lingmu reassuringly patted Ginny's hand, complying with the request to work solo. Snape's lips twitched in a peculiar manner. Merlin knows he made such a demand purely to witness Jiang Lingmu's discomfort. Before long, the steps for concocting a potion for scabbers appeared on the blackboard. Snape evidently had no intention of providing detailed, patient instruction. He allowed the students to proceed with their brewing while he strode through the classroom in his long cloak. The room was intermittently filled with his sardonic corrections and reminders. The Gryffindors remained silent. Jiang Lingmu produced her old cauldron and began measuring dried nettles and crushing snake fangs. Adhering to the steps outlined on the board, the dried nettles were cut into small pieces, and her ample strength allowed her to easily pulverize the fangs into fine powder using the mortar and pestle. She added a pint of distilled water to the cauldron, sequentially incorporating the dried nettles and fang powder, adjusting the heat to the appropriate level. While the mixture simmered, Jiang Lingmu skillfully prepared the slug with tentacles. Indeed, she had previously processed 2 large buckets in the office, initially believing they would suffice for today's lesson, only to discover she had to prepare more on the spot. The mixture in the cauldron began to bubble under the continuous heat. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiang Lingmu noticed a light, gray smoke rising from the cauldron. She reduced the heat and added 4 boiled slugs. The once watery potion underwent a remarkable transformation upon the slug's addition, with the floating fang powder and dried nettles miraculously dissolving. The potion evolved into a slightly viscous, stringy texture. Meanwhile, Snape positioned himself behind Jiang Lingmu, scrutinizing her cauldron with keen interest. Jiang Lingmu felt confident. Her technique was flawless. Yet, she evidently underestimated the potion master's penchant for nitpicking. Did you use perfume? The scent of perfume can cloud your judgment regarding the potion's state. Do you possess such a lack of common sense? Gryffindor lost 5 points. The Gryffindor students cast sympathetic glances towards Jiang Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu. She used perfume? How was she unaware of it? Wait, Professor Snape. Jiang Lingmu boldly called out to the now invigorated Snape after he had deducted points. I did not use any perfume. May I inquire as to what scent you detected? Snape fixed her with a piercing gaze for a few seconds before responding. Are you questioning a potion master's sense of smell? Jiang Lingmu met his gaze unflinchingly. It is a cedar-like wood scent. To be more precise, it is the scent of a snow-laden cedar forest, crisp and invigorating, evoking an image of endless woodlands at the mere closing of one's eyes. The aroma is faint yet profoundly palpable. It is no wonder, then, Professor, Jiang Lingmu exhaled a sigh of relief. For this is neither the fragrance of perfume nor that of an essential oil. It is merely the essence that clings to me, which you might interpret as the scent of my power. To be precise, this is not a scent that can be detected, but rather an awareness that indicates your extraordinary perceptiveness. Jiang Lingmu cast a glance at him, noticing that his expression bore no trace of the delight that accompanies a compliment. This scent does not hinder the olfactory perception of potions. On the contrary, it enhances the senses, sharpening them further. Do you not perceive this? Snape furrowed his brow, his face a canvas of skepticism, yet he refrained from countering Jiang Lingmu's assertions. Therefore, would you be so kind as to reinstate the points that were deducted? Snape scoffed coldly, sweeping away with an air of disdain. Jiang Lingmu. By heavens, she would make him add those points back to her score eventually. Composing herself, she carefully lifted the cauldron away from the flames, adding the final ingredient, quills of a porcupine. Instantly, the previously chaotic liquid transformed into a beautiful turquoise hue, consistent with the descriptions in her textbooks, emitting wisps of enchanting silvery gray steam. Jiang Lingmu was the swiftest among her peers, as she decanted her potion into glass vials. A considerable number of her classmates were still grappling with their slugs. Their concoctions had either boiled over or evaporated entirely. Jiang Lingmu glanced at Snape's stern visage as he patrolled the room and began to comprehend why this professor often wore such a brooding expression. She had only filled 2 small vials with her potion, and there was still plenty left in the cauldron. After a moment's thought, she gingerly moved towards the corner of the classroom, cradling the cauldron carefully. The instant she made a move, Snape's gaze locked onto her. He scrutinized the excellent quality Scabbers potion on the table and, albeit reluctantly, inscribed an O beside Jiang Lingmu's name. Snape stepped closer to the corner, evidently curious about what this irritating foreign student intended to do. In the next moment, an ethereal indigo flame erupted from Jiang Lingmu's cauldron, gray smoke billowing forth and swiftly enveloping the entire classroom, prompting a chorus of startled gasps. Snape flicked his wand, and the gray mist vanished in an instant. In the corner, Jiang Lingmu gazed innocently at everyone with her cat-like eyes. Chapter 43. Let the brawl commence. What have you done to the potion? Snape seethed, his words nearly punctuated with venom. The classroom was shrouded in his suppressed fury, leaving the students in a hushed silence. Jiang Lingmu was taken aback to see a spark of emotion in his otherwise hollow black eyes, a glimpse of life erupting, albeit in anger. Professor Snape, I merely wish to conduct an experiment in my own manner. You see, Jiang Lingmu raised the cauldron before Snape's eyes, revealing that the remaining Scabbers potion seemed to have been concentrated, transforming into a solid, ointment-like consistency, its color a vivid green. I believe I have succeeded. Would you care to verify? However, Snape's expression grew even more menacing. Is that so? It appears that Professor's words hold no credibility or authority for Miss Jiang, do they? How can that be? I am not. This is a potion. Have I not emphasized its precision and rigor? If you wish to integrate into the magical realm, your task is not to innovate, but to master the fundamentals first. Have you considered the safety of the 20 or so lives within this classroom? Had that been toxic smoke, they would have perished without a trace. Jiang Lingmu found herself at a loss for words. She had to concede that this was indeed her oversight, and she ought not to conduct her experiments in such a crowded space. She turned to glance at Ginny and Crivey, hoping to convey an apology through her eyes, yet they bore no expressions of reproach, both smiling at her. This only deepened Jiang Lingmu's guilt. Nevertheless, Snape's venomous tirade was far from over. If you are so convinced of your own cleverness, then you ought not to have traveled so far to attend this school. If you possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, you would take your arrogance and return to your comfort zone post-haste. I imagine no one there would dare to challenge you, would they? If these words were directed at another, they would likely have hurled the cauldron at Snape's face and stormed out. Yet, Jiang Lingmu merely blinked in confusion. She pondered a thought. After all, it was Snape and Dumbledore who had come to retrieve her, which at least indicated that the two shared a common stance on certain matters. But why did their attitudes towards her differ so drastically? Especially Snape, who she felt had been rather pleasant during their previous detentions. Why did he now repeatedly emphasize her departure? If you were a Slytherin student, you would be packing your belongings today. Snape's words were interrupted as chaos erupted in the classroom. A Slytherin student appeared to have committed a grave error during the operation. His potion had morphed into a highly corrosive liquid, bubbling and splattering, with the cauldron bottom already burnt through. The acrid liquid flowed across the floor, sending students scrambling onto their benches in panic. Those near the cauldron were splashed with the potion, letting out piercing cries as their exposed skin rapidly reddened and swelled. Now Snape could no longer afford to chastise Jiang Lingmu. He adeptly waved his wand, making the potion on the ground vanish, moving like an enraged serpent. This happens every year. There are always clumsy fools. Harper, tell me, are your eyes merely some extravagant ornament not meant for use? What is the proper use of porcupine quills as per the blackboard? Harper, remove the cauldron from the fire and add 2 porcupine quills, Professor. I apologize. Jiang Lingmu had yet to express her gratitude to the lovely classmate who had taken some of the heat off her when she heard him continue. I remember, Professor. I studied the preparation of the Scabbers potion at home, and it's all because of her. Jiang Lingmu. This Gryffindor seriously obstructed us, Professor. Jiang Lingmu was nearly driven to laughter by her frustration. Was it not the case that you blamed the road for your own incompetence? The chaos she had caused had long subsided, and yet this fellow's reaction time seemed more suited for expulsion. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As Ginny fervently shook her head from a vantage point where Snape could not see, Jiang Lingmu awaited silently. And indeed, oh, is that so? Snape's tone once again slowed, as the anger in his voice seemed to dissipate. Very well, I believe I know how to handle this. You lot may proceed to the infirmary. Jiang, Gryffindor, you will lose 20 points. Now, class is dismissed. Jiang, remain behind to tidy up the classroom. Jiang Lingmu took a deep breath, uncertain of what Snape had done. The door to the underground classroom swung open abruptly. Students hurriedly began to bottle their potion creations, forming a line to submit their work. Snape, holding a folder, was jotting down notes, and Jiang Lingmu heard his frequent, disdainful hisses. One by one, the students filed out, with Ginny lingering behind, seemingly wanting to stay and assist her. However, Snape showed no intention of leaving the classroom. Jiang Lingmu exchanged a glance with her, prompting Ginny to finally depart. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. Jiang Lingmu scraped the potion paste from her cauldron into a porcelain box and then made her way towards Snape with 2 vials of potion in hand. Snape lifted his eyelids and cast a quick glance at the vials, his lips pressed even tighter. Furthermore, you have not submitted everything. Jiang Lingmu paused. That is mine. I assumed, Professor, that you would not regard my arrogant experimental concoctions with any esteem, would you? Snape set down his folder and quill, his gaze fixated on her eyes. In his hollow black eyes, Jiang Lingmu perceived a fleeting glimmer, as if an intangible essence brushed against her forehead. Yet, it vanished too swiftly for her to truly register its presence. Should I remind you? The materials you utilized belong to the school, regardless of whether they yield a competent potion. Snape scoffed. Still worthless refuse. It must all remain. Jiang Lingmu felt as though her patience had been tested numerous times within mere days. She offered a faint smile and retrieved a small porcelain box from her ring. But this box is mine, Professor. With a flourish of her hand, the viscous substance cascaded onto the table. There, I have submitted everything now. As she spoke, she displayed the empty porcelain box to Snape. Jiang Lingmu turned away, exhaling softly, and tossed a cleaning charm into the air. It felt as though an invisible breeze swept through the classroom, erasing all dust and remnants from the students' cauldrons. Hastily, Jiang Lingmu arranged her cauldron and tools, then turned to Snape with a triumphant smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Professor." With that said, she did not wait for Snape to respond, but swiftly departed. By the time Snape stepped out of the classroom, Jiang Lingmu had long vanished from the lengthy corridor. Chapter 44. Revenge never waits for nightfall. Jiang Lingmu dashed down the corridor and staircase, while Ginny lingered, waiting for her. From a distance, Jiang Lingmu caught the sound of that annoying Slytherin. Huh, thanks to that foreign exchange student, or I would have been in detention. Ow, that hurts. Why is the hospital wing so far away? Ginny spotted her, 17. You didn't tea. Jiang Lingmu did not slow her pace. I'm fine. Wait for me. She charged into a group of Slytherins and slapped Harper on the back. Harper yelped, stumbling forward and crashing against the rough stone wall with a thud. Jiang Lingmu heard the faint sound of his pockmarks bursting on his face, which brought her great satisfaction. Every debt has its origin, after all. Hopefully, there are no pockmarks in heaven. Amidst his pig-like screams, Jiang Lingmu light-heartedly returned, grabbing the astonished Ginny and darting up another staircase. They had finished class early and waited in the Great Hall for quite some time until the second years concluded their lessons. Ginny had been comforting Jiang Lingmu, but upon seeing Harry and his friends, she leaped away like a startled cat. Jiang Lingmu thought, one might think she was allergic to Harry. It felt like an early awakening of insight, albeit misdirected. Ron plopped down onto a chair. We just finished History of Magic, and I'm so bored I could eat a whole cow. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Only you could turn boredom into hunger, Ron. And History of Magic is not boring. You should really listen to Lingmu's perspective on the subject. After saying this, she turned to Jiang Lingmu. Are you all right? We heard from Colin about the potion class. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both relieved that Hermione had changed the topic. Harry remarked, I was going to say, well, maybe you and Snape just don't get along. Honestly, you're even worse off than I am. Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. Harry continued, you needn't dwell on the point deductions. The points you earn in other classes for Gryffindor will likely offset what he takes away. There's no need to worry about the rest. He is the head of Slytherin and has no authority to expel you. Food began to appear on the long table, and Jiang Lingmu also retrieved some snacks from her ring. Upon hearing this, she shook her head. I'm not bothered. I just find it a bit peculiar. I had quite a decent rapport with Professor Snape during detention, but today his demeanor was quite off. Ron dropped his chicken leg in shock, and Harry's eyes widened. During detention? A decent rapport? Ron looked at Jiang Lingmu, as if he suspected her sanity. Hermione frowned in distaste. Could you not speak while chewing? Ron exclaimed. Oh, I'm just too stunned, Merlin. Jiang Lingmu set her utensils and began to eat, the surroundings gradually quieting, except for Ron, who was desperately trying to establish eye contact with Harry and Hermione. The second-year trio had a full schedule on Friday afternoons, leaving Jiang Lingmu with ample leisure time. After parting ways with them, she skipped back to Gryffindor Tower, clutching a lavender plant that had grown 7 or 8 centimeters, intending to spend the afternoon with Hagrid. However, Hagrid was set to patrol the Forbidden Forest and firmly declined her request to accompany him, instructing her to find something to do. Bored, Jiang Lingmu sought out a smooth stone by the Black Lake and began fishing. During lunch, she did not encounter the Weasley twins and was unaware of how her osmanthus oil was selling. After depleting her stock of osmanthus oil, what could she sell next? Porcelain? It seemed there was not much demand. Alcohol? That wouldn't do. Students cannot drink, and this stuff is precious. She wanted to save it for necessary occasions to build relationships. Vegetables and fruits? That wouldn't work either. For the same reason she couldn't sell herbs. She had no land at present. Unless she ventured to clear some land in the Forbidden Forest. That wouldn't do either, given the light conditions in the Forbidden Forest. Even if she were present to ensure the crops thrive, the yield wouldn't be particularly palatable. To cultivate delicious vegetables and fruits, she would likely need to clear a significant expanse of the Forbidden Forest to guarantee sufficient sunlight, which would be far from a discreet endeavor. The Forbidden Forest. Yes, she could clandestinely venture into the Forbidden Forest at night to gather some high-grade herbs or potion ingredients to sell. However, that might not be ideal. As the Forbidden Forest belonged to the school, foraging for personal use was acceptable, but selling would be questionable. Engaging in such actions could raise suspicions of theft, and she feared her master would chastise her for it. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Jiang Lingmu. The Forbidden Forest itself is vast. Hogwarts only possesses a small portion of it, and beyond the school's boundaries lies a vast expanse of untamed land. She could venture outside the school's limits and hunt. However, the distance and the time required for the journey posed a challenge. Flying on a broomstick at night would be too conspicuous, but that was a minor issue. She would think of a solution later. I must be a genius. On the water's surface, Her makeshift fishing float made from grass suddenly sank. Jiang Lingmu quickly reeled in her line, pulling a foot-long, dark gray fish from the water, which flopped onto the rocky crevices, struggling. She wondered if foreign fish were palatable. She decided to keep it for now, intending to let the house elves assess its edibility later. 1, 2, 3, 4. An overwhelming joy of harvest enveloped her, as Jiang Lingmu gradually transitioned from ennui to an irresistible enchantment. 17. Is that you? I gazed from a distance, seeing a reflection of you. A tremor in Jiang Lingmu's hand caused the fish on her hook to escape. Professor Sprout? Did the lavender yield results? Professor Sprout, clad in her tattered, mud-stained robes, had adorned her pocket with a small bouquet of fragrant lilacs. Oh, nothing escapes the keen eyes of clever 17. The truth is, after processing and drying the lavender, I entrusted it to Severus. Professor Snape? Jiang Lingmu inquired. Indeed, he is your potions professor, is he not? I find myself utterly incapable of concocting potions. In fact, his research on herbs rivals my own. Regrettably, he mentioned that the lavender you cultivated is unsuitable for potion making, claiming it contains a unique, active substance that diminishes the inherent magical properties of the herbs. It may serve as a material for a new potion, but the samples are far too scarce, and only you can produce them, rendering the research rather futile. Jiang Lingmu felt a blend of disappointment and something else. Thus, her avenue for cultivating herbs was abruptly severed. Contemplating this, she glanced at the lavender pot beside her, hoping that the herbs she had planted normally would prove unproblematic, thereby retaining some semblance of yield advantage. Perhaps there exists a spell for hastening plant growth and magic. Yet, she found herself ensnared in the issue she could not evade. She still could not properly wield spells. Professor, did Snape mention what that special, active substance is? Professor Sprout hesitated. Severus stated it is a substance entirely different from magical energy, akin to a tangible life force. He specifically cautioned me against disclosing this, as it might attract some troubles for you, yet I felt it necessary not to conceal it. Chapter 45, Detention Again. After Professor Sprout departed, Jiang Lingmu lost her desire to continue fishing. With some time remaining before dinner, she carried a basket of fresh fish into the underground kitchen. Vicky and Ruby welcomed her warmly, already discussing with the headmaster their modest request for imported seasonings from the Far East. Jiang Lingmu sought their assistance in identifying several fish species, then politely declined their offers of fish and chips and stargazing recipes, opting instead to prepare over 20 fish, braising some, steaming others, and making fish soup. She meticulously gutted the smaller ones, brushing them with oil and grilling them over charcoal, seasoned with cumin and chili powder. Jiang Lingmu reserved a few for the house elves, returning with the remainder to the Great Hall. The grilled fish received unanimous praise from her friends. Even Hermione ate with great concentration. It was not until dinner was nearly concluded that George and Fred arrived at the table, wearing mysterious expressions. "Oh, I'm starving. What is this?" Fred exclaimed as Jiang Lingmu offered him and George the grilled fish. "I caught it by the Black Lake this afternoon. Do give it a try." Fred sampled it, singing its praises. Alas, the grilled fish had quite a few bones, and the two brothers hurriedly devoured several large pieces of bread and 2 servings of stew before relishing the grilled fish while reporting their delightful sales figures. "George, it's a resounding success." "Fred, absolutely successful. I can hardly believe it. We sold over 100 bottles on the first day. I'll need to ask you for more stock." George chimed in. "I'm confident that once they try it, sales will improve even more." At a galleon. "It's not inexpensive. Many students are intrigued but still hesitant." Fred, Professor Flitwick bought 2 bottles. George, Professor McGonagall ordered 5. Fred, Professor Sprout was even more extravagant. George, upon hearing it was your hair potion, she requested 10 bottles in one go. After George spoke, Fred winked at the 4 little ones. "You see, she has never dressed particularly well. We thought Professor Sprout wasn't he so affluent." George, even Lockhart bought a bottle. He curled his lip, seemingly reluctant to recall the transaction. He claimed he wanted to test whether it truly works well, though he still prefers to recommend his own hair products. Hermione paused mid-spoonful of pudding, feeling particularly qualified to comment on this matter. "Oh, his hair products?" Jiang Lingmu had never heard Hermione speak in such a sardonic tone, considering that just days ago she had viewed Lockhart as a hero of both talent and bravery. "His hair products. They are inferior to the muggle goods I purchase at the supermarket nearby. At least my hair doesn't worsen after using them. This is sheer fraud," Hermione exclaimed, shooting an indignant glare at the Professor's table. Her gaze was so piercing that Lockhart quickly located its source and turned to her with what he believed to be a perfect smile. Harry nearly shrank beneath the table. "No, Hermione, please, can't he just think I'm dead?" Ron mumbled, his mouth full of ice cream. "It seems not, Harry. You should really look up and admire his dazzling white teeth. Why doesn't he sell toothpaste or a dental potion instead?" George and Fred shook their bulging pockets of coins at Jiang Lingmu, Fred sporting an excitedly mischievous grin. I've never seen so many galleons. Perhaps our request is a bit excessive. 17. Can we divide the earnings tonight? Of course, if it's inconvenient for you. We can wait until you've sold all this stock. What are you talking about? Of course we can. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. I have no idea how long it would take to sell on my own. Ron finally finished his ice cream. I've sold some too. Just not as many as George and Fred. I sold 20. Merlin above. You are my dear brothers, aren't you? Why not impart a few tips? The Weasley brothers were in a lively uproar. Jiang Lingmu noticed the other male prefect, Percy, glancing in their direction. Soon, however, she had no time to ponder Percy's thoughts, for a brilliant golden light burst through the Great Hall's entrance, heading straight for her. What is this? Hermione asked just as the golden light transformed into a flapping origami crane, landing upon Jiang Lingmu's shoulder. It's a reply, Hermione. Jiang Lingmu finally received the critically important letter she had been awaiting. She extended her hand, and the crane leapt into her palm, which she closed and then reopened, revealing a sheet of unfolded parchment. Jiang Lingmu scanned the contents rapidly, raising her brow at a pivotal point. She turned her gaze toward the professor's table, where Dumbledore appeared to be enthusiastically recommending a new flavor of ice cream to Snape, who bore an unamused expression. Weekends at Hogwarts are always leisurely and pleasant, especially in the splendid weather. All students strive to relish the fleeting warmth of autumn, with laughter echoing across the grounds. Quidditch training had commenced, with the stands of the pitch bustling with people. Joy was a luxury afforded to others. Jiang Lingmu found herself devoid of it, as even the influx of over 100 galleons the previous night could not distract her from the indignation of being confined in the potions professor's office that afternoon. The entire morning had been spent in the library with Hermione, poring over various magical tomes they could borrow, though to little avail. After lunch, she lingered for a while in the courtyard outside the hall. When the clock tower struck the hour, she rose from the grass, cradling her small flower pot, and made her way to Snape's underground office to continue her unpaid labor. She had no inkling of what peculiar task Snape would assign her this time. Jiang Lingmu knocked on the door, which swung open automatically, and she stepped inside. Snape remained seated behind his desk, which was cluttered with stacks of parchment and an assortment of potions. Professor Snape seemed indifferent, barely lifting his eyelids to acknowledge her presence. With a languid gesture, he extended his pale, slender fingers, pointing towards the large barrels beside the long table that held cauldrons. Within these barrels crawled countless black beetles, squirming in a mass. It was a mystery how Snape had managed to contain them. The barrels were nearly overflowing, yet the beetles showed no inclination to escape. When will this task be completed? She mused. She gazed at the countless lively beetles, each capable of inducing goosebumps at a mere glance. She suspected that Snape might next ask her to extract juice from cockroaches. It was 3 in the afternoon, and with the early dusk of the season. She was grateful for the clear weather, allowing her to anticipate the luxurious moon-viewing feast that awaited her that evening. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lingmu removed her robe and donned her gloves, ready to grapple with the beetles. These diminutive black beetles had hard shells, and Jiang Lingmu struggled to apply the right amount of pressure to extract their eyes. Too gentle, and she could not crush them. Too forceful, and they were reduced to a pulp. After wasting several beetles, she finally devised an effective method. She retrieved a pair of small tweezers from the workstation, secured a beetle's body, and deftly pried open its head. The tweezers effortlessly seized the tiny eye, which she deposited into a glass vial. Do you intend to challenge me? Not a chance, she thought, recalling her longing for the exquisite shrimp noodles prepared by her senior brother. Immersed in her task, Jiang Lingmu failed to notice Snape lifting his gaze to observe her, his habitual frown deepening with silent scrutiny. The more he watched, the less he understood. Despite having gathered considerable research on the mystical traditions of Huaxia, records regarding the way of longevity were scant. Not to mention the dried lavender Professor Sprout had brought a few days prior. He had refrained from disclosing that after the lavender was used to concoct a calming potion, the potion underwent significant transformation, its originally bitter scent replaced by the fragrance of lavender, as if the essence of other materials had been wholly consumed by it. Although the potion's efficacy was somewhat diminished, the potential side effects that could induce drowsiness had completely vanished. A mere thought of the more advanced herbs cultivated by Jiang Lingmu falling into the wrong hands sent a chill down his spine. The world was never devoid of unscrupulous individuals. The ointment Jiang Lingmu had carelessly spilled on the table the previous day had also been collected. He was not juvenile enough to engage in a battle of wills with a mere child. He was uncertain of her methods. But one thing was clear, they were not those of a typical wizard. The animal-derived materials in the scabies potion had lost their pungent, irritating qualities, seemingly consumed by the violet flames, and the ointment acted swiftly without the usual stinging sensation. Another enigma that eluded even him the master of potions. Professor Snape? He suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing that Jiang Lingmu had already filled a glass vial with the beetle eyes. She approached him, seemingly oblivious to his covert observation. Her tone casual. Professor, may I use another vial for the eyes? I only found this narrow-mouthed one on the shelf over there. As she placed the filled vial on his desk, her gaze wandered across the cluttered surface, landing on a stack of old newspapers. Snape glanced at the vial of beetle eyes, his eyes narrowing slightly in an attempt to find fault, but he could not. He shifted his approach instead. What? Do the other vials not meet your aesthetic standards? Jiang Lingmu did not retort. Instead, she made her way directly to the stack of old newspapers. Professor, how did these newspapers come to be in your possession? I couldn't find any to borrow. Snape raised his hand to object, but then seemed to recall something. Arching an eyebrow and falling silent. Noting his lack of refusal, Jiang Lingmu seized a newspaper and began to skim through it rapidly. It was a copy of The Prophet from 12 years ago, and perhaps due to the tense circumstances at the time, many dates were missing, and the printing layout was somewhat chaotic. Nevertheless, she found the content she sought. The Rise of the Dark Lord, a mass exodus of wizarding families seeking refuge abroad. What became of the wizarding families who fled after the Dark Lord's disappearance? Jiang Lingmu scrutinized the second report, unable to resist reading aloud. According to incomplete statistics and interviews from the newspaper, the situation for the wizarding families who sought refuge abroad is quite unfortunate. Most of their attempts have been unsuccessful. Even after venturing far from home, they have not fully escaped the persecution of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, except for one city, Port City. Setting down the newspaper, she murmured, Port City, just as I suspected. Snape narrowed his eyes. I did not send you here to read old newspapers. Jiang Lingmu turned to him, daringly smiling. I assumed you were one of Dumbledore's people, Professor. How is it that he didn't inform you of such a significant matter, requiring you to uncover it yourself? Snape visibly stiffened for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. You knew all along. Jiang Lingmu shook her head. Not for long. I only learned last night. I had Wu Wei help me look into some matters, such as the peculiar British individuals who relocated to Huaxia's Port City over a decade ago. Coupled with today's newspaper, I understand why I received the opportunity to study abroad. Snape raised an eyebrow. Gryffindor. For once, his tone lacked its usual sharpness. It seems you are more astute than I had anticipated. May I ask a few more questions? Snape leaned back in his chair, his body gradually retreating. He did not respond with a yes or no, but Jiang Lingmu sensed it was an implicit permission. What is the Dark Lord's true name? Why is he referred to as the Dark Lord? Is there a taboo surrounding it, or is it merely fear? I heard Harry mention on the first day of school that he faced the Dark Lord last year, suggesting that he did not truly defeat him in his childhood. Snape's hand resting on the armrest of his chair unconsciously clenched at these inquiries. He has a name. Out of fear, people only refer to him as the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Jiang Lingmu attempted to recall this term from her dictionary, but found nothing. No matter, perhaps they consider themselves so formidable that they invented a grand title. And the second question? Snape replied, I do not know. Jiang Lingmu astutely seized upon the inconsistency. Is it I do not know, or no comment? Snape suddenly felt that having a perceptive student could be a double-edged sword. Very well, I shall cease my inquiries. It was evident that such a figure would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate. She would have to contend with several minions before even addressing the main threat. How could Voldemort possibly be slain by a mere one-year-old child? Professor, if you have a moment, might you assist me in scheduling an appointment with the headmaster? I believe I have matters I wish to discuss with him. Snape let out a derisive snort. It appears that arrogance and presumption have not entirely consumed your intellect. You wish to voluntarily withdraw from school? Jiang Lingmu's expression was one of astonishment. Certainly not. How could I ever consider such a thing? I merely seek to secure additional benefits. Snape's brow furrowed even deeper, as if she had uttered something as absurd as a desire to consume cockroaches raw. Jiang Lingmu felt that Snape's gaze upon her was akin to that directed at a mere slug, one devoid of medicinal value. Benefits? You intend to seek favors from Dumbledore? He retracted his earlier assessment that she possessed some semblance of insight. How foolish. Chapter 47. The repercussions of good and evil, ever present. A firm believer in the notion that a 13-year-old girl could bestow fortune and greater security upon the wizarding world. Snape's uniquely deep and steady voice reverberated through the dimly lit office. To seek further advantages from the orchestrator of your own exploitation? He reiterated, how utterly foolish. No, no, no. Professor, this is not folly, it is wisdom. Jiang Lingmu shrugged and plopped down on the chair across from the desk. I recall the day we first met. You posed a question to me, inquiring why I was so insistent on returning the accommodation fees to the headmaster. Do you remember my response? Snape certainly did. And upon hearing her answer, the resentment he felt towards being burdened with the child had lessened considerably. One should not be in debt to others, yet I. along with the mystical gate behind me, am already indebted. Therefore, now that the die is cast, why should I not strive to secure greater benefits for myself? Snape did not accept this reasoning. I dare say, such concerns should not fall upon the shoulders of a 13-year-old child. You are correct. Evading debt is indeed a clever strategy, especially considering my tender age. I trust that, given the headmaster's character, he would not retract his previous assistance to the mystical gate. However, Jiang Lingmu pointed towards the ceiling. I am acutely aware of what I owe, heaven knows, and as with any debt, there shall come a day of reckoning. I despise the additional interest that accompanies such debts. I wish to avoid incurring further costs due to negligence. Some debts, if not settled promptly, may demand more than mere principal when the time comes for repayment. Of course, this pertains to the unique philosophy of our mystical gate. I do not expect you, Professor, to fully comprehend it. Jiang Lingmu's words faltered as she noticed Snape's expression darkening considerably, and it continued to worsen. What has transpired? Did she inadvertently speak of something monumental? Is it possible that Snape is in debt? Surely, the Master of Potions cannot be incapable of repaying debts. The philosophy of the mystical gate. Please, elaborate. Jiang Lingmu scratched her head in distress. You are presenting me with a challenge that is quite difficult to explain. How does one translate classical Chinese into English? She switched her language system. Misfortunes and blessings do not come from the heavens. They are summoned by oneself. The repercussions of good and evil, ever present as shadows. She then stumbled through a rudimentary explanation in English. Following this, an extended silence ensued. Leave. Pardon? Jiang Lingmu instinctively glanced at the large barrel of beetles remaining. Leave? I do not need to handle these. I said leave. Snape kept his head lowered, preventing Jiang Lingmu from discerning his expression, leaving her unable to read his mood. Nevertheless, she cautiously ventured. So, regarding the appointment with the headmaster? Snape finally lifted his gaze, his dark eyes hollow once more. Jiang Lingmu could not perceive even the slightest trace of emotion within them. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Professor, were you deliberately targeting me in class yesterday? Or were you hinting at something? Do you wish for me to return to my comfort zone, as if my bamboo leaf green wine had proven effective? Moreover, have you uncovered my issues with magic? Might you offer me some guidance? Professor. Snape, unable to endure any longer, raised a finger. Jiang Lingmu felt an invisible force propelling her backward. In a panic, she barely managed to clutch the precious flower pot, as the arched door behind her swung open, and she was thrust against the rough stone wall. The door slammed shut forcefully before her. Her cloak was still inside. Had she known better than to meddle, she would have refrained from getting involved, regardless of whether he was emotionally triggered or on the brink of collapse. Jiang Lingmu pouted, hugging the lavender pot as she hastily exited. There was still time. Perhaps she could find George and Fred to sell some goods together. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, she leaped through the entrance and was met by the sight of the three young ones tightly surrounded by a group of Gryffindors. Harry donned a scarlet Gryffindor cloak, with protective gear on his elbows, flanked by Hermione and a visibly pale Ron. George and Fred stood behind them, dressed similarly to Harry and wearing grim expressions. What has happened? As Jiang Lingmu approached, the Gryffindor students parted to create a path, and she sensed their gazes upon her were peculiar, mingling curiosity with reverence. Lingmu. Hermione waved at her, and Jiang Lingmu noticed her reddened eyes, as if she had been crying. Hermione, who has wronged you? It was Malfoy. Ron growled fiercely, as if he wished to chew Malfoy up. Then his expression shifted. You truly saved my life today, 17. Jiang Lingmu's face contorted in confusion. What on earth has transpired? Soon enough, she learned the details through the accounts of Harry, George, and Fred. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had been usurped by Slytherin for practice space, and Malfoy, leveraging his father's wealth, had become the new seeker for Slytherin. A verbal altercation ensued, during which Malfoy hurled vile insults at Hermione, prompting Ron to retaliate with a curse intended for Malfoy. George sighed. His wand is simply too old. Fred's expression mirrored his brother's lack of amusement. Subsequently, the curse did not strike Malfoy but rebounded upon Ron himself. 17. Thank goodness for the gift you bestowed upon him. Otherwise, we would have been in quite the predicament. After Fred spoke, Ron opened his hand, revealing the crumpled little red pouch he clutched. Jiang Lingmu took it, opened it, and indeed, the talisman had been reduced to a small pile of ash. Ron gazed at her expectantly. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest, and then the curse vanished. Thank Merlin. I did not wish to eat or regurgitate slugs in front of Malfoy. Jiang Lingmu envisioned that scenario and could not help but shudder. Furthermore, Hermione was correct. Had my curse landed on Malfoy, he would assuredly have sought out his father. I can still 17. Could I possibly purchase another one from you? Regrettably. Jiang Lingmu shook her head. This cannot be frequently utilized. At times, one must accept the occurrence of misfortune or retaliate with their own strength. If one continually relies on it to nullify adversity, greater misfortunes may await in the future. Moreover, I believe you should be fine now. Your immediate priority should be to earn some money for a new wand. Ron pondered for a moment, not quite grasping the implication. Yet Jiang Lingmu's words had illuminated a new path for him. You are correct, 17. I shall return to selling hair potions. Ron exclaimed, fully rejuvenated. While simultaneously dragging George and Fred along with him, the students gradually dispersed, and Jiang Lingmu took a seat beside Hermione, gently grasping her hand, which felt icy to the touch. Are you all right, Hermione? She inquired. Hermione smiled faintly, raising the corners of her lips. I am well, Lingmu. There is no need for concern. She slightly tilted her chin, exuding an air of confidence. I will not be defeated by a mere handful of foul words. A noble pure blood, pales in comparison to my accomplishments. Jiang Lingmu blinked in confusion. In truth, she did not fully comprehend the discourse surrounding pure blood and half-blood distinctions. In our homeland, only livestock and pets are concerned with lineage. Chapter 48, An Uninvited Guest. Hermione chuckled softly, while Harry doubled over in laughter. Well said, 17. I shall use that retort next time. But isn't the bulbous-headed one still confined? I recall it was Professor McGonagall who personally sentenced him to detention. How can he possibly attend Quidditch practice? I am aware of that. A tall, robust upperclassman in team attire chimed in from the corner, appearing rather displeased. Harry quickly introduced Jiang Lingmu. This is Oliver Wood, a 6th year and our Quidditch team captain. Wood nodded at Jiang Lingmu and continued, I spoke with Professor McGonagall. She mentioned that Professor Snape personally approached her, hoping to amend Malfoy's detention schedule. He suggested that if Professor McGonagall did not intend to impede Slytherin's training of new players, the timing of the detention could be flexible. Though Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat irked, she indeed altered Malfoy's detention time. Harry gritted his teeth. How could he say such a thing? Hermione slammed her hand on the table. Malfoy's detention is his own fault, and his delay in Quidditch practice is solely his responsibility. The bad news did not end there. When they returned to the Great Hall for dinner, the penalties for their inappropriate arrival at school were finally determined. Ron was to assist the notoriously difficult caretaker, Filch, in cleaning the trophies in the 5th-floor trophy room, without the use of any magic. Harry was to help Lockhart respond to readers' letters. Both felt that they were more unfortunate than the other. As for Jiang Lingmu, her aura did not entirely shield Harry and Ron, but it did preserve her own well-being. Professor McGonagall, still irked by Snape's sardonic remarks, addressed Jiang Lingmu. I believe you have endured enough punishment from Severus, have you not? You may return to rest. Resting was hardly an option. As night fell, silvery moonlight streamed through the narrow windows of Gryffindor Tower. Once curfew arrived, Jiang Lingmu eagerly lit a calming incense, and within 10 minutes, Hermione and the others had drifted into slumber. Jiang Lingmu quietly donned her attire, draping a black cloak over her shoulders, and passed through the fat lady's portrait. It's time for festivities, she thought, descending the intricate staircase with speed and stealth, not needing to illuminate the path. Her destination was the astronomy tower, thus, she needed to descend from Gryffindor's tower to the 8th floor, traversing the corridor to reach the staircase leading to the astronomy tower. Jiang Lingmu recalled that Dumbledore's office was situated in a small tower above the 8th floor, guarded by a massive stone beast. As she neared the vicinity of the headmaster's office, Jiang Lingmu deliberately slowed her pace, using her senses to scan for any potential threats. There were neither patrolling professors nor Filch or Mrs. Norris. She swiftly passed a corridor adorned with a rather silly tapestry before halting in front of it, gazing curiously at the wall opposite. Why does this wall emanate such potent magic? Just as she prepared to reach out and touch it, an exceedingly faint sound, akin to fabric rustling, echoed from the far end of the corridor. She heard no footsteps. It must be Snape. Jiang Lingmu pressed herself firmly against the wall, using her dark cloak to blend into the shadows, and slowed her breathing. She recalled that Professor Snape was not scheduled for nighttime patrol tonight. Fortunately, Snape did not approach her direction. Instead, he strode directly to the stone beast. Toffee crunch, she heard him murmur. The beast appeared to come to life, parting to reveal a hidden passageway, disclosing a spiral staircase. Snape ascended the staircase, which began to rise automatically, and soon his figure vanished, with the wall and the stone beast reverting to their original state. Jiang Lingmu, unable to investigate the hidden secrets within the wall behind her, hurried through the corridor towards the astronomy tower. Just as Snape stood before the oak door, it opened silently, and he stepped inside. After casting Jiang Lingmu from his office, he remained seated in solitude until the midnight hour, ruminating on her foolishness and greed, and the poignant words she had uttered that pricked at his heart, until curfew arrived. When he finally emerged from those dark emotions and memories, he recalled Jiang Lingmu's request to see Dumbledore. Though it was late, it mattered little. Was not Dumbledore particularly fond of that foreign exchange student? Severus? What brings you here at such a late hour? Dumbledore inquired, peering at Snape through half-moon spectacles, a hint of unease flickering in his azure eyes. I believe you should be mindful of the elderly's delicate rest periods. Dumbledore sat behind his enormous desk, which bore claw-footed legs. Snape regarded the headmaster's meticulously arranged attire, which seemed somewhat ostentatious, and the open box of Muggle sweets beside him, sneering with disdain. I sincerely apologize for disturbing the headmaster's repose, Snape stated, though his tone betrayed no genuine remorse. Allow me to remind you, should you continue to indulge in sweets so indiscriminately, even the toothing potion would not suffice. Dumbledore's beard twitched disapprovingly. Oh, please do not deprive an elderly man of his sole delight, if you would be so kind. Having come to see me at this hour, I presume you have something of great importance to discuss. Snape, unhurried, took a seat across from Dumbledore. I must ponder this matter. Dumbledore, unable to evade the inquiry, let out a long sigh. Very well, if my memory serves me correctly, today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival in our homeland. Jiang Lingmu has already reached out to you herself? Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of confusion. What? Certainly not, but the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. I suspect she will find a place to celebrate in secret. Snape's expression morphed from suspicion to incredulity. So, you intend to proceed without an invitation? Dumbledore chuckled. Do not speak so, Severus. As educators, we possess the prerogative to impose some minor, flexible penalties on students for their nocturnal escapades. Therefore, accompany me, for I believe you and 17 have formed quite a rapport. Have you not? Snape yearned to refuse, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he found himself trailing behind Dumbledore, exiting the headmaster's office. Chapter 49. The Mid-Autumn Feast. Jiang Lingmu discovered an exquisite vantage point for moon-gazing atop the astronomy tower, completely unaware that danger lurked nearby. Like a busy little squirrel, she retrieved a delicate gauze screen from her ring to shield herself from the wind. The moon-white fabric harmonized splendidly with the silvery brilliance of the moonlight. Next, she arranged a set of intricately carved flower tables, varying in height, depicting the four gentlemen. She summoned several pots of green and golden chrysanthemums, meticulously positioning the floral arrangements across the banquet table. Additionally, she conjured a fragrant osmanthus tree, placing it at a distance to infuse the air with its sweet aroma. Following this, she prepared a low bamboo table adorned with cushions for support, as well as a round, three-legged table for dining. Copper basins for washing hands post-crab consumption and fragrant beans for bathing were also at the ready. The piece de resistance comprised her senior brother's delectable offerings, including essential hairy crabs, steamed fish, abalone, braised chicken, roasted duck, dompa pork, red braised pork knuckles, braised lamb, fluffy shrimp balls, boiled cabbage, and a medley of seasonal vegetables. Concluding the feast were platters of marinated beef and ox tongue, sticky rice lotus root soup, and, of course, the indispensable mooncakes. Jiang Lingmu laid the table with great care, each dish kept warm by small protective formations enhanced by her senior brother's magic, ensuring that she needn't worry about the food cooling throughout the evening. Finally, she produced a jar of muddled wine, brewed from pure spirit rice, tart yet sweet, her favorite. Although she possessed the skill to brew alcohol, her master forbade her from drinking, allowing only the slightest taste during the brewing process. However, on such festive occasions, her master would indulge her. Content, she settled down, leaning against the table as she poured herself a cup of rice wine. She wondered what her master and the other 16 seniors were doing at that moment. They were likely enjoying a lively mid-autumn festival on the mountain, but she hoped her master wouldn't miss her too much. Raising her cup to the moon, she intended to toast her master, who was far away in China, but it was at that moment that an unexpected guest arrived. Upon lifting her gaze, she was greeted by the flamboyant figure of Dumbledore standing at the entrance of the astronomy tower, with the nearly shadow-like Snape following closely behind him. Jiang Lingmu slowly lowered her cup, her mind swirling with questions. When had they arrived? How did they know she was here? What was their purpose? Had she violated school rules, prompting their arrival to bring her to account? Would they permit her to finish her mid-autumn feast first? Ultimately, all her queries morphed into a palpable silence. Dumbledore was the first to break the quiet, observing Jiang Lingmu's meticulous arrangements with an admiring gaze before finally resting his eyes on the lavish spread before them. Ah, such an elegant setup, a bountiful feast. Would you mind if we joined you, Miss 17? Snape's gaze traversed the intricately carved screen and flower tables, the blooming chrysanthemums and osmanthus, and the exquisite three-legged table beside Jiang Lingmu, ultimately settling on the banquet. He raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. Initially, he had perceived Jiang Lingmu's fastidiousness towards food as overly delicate and pretentious. Now, however, he found it quite understandable. If she had been accustomed to such exquisite, Intricately prepared dishes for the past 13 years, it would indeed be challenging to adjust to their everyday fare. While she might be finicky, it could hardly be deemed pretentious. Jiang Lingmu blinked, rising from her seat to add 2 more cushions and tables, along with sets of bowls and chopsticks for Dumbledore and Snape on either side of the table. Of course, Headmaster, Professor, please take a seat. Her gaze flitted to their empty hands. How curious it is to see guests arrive empty-handed. Is there no custom of courtesy where you come from? Dumbledore seemed to catch on to Jiang Lingmu's thoughts, awkwardly settling into a cross-legged position on the cushion as he cheerfully explained, "We arrived in quite a hurry. And perhaps you would not mind if we brought gifts later." Jiang Lingmu longed to assert her displeasure, yet a clever idea struck her. "Very well. I happen to desire something." Snape's motion to sit faltered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Dumbledore, it appeared, was far more intrigued by her banquet arrangements and delectable dishes than the gifts Jiang Lingmu sought. He proceeded to inquire about the significance and purpose of the screen, the flower tables, and the floral arrangements, leaving Jiang Lingmu to exhaust herself translating and explaining. She felt weary before they even began to eat. "Forgive an old man's insatiable curiosity. 17. What is this?" Dumbledore pointed at the wine cup before Jiang Lingmu. She glanced at him, then at Snape, who had previously cautioned her against underage drinking, and realized that today, enjoying the wine was not in the cards. "It's a type of rice wine. Though not for my consumption, it is merely for offering." Her heart ached, but she maintained her smile. "However, I believe both you, Headmaster, and Professor Snape might enjoy the leftover wine from the offering." Then, under the scrutiny of a pair of blue eyes and a pair of black ones, Jiang Lingmu began her offering to heaven and earth with the rice wine. She lifted the wine cup, flicking her finger, sending a stream of wine spilling into the air, vanishing into the atmosphere, leaving the cup empty. A toast to the heavens and deities above. Jiang Lingmu filled another cup, pouring it entirely onto the ground. A toast to the spirits below. A toast to the moon goddess. Since she could not drink it herself, the more she expended, the better. A toast to my master. For the final cup, she raised it toward the east, bowing deeply in reverence before swiftly downing it. Oh, how delightful her brew was. It was her limited mid-autumn offering. How unfortunate to have to share it with others. Jiang Lingmu returned to her seat, setting the used cup aside, refilling Dumbledore's and Snape's cups, leaving the jar beside Snape. Out of sight, out of mind, she would focus on her crabs and ginger tea. "Please, enjoy, do not hold back." With the addition of 2 guests, Jiang Lingmu had to add 3 pairs of communal chopsticks. Both Dumbledore and Snape exhibited impeccable dining etiquette, albeit with a novice's grasp of chopsticks. Jiang Lingmu reassured herself that she could not possibly finish the banquet alone. Dumbledore was a bit inquisitive, frequently asking her about the dishes, then inquiring about the mid-autumn traditions in China. The sweet rice wine was not only her favorite, but also aligned with Dumbledore's preferences. Jiang Lingmu watched as he alternated between sips of wine and bites of food, consuming cup after cup. "Drink up, old man. Who could outdrink you?" The rice wine was smooth while consumed, yet its potency would reveal itself later. She anticipated the wind blowing her way. Jiang Lingmu diligently dismantled the crabs with a delicate crab-cracking tool, extracting every morsel of crab roe, crab fat, and crab meat into the shell, drenching it in ginger vinegar before devouring it in a few bites. Delightful. Crabs were meant to be savored this way. When it came to the art of crab disassembly, her senior brother excelled. The year prior, she had merely feasted, but this year, she had to participate actively. By the time Jiang Lingmu reached her 3rd crab, Dumbledore's curiosity, though belated, finally emerged. Chapter 50. There is no good wine, no good feast. Dumbledore regarded Jiang Lingmu with an earnest curiosity, compelling her to demonstrate the proper use of the crab-ate delicacies. The period surrounding the Mid-Autumn Festival is traditionally a time for indulging in crabs. Hastily, Jiang Lingmu arranged her cauldron and tools, celebrating the beauty of the moon and savoring wine amidst chrysanthemums, a poetic expression of autumn in Chinese culture. Thus, Dumbledore seized a large, plump crab. Out of courtesy, Jiang Lingmu turned to Snape. "Professor, would you care to try some?" she inquired, hoping he would decline, as he hardly seemed the type to indulge in culinary delights, likely finding the intricacies of crab consumption bothersome or perhaps too reminiscent of peculiar potion ingredients to partake. "Thank you," came his curt response. One day, she vowed, she would cultivate a bounty of crabs in the Black Lake. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the serious discussion finally commenced. While continuing his battle with the osmanthus sugar lotus, Dumbledore casually broached the subject. "Professor Lockhart mentioned that you, 17, often skip classes, which contravenes school regulations. However, I am more intrigued to hear your thoughts on the matter." Jiang Lingmu paused with her chopsticks. "On that note, I have a question for you, Headmaster. Do you not vet prospective professors before appointing them? I hardly require an incompetent to instruct me in bedtime stories." Dumbledore appeared somewhat flustered, eliciting a low, brief chuckle from Snape that seemed to rumble from his throat. Your assessment is quite candid, 17. In truth, since that incident, I have struggled to find a suitable defense against the dark arts professor who can teach for more than a year. There is a reason for this. I hope you can understand. Jiang Lingmu had no intention of beating around the bush. Then I hope you can also comprehend my position. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, she set down her chopsticks and pressed forward. Now, Mr. Headmaster, let us discuss your interference in my sorting. Snape, evidently unaware of this development, cast a surprised glance at Dumbledore. And let us also deliberate on why it is imperative for you to have an international student hailing from the mystical traditions of China. Initially, I intended to ask Professor Snape to facilitate a meeting with you, but that now seems unnecessary. Can there be a more fitting context for our conversation than this? Jiang Lingmu was determined to leave Dumbledore in a state of discomfort, making him aware that there is indeed no good wine and no good feast. This was an opportunity he had presented himself. You are the guest. You may choose a topic to start with, she offered. Dumbledore had to concede that he somewhat regretted interrupting Jiang Lingmu's mid-autumn celebration. Although he was reluctant to part with the osmanthus sugar lotus, he wisely laid down his chopsticks, adopting a posture of earnest discourse. 17. You are more astute and perceptive than I had anticipated. I surmise you are already aware of the situation, are you not? Snape listened silently. His curiosity piqued regarding the benefits Jiang Lingmu sought and the means by which she intended to attain them. You need not speak to me in a condescending manner. At present, I cannot be considered your student. Rather, I am a partner, she asserted. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Snape suppressed the corners of his lips from curling upward, pondering that this foolish foreign student was not beyond redemption. Then, when did you come to this realization? What is it that you desire, 17? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Lingmu retrieved a letter from her spatial ring and directly handed it to Dumbledore. I presume you can read Chinese, am I correct? Dumbledore nodded. I can comprehend and listen, but I struggle to articulate. He unfolded the letter and examined it for a while, raising his gaze from the parchment. His cerulean eyes met Jiang Lingmu's, and she discerned a familiar glimmer within them, one she had previously observed in Snape's eyes. She could now ascertain that this was a form of magic, albeit one that held no utility for her. Perhaps it allowed glimpses into one's thoughts? She remained uncertain. Oh, I find myself intrigued to learn, she mused. You are truly exceptional, and I do not regret bringing you to Hogwarts in the slightest. So, 17. Could you enlighten me as to when you became aware of all of this? From the very beginning, Jiang Lingmu replied candidly. Mystical powers are often exclusionary, and I believe you recall what transpired outside the leaky cauldron that day. Just as our mystical traditions do not accept foreigners into our fold. Even if one possesses great talent, the hearts of those outside our lineage will differ, a principle that applies universally. But initially, I was unaware of your intentions until the sorting ceremony. I perused the various records concerning the sorting hat. It hesitated when determining my house because it could not directly read my thoughts, implying it could not grasp my essence. Speaking of this, Jiang Lingmu felt a surge of anger. She had come so close to being sorted into Hufflepuff. You interfered, and thus I naturally found myself mingling with Harry and his friends. I suspect your expectations of me are intertwined with Harry, correct? After all, he is your so-called savior, and it is understandable that you would go to great lengths to protect him. As for why you chose an outsider like me, I believe the answer lies within this letter. The fact that wizarding families from the UK sought refuge in Hong Kong successfully over a decade ago indicates that magic does not prosper in the lands of China. This terrain harbors even older and more formidable forces. Even Voldemort, upon arriving in China, found his powers significantly diminished, akin to those of a mere ordinary man. A profound silence enveloped the astronomy tower, and after Jiang Lingmu finished speaking, no one uttered a word. Dumbledore meticulously folded the letter and returned it to Jiang Lingmu. And how do you perceive the situation now, 17? Harry is a good boy, and I am happy to count him as a friend. Let us set that aside for now, as a small token of gratitude from me to you. It was true that Dumbledore had paved the way for the mystical traditions in international circles, and it was equally true that there was a lack of wizarding power within China. From the outset, he had labored for a rather elusive hope. Had Jiang Lingmu not possessed magical talent, all his efforts would have been in vain. This favor, Jiang Lingmu was willing to acknowledge. Now, I wish to present my conditions. First, I hope you can grant me the utmost freedom beyond that of a mere student, though I shall maintain the facade of a student publicly. Secondly, I require that you refrain from ceasing your endorsement of the mystical traditions in international organizations until my graduation. As for after my graduation, I have confidence in the capabilities of our mystical traditions. If it takes 6 or 7 years to establish a foothold, then it would be time for Ing Wu Wei to resign. Lastly, I find myself in need of funds, as my future plans involve a comprehensive farm. Therefore, I would require your assistance when necessary, Of course, under conditions that do not jeopardize mutual interests. In exchange, I shall fulfill certain tasks and responsibilities you may assign within my capabilities. Dumbledore blinked slowly, and Jiang Lingmu remained patient, sipping her ginger tea as she awaited his decision. I am quite curious. Had this conversation not occurred tonight, or had I never met you, what would you have done? She inquired. It is indeed a fact that you have aided the mystical traditions. Do you believe I could fulfill the aforementioned conditions without your consent? Jiang Lingmu's eyes narrowed into a playful squint, her feline-like gaze brimming with mischief. After all, you wouldn't expel me, would you? I believe this conversation can save us both from much probing and suspicion. Time is precious and ought to be devoted to more pressing matters, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore chuckled, extending his hand to Jiang Lingmu. A pleasant collaboration, 17. However, I do hope you will immerse yourself in and relish the life at school. Sometimes, having too clear an understanding can rob one of much joy, such as the rambling advice of an elder. Chapter 51, Naive Mischief. Jiang Lingmu placed her hand in his, shaking it. I truly enjoy school life, she asserted earnestly. I am sincerely grateful to you. Had it not been for you, I might never have realized my magical talents. With that, Jiang Lingmu produced a bottle of fruit wine from her storage ring. It's sweet as well. May I toast to you? Dumbledore chuckled heartily, lifting his cup as she poured a stream of ruby-red liquid, the unique sweetness of the grapes wafting through the gathering. This is my own brewed grape wine. It bears no resemblance to red wine. It's akin to sweet rice wine, easy on the palate, yet packs a potent after-effect. Now may I request a gift? Jiang Lingmu flashed a playful smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Dumbledore took a sip of the wine, undeniably tempted, and soon drained his cup. Jiang Lingmu, with a beaming grin, refilled his glass. Oh, certainly. What would you like, 17? Severus Snape regarded Dumbledore's unguarded demeanor with quiet disdain until he recalled that he too was among those indebted for a gift. I find it difficult to adapt to British cuisine. I desire a piece of land to cultivate some vegetables and fruits. Of course, it was primarily to lay the groundwork for her future comprehensive farm, as she had numerous research and experimental aspirations. Oh, that's certainly possible. Let me think. Hagrid has an uncultivated section next to his vegetable patch, roughly half an acre. Jiang Lingmu calculated, realizing that half an acre equated to about 3 mu, sufficient for her needs. I shall inform Hagrid afterward. I know you two get along well, and I trust he would be more than willing to assist. Jiang Lingmu expressed her gratitude decisively, then pressed on. Hagrid is indeed a good soul, though his workload seems rather overwhelming. I worry he might struggle to keep up. Dumbledore astutely discerned the underlying implication and refrained from further drinking. In fact, he has been managing such burdens for many years. I believe he can handle it. The old man and young woman exchanged knowing glances. Snape. Jiang Lingmu, very well. It appears that brazenly venturing into the Forbidden Forest is out of the question. I shall have to resort to stealth. Jiang Lingmu retrieved the newly opened wine jar with deliberate slowness. However, Dumbledore suddenly interjected, he will inevitably encounter times when he is overwhelmed. I can think of no one more suited to assist him than you, 17. Jiang Lingmu obediently refilled Dumbledore's glass, then raised her ginger tea in a toast with him. Snape felt as if he were witnessing two cunning foxes exchanging conspiratorial glances. In the next moment, Jiang Lingmu deftly filled Snape's empty cup, flashing him a cheeky grin. Professor Snape, does the fare suit your palate? Snape replied. I presume you did not seize the potion ingredients catalog from me merely for amusement. What materials do you seek? Jiang Lingmu feigned surprise, widening her eyes. How could I possibly trouble you with such expenses? At that moment, Snape's ominous premonition peaked. In lieu of costly potion ingredients, I would rather have a formidable mentor. Thus, I shall entrust my magical quandaries to you, Professor. Snape. Professor, in our homeland of Huaxia, we hold great reverence for our teachers. Although you are not technically my master, you are nonetheless my instructor, and I shall not disturb you without cause. I believe there is much we can share concerning the expansion of potion knowledge, is there not? Dumbledore observed with amusement as Jiang Lingmu pressed her potion professor for concessions, contentedly savoring the sweet osmanthus lotus root and lotus seed soup. He mused that, if necessary, he too could assist Jiang Lingmu with her inquiries. After all, Huaxia's desserts were a rare delight. Ultimately, Snape did not refuse, nor did he consent. Jiang Lingmu interpreted this silence as acquiescence. As the banquet drew to a close, Snape observed with a cool demeanor as Jiang Lingmu repeatedly refilled Dumbledore's cup, seemingly intent on inebriating him. Unbeknownst to them, the moon hung low in the western sky. Under Jiang Lingmu's subtly expectant gaze, Dumbledore finally succumbed to inebriation. She discreetly stowed away the screen while the refreshing breeze, imbued with the scent of osmanthus, wafted through the gathering. Indeed, the cooler air intensified Dumbledore's intoxication, causing his head to tilt, and he drifted into slumber. Even Snape felt a hint of drowsiness. His arm resting on the table, his hand supporting his cheek as he closed his eyes, seemingly indulging in a brief respite. Jiang Lingmu smiled slyly, retrieving a red thread from her storage ring, channeling her magical energy through her fingertips, and with a gentle tug, transformed the thread into numerous small segments. Snape's eyelids flickered, his hand tightening around his wand from an angle Jiang Lingmu was oblivious to. She mumbled something under her breath, which Snape could not discern. Let us see you misplace the houses. Let us see you pilfer the wine. There is no elder I cannot handle. She stealthily approached Dumbledore, reaching toward his lengthy beard with mischievous intent. Snape's eyes cracked open a fraction, catching sight of Jiang Lingmu's nimble fingers deftly lifting Dumbledore's excessive white beard. As her fingers danced, they swiftly fashioned intricate braids, ultimately securing them with conspicuously bright red ribbons. Snape, after a moment's consideration, he released his grip on his wand, feigning ignorance. In a mere 5 minutes, each strand of Dumbledore's beard had been braided into a plait, and Jiang Lingmu withdrew, satisfied. As for how she achieved this feat so swiftly, it was merely a matter of practice. It was a skill honed over the past year on countless elderly gentlemen. Having completed her task, Jiang Lingmu quietly gathered the floral arrangements and her cushion, casting a cleansing charm to erase any remnants of the feast. The table was cleared, leaving only cushions and mats for Dumbledore and Snape beneath the bamboo mat. She knew Snape was pretending not to see, with someone facilitating her escape. She had no intention of exposing herself, making a hasty exit after her mischief. Off to visit the Dream Lord she went. As soon as Jiang Lingmu's figure vanished atop the astronomy tower, Dumbledore and Snape opened their eyes. Snape remarked, "Childish." Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his conspicuously styled beard, even lifting it to closely examine the neatly braided strands devoid of any frayed ends. Childlike innocence and mischief are delightful traits, Severus, especially when combined with intelligence. At least I need not worry about her happiness at Hogwarts. With that, he glanced up at the sky, where dark clouds were gradually gathering, obscuring the moon's luminous orb. What a splendid banquet. I have heard that the Mid-Autumn Festival in Huaxia symbolizes family reunions. Indeed, the banquet was splendid, with elegant arrangements, delectable food and drink. And the ever-embarrassed Dumbledore, Snape thought. Yet, the significance of this gathering lacked any enchanting quality. Soon, Dumbledore found himself unable to maintain his previous cheerfulness, as he discovered that the red string tied by Jiang Lingmu was utterly impossible to untie. Severus, perhaps you could lend me your assistance? Snape cast a glance at Dumbledore's strikingly conspicuous white beard, suppressing his distaste as he rose to inspect the two braids. He raised his wand and tentatively tapped one of the red strings entwined around a braid, which then writhed as if possessed, swiftly reducing one braid to mere fragments. A small patch of inconspicuous baldness appeared on Dumbledore's chin, exposing skin so smooth that it seemed devoid of pores. Snape. Dumbledore. Snape's tone was laced with amusement. I'm afraid I am equally powerless. Isn't it splendid? How delightfully naive and mischievous. Snape straightened up, returning Dumbledore's previous comments about Jiang Lingmu with equal measure. Subsequently, he attempted to use a shrinking charm on a cushion and a side table to conveniently stow them in his pocket, but to no avail. Fortunately, the items were not overly heavy, and he carried them in hand as he departed from the astronomy tower. Chapter 52, Blending In. On Sunday morning, when the four friends gathered at the long table in the great hall, Harry and Ron appeared listless. In stark contrast, Hermione and Jiang Lingmu brimmed with energy, one energized by a restful night as sleep, the other exhilarated at the prospect of engaging in agricultural pursuits. Hermione bit into a jam tart that Jiang Lingmu thought was excessively sweet, wrinkling her brow at Harry and Ron. What's the matter with you two? Even on the weekend, you cannot afford to be so lethargic. Oh, don't mention it, Ron replied glumly. You have no idea, over 100 trophies. And no magic allowed. I scrubbed until midnight. Not to mention Harry's task of addressing nearly 1,000 envelopes for Lockhart, during which he heard some inexplicable noises on his way back to the dormitory. Hermione's curiosity was piqued by Ron's words. Noises? What noises? Harry, evidently reluctant to elaborate, hurriedly attempted to finish his breakfast as he had Quidditch practice ahead. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just overly fatigued. I have practice today. What about you two? Hermione was dissatisfied with his dismissive response. I've finished my prep work and my notes for Lingmu, and today I'm going to find Hagrid with her. Harry inquired. How long will you be with Hagrid? Perhaps I'll join after practice, provided Wood's new strategy goes smoothly. Ron gulped down a large swig of pumpkin juice. I'm helping George and Fred with deliveries this morning. They have training and no time to spare. The hair potion I sold hardly compares to their volume. But they said they'd share a bit of commission with me, so I can buy a new wand. As he spoke, He pulled out a piece of parchment inscribed with the names of the buyers and their houses. Honestly, I finally feel like they're acting like brothers. Jiang Lingmu finished her last sip of soup, and Hermione offered her a quarter of a jam tart for dessert, recalling that Jiang Lingmu couldn't handle overly sweet treats. I didn't expect to sell so much so quickly. Now that I have land, perhaps I can grow some flowers and create various scented hair oils. Harry and Ron perked up. Land? What land? Jiang Lingmu vaguely explained. Oh, I requested a plot from Professor Dumbledore to grow some of my favorite fruits and vegetables. Right next to Hagrid's garden. Harry looked puzzled. When did you meet Dumbledore? After asking, he couldn't help but glance towards the staff table, only to realize that Dumbledore was absent today, and Hagrid hadn't come for breakfast either. I just happened to run into him, Jiang Lingmu replied. Harry wanted to ask more, but before he could voice his query, Wood dragged him away by the collar. Ron also quickened his eating pace. I'll try to finish early to find you both, 17. If you need any help, just let me know. Once breakfast concluded, Jiang Lingmu and Hermione strolled hand in hand to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had evidently received word from Dumbledore, as he had laid out nearly all his farming tools. A few enormous hoes and some implements that Jiang Lingmu could not identify were scattered about. 17, Hermione. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand like a massive standing black bear. Oh, Dumbledore has already informed me. Shall I show you the garden? Yes. Jiang Lingmu, preoccupied with her task of cultivation, had forgotten to bring the small flower pots she had been carrying around for days. Following Hagrid, they rounded the back of the hut, where half of the garden was filled with the second crop of cabbage Jiang Lingmu had planted at the beginning of the term, now thriving. On the opposite side stood a collection of pumpkins so enormous they were nearly human height. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened in awe. Is this a new species cultivated in the magical world? Hagrid instinctively glanced skyward. Oh, they're growing quite well, aren't they? Just used a bit of special fertilizer. They'll be perfect for Halloween. Fertilizer? Hermione remarked with a knowing smile. Hagrid, your special fertilizer isn't the enlargement charm, is it? I must say, it's been exceedingly effective. Jiang Lingmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is there such magic? Then perhaps I could grow strawberries the size of human heads and watermelon houses. It was settled. Once the garden was organized, she would seek a gift from Snape. Hagrid paused, looking around to ensure no one else was present before he spoke to Hermione. Ron's little sister, Ginny, said the same thing. I saw her yesterday. What is wrong with Ginny? Jiang Lingmu inquired. Realizing she hadn't seen her all day, she must have been seeking Ron. Hagrid chuckled knowingly. She mentioned she just wanted to wander about, perhaps hoping to encounter someone, like Harry. Hermione laughed. Ginny is quite adorable. Jiang Lingmu frowned slightly. It was evident to anyone that Ginny had feelings for Harry. She was clearly avoiding him while secretly keeping an eye on him. How could she not know that Harry was training on the Quidditch pitch yesterday? If she wanted to see Harry, she could simply go to the pitch. Jiang Lingmu had little time for further thoughts as they had passed Hagrid's garden and arrived at a patch overgrown with weeds. From here to there, 17. Do you see those stones? The area enclosed by the stones is the plot. Jiang Lingmu let out a small cheer and dashed inside, beginning to measure the size of the garden with her steps. Hagrid continued to speak in his booming voice, while Hermione appeared daunted by the size of the garden. Originally, Dumbledore intended for me to manage this plot as well, but you know how it is, I simply couldn't keep up. So it's been neglected for quite some time. Hermione glanced at the farming tools Hagrid had brought, which were even taller than she was. This is no small undertaking. She doubted she would be of much assistance. Hagrid had already begun rolling up his sleeves. Oh, no worries, I'll lend a hand. Being large has its advantages in this regard, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu had finished her circuit along the stone boundary, and had effectively determined how to allocate the space. She planned to plant a few fruit trees near the edge of the forbidden forest and establish a small grove of bamboo, as the land would otherwise remain barren. The stock of spiritual rice is running low. For now, let us cultivate an acre, while the rest shall temporarily be transformed into a vegetable garden until her lavender experiment is complete. Once that is done, we shall reduce the vegetable patch by half and plant herbs instead. Additionally, I shall construct a pergola at the edge for respite during labor. Perhaps I should even build a trellis for grapes? With a heart full of delight, Jiang Lingmu meticulously laid out her plans, only to turn around and find Hagrid already toiling away, struggling to clear the weeds. She hurried back to call for a halt. Hagrid, this method is far too slow. Have you forgotten how I dealt with the pests in the vegetable plot that day? Chapter 53, The Agricultural Prodigy. Jiang Lingmu ushered Hagrid to the edge of the field and unleashed her exotic fire once more. Violet flames flickered from her fingertips, cascading into the overgrown vegetable patch, swiftly spreading throughout. Amid Hermione's astonished exclamations, the dense weeds and low shrubs were instantaneously reduced to ashes, the flames halting precisely at the delineation marked by stone. In the blink of an eye, The entire vegetable plot was rendered immaculate. Splendid. We have efficiently accomplished weed removal, pest control, and fertilization in one fell swoop. Next, we must till the soil and create ridges. Jiang Lingmu had no intention of borrowing Hagrid's tools. She seldom utilized farming implements herself. Instead, she rummaged through her spatial ring and retrieved a seed no larger than her fingertip, casually tossing it into the soil. The seed, as if responding to the wind, sprouted vigorously, its robust roots and vines entwining like a colossal octopus ensnaring itself. Jiang Lingmu directed the roots to delve deeper into the earth, the moist, dark humus continuously being upheaved, mingling with the surface soil, occasionally dislodging small stones and casting them out of the vegetable patch. Hermione's voice trembled with incredulity. What is this? A devil's net? No, it doesn't quite resemble that. Goodness. I have never seen such exaggeration even in the fully mechanized farms I visited as a muggle. Jiang Lingmu glanced at Hermione, her eyes brimming with pride. I have named it Shinong No. 2, a gradual enhancement from the climbing vine. Shinong No. 1 was still tending to her fields back in her ancestral home. The Dian sect, what she had summoned forth was merely the seed of Shinong No. 1, which had been affectionately dubbed Tiger. Jiang Lingmu pondered for a moment and decided that this new specimen would be called Two Tigers. The fact that she had nurtured Tiger to possess a semblance of sentience was purely serendipitous. She hoped its offspring would exhibit some vigor. No need for extraordinary intelligence, just longevity would suffice. In less than half an hour, Jiang Lingmu had guided Two Tigers to meticulously turn over every inch of the vegetable plot. She knelt down, pressing her hands into the soft soil, thoroughly satisfied with the fertility and vitality it exuded. The vines and roots of Two Tigers worked in unison to shape the ridges, a far more intricate task that took over an hour, resulting in a neatly arranged field before the trio. Hermione's initial shock had transformed into a state of numbness, while Hagrid gazed at the imposing and majestic Two Tigers with rapt attention. He had never regarded any plant as adorably enchanting as this magical creature. I had presumed it would be a monumental undertaking, Lingmu. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Jiang Lingmu shrugged. Alas, my spells still leave much to be desired. With the ridges completed, Jiang Lingmu extracted a variety of seeds from her spatial ring, directing Two Tigers to dig holes for planting. She also placed several fruit seedlings in the designated spots, ensuring the bamboo grove was thoroughly filled. Hermione and Hagrid had settled on the ground at the edge of the field. Jiang Lingmu then produced a rain-summoning talisman and tossed it into the air, conjuring a gentle drizzle that swiftly accomplished the initial irrigation. Hermione opened her mouth, only to close it again. Perhaps the endless questions would only serve to vex Lingmu. However, she had already perused every tome in the library concerning the mystical arts of Huaxia, yet the useful information remained scant. It was certainly challenging to match her knowledge against Jiang Lingmu's. Having completed her tasks, Jiang Lingmu noted that nearly an hour remained until lunch. Now, I shall require your assistance, Hagrid. I wish to construct a temporary resting structure here, but I lack the wood. Oh, wood, that is easily arranged. Just a moment. The Forbidden Forest is abundant with timber. Hagrid mumbled as he rose, his massive form casting a heavy shadow on the ground. Jiang Lingmu instinctively recognized this as a golden opportunity to enter the Forbidden Forest without pretense and promptly followed suit. He can assist in transporting the wood. I shall accompany you. As she spoke, Two Tigers, which had rooted itself at the edge of the field, uprooted itself and formed a compact sphere about her height. Rustling along after them, Hermione trailed behind, observing the vine ball. Of course, but I fail to understand why we don't simply let them grow as they are. Like that cabbage the other day. That was merely a stopgap measure. To harvest truly delectable produce, one must afford the plants time to absorb nutrients and energy from nature. Hagrid's eyes widened in understanding, finding the logic compelling. I truly ought to learn proper farm management from you, Merlin S. Beard. You are nothing short of a genius. Hagrid did not lead them into the depths of the Forbidden Forest to fell timber. Instead, he revealed a stash he had stored beside his hut. These are reserved for repairing the wooden house. As you know, I cannot employ magic. Jiang Lingmu was genuinely unaware of this. Why not? You are a wizard. Oh well, that is a long story, dating back many years. Hagrid's talent for diverting conversation was evidently not very adept. What sort of shelter are you planning to build? I can help you prepare the lumber. Jiang Lingmu did not press further, instead joining Hagrid in measuring the wood. Hagrid was responsible for sawing, while Jiang Lingmu utilized carpentry tools to carve simple mortises and tenons. I know this. Hermione, having observed sufficiently, leaned in closer to watch Jiang Lingmu's woodworking skills. It's a traditional construction technique from Huaxia, isn't it? How is it that you know so much, Lingmu? Jiang Lingmu fell silent for a moment. If you lived in the deep mountains for over a decade, you would learn to do everything yourself too, Hermione. However, It was mostly my senior brothers and sisters who did the heavy lifting while I assisted them, so I really only know a little, nothing more. The straightforward materials for the hexagonal frame were soon prepared, even without the aid of 2 tigers, as Hagrid effortlessly transported the lumber. He assisted Jiang Lingmu in anchoring the posts into the ground for reinforcement, while Jiang Lingmu utilized 2 tigers as a makeshift lift, hammering away at a pile of varying lengths of wood until the framework of the hexagonal structure was swiftly erected. The central void was then fitted with a trellis for the grapes to climb, further enhancing the stability of the structure. After compacting the ground and placing a stone table and benches, Jiang Lingmu spread fine gravel across the remaining muddy surface. Finally, she unearthed a grapevine from her spatial ring and planted it beside the sturdiest post, and in an instant, lush green leaves densely covered the entire structure. Let us refrain from allowing it to bear fruit just yet. Let it rest for half a month. Soon enough, they would be able to enjoy fresh grapes. Hermione sat upon the stone bench, gazing up at the tender greenery above, the air suffused with the unique, subtly sweet and tangy fragrance of the grapevine. Wait, I just thought of something, Lingmu. Are you certain these huaxia crops can thrive here? The weather will soon turn cold, and there will be frequent heavy rains. Of course, they are remarkably resilient. She would frequently return to tend to them, and all the crops she planted had been meticulously selected and adapted. While they may not quite reach the level of spirit plants, they were not far off either. But your reminder is appreciated. Heavy rain is not to be feared. But man-made disasters are truly perilous. Chapter 54, Snape's Gift. Jiang Lingmu rummaged through her spatial ring and extracted a collection of protective talismans, arranging a simple talisman array in the vegetable patch. The purpose is quite straightforward, devoid of any aggression, effectively preventing anyone from causing trouble. Once everything was completed, it was nearly lunchtime. Thus, the 3 of them meandered towards the castle at a leisurely pace. On their way, they encountered Ron, who had come searching for them. And as they passed by the Quidditch pitch, they spotted Harry and the Weasley twins, who had just concluded their training session. Harry's hair appeared much more tame and obedient. Even after a morning of chaotic flying, it no longer stood on end as it had before. Coupled with his round black glasses, he emanated a scholarly charm. Hermione, 17. Hagrid, I was just about to change and come look for you. How is it going, 17? Need any assistance? Before Jiang Lingmu could utter a word, George and Fred cheerfully joined in. George, we've all heard the news. Fred, truly remarkable. George, we can't even find a secluded spot for our experiments. Fred's gaze shifted to Ron. So, did you deliver everything? You didn't misplace anything, did you? Ron, slightly vexed, retorted, Am I really that unreliable? I'm your own brother. The initial trio soon transformed into a large group, filled with laughter and banter. It was at this moment that the Slytherin team made their entrance. Jiang Lingmu immediately caught sight of Malfoy, surrounded like a star by his admirers. Clad in the silver and green of Slytherin, brandishing his brand-new broomstick, he exuded an air of self-importance, flanked by a cluster of taller Slytherins. Upon noticing them, his expression of arrogance morphed into one of disdain, as though he had encountered something repugnant. Look who it is. It seems the infamous Gryffindor oddball crew has swelled in numbers. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself. It appears that a week of confinement has done little to enhance your walnut-sized brain. Malfoy, you still fail to learn your lesson, do you? Malfoy's pale, pointed face flushed with anger. He had suffered more defeats at Jiang Lingmu's hands than he had in the previous 12 years combined. He shot her a venomous glare before being ushered into the Quidditch pitch by the throng of Slytherins. Good grief, Ron remarked. When did he become so easy to provoke? Upon entering the Great Hall, they found lunch freshly laid out, and Jiang Lingmu, without even a glance, retrieved her own meal. Notably, Dumbledore was still absent, but Snape was seated at his usual place, partaking in his lunch. Jiang Lingmu offered a smile. Lingmu, shall we head to the library this afternoon? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. I'll pass. I've already completed my assignments. I plan to find a place to practice spells. After lunch, Jiang Lingmu and her friends basked in the sunlit courtyard, relishing what was said to be the last of the pleasant weather. Feeling that the time was right, they meandered back to the castle, descending the stairs to the dungeon. The warmth of the sun gradually faded, and as Jiang Lingmu turned down 2 flights of stairs, the surrounding temperature grew increasingly cold. She paused outside an arched door and knocked gently. The door opened slightly, revealing Snape's low voice. Enter. Good afternoon, Professor Snape, she greeted. His expression darkened upon recognizing her. He scowled. What is it? Jiang Lingmu smiled sweetly. Professor, you haven't forgotten your promise from last night, have you? Indeed. After her words, Snape's face contorted as if he had been forced to swallow a live slug. I believe, as your instructor, I have the right to decide when to guide you. I am quite busy now, leave. Jiang Lingmu showed no fear at such a mild threat, nor did she feel any embarrassment at being dismissed. After all, it was Snape. If he were to happily agree to guide her, That would truly be a surprise. I hold a differing opinion on who has the authority to dictate the schedule, Professor. This is my gift, is it not? As it is my gift, I believe I should have the right to its use. Snape fixed her with a grim stare, and Jiang Lingmu met his gaze unflinchingly. They remained locked in this standoff for nearly a minute until Snape lifted a finger, causing a small box to soar swiftly towards her. Jiang Lingmu caught it. Suppressing a smile, it contained a box of matches. Practice on your own. Do not disturb me. Or else Jiang Lingmu repeatedly reminded herself that this was a request for guidance, and she dutifully seated herself at the table adorned with cauldrons. Her robe, left behind from the previous day, was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the house elves had taken it. Calming her mind, she opened the box brimming with matches and consciously lowered her voice as she began to practice her incantations. Within a mere half hour, the matchbox had been depleted by a small portion, as not a single needle could endure for more than 5 seconds. I instructed you to practice, not to engage in this futile exercise of waste. Snape's voice boomed from above, startling Jiang Lingmu, but the sewing needle she had transformed did not vanish immediately. 6 seconds. Professor, it lasted for 6 seconds. Jiang Lingmu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Snape's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Ah, remarkable progress. Jiang Lingmu thought to herself, this shouldn't be. In the past, I managed even the most challenging spells and charms on the first try. Has my understanding diminished? Or is my magical talent truly lacking? Do it again. Oh, very well, Professor. Jiang Lingmu pulled a match from the box, expertly casting the spell, and the match instantly transformed into a sewing needle. However, it began to tremble. Jiang Lingmu concentrated, striving to quell its quaking, attempting to extend its duration. But to no avail. The harder she pressed, the faster the needle vanished, this time not even lasting 5 seconds. Undeterred, she gazed up at Snape, scrutinizing the slightest change in his expression. She was certain he had discerned something. Your magic lacks control. You are merely mimicking, not truly learning. Perhaps you are keenly aware of the fluctuations in power, yet you fail to perceive your own. It seems that whether in life or in practice, one must first focus on oneself, would you not agree? Jiang Lingmu was left speechless. How does he perceive my arrogance and pride? He can twist anything into a reprimand. Tell me, what sensations do you experience when casting the spell? Any details? Jiang Lingmu carefully reflected, even preparing a mental script to avoid giving this potion's professor any ammunition. Chapter 55, The First Pot of Gold. I feel a surge of power, which flows from my arm to the wand as I recite the incantation. And then it acts upon the match. Snape squinted slightly. Then why not attempt to temper that power? Do you simply allow it to burst forth like a floodgate? Or do you consider magic to be merely an optional elective, requiring no caution? Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened. Must I temper it? I didn't know. I thought my magical talent was lacking, not powerful enough. Snape paused. If you believe talent is merely about strength, then you are unworthy of my guidance. Now, do it again. Jiang Lingmu once again extracted a match, casting a spell in an attempt to regulate the flow and intensity of her magical energy. She was perpetually plagued by a sense of unreality. To her, magic was far from the obedient essence of spiritual power that she could summon at will, fast or slow. As she desired, it felt as though she were grasping at smoke, unable to seize the magic itself. Fortunately, upon gaining this awareness, the duration of the sewing needle's existence had significantly increased, extending from 5 seconds to half a minute. This marked the most substantial progress she had made since the commencement of the school term. Just as Jiang Lingmu contemplated discussing her control over magic with Professor Snape, an overwhelming force surged upon her, and she was once again hurled through the arched door. Along with her, her meditation cushion, a delicate glass lamp ensconced within a paper box, and the majority of her remaining matches were ejected as well. Maintain it for half an hour, no? For over an hour, before proceeding to the next guidance. Gathering the scattered remnants from the ground, Jiang Lingmu skipped away in high spirits. A week passed swiftly. The lavender had begun to sprout delicate flower buds, poised for maturity. Jiang Lingmu had garnered the affection of most of the house elves at Hogwarts, and the initiative to procure Chinese spices for the kitchen had met with considerable success. The elves had meticulously replicated Jiang Lingmu's recipe for tomato braised beef, receiving enthusiastic acclaim from both students and professors alike. The crops in the garden flourished, and Jiang Lingmu dutifully visited twice daily, witnessing the remarkable transformation of the plants almost every day. Sales of her hair care potion remained steady, and as more students availed themselves of it, the miraculous effects of osmanthus oil spread like wildfire throughout the school. Jiang Lingmu reserved 5 bottles solely for Hermione, selling out the rest of her stock, and, after deducting the commissions owed to George, Fred, and Ron, netting a profit of 545 galleons. Adding the earnings from the sword flying experience following Thursday's flying lesson, Jiang Lingmu had amassed a considerable sum of 600 galleons. Additionally, she had adapted well to the Hogwarts curriculum, her academic progress far outstripping that of her classmates. Thanks in part to Hermione's assistance, though this was limited to theoretical knowledge. On another Sunday, the four friends gathered beneath the grapevine trellis by Jiang Lingmu's garden, where Harry and Ron marveled at the diverse array of crops. Jiang Lingmu, preoccupied with her thoughts, had hastened the ripening of several strawberry plants to provide them with a taste of farm life, while she herself clutched a small flower pot and sighed deeply. Hermione savored each plump, crimson strawberry the boys had picked, immediately captivated by their rich, sweet and sour flavor. What's the matter? Still troubled by the spells? You've made tremendous progress. In just a week, you've used over 20 boxes of matches, and the needle can now exist for more than 10 minutes. Jiang Lingmu felt despondent, yet she was still far from meeting the criteria for her next guidance. Hermione blinked in curiosity, her gaze fixed on Jiang Lingmu. I'm quite curious. Which professor is providing you with instruction? Jiang Lingmu replied, Oh, haven't I mentioned? It's Professor Snape. The mere thought of the potions master ignited Jiang Lingmu's frustration. During this week's potions class, Snape had scrutinized her intently, compelling her to submit all her sleeping potion samples, leaving her no opportunity for clandestine experimentation. Hermione widened her eyes, stuttering slightly. If it's Professor Snape, that explains much. He has always harbored a dislike for Gryffindor. Has he set an exceedingly high target for you? Jiang Lingmu raised a finger. 1 hour. He said I must achieve stability in the needle's existence for 1 hour before I can proceed to the next guidance. I don't find that standard particularly daunting, especially since you and Ginny can conjure a needle with nearly permanent effects. I'm just so frustrated with myself. Why can't I manage it? Hermione sought to dissuade her from spiraling into despair. Perhaps it's that Professor Snape's guidance lacks thoroughness, and there are other underlying issues he hasn't identified. It's all right. I will practice with you. Don't worry, okay? Jiang Lingmu clung to Hermione. Oh, Hermione, what would I do without you? Hermione felt a bit shy at that moment. Suddenly, Ron's head popped into view, observing the two nearly intertwined figures with a grimace. What are you two up to? Jiang Lingmu peeked from behind Hermione's shoulder. Mind your own business, Ron. All right, but there are far too many ripe strawberries. How shall we carry them back to the castle? Ron said, showcasing his robe stuffed to the brim. 17. Your strawberries are remarkable. One plant yields so many fruits. My mother would absolutely adore them. Jiang Lingmu retrieved a stack of oil paper from her dimensional ring, swiftly folding it into sturdy paper bags to distribute the strawberries. After all, it was the first harvest from her garden, and it was essential to share some to spread the word and reel in greater rewards later. This portion is for you and Harry. You can take them back to enjoy. This batch is for George and Fred. And these several will be placed at the professor's table during dinner. Hermione, these are for you. I'll keep just one bag for myself. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lingmu produced a brush and the still damp inkstone from her previous letter. Dipping the brush into the rich ink, she painted a stout, chubby cedar tree on each paper bag, inscribing her name in English beside it. What do you think of this logo? Does it immediately evoke thoughts of me? Hermione deemed it fitting, offering her approval. Ron, isn't it obvious? You've written your name on it. Jiang Lingmu rolled her eyes at him. Soon enough, Harry came running from the garden, his robe also laden with strawberries, juice lingering at the corners of his mouth. Upon spotting the paper bags on the stone table, he understood Jiang Lingmu's intentions. 17. I believe your strawberries will sell exceptionally well. Jiang Lingmu beamed at him. Thank you. Harry also packed his strawberries into paper bags. And as Hagrid was out patrolling the Forbidden Forest, he left a note for him while Jiang Lingmu placed a bag of strawberries at Hagrid's doorstep. As twilight descended, lights flickered on throughout the castle in the distance, and just as the four friends were about to depart, Jiang Lingmu suddenly halted, turning her gaze towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 56. The Enchanted Strawberries. What is it? Do you see something? Hermione asked, following Jiang Lingmu's gaze into the dark expanse of the forest where nothing was visible. Could you wait a moment? Xiong is back. Xiong, your kitten? Ron mimicked Hermione's stance, peering into the forest, though he saw nothing. Do you possess some sort of special intuition? How can you see it when it's so small? The trio stared intently at the Forbidden Forest. And just as their eyes began to tire, a small white emerged at the forest's edge. Its fur was as white as snow, standing out even in the dimness. The diminutive white figure sprinted toward them with a speed that belied its round and tiny form. Hermione finally discerned its appearance. It really is a kitten. Is it still a kitten? How adorable. Xiong nimbly leapt onto Jiang Lingmu, climbing up her robe to her shoulder, where it curled its paws around the fabric and promptly fell asleep, resembling a fluffy little ornament. Oh, it must be tired. Jiang Lingmu gently poked Xiong's head, silently grumbling to herself. How ungrateful. After such a long time without a glimpse of it, It returns only to indulge in slumber. Let us depart. However, since the scouts have returned, it seems the Forbidden Forest expedition can be scheduled for tonight. Nature's bounty, she is here. By the time the four little ones returned to the castle, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the courtyard outside the hall was bustling with students arriving for dinner. Except for Slytherin, the students from the other three houses greeted Jiang Lingmu with nods and smiles, largely owing to the miraculous Eastern hair potion. A few particularly friendly ones even approached her for a chat, and Jiang Lingmu generously shared strawberries from her paper bag, with a smile that lit up her face. She thought to herself, these are all potential clients for her future endeavors. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trailed behind her, filled with awe at her ability to strike up conversations with anyone. When they finally reached the entrance of the hall, they were met by the young master and his dim-witted bodyguard duo. Malfoy's pale gray eyes brazenly scanned Jiang Lingmu from head to toe, and upon noticing the dirt on her shoes, he smirked mockingly. Huh, I heard you can't even manage the simplest cleaning charm. Is it true, Mute? His gaze lingered momentarily on the paper bag in Jiang Lingmu's arms. I truly fail to comprehend. Is there a lack of space in the Far East for you to showcase your talents? Harry and Ron positioned themselves protectively beside Jiang Lingmu, and the surrounding students cast unfriendly glances at Malfoy. Get lost, Mal, Harry declared. Jiang Lingmu grasped Harry's arm, wrinkling her nose slightly. The scent of osmanthus oil wafted from Malfoy, though it was heavily masked by an overpowering aroma of hair gel. She recognized it immediately. Instantly, Malfoy appeared more agreeable to her. Did you purchase my hair potion as well? Malfoy was taken aback, wondering how she knew. He had gone through great lengths and spent several galleons to acquire it. He merely intended to find fault with Jiang Lingmu, but unexpectedly, the potion proved to be quite effective. Jiang Lingmu continued, it's commendable that you have this awareness. However, one must know that excessive use of hair gel will only lead to premature baldness, making your hairstyle resemble that which has been meticulously licked by your two companions behind you. With no malice intended. Jiang Lingmu's words caused Malfoy to bristle like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Huh, don't be ridiculous. I would never use inferior products of dubious origin. Swiftly, Jiang Lingmu seized a perfectly sized strawberry and, without hesitation, shoved it into Malfoy's mouth, interrupting his tirade. In that instant, the world fell silent. Within mere seconds, Malfoy's expression shifted dramatically, from astonishment to fury at having been fed something unclean, and finally to a quiet acceptance as he chewed and swallowed the entire strawberry. Realizing what he had done, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle's eyes fixated hungrily on the remaining strawberries in Jiang Lingmu's bag, their small eyes glinting with greed. Would you like to try some as well? She recalled that these two were not lacking in funds. Jiang Lingmu produced 2 strawberries, and with a glance exchanged between Crabbe and Goyle, they quickly snatched them from her hand. The love of food softened their otherwise fierce and foolish expressions, and they even mumbled a quiet thank you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gaped as if they could swallow an entire egg, while the surrounding students stared in disbelief. The noisy foyer fell silent, and an awkward stillness flowed through the air. Malfoy's sharp face flushed with anger. You just wait. He turned to shout at the 2 hulks. Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting for her to hand out charity? By the time the trio reached the long table, they still bore looks of evident bewilderment. Harry observed Jiang Lingmu, who was placing 2 bags of vibrant red strawberries on the professor's table and chatting amiably with several professors, swallowing hard. Merlin, what do you think she's really thinking? He pondered aloud. I don't understand. Hermione chimed in. Haven't you noticed? Malfoy seems to be targeting Lingmu even more than you do. Ron, having hastily swallowed his pie, joined the conversation. I think Lingmu's intentions are quite clear. She wants to make money, and coincidentally, Malfoy has plenty of it. Now that I think about it, he isn't so detestable after all, is he? George and Fred once told me that customers are like Merlin. One should treat them well, no matter how foolish they may be. Suddenly, Harry's voice rose in pitch. Look, what happened to Dumbledore's beard? Ron exclaimed. Dumbledore? He hasn't eaten in the hall for a week. Merlin's socks. Ron's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. I don't believe this is some sort of trendy style, is it? Hermione cautiously interjected. I think this might be related to Lingmu. She then pulled out a red string from around her neck, the end of which was tied to a small red pouch that Jiang Lingmu had given her, containing a focus charm. Don't you think the red string on his beard resembles this? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, falling silent. Harry felt as if a lively toad had lodged itself in his throat. So, Lingmu's garden. No, he figured it was best not to dwell on that thought. Clearly, Ron and Hermione shared the same sentiment, and the 3 fell into a tacit silence. Although they had gorged on strawberries in the garden earlier that afternoon, they still reached for their bowls to fill them with beef stew and tomatoes. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingmu offered a large strawberry to Dumbledore, her gaze lingering on the red string braids adorning his chin. Dumbledore now resembled a personified ginseng. Your new look is quite charming, headmaster. Care for a strawberry? Laughter emanated from the professor's table, and when Dumbledore glanced over, everyone immediately averted their eyes. He accepted the large, crimson strawberry from Jiang Lingmu, casting her a look filled with a sentiment understood only by her and Snape. Oh, thank you, Lingmu. It looks absolutely delightful. Jiang Lingmu smiled brightly without uttering a word. He attempted to maintain a serious demeanor. What do you think of my new beard style? I find it both unique and beautiful. The stylist must be quite skilled. Jiang Lingmu was increasingly satisfied, her craftsmanship showing no signs of decline. Moreover, she had remembered to braid the hairs on his upper lip and chin separately during such a tense moment, so as not to hinder the old man while eating. Oh, could there be anyone kinder than her in this world? No, there could not be. Unable to contain himself, Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with mirth. When do you think I should change my style again? Jiang Lingmu pretended to ponder seriously for a moment. I believe a month would be just about right. Dumbledore visibly relaxed. Chapter 57. The Forbidden Forest, a Bounty of Riches. In the dead of night, the calming aroma of the soothing incense in the girls' dormitory worked its magic. As her roommates drifted off to sleep, Jiang Lingmu donned her clothes and draped her wizarding robe over her shoulders. One must admit, Hogwarts uniform regulations made for an excellent night cloak. By simply removing the emblematic house badge and name tag, it was nearly impossible to be detected while traversing the darkness. Jiang Lingmu stealthily passed through the aperture of the portrait of the plump lady, releasing her consciousness to navigate through the pitch-black darkness, her footsteps almost soundless upon the ground. Skillfully avoiding several trap-laden steps, she descended the staircase to the first floor. At this hour, the castle was closed, though not entirely so. All she needed was to reach the courtyard outside the hall, and then slip away unnoticed. The candles adorning the ceiling of the hall had all been extinguished, and the 4 long tables along with the professor's dais lay silently concealed in the shadows. Jiang Lingmu made a beeline for the grand entrance, easily prying open a gap in the heavy door. Just as she was about to slip through, a sudden hoarse meow emanated from a nearby table, causing Jiang Lingmu to freeze momentarily before turning her head to investigate, then exhaling in relief. It was not Professor McGonagall, but rather Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion. Though she had yet to encounter Filch himself, she had witnessed the peculiar camaraderie between the scrawny cat and her master on several occasions. The duo, master and pet, often coordinated their efforts to catch errant students, leaving virtually no escape routes except for Fred and George. After all, it was still a cat. Wouldn't it be rather unkind to knock it out directly? Jiang Lingmu hesitated for a moment, but in that fleeting lapse, Mrs. Norris had already leaped down from the long table, gracefully striding to her feet, seemingly devoid of any intent to betray her presence. The cat twined its tail around Jiang Lingmu's calf before vanishing into the darkness. Without further ado, Jiang Lingmu slipped outside, resolved to roast some fish treats upon her return. Flying on a broomstick at night would be too conspicuous. She tightened her wizarding robe and briskly made her way towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, she communicated telepathically with her companion, a bear. You mean you've marked the spots? Based on what criteria did you choose them? The density of magical energy? That seems reasonable. Where's the closest location? Take me there. What did you say? You claim there's nothing edible in the Forbidden Forest? Oh, her bear was capable of hunting independently and wasn't particularly picky about its prey, yet Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but recall the bizarre creatures from Fantastic Beasts. She was grateful for a bear's selectiveness. I have plenty of meat in my pocket dimension. I'll roast some jerky for you later. You do enjoy fish, right? The fish from the Black Lake are quite delectable. A bear leapt down from Jiang Lingmu's robe, its small, round body leading the way as they hurried onward. Navigating by her consciousness proved far more acute than by mere eyesight. Jiang Lingmu skillfully dodged the dense branches and protruding roots in the pitch darkness. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the first spot a bear had marked. Two-eared grass. Jiang Lingmu discovered a small patch of it beside a withered old tree, and she even retrieved her 1,000 magical herbs and fungi from her pocket dimension to compare. Indeed, it was unmistakably two-eared grass. Moreover, the edges of the leaves had already turned red, a sign of imminent maturity. She had filled this book with notes, marking the chapter on two-eared grass with red ink, indicating crucial information. Market price, 5 galleons per bundle, 13 plants per bundle. A bear tilted its head, impatiently meowing at her. Are you suggesting this is still a low-energy concentration area? It was difficult for Jiang Lingmu to contain her excitement, yet she struggled to quell her greed. This small patch of two-eared grass, once dried and processed, could yield at least 70 or 80 bundles, worth nearly 400 galleons. No, that wouldn't do. This was not the Dian sect. Jiang Lingmu took out a paper crane from her pocket dimension and tucked it into a crevice in the old tree bark. Let me see the two-eared grass. Ah, The seeds are hidden within the leaf veins, small black dots that can be extracted by splitting the veins once fully mature, which would affect the overall efficacy. Jiang Lingmu carefully flipped through the leaves and found them to be exactly as described in the book. Only now the seeds had just begun to sprout faint black spots. Complete maturity would take at least a week, and given her previous lavender experiment, she dared not use magic to hasten the growth of the magical herb. She would have to exercise patience. However, with the paper crane now at her disposal, she could check back anytime. She couldn't take the herbs for free, but acquiring some seeds should pose no problem. Jiang Lingmu jotted down the estimated maturation time for the two-eared grass before continuing with a bear to their next destination. A bear's logic in marking spots was impeccably sound. High-quality spiritual herbs only flourished in environments rich in spiritual energy, and the distribution patterns of magical herbs were quite similar. Before dawn, Jiang Lingmu, following a bear, found not only bad blood grass and angelica, but also a rare black root grass, with its black stems and white flowers. It contained potent magical powers and could fend off dark magic when consumed. This magical herb had nearly been harvested to extinction during the turmoil of a decade ago, and even now, it commanded a price beyond measure. Jiang Lingmu cautiously protected it with a talisman. Black root grass does not produce seeds and propagates via cuttings, and this particular specimen was still too small. It needed to grow larger before she could take a cutting. Eventually, she would fill her land with this valuable treasure. It soon proved to be a most prudent decision. Before Jiang Lingmu could awaken from her dreams of impending wealth, she heard a cacophony in the distance, reminiscent of countless claws scraping through vegetation, and the commotion was evidently approaching her direction. A bear immediately leaped into the trees, and Jiang Lingmu glanced down to ensure her talisman was intact before following suit, finding a sturdy branch to settle upon, quieting her breath. Just as she concealed herself, a throng of enormous spiders swarmed into the clearing beneath the tree. Jiang Lingmu widened her eyes, hurriedly recalling the details from Fantastic Beasts, and successfully identified them, the eight-eyed giant spiders. A whole swarm of them. Indeed, they were cloaked in thick black fur, with the largest almost comparable in size to a carriage-pulling thestral, while the smallest among them were as large dogs, even when their elongated legs were not extended. They congregated beneath the tree, seemingly in search of something. Some had already begun to ascend the trunk, weaving webs as they climbed. They gathered together, as if communicating, their large pincers making eerie clicking sounds. The book described them as intelligent, vicious, and favoring large prey, and they were said to be capable of speaking human languages. Most importantly, their venom was a rare ingredient for potions, highly valuable. Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but rub her hands together in excitement. The Forbidden Forest was truly thrilling. Chapter 58, The Magical Underachiever. Soon, Jiang Lingmu noticed something peculiar about the behavior of the giant spiders. Their internal communication likely did not require human language. After a fervent exchange of clicks among dozens of them, they ceased their web-weaving activities. The spiders that had climbed the tree descended along the thick silk strands, and the swarm hurriedly departed just as they had arrived. Jiang Lingmu swiftly sent out a tracking talisman, ensuring a bear memorized their scent. She glanced upwards at the sky. She was now deep within the Forbidden Forest, and returning to the castle would take time. She had no opportunity to pursue these spiders further tonight, and would have to leave a trail. However, why had they fled? Jiang Lingmu leaped down from the tree. The black root grass, completely hidden and protected by her talisman, remained unharmed. Eight-eyed giant spiders, being creatures of darkness, had no need for black root grass to fend off dark magic, unless they intended to use this black root grass to set a trap. Intelligent. So that was the implication. Jiang Lingmu retraced her steps, running back along the path she had come. It was no wonder that students were strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. For the majority of Hogwarts students, this woodland was indeed fraught with peril. However, did the books not mention that such acromantulas were exceedingly rare? Why then was there such a multitude within the Forbidden Forest? Could it be that the school had deliberately kept them here? It made sense. After all, Hogwarts did not charge tuition, and besides providing free meals and lodging for students, it also had to pay the professors' salaries to keep the institution operational. Jiang Lingmu believed this was perhaps the most significant reason for Malfoy's haughty demeanor at school. His father was, without a doubt, a financial benefactor. She recalled that the discount for a young wizard purchasing their first wand was evidently far greater than 7 galleons, the remainder being subsidized by the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts, which amounted to quite a sum. It seemed rather challenging to sustain the school without some additional revenue streams. Contemplating this, Jiang Lingmu felt a pang of sympathy. If this group of giant spiders was indeed nurtured by the school, she would hesitate to extract their venom. While she could manage to procure the venom without causing their demise, it felt akin to theft, which did not sit well with her conscience. After much deliberation, Jiang Lingmu resolved to inquire discreetly within the school. Should the spiders be unclaimed, she would proceed with her plan. If they had an owner, she would stealthily acquire a few spider eggs and artificially create separate nests. She could cultivate a new colony of acromantulas outside the confines of the Forbidden Forest, thus ensuring a bountiful and inexhaustible supply of venom. Her buoyant mood, however, did not endure for long. During the new week's charms class, Professor Flitwick introduced them to the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Jiang Lingmu accurately uttered the familiar incantation, only to watch in dismay as her feather shot upwards like an arrow, piercing the ceiling with a sharp cracking sound. The entire class fell into stunned silence. After a long pause, Professor Flitwick tentatively broke the stillness of the classroom. I believe you simply require a bit more practice, much like with transfiguration, do you not? Yet, until the conclusion of the class, Jiang Lingmu did not manage to levitate another feather. After class, Professor Flitwick retained her in the classroom, presenting her with a sizable stack of feathers and admonishing her to practice diligently in solitude, cautioning her to avoid injuring herself. What could Jiang Lingmu say? She offered a dry thank you before departing the classroom with a slightly heavy heart. Ginny was not waiting for her outside as she usually did. Could it be that she was genuinely intimidated by her levitation charm? Jiang Lingmu made her way to the great hall, where there were few souls present. As lunch was still some time away, in a fit of pique, she seated herself in a corner of the long table, softly reciting the incantation as she sent each feather soaring to the ceiling, one after another. She needed to devise a strategy. Her sewing needle could maintain its enchantment for no more than 10 minutes, and she had a considerable distance to cover before meeting Snape's next expectations. She was exerting herself to the utmost, yet still fell short. What if every charm required prolonged practice? Was she truly destined to be an underachiever in Britain for 6 or 7 years? A bear-like creature sensed Jiang Lingmu's frustration and agitation, emerging from her mindscape to perch obediently on her shoulder. The fluffy little creature nuzzled against her cheek and ear, drawing Jiang Lingmu back to the present moment. She exhaled softly, raising her hand to stroke its head. I'm fine, Xiong. The bustling footsteps of students echoed outside the great hall, and soon the long table was filled with diners. Fred and George took seats opposite her, their identical eyes fixed intently upon her. What's the matter, 17? You seem rather out of sorts, George remarked. I have good news, Fred chimed in, his smile radiant. Would you like to hear it? Jiang Lingmu made an effort to set aside her troubling thoughts, nodding vigorously at the two leading merchants. Yes, many have been hounding George and me, inquiring when the hair potion will be available for sale. 17. Are you truly not considering producing another batch? George continued. And what about those strawberries from the other day? There's considerable interest, Fred added. We just returned from the greenhouse and saw a flock of Hufflepuffs visiting your garden. The mention of profit lightened Jiang Lingmu's mood considerably. Perhaps being an underperforming student was not so unbearable after all, especially since she had money to earn. The strawberries will be ready soon. A batch should mature by next week. I might need your assistance in harvesting them, but correspondingly, I can raise the commission a tad. She hesitated. However, I am somewhat concerned about whether the school can consume them all. George and Fred exchanged glances. Have you forgotten? We're in our 4th year now. Fred exclaimed, winking rapidly. Jiang Lingmu paused for a moment before realizing, you mean Hogsmeade? Correct. Well done, 17. George clapped his hands. We need not adhere to any Hogsmeade day. We can sneak out every weekend. He shot Jiang Lingmu a knowing look. Fred began enumerating the business opportunities he had observed. Not only the wizarding residents of Hogsmeade, but also Madame Rosmerta's 3 broomsticks will be procuring fresh produce, not to mention the Honeyduke's confectionery. I wager your strawberries will undoubtedly inspire Ambrosius to craft new products. With each word, Jiang Lingmu felt her excitement grow. Cultivating her produce at school would only allow her to sell it at a minimal price to her peers, as the garden was school property. She could hardly exploit the school's generosity to profit from her fellow students. However, Hogsmeade was an entirely different matter. Selling her surplus fruits and vegetables to nearby villages was not an issue at all. Jiang Lingmu felt invigorated once more. All right, it's settled then. I may need your help with marketing, pricing, and promotion. We can negotiate the commission rate this time. As for the hair potion, I do not plan to produce more for the time being, as many of the ingredients are exclusive to Huaxia, and sourcing them takes considerable time. I have yet to find a reliable method for transporting bulk ingredients. However, I may explore the possibility of introducing other small products later. Not a problem. George and Fred chimed in unison. As the trio engaged in fervent discussions about their entrepreneurial endeavors, Hermione, Harry, and Ron arrived at the Great Hall. The 3 of them were still damp, their cheeks flushed, as if they had just finished bathing. Ron appeared famished, collapsing onto the table as he gazed longingly at the empty golden plates. What are you all talking about? I'm starving. Herbology is truly torture, even after a shower. I still smell like dragon dung. When will we be free of those mandrakes? Harry seemed to be faring slightly better. That's because you've never had to tend to a garden. I would rather attend herbology than go down to the dungeons, Hermione retorted, her tone less than sympathetic to the boy's complaints. Every subject is crucial to our future, every single one. She took a seat beside Jiang Lingmu and greeted Fred and George. What are you discussing? We're brainstorming ways to sell the crops from the garden. George and Fred have already come up with some brilliant ideas, Jiang Lingmu replied. Upon hearing the word sell, Ron perked up instantly. 17. If you require assistance, would you kindly consider me? Of course. To be candid, despite Ron's somewhat clumsy demeanor, he approaches the task of earning money with a commendable seriousness. The long table soon became laden with food. As a generous serving of bell pepper beef appeared before Jiang Lingmu, replacing the tomato and beef stew from days prior, it appeared that the little elves had once again mastered a dish from the rich tapestry of Huaxia cuisine. Jiang Lingmu ladled some beef into her bowl, but before she could lift her chopsticks, she noticed a rodent's head poking out from Ron's pocket across the table. A rat. Its head. Although she was already aware that Ron kept a rat as a pet, its brazen appearance at the dining table still struck Jiang Lingmu with a sense of shock. A plump, grayish-yellow rat clambered from Ron's pocket onto the table, and he seemed unfazed, casually placing a biscuit in front of it. Jiang Lingmu's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Why? However, Harry and Hermione appeared entirely unperturbed. Hermione glanced at the rat. Oh, I thought it was going to remain in your dormitory forever. You haven't taken it out in quite some time. Ron, with his hand still dusted with pie filling, affectionately patted the rat's head before continuing his struggle with the pie using the same hand. Jiang Lingmu found it difficult to determine which of these behaviors was more repugnant. Bobby is getting old and is reluctant to move. I assumed it was merely sleeping in my pocket, but I didn't expect to change into my robes after herbology class. At last, Jiang Lingmu regained her voice and discreetly separated her food with her spiritual energy, even though Bobby was a pet and not a wild rat. Yet, something felt amiss. Jiang Lingmu's gaze returned to the rat, and she overlooked her disgust, fixating intently on it. Bobby's eating slowed under her scrutiny. It seemed frightened and abandoned the biscuit, attempting to burrow back into its owner's pocket. Jiang Lingmu watched its movements, her expression inscrutable. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Why do you keep a middle-aged man as a pet?" Ron opened his pocket wider, lifting his head from the food. What? Oh, 17. Your cat. A bear cub had emerged from Jiang Lingmu's cloak at some point, evidently immensely intrigued by Ron's rat, its entire body lunging forward. Jiang Lingmu swiftly seized it by the scruff of its neck. Don't be so rude, bear. She paused momentarily and added in Huaxia, no eating filthy things. Not even humans. After saying this, Jiang Lingmu tucked the bear into her robes, effectively summoning it into her mind's contract. I apologize, Ron. Bear means no harm. It has never shown interest in rats. Indeed, it was far less interested in human flesh. Ron instinctively clutched his pocket tighter, and Jiang Lingmu could see that the plump rat was trembling within. I'll try to keep Bobby in the dormitory from now on. You'd best keep your cat in check. 17. Poor Bobby, looking utterly terrified. His tone was far from pleasant, revealing that this rat, named Bobby, held considerable significance for him. However, Jiang Lingmu was certain she had not misinterpreted earlier. The rat bore an uncanny resemblance to Professor McGonagall. Having absorbed a wealth of knowledge about the magical world through her time in the library with Hermione, she recognized this as a form of advanced transfiguration known as animagus. Could it be that this rat was actually a relative of Ron's? Perhaps he was apprehensive about Ron attending Hogwarts? No wonder Ron seemed so anxious. She was also aware that the Weasleys were a large family. Yet, that couldn't be entirely accurate. Just at this long table sat 3 of his brothers and a sister. And Ron did not strike her as a child overly reliant on parental figures. By the way, what did you just say? Jiang Lingmu hesitated, deciding it was best not to pry further. Nothing. Let's eat quickly. We have other classes in the afternoon. Jiang Lingmu's concerns extended far beyond her struggles with magic. Each day, she found herself either attending classes or endlessly practicing assignments, or scurrying between the fields and the castle. Every crop planted in the garden had been meticulously selected through her spiritual energy, and she had almost grasped the threshold of spiritual botany. Yet she had underestimated the harsh climate of England. The strawberries had yet to ripen naturally, and within a matter of days, the weather had turned abruptly cold, as if the sun held a grudge against this land, disappearing for several consecutive days. In its stead came thick, damp fog accompanied by torrential rains and fierce winds. Initially, she had thought Hermione's frequent rain was merely a result of the temperature drop, never realizing it was pure physical devastation. The crops in her garden were now precariously threatened by the relentless storms. She could not remain there constantly to sustain them. Nor could she encase the garden in a warm barrier with formations or talismans. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had diminished. and the remaining spiritual stones from the Dian sect had long since been consumed, leaving her without resources to support any formations. Utilizing talismans for formations was impractical. The 3 acres of land were simply too vast and required frequent adjustments. Ultimately, Jiang Lingmu had no choice but to hastily conclude her planting endeavors, forcing the crops to mature and be harvested in a short time. Although the yield was still present, gazing at the disheveled garden ruined by rain filled her with despair. Similarly, the inclement weather had thwarted George and Fred's money-making plans, leaving them with little time to help promote in Hogsmeade. On one hand, they were preparing for the legendary OWL examinations next year, and the professors had tightened the reins on the fourth-year students, making their coursework more demanding than ever. On the other hand, Senior Wood's fervor for Quidditch training intensified following the arrival of the new Nimbus 2001, which was solely available to Slytherin. While Jiang Lingmu hastily harvested in the garden, she could often see them and Harry battling in the rain high above the Quidditch pitch. Most importantly, Jiang Lingmu believed that if fruits and vegetables could not be supplied consistently, their significance was greatly diminished and could easily become a boon for others. Her skills in magic were commendable, but the magical prowess of others was equally formidable, as evidenced by Hagrid's pumpkins, which were growing to sizes reminiscent of greenhouses. She had worked diligently to carve out a path, only to find herself overtaken by some astute wizards should she fail to provide a consistent supply. It would be better not to engage at all. The only glimmer of hope was that during a late-night harvest, she had acquired a considerable amount of 2-eared grass seeds. Yet there was nowhere to plant them. Chapter 60, The Fruit Basket. Thus, October arrived. The thick, damp, and cold fog seeped from the Hogwarts grounds into the castle, prompting students to don warm sweaters. Yet the cold wave still led to a surge in colds. Jiang Lingmu's attire remained unchanged, consisting of a deep blue single-layer robe and loose trousers of the same hue, her feet clad in cloth shoes, topped off with a long robe. The only indicator of her daily change of clothing was the varying patterned fabric buttons or ties on her robe's lapel. The loose short robe allowed the chill to permeate. As Hermione remarked, it looked cold even to her. Despite Hermione's attentiveness in adjusting her wardrobe, she still caught a cold, and Jiang Lingmu could hear her nasal congestion from the morning onwards. Before lunch commenced, Jiang Lingmu made a special trip to the kitchens, brewing a large pot of thick ginger tea with brown sugar, which she poured into a large teapot to bring up. Drink it while it's hot. It will alleviate your discomfort and spare you the ordeal of queuing for a stimulant at the medical wing. Hermione had just turned around and, with a sneeze, expressed her gratitude in a muffled voice. Thank you, Lingmu. What is this? It's ginger tea with brown sugar, a small remedy for healing and preventing colds, Jiang Lingmu replied, glancing at the long table where wisps of smoke were constantly emanating from the ears and heads of the students, a side effect of the stimulant. She had not anticipated witnessing such a vivid manifestation of bubbling brain matter. Ginny had been looking rather unwell lately, her complexion off and her attendance in class sporadic. She often rushed in just in time or arrived a few minutes late. Percy, being a more reliable brother than the twins or Ron, had insisted she consume some stimulant. Consequently, a billowing steam emerged from beneath Ginny's fiery red hair, giving the illusion that it was ablaze. Just as Jiang Lingmu intended to invite her over for some ginger tea to ward off the chill, Ginny abruptly stood and hastily exited the great hall, her plate still laden with untouched food. What is wrong with Ginny? She doesn't seem to have a cold, but her condition appears quite dire. Jiang Lingmu took Hermione's cup filled with iced pumpkin juice, discarded the icy contents, and poured in the ginger tea. Drink this, given your susceptibility to the cold. It's best to avoid anything icy for the time being. Hermione obediently cradled the warm cup, gazing at the reddish-brown liquid exuding a sweet and spicy aroma, and tentatively took a sip. How is it? Can you tolerate the taste of ginger? Hermione nodded vigorously. I adore ginger ale. She took a hearty gulp, feeling a wave of warmth surge from her mouth to her stomach, enveloping her in a comforting heat, and even causing a fine sheen of perspiration to form on her forehead. This is quite effective, Lingmu. I feel my nose isn't as bothersome anymore. Hermione's voice rang out, catching the attention of nearby students. Jiang Lingmu generously filled cups for Harry and Ron as well, refilling Hermione's before passing the large teapot to another. I believe the house elves can make this too, Harry. After your training, you can request a cup in the kitchen. It can help prevent colds. Harry nodded repeatedly, finding the spicy flavor of ginger agreeable. Thank you, Lingmu. Wood has been acting utterly mad lately. Ron, clearly not fond of the ginger taste, grimaced as he gulped it down, but complied nonetheless. Lingmu, what did you just say about Ginny? What's wrong with her? Hermione set her cup down. Lingmu mentioned that Ginny hasn't been well lately. Honestly, if you could pry your gaze away from your food for a moment, you might notice something amiss with your own sister. Ron seemed taken aback, casting a pleading look at Harry, who was engrossed in the pattern of his pie. Oh, fine. I'll have a word with her, but I can't hold out much hope. She never listens to me. After lunch, the skies grew increasingly ominous. The heavy clouds swirling above the great hall seemed poised to touch the students' heads, heralding yet another impending downpour. Harry sighed and resignedly stood up. All right, friends, I must go train. With that, he trudged out of the hall under the sympathetic gazes of his companions, accompanied by George and Fred, who also appeared less than pleased. I mean, I understand Wood's fervor for the Quidditch Cup, but he is indeed overdoing it, George remarked. Give it up. Even if a curse were to rain down from the skies, he wouldn't cease training, Fred replied. Jiang Lingmu felt a surge of admiration for Oliver Wood. He might rival her passion for gardening. Lingmu, what are you planning to do next? There's no way you'll make it to flying class now. Jiang Lingmu finished the last sip of her hot tea. I intend to harvest melons before this rain, which looks like it will last for days, arrives. Hermione paused in thought. It's hard to say who is more unhinged, Wood or you. Perhaps you could consider building a greenhouse, like the herbology classroom. Jiang Lingmu offered a bittersweet smile. I lack the funds. Constructing a greenhouse is prohibitively expensive. However, Professor Sprout recommended a book filled with magical methods to mitigate the effects of natural weather, but Jiang Lingmu did not continue, yet Hermione understood. She presently struggled with even the most basic spells. I'll keep searching the library for solutions. Don't give up, Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu nodded, retrieving 2 bright, fragrant oranges from her storage ring. Consume these, and drink plenty of warm water. It will help your cold recover more swiftly. Jiang Lingmu spent considerable time in the vegetable garden, gathering melons, reserving enough for herself, while packaging the remainder into baskets of fruits and vegetables. Since selling them was not feasible at the moment, she might as well use them to foster goodwill. Jiang Lingmu had heard Hermione lamenting more than once about Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout competing with her for library resources, all striving to assist her with her magical challenges. The basket was crafted from bamboo, with her bamboo grove and several fruit trees situated in an ideal location. The dense forbidden forest, while stealing some sunlight from them, also provided shelter. Moreover, given their inherent resilience, Jiang Lingmu had only tended to them carefully on the day she cultivated the vegetable garden, leaving them unattended thereafter. The sky was thick with rolling clouds, the wind signaling an impending storm. Despite it being barely past noon, the light had dimmed as if it were evening. When her thoughts were scattered, she found solace in keeping busy. Jiang Lingmu split bamboo into evenly sized strips, directing Eru to weave a shallow basket. After the harvest of Lingmi, a bountiful amount of straw remained, and Jiang Lingmu selected a portion for use, allowing Eru to weave it into compartments. Jiang Lingmu filled the compartments with strawberries, melons, cherry tomatoes, and kumquats, arranging them in the basket, then stuffed the gaps with plump cucumbers suitable for eating raw. The basket nearly filled all available space under the grape trellis, but Jiang Lingmu felt it still lacked something. After a moment of contemplation, she used magic to hasten the growth of a new batch of grapes. This vine had also undergone her careful selection, with each grape the size of a ping-pong ball, their purple-red fruits sweet and juicy. She plucked a few grape leaves for decoration, and with a lavish display of grapes. The aesthetic appeal and sophistication of the fruit basket soared once more. Done. Chapter 61. Filch. Jiang Lingmu was satisfied with her handiwork, leaving some for Hagrid on her way back and storing the remaining fruit baskets in her storage ring. Fortunately, there were not many staff members at Hogwarts. Filling these baskets had not even consumed a 20th of her harvest. Just as she stepped into the castle's entrance hall, large raindrops began to pelt down from the sky, growing denser by the moment, swiftly transforming into a curtain of rain. Jiang Lingmu gazed at the downpour, a chill of concern for Harry and the Weasley brothers still training washing over her. A dry meow echoed from a corner of the hall, and Jiang Lingmu immediately recognized it as Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. During her first nighttime foray into the Forbidden Forest, Mrs. Norris had spotted her and had mercifully let her go. Jiang Lingmu swiftly produced some fish jerky from her storage ring, a leftover from a fishing trip where she had roasted it, always keeping some on hand. Would you care to try? It's quite fragrant. Thank you for last time. She crouched down, extending the fish jerky forward, and Mrs. Norris trotted towards her on dainty paws. Just then, a shadow darted from behind an inconspicuous tapestry, charging straight at Jiang Lingmu. What are you doing? Are you poisoning her? It was Filch. He gasped for breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jiang Lingmu, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. Mr. Filch was absurdly wrapped in a thick plaid scarf, his face flushed to an unnatural degree, resembling someone afflicted by a fever. How detestable these students are. You've miscalculated, Mrs. Loris would never consume anything of dubious origin. Before he could finish his sentence, Mrs. Loris had already snatched the dried fish from Jiang Lingmu's hand, turning her body to press against Jiang's calf, contentedly feasting. Jiang Lingmu had roasted the fish to a perfect crisp, the sound of the cat's chewing echoing in the otherwise empty hallway. The pent-up rage within Felch dissipated abruptly, akin to a punctured balloon. You, Mr. Felch, this dried fish is my own handiwork, and I caught the fish myself from the Black Lake. You may examine it. I assure you, it is not toxic. Jiang Lingmu empathetically understood Felch's concern for Mrs. Loris, offering him a piece of the fish to inspect. Mrs. Loris had already devoured one piece, her tail erect like a mast, circling Jiang Lingmu's leg in search of more. Oh, very well. Felch lowered his head, repeatedly scrutinizing the dried fish in his hand, sniffing at it with his long nose, appearing quite preoccupied. Jiang Lingmu suspected he could hardly detect any scent at all. He was undoubtedly suffering from a cold. She handed Mrs. Loris 2 more pieces, divided the remaining fish in her ring into halves, and placed them in a paper bag, along with a basket of fruits, which she presented to Felch. What a fortunate encounter. This saves you a trip. These are from my own garden. A modest gift, I hope you will accept. The dried fish as well, you can save it for the cat. It seems to enjoy it. Upon hearing Jiang Lingmu's words, Felch appeared utterly flustered. He clenched his fist, crushing the crispy fish, while Mrs. Loris anxiously pawed at his trousers. His gaze towards Jiang Lingmu was filled with skepticism, his lips twitching nervously, as though the colorful, fragrant fruit basket before him was a meticulously disguised time bomb. Jiang Lingmu maintained her composure. You mean, this is for me? Indeed. I have prepared a portion for every staff member at the school. You are the castle's administrator, are you not? Felch grew increasingly uneasy, refraining from reaching out for the fruit basket and dried fish, his lips contorting into an awkward shape. It seemed he attempted to smile at Jiang Lingmu, but failed miserably. Jiang Lingmu, lacking the patience to decipher Felch's inner turmoil or to relish in his discomfort, simply set the fruit basket down. Well then, sir, these fruits and vegetables should be consumed while fresh, and the dried fish should be sealed to prevent moisture. I shall take my leave. Ascending the stairs, Jiang Lingmu directly delivered the fruit basket to the professor's office if they were present, and left it at the door if they were not. At the 8th floor's headmaster's office, Dumbledore greeted her with delight. Jiang Lingmu did not enter the office. She repeatedly declined Dumbledore's offerings of sweets, ignoring his frequent hints about his beard, smiling brightly as she left the fruit basket and took away the cushions and bamboo mats. Finally, she appeared with 2 fruit baskets outside the dungeon office. It was not that Snape received any special treatment. Rather, she remembered halfway through her delivery that she had prepared an extra portion for Lockhart, who truly did not deserve her fruits. As she descended, she recalled the overall curriculum schedule, realizing that Snape currently had no classes. Standing before the arched doorway, Jiang Lingmu took a deep breath, bracing herself for a potential onslaught of venom without retort. Before she could raise her hand to knock, the door opened slightly, and Snape's low voice reverberated through the empty corridor. Come in. Jiang Lingmu pushed the door open with her shoulder, her face adorned with a sweet, obedient smile. Professor Snape. Snape appeared taken aback by her presence, and in an instant, Jiang Lingmu discerned a series of negative emotions on his face: disapproval, impatience, and others. The fundamental rule of not striking a smiling face seemed to hold no value for this professor. What is it? Snape's gaze lingered momentarily on the fruit basket in her hands. My garden has yielded its first harvest, and since it is school property, I thought to share a bit with the professors. Jiang Lingmu held the 2 large, heavy baskets and surveyed the surroundings. Where shall I place them? Before Snape could voice his refusal, Jiang Lingmu set the baskets down on the cauldron's long table. I have prepared a portion for every staff member. I kindly ask that you do not decline. Snape's rejection was stifled in his throat. He eyed the exquisitely arranged fruit basket with suspicion, his brow furrowing. 1 portion? Indeed. Everyone else receives 1, and you have 2. Take the extra. I do not require any special treatment. Jiang Lingmu replied candidly. It cannot be considered special treatment. I merely overlooked preparing 1 extra. I truly did not wish to deliver to Lockhart. Whether it was her imagination or not, Snape's rigid expression seemed to soften slightly. Soon enough, Jiang Lingmu realized it was not an illusion. Snape unexpectedly inquired about her progress in her practice. How long can your transfiguration last now? Jiang Lingmu's radiant smile faltered. 10 minutes, Professor. I have been practicing diligently. Might you consider granting me a bit of leniency and offer me another session of guidance? Snape let out a cold laugh. I cannot guide you. If you cannot control your magic, everything else is meaningless. No matter how much I teach you, you will be unable to utilize it, will you? It appears your Christmas plans will have to be postponed. Snape remarked, seemingly reveling in Jiang Lingmu's dismay. Jiang Lingmu stared at his face, realizing his words were devoid of emotion, far from being mere frustrations, which only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Chapter 62. Each taking what they need. She had to confront a harsh reality. She truly seemed incapable. At this rate, Not only would she be unable to advance to the second year by passing all her professor's examinations before Christmas, but also, she might struggle to pass the normal final exams. If she could not continue studying at Hogwarts, she wondered if Dumbledore would offer her a position akin to Hagrid's. "Where is your lavender?" Snape inquired again, successfully interrupting Jiang Lingmu's train of thought. "It bloomed and matured yesterday, and I handed it over to Professor Sprout." Snape nodded indifferently, as if he had thought of something, pointing to the cauldron on the long table. "Prepare a potion for Scabbers." Jiang Lingmu paused for a moment, then quickly responded, "Yes, Professor." Snape appeared curious about her unique fire, and Jiang Lingmu was not averse to this, as they had previously discussed during the Mid-Autumn Feast that both parties could take what they needed. Snape's curiosity about her unique fire was precisely what she desired, as it indicated she could still strive for improvement in her magical studies. Jiang Lingmu diligently prepared the Scabbers potion, executing each step fluidly without pausing to consult her books. Snape's expression softened a degree. At the very least, it demonstrated that she indeed brought her intellect to her potions class. Snape rose from behind his desk and approached Jiang Lingmu's cauldron, inspecting the potion's color, finding no flaws. "Refine it further using your previous method." "Certainly, Professor." Jiang Lingmu held the cauldron in her hands and consciously moved to the center of the office, away from Snape and all the shelves against the walls. Not even the cauldron's stand, glass bottles, nor the potion's master could withstand her extraordinary flames. Snape, clearly aware of this possibility, chose not to follow her, merely confirming that Jiang Lingmu did not turn her back on him. "I shall begin, Professor. Are you prepared?" As her words fell, the deep violet flames instantly enveloped the entire cauldron, and, just as before, a copious amount of gray steam erupted wildly from it. Snape did not even use his wand. He merely flicked his fingers, and the billowing smoke vanished in an instant. Soon, the smoke ceased to rise, and the potion, initially a slightly viscous liquid, transformed into a semi-solid state, occupying only the bottom of the cauldron. Jiang Lingmu estimated that this batch of potion could originally fill at least 6 standard potion bottles, but now it would barely yield 2. She was uncertain of its specific efficacy. Jiang Lingmu brought the cauldron before Snape. "It is ready, Professor." Snape grasped a slender spoon and carefully extracted a small amount of the ointment from the bottom of the cauldron, scrutinizing it under the light, his furrowed brow remaining tense. After a long silence, he wordlessly tossed the spoon back into the cauldron and gestured towards the potion bottles on the shelf. Jiang Lingmu understood and promptly seized 2 bottles to fill with the ointment, displaying remarkable discernment. "Let us repeat the process." "Very well, Professor." Half an hour passed, and 2 more bottles of the scabies ointment were freshly produced. Snape continued his meticulous examination under the light, his brow furrowed as if to crush a fly, and he clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Jiang Lingmu sensed that he would not allow her a third attempt. 2 trials seemed sufficient for him to observe whether her extraordinary flames would yield any variables. "What is this?" Jiang Lingmu opened her mouth, realizing she had once again stumbled into a translation dilemma. "The extraordinary flames are innate, residing within my body. They typically remain here," she said, patting her abdomen at the location of her Linghai Dantian. "I only draw them forth when needed." Snape tilted his head, remaining silent. In that moment of silence, Jiang Lingmu distinctly perceived the unspoken message on his face. "Dare you take me for a fool? You are finished. Professor, I speak the truth. You must believe me. I have no reason to deceive you." As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu raised her index finger, and a flicker of deep violet flame appeared at her fingertip, dancing slowly in the dim office, casting its glow into Snape's hollow black eyes. "Its inherent property is to eliminate impurities, making me particularly suited for alchemical practices focused on potion making. Alas, the path of longevity has waned, and most herbs suitable for potion making have become extinct, making this path quite arduous. My senior brother's culinary prowess is purely self-realized, a genuine innate talent that cannot be imparted to others. Thus, she chose to pursue the path of legal cultivation in the Dayan sect, as she could no longer withstand the burden of another sword practitioner." Snape regarded her with skepticism, extending his hand, his pale, slender fingers inching closer to Jiang Lingmu's flames. Even as the flames made contact with his skin, he felt no warmth. Had he not witnessed their ability to rapidly concentrate potions just moments ago, Snape might have believed this flame to be nothing more than an illusion or a decorative spell. If only Jiang Lingmu could successfully cast even a single spell. "You are unharmed because it is mine. I can control it." With that, Jiang Lingmu withdrew her finger, directing the flame into an empty old cauldron. The fire licked the cauldron, spreading silently as if consuming paper, until the cauldron vanished beneath Snape's very eyes. The flames incinerated the cauldron completely before returning to the tip of Jiang Lingmu's finger. "Now do you believe?" Snape frowned. "Many wizards excel in fire magic. Dumbledore is the most notable among them, radiating a palpable heat that can be felt even in its absence. He had to admit that he truly could not comprehend Jiang Lingmu's flames. It can eliminate impurities? Jiang Lingmu nodded. Yes, Professor. Snape promptly turned, opening the drawer of a cabinet, retrieving a large bundle of processed magical herbs. Jiang Lingmu quickly identified ginger root, peppermint, and a small vial of mistletoe berries. Is this for me to extract? While it was feasible, she was uncertain if the magical herbs of the wizarding world could withstand the process. Eliminate the impurities from these herbs, Snape commanded in a tone devoid of emotion. Jiang Lingmu obediently complied, her fingers curling slightly, as an entire bundle of ginger root flew toward the flames. The fire lingered on the ginger root for but a fleeting moment, and the entire bundle transformed into charcoal. Jiang Lingmu prodded it, and the carbonized ginger root crumbled into powder, revealing a tiny golden liquid bead the size of her fingertip. Ah, success. Professor, the vial, the vial. Without needing further prompting, Snape placed a potion bottle on the desk before her. Jiang Lingmu seized it, and as she withdrew her flame, the golden bead fell, landing perfectly within the vial. The bead settled at the bottom, forming only a shallow layer. Snape examined it closely, a clear expression of astonishment in his eyes. However, despite his surprise, he remained stoic, continuing to assign her tasks. Consequently, Jiang Lingmu proceeded to extract the peppermint and mistletoe berries, yielding essences that displayed varying shades of beautiful green. Chapter 63, Softened by Sweet Words. This was not the end. After the herbs, they transitioned to animal materials. With beetle eyeballs reduced to smaller, glossier beads, Snape then produced processed and unprocessed slug mucus. Jiang Lingmu emphatically refused. I will not. I refuse to let my extraordinary flames come into contact with such revolting substances. Revolting substances? Snape regarded her with incredulity. To study potions, one must possess some professional spirit. Recite with me. This is potion material. The flames dancing upon Jiang Lingmu's fingertips suddenly extinguished. She was disinclined to engage in a debate with the potion's master regarding the revolting nature of materials, simply spreading her hands. I lack the strength, Professor. I can no longer control it. Fine materials can be paraded about, but to expect me to toil for nothing? Absolutely not. Professor, you have yet to inform me of the effects of these ointments. You must have confirmed their efficacy by now. What say you? Jiang Lingmu smiled brightly, locking eyes with Snape, but this time she did not detect even a flicker of subtle movement in his gaze. It seemed that the potion's master had abandoned his intentions of employing certain spells to see through her heart. As for the specifics of those spells, she, with her current knowledge and reading, remained blissfully unaware. As I mentioned that day, Professor, I believe my abilities could assist you in potion research. We can achieve a mutually beneficial exchange in this regard, cannot we? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Its effects are exceptionally good, he replied tersely. The unpleasant odor and irritants introduced by the animal materials have dissipated. The total volume of the potion has decreased, yet its efficacy far surpasses that of the original liquid potion. Jiang Lingmu nodded. Indeed, you have conducted experiments. But are there any side effects? Do you think it would be appropriate to set a price if it were to be sold? Jiang Lingmu gently tapped the wide-mouthed jar filled with boiled slug, seemingly asking offhandedly. Sell it. Snape reacted as if he had heard an absurd joke. Regrettably, I believe no apothecary in the entirety of Britain would be inclined to purchase your potions. I share that sentiment, which is precisely why I require your assistance, Professor. Is there a more reliable endorsement than that of a master of potions? She understood that selling it independently would yield no interest, but with Snape's name attached, the situation would be drastically different. Snape let out a derisive snort and turned to sit behind his desk. You wish to exploit my name to sell potions? He did not elaborate further, but Jiang Lingmu completed his thought in her mind, envisioning a rather rosy prospect. I am merely requesting your aid. I would not borrow your name without compensation. I am willing to offer you a share. Do you believe I am in one of a mere handful of galleons? Jiang Lingmu pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze, forcing herself to ignore Snape's greasy black hair and his perpetually dark attire. Not in what? It seems the magical world's shampoos are not exorbitantly priced. Very well, perhaps this potion's master, akin to Professor Sprout, may wear patched garments yet indulge in the purchase of 10 bottles of osmanthus oil in one go. I believed I had demonstrated my worth to you. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to consult Professor Dumbledore. I can only wonder what demands the headmaster might impose. As she spoke, she continually glanced at the vibrant fruit basket that clashed vividly with the office's decor. Biting the hand that feeds you, Professor Snape. Moreover, from his attempts to send her back to China, Jiang Lingmu suspected that Snape was not as cold-hearted as he pretended to be. Naturally, she did not believe this indicated any special regard for her. Jiang Lingmu harbored a subtle intuition that Snape's sentiments toward Dumbledore were not particularly favorable. They shared numerous overlapping views regarding the headmaster. It seemed he did not wish for Dumbledore to involve more pawns in the game. Snape disregarded Jiang Lingmu's cleverness entirely. Extract the slugs, and then an additional half-hour of remedial lessons. Jiang Lingmu's eyes brightened. Very well, the baseline is beginning to loosen. I shall press on. Did you not state that prior to a 1-hour transformation session, additional lessons would be futile, Professor? Jiang Lingmu feigned innocence. Since it is futile, I do not wish to squander your precious time. I merely seek to earn a little extra. Snape regarded Jiang Lingmu's presumptuousness with a cold stare. Are you in dire need of money? It was evident from the mid-autumn feast that everything, from the decor to the food, was meticulously curated. There was no way Jiang Lingmu was financially strapped. Yes, I am in need, though not for myself, as I seldom spend money. It is my sect that requires funds. The Dayan sect is the oldest and most powerful of the remaining longevity sects, yet it is also the most impoverished. Its decline is partly due to an overabundance of sword cultivators, but more significantly, it is due to her. No matter how severe the decline of the magical era, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. If not for her sustenance, her master and seniors could certainly live more comfortably. Your master wishes you to leave for monetary reasons? Snape raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his tone, suspecting that the affection Jiang Lingmu spoke of bore little substance. Certainly not. My master has never demanded anything of me. This is voluntary, a responsibility I must shoulder. Ah, responsibility. Yet another infuriating sentiment. Jiang Lingmu inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to deliver a few sharp slaps to Snape's collar. Her patience was waning rapidly. My financial situation seems irrelevant to you. All I require is your answer regarding whether you will assist me. Firstly, her potions, refined with exotic fire, would yield superior results, and even under Snape's name. They would not tarnish his reputation. Secondly, the higher-tier potions necessitated magical involvement. Her incantations were currently a chaotic mess, rendering her incapable of crafting advanced potions, at most. She could sell some basic ones. This meant there would be no conflict of interest between them. During the period of using her name, she would assist him in processing potion materials with her Yeo, complementing his research. Her Yeo was unique, making this a rather equitable exchange. As Jiang Lingmu's words lingered in the air, the office fell into a prolonged silence. Their gazes met, and she averted her eyes, idly surveying the office. The storm outside seemed to intensify, and through the small window, she glimpsed the rippling waves of the Black Lake. After a considerable time, Snape's deep, measured voice broke the silence. Dispose of the slugs. With that, he returned to grading papers from various year groups. A broad smile graced Jiang Lingmu's face. Very well, Professor. Chapter 64. Truly a good person. After Jiang Lingmu had distilled all the boiled slugs into a grayish slime, she proceeded to practice transformation in Snape's presence twice more. His evaluation of her progress was succinct. Humph. He seemed almost exasperated. Control. Control. Use your arrogant mind to reflect on what that word truly means. Jiang Lingmu felt unjustly wronged. I have controlled it. And thus, she was dismissed. However, Snape did not discard the fruit basket, leading Jiang Lingmu to feel that her day had been exceptionally fruitful. Though she could not sell fruits and vegetables now, idleness was not an option. Every day without income equated to a loss. At the very least, she had secured a new avenue for selling potions. As she walked, she contemplated the basic potions that did not require magical participation. As always, she was determined not to exploit the school's materials for profit. Fortunately, these basic ingredients could be ordered online at reasonable prices. She planned to create 2 or 3 batches of each to test the waters and determine which potion would yield the highest profit. Jiang Lingmu was unconcerned that Snape would intervene. Based on her observations over the past few days, once this potion's master agreed, he would execute the task thoroughly. Even if he felt angered internally, he would not compromise on quality. Truly a good person. George and Fred had already secured a discreet and long vacant classroom for her. Hogwarts was vast, and even with double the current student and staff count, it would be challenging to utilize the entire castle effectively. The empty classroom was located on the 5th floor, and George and Fred had even provided a secret passage that allowed one to reach the classroom from Gryffindor Tower in just 2 minutes at a normal pace. Though the classroom had not yet been utilized, she had gradually organized it. Jiang Lingmu arrived at the vacant classroom with a catalog of basic herbs and, using a hand gesture, unlocked the classroom's wards. Upon opening the door, she found the spacious classroom spotless, with the low tables and cushions used during the mid-autumn feast arranged on the right side. Beside them was a red clay stove for boiling water and a complete set of tea utensils. In the center of the room, she had separated the space with a plain screen, with a set of desks and chairs arranged on the left side. A few sets of old furniture were still piled in the corner, but Jiang Lingmu was quite satisfied. She plopped down onto a cushion, casually tossing a talisman into the stove to gather water for tea, using her elemental magic. Subsequently, she opened the mail order catalog and began to meticulously select her choices, comparing prices from various vendors. In her fervor, she even missed dinner, resolving to eat alone in an empty classroom. Once she completed her shopping list, Jiang Lingmu made a trip to the Ollery to send out her list and deposit. The next step was to wait. Fortunately, England is not vast, and she anticipated receiving her materials by the day after tomorrow, provided the owl did not get lost in the pouring rain. Well, that seemed a minor concern. Just as Jiang Lingmu leaped into the common room through a hole in the wall, she heard Hermione's voice. Lingmu, where did you go this afternoon? Why didn't you join us for dinner in the Great Hall? I went to an empty classroom that George and Fred helped me find. Was there a ruckus? Jiang Lingmu permitted Hermione to take her hand as they settled into a row of armchairs against the wall. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, with the wind lashing the raindrops against the tower's windows. Yet this did not dampen the cheerful atmosphere within the common room. The fire in the hearth dispelled the damp chill, while Fred and George were busy tinkering with a vividly colored fire lizard, surrounded by a circle of students. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu watched as the fire lizard leaped into the air, bursting into a shower of sparkling fireworks. She had scarcely seen fireworks before and found herself captivated. It was indeed delightful. Hermione wrinkled her nose. Poor little thing, it would be better off as a teaching tool. Right? Harry, you should tell Lingmu. Only then did Jiang Lingmu notice Harry and Ron, who were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Oh, Lingmu, would you like to join us for Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party? It's on Halloween. Jiang Lingmu pondered. Nick? Nearly Headless Nick? It was no wonder she had a vague impression of these ghosts, after dealing with Peeves on the first day of school. She rarely encountered their shadows while roaming the castle. They were all rather frightened of her. Wait, isn't a Death Day party supposed to be organized by the living for the dead? How can the dead host it themselves? Why would he invite you all? You're all alive. Ron lifted his gaze from the chessboard, incredulous. The living organize it. Why? Hermione elbowed him, effectively silencing the torrent of questions that followed. Harry adjusted his glasses. It's like this. He recounted the events that transpired after his Quidditch practice that afternoon, explaining how he had sullied the corridor with mud, which led to him being caught by Filch and taken to his office. Then Nearly Headless Nick had incited Peeves to destroy a valuable vanishing cabinet, which allowed Harry to escape, albeit accruing a debt of gratitude to Nick. By the way, I saw a letter in Filch's office. I'm not joking. He nearly had my head when he realized I had seen it. Ron rapped his fingers on the table. You're up next, mate. Filch? I can't think of anyone more detestable than him. Even Malfoy would rank behind him. He.S. truly vile. Ron was evidently still haunted by the events of the trophy polishing night, yet he adored his cat. Jiang Lingmu watched as Harry's pieces were decimated by Ron's knight and hurled off the board. Indeed, the task of cleaning could be quite bothersome. Ron, you were vexed after just one evening of it. Imagine Filch having to do it every day. Before Harry and Ron could cast reproachful glances her way, Jiang Lingmu quickly added, of course, that doesn't mean I condone his extreme methods of punishing students. Well, Ron replied, why doesn't he use magic? He asked the caretaker. Dumbledore surely wouldn't he forbid him from casting spells in the corridors. Harry wore a contemplative expression, whether recalling something or pondering his next move. Hermione finally lifted her gaze from her book, interrupting the increasingly wayward conversation. You seem to have strayed off topic. Lingmu, are you going to the Death Day party? Jiang Lingmu shrugged. I don't think Nearly Headless Nick explicitly invited me, did he? Harry hesitated. True, he mentioned Hermione and Ron too. I doubt the ghosts would welcome me, considering Peeves. Chapter 65, Halloween. As October progressed, the chill in the air grew more pronounced, with the only good news being that the incessant rain, which had lasted nearly 2 weeks, finally abated. However, the skies remained dreary. Even when the sun shone, it only cast a pale, ghostly light that offered no warmth. This exacerbated Jiang Lingmu's already anxious disposition. Alas, the issues with her magical endeavors remained unresolved, and her long-term planting plans were repeatedly thwarted by the abominable weather. Hagrid's pumpkins were thriving, but she had no affection for pumpkins. Moreover, they were unlikely to fetch a high price. After relentless effort, her transfiguration skills could barely sustain a transformation for 15 minutes. Professor Flitwick consistently taught them 1 or 2 new spells in every class, and without exception, she struggled with each one. To make matters worse, aside from Snape, who could discern some issues, the other professors had no effective strategies. Jiang Lingmu suspected that perhaps Dumbledore knew more, but she did not feel inclined to approach him. Who knew what tasks the old man might assign her? She felt she could endure a bit longer. Notably, since the last new arrangement was established, Snape seemed determined to make the most of their agreement. Consequently, Jiang Lingmu found herself visiting his underground office almost every other day to use his strange fire to process various bizarre potion ingredients. Furthermore, she noticed that the potion's professor's complexion had once again turned a pale, sickly hue, leading her to suspect he was not merely burning the midnight oil, but perhaps working all night. What a terrifying dedication and passion. Fortunately, she had gained considerable knowledge in return. Firstly, the lavender she had meticulously cultivated yielded excellent results in potions. After being dried and processed by Professor Sprout, the herbs were handed over to Snape, who, in Jiang Lingmu's presence, used the lavender to concoct calming draughts and sleeping potions. Both potions performed exceptionally well. Jiang Lingmu let out a sigh of relief. At least the magical herbs she nurtured had no flaws. Moreover, she served as a universal fertilizer for these herbs, significantly reducing their maturation time. In terms of herb cultivation, even if she could not force growth, she still possessed a remarkable advantage that others lacked. Snape had evidently recognized this, as he had not mocked her aspirations of running a comprehensive farm since then. Secondly, after completing the tasks assigned by Snape, Jiang Lingmu could linger a while longer in his office. With Snape's tacit approval, she took advantage of this precious time to voraciously utilize his stock of distilled water to create the potions she intended to sell. She had successfully sold the first 4 jars of her scabious ointment. Each batch of ingredients could produce 45 bottles of liquid potion, and each bottle could generally be sold for 79 sickles. The material cost amounted to approximately 1 galleon and 3 sickles, 20 sickles, meaning that a typical apothecary could earn around 825 sickles from a batch of scabious potion. Jiang Lingmu's potion, being a new product, was in limited supply yet highly effective and easier to store. It could not only address scabious, but could also provide emergency treatment for burns and scalds. Consequently, the purchase price for a single bottle reached an impressive 1 galleon and 8 sickles, with each batch yielding 2 bottles, that equated to 2 galleons and 16 sickles. And after deducting the raw material costs, Jiang Lingmu stood to profit 1 galleon and 13 sickles from a single batch of scabious potion. Jiang Lingmu felt that with the bill and several galleons she received from Snape, she could brew the scabious potion until the seas ran dry and the stones crumbled. How marvelous are the creatures known as slug-like snails. In response, Snape unceremoniously doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Do not rejoice too soon. There are only 10 bottles available each week. 6 bottles destined for St. Mungo's are relatively stable, but the remaining 4 allocated for the apothecary can be revoked at any moment. Nevertheless, Jiang Lingmu maintained her cheerful demeanor, her eyes sparkling with delight. Calculating the figures, she realized that from the scabious potion alone, she would earn 17 galleons and 11 sickles weekly. Given that the scabious potion is a fundamental potion, it is safe to say that every wizard should be able to brew it. Coupled with other varieties, how could she not amass over 100 galleons in a week? That would amount to 400 galleons a month, translating to over 20,000 yuan in Chinese currency, and thus a year's worth of earnings. Jiang Lingmu's mind buzzed with calculations. No need to worry, Professor. There are other kinds of potions, are there not? She remarked, as she retrieved more potion vials from her storage ring. These vials were the cheapest glass bottles, meticulously chosen to minimize costs. These are samples, and I hope you can assist me with them. Snape's expression darkened as he surveyed the array of bottles on the table. I know you must have put in considerable effort. However, even as a master potion maker, the apothecary and St. Mungo's must engage in commerce, and when it comes to business, haggling is unavoidable. To be frank, the pricing of the scabious potion had exceeded her expectations. Although Snape did not voice it, he must have navigated quite the negotiation. What do you desire? Bamboo leaf wine, fresh fruits and vegetables, or perhaps some Chinese cuisine you wish to try? Snape regarded Jiang Lingmu, whose face was plastered with flattery, with a cold gaze, as the veins on his forehead pulsed vigorously. After you have dealt with that barrel of newts, ensure that the hearts, livers, eyes, tails, and limbs are stored separately, with no damage whatsoever. He instructed in a frigid tone. Once completed, dispose of half with the use of elemental fire and affix all the labels properly. Jiang Lingmu glanced at the large barrel, filled with newts nearly the size of geckos, estimating there to be at least 1,000 within. Before Halloween, Jiang Lingmu had achieved her modest goal of earning 100 galleons weekly. The Great Hall had been elaborately decorated for the Halloween Eve celebration, with at least 1,000 live bats flitting about the ceiling, reflecting the night sky outside. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had finally found their purpose, having been carved into jack-o'-lanterns adorned with ghastly faces. Jiang Lingmu mused that they resembled carriage compartments, large enough for her to curl up and sleep inside. On the evening of the event, the hall was ablaze with light, and the deliberately frightful food was served early on long tables, immersing everyone in the festive atmosphere. Even Jiang Lingmu, a Chinese who was not well versed in Western traditions, felt the infectious spirit of the holiday, her fatigue from dissecting over 500 toads slightly alleviated. Then, She suddenly realized that tomorrow marked the first day of November. With Christmas only a little over 50 days away, and her magical skills still in disarray. Haha, I might just get expelled, she thought. The only ones appearing more miserable than Jiang Lingmu were Harry and Ron, who gazed longingly at the festively adorned hall. Especially Harry, who was filled with regret for having accepted nearly headless Nick's invitation to the Death Day party. A word once spoken cannot be taken back, Hermione remarked. You've already agreed to attend nearly headless Nick's event. Thus, as the clock struck 7, the three bid farewell to Jiang Lingmu and made their way to the basement classroom. Jiang Lingmu waved them off, and as she stepped into the hall, she spotted Fred and George energetically beckoning her. Hurry, 17, sit here. We've saved a spot for you. Chapter 66, The Death Day Party. Jiang Lingmu settled between the twins. We heard that the three of you are going to the Death Day party, Fred said with a grin, placing a pumpkin pasty onto Jiang Lingmu's plate. Vicky said this batch is low sugar and not too sweet. Jiang Lingmu smiled appreciatively, spearing a pumpkin pasty adorned with skull-shaped frosting and taking a bite. The rich, sweet flavor of pumpkin flooded her senses, the sweetness perfectly balanced, making it utterly delightful. You seem a bit downcast. Is it because they didn't invite you to join in their fun? George, having just finished a conversation with Angelina sitting beside him, turned to the glum Jiang Lingmu. Is it that you aren't accustomed to our festivities? They are quite enjoyable. With that, Fred winked at Jiang Lingmu. Of course, I'm not referring to what is happening in the hall, but rather to our special performances. Jiang Lingmu wished to show respect for the twins' planned entertainment, but her efforts fell short. The smile on her face appeared more like a forced grin. I'm sorry, I'm just worried about my exams. At this rate, not only will I struggle to pass the professor's assessments before Christmas, but you might not see me next year. Jiang Lingmu continued to savor the delectable pumpkin pasty. Fred and George exchanged glances over her, unsure of what to say. They had already offered an abundance of ineffective consolation, and it was clear Jiang Lingmu did not hold much hope for it. 17. A voice suddenly called out, and Jiang Lingmu turned to see a round-faced boy standing behind her, looking rather anxious. 17. Hello. Ah, hi. Neville, what's the matter? Neville's face flushed crimson, yet he managed to meet Jiang Lingmu's gaze. I mean, you really don't need to worry. In fact, I'm much worse off than you. I'm terrible at magic, and the professors have no intention of expelling me. As Neville spoke, his face grew increasingly red under the scrutiny of Fred and George. Jiang Lingmu, inappropriately reminded of the Big Apple, thought, so you truly need not worry. Except for Professor Snape, the other professors are quite kind. Jiang Lingmu fixed her gaze on him for several seconds. I think our situations are quite different, Neville. Neville, pondering something, quickly lost his color. Oh, of course, 17. You and I are different. I'm just too foolish. He faltered, feeling the weight of everyone's attention upon him. Jiang Lingmu promptly realized this and swiftly grasped Neville's wrist. I'm sorry, that is not what I meant, Neville. Although I struggle with magic, I can sense magical fluctuations. You possess a remarkable magical aura, Neville. Neville stared at her, his expression slightly dazed, evidently not comprehending her words. I assure you, your magical energy is indeed potent. Not at all inferior to Harry's or the others. Jiang Lingmu smiled, her eyes clear and bright. You are merely a bit nervous. When I said our situations differ, I meant that my issues are far more severe than yours. Neville appeared flustered once again. See, your only problem is that you get too anxious, nonetheless. Thank you for your reassurance. By the way, Jiang Lingmu retrieved a talisman from her storage ring, folding it into a triangle in an instant and placing it into a small red fabric pouch. Fred and George's eyes lit up. ISNT, this what saved Ron. Fred exclaimed. A Chinese talisman? George added. No, it's a different kind. The function is not the same. Jiang Lingmu explained, placing the small red pouch into Neville's hand. I can't accept this. Accept it, Neville. Wear it close to you. It will alleviate your tension and bring you tranquility. You are strong. You merely lack a touch of composure. Neville parted his lips slightly, gripping the small pouch in his hand, feeling a refreshing coolness surge from his palm to his chest, miraculously calming his racing heart. He blinked vigorously, his gaze towards Jiang Lingmu, filled with astonishment. Fred's eyes were fixed intently on Neville's hand, his expression fervent. So, Neville, how does it feel? Is it truly that remarkable? Neville nodded. I seem to feel less anxious indeed. Thank you, 17. Thank you. Jiang Lingmu offered a faint smile. No need for thanks, Neville. However, this object serves merely as an auxiliary. The most crucial element is still you. With a jubilant expression, Neville returned to his seat, eagerly hanging the small pouch around his neck, concealing it within his collar amidst Finnegan's curious inquiries. Jiang Lingmu shifted her gaze from Neville and encountered George's reproachful eyes, then turned to find Fred's similarly discontented gaze. 17. I thought we were friends, Fred lamented dramatically, shaking his head with a sigh. George's arm stretched over Jiang Lingmu's head, gently patting Fred's. "Oh, Fred, do not be disheartened. I believe we too shall have our moments. Wouldn't you agree, 17? Jiang Lingmu's mood brightened slightly as she stuffed the last bite of pumpkin pie into her mouth, pairing it with some well-cooked steak and perfectly toasted bread. "No, you truly do not need it. I think we do. After all, wandering the castle at night is fraught with danger. Perhaps we also require a bit of luck, 17. Are you suggesting our prior friendship was a facade?" Jiang Lingmu remained unfazed by the surrounding murmurs, her focus unwavering as she savored her meal. The house elves had genuinely catered to her tastes, allowing her to occasionally indulge in the feast laid out on the long table. "No, you genuinely do not need it. Trust me." After a moment's reflection, Jiang Lingmu added, "I will provide it when you truly require it." The meal concluded amidst laughter and chatter. In contrast to Jiang Lingmu's delightful experience, the three young ones heading to the Deathly Hallows party faced a grim fate. Ron and Hermione chased after a sprinting Harry from the underground classroom to the empty corridor on the 3rd floor. Harry finally halted, the silence of the corridor amplifying the sound of dripping water to an overwhelming degree, each drop striking their hearts like a hammer. They discovered 2 lines of text on a wall. "Harry, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened." Hermione's heart tightened as she read the second line. "Beware of the heir's enemy." A shadowy figure hung beneath a torch, and the three exchanged glances before cautiously approaching, the cold puddle on the floor soaking their shoes and socks. "Oh!" Harry suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Ron and Hermione jumped in alarm. "What happened?" "It was 17's charm. It burned me." Hermione reacted swiftly, grabbing both Harry and Ron, using all her strength to pull them in the opposite direction. "Hermione, what are you doing?" Ron nearly slipped in the water. "Shoo, we need to hide first," Hermione hissed, forcefully dragging the 2 boys into an empty classroom at the other end of the corridor. Just as the classroom door closed, a cacophony of footsteps accompanied by students' chatter erupted from both ends of the corridor. Chapter 67. We hid, but not entirely. In the empty classroom, Ron and Harry stared at each other. Hermione pressed her ear against the door, listening to the commotion outside, while the boys felt her actions were entirely unnecessary. Given the loud noises in the corridor, Hermione suddenly turned, her brown eyes sparkling in the dark. "Don't you understand? Ron, think of the scene when Lingmu's charm saved you. And Harry, remember what she said when she gave it to you." Harry paused, deep in thought. 17 said, "I need a bit of luck." Ron's eyes widened. "Harry, quickly check how the charm is doing." Harry fumbled to pull the small red pouch from his shirt collar and opened it. "Hermione, it's glowing." In the white light, they clearly saw the complex red lines on the charm fading significantly. Hermione stowed her wand. "This is quite evident, isn't it? Lingmu's charm is warning you. Getting closer will bring misfortune. Now, let us quietly blend into the crowd and see what is truly happening. You two best pretend we just left the Deathly Hallows party." Harry and Ron nodded vigorously. The outside noise was deafening as Hermione cautiously cracked the door of the empty classroom, the 3 slipping silently behind a large group of students. Just as they integrated into the crowd, the previously raucous corridor fell silent. Then, they heard Filch's voice, one they had never before encountered, a roar tinged with sobs. "Mrs. Norris, what happened? You all killed my cat. Speak up. Who killed her?" The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and dread. The shadow hanging beneath the sign was, in fact, the deceased Mrs. Norris. Thankfully, Jiang Lingmu's charm proved effective. Hermione was quick to react. Otherwise, none of them could bear to imagine being trapped in the middle of the corridor. That would undoubtedly be hell. Soon, distinct footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. "Filch, it's Dumbledore." The 3 squeezed forward desperately, drawing some discontented looks from students, but they persevered to the front. They caught sight of Jiang Lingmu, Fred, and George at the front of the opposite crowd. Jiang Lingmu, initially frowning at Mrs. Norris, sensed several strong gazes upon her and turned to find herself locking eyes with Hermione and the others. Harry felt Jiang Lingmu's gaze linger momentarily on his chest. Dumbledore had already lifted Mrs. Norris from the torch holder, examining the cat closely, his distorted nose almost buried in her fur. He looked up at Filch. "Mrs. Norris is not dead. Calm down, Filch." He then surveyed the surrounding students, raising his voice, who saw it first. "Step forward. I have questions." Harry instinctively began to step forward, opening his mouth, but saw Jiang Lingmu gently shake her head. His foot fell back down, but it was too late. Snape had already noticed his unnatural movement. "I believe," Snape began smoothly, "Mr. Potter seems to have something to say." Harry lifted his gaze, attempting to project an expression of innocence, but Dumbledore's attention quickly shifted to him, and he found it challenging to lie to Dumbledore. Perhaps providing a bit of information could assist Dumbledore? Yet, 17 had cautioned him not to speak. Harry's mind wrestled with conflicting thoughts. Jiang Lingmu rolled her eyes from the side. She had just distinctly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of magic emanating from both Snape and Dumbledore, as if their powers had coalesced around their heads, or rather, their eyes. Harry's hesitation proved futile. His thoughts were almost entirely transparent to Snape and Dumbledore. Suddenly, Jiang Lingmu noticed Snape divert his gaze from Harry to cast a piercing glance at her. Jiang Lingmu. Why is this her concern? It quickly dawned on her that Snape must have gleaned her warning to Harry through him. Once through the charm, once through the shake of her head. Fine, she understood. Harry was destined to confront this trial, and she would no longer involve herself. But what kind of magic were Snape and Dumbledore wielding? What were its precise effects? Was it mind reading? Or perhaps memory extraction? Jiang Lingmu was consumed by curiosity. Dumbledore spoke, Mr. Potter. The admonition from the 17th ultimately triumphed over Harry's guilt towards Dumbledore. Just as Harry was about to deny, Snape's deep voice cut through once more, cold as ice. Before you utter a falsehood, Potter, you would do well to explain why the three of you did not attend the Halloween feast, and why, despite your absence, you were mingling with students departing the Great Hall. I witnessed you squeezing through from the back. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Snape's lips as he cast a glance at the three young ones' shoes, like a great serpent eyeing its ensnared prey. Why are your shoes wet? Wow. Jiang Lingmu marveled silently. Previously, she had only heard Ron and Harry complain, but now she was witnessing the loathed reality firsthand. It was exhilarating. This potion's master harbored a genuine disdain for Harry, unequivocally so. Harry opened his mouth, about to say something, when Dumbledore interjected again. Follow me. We require a more suitable place for discussion. Of course, you three as well. Professor McGonagall uttered a few words to the head boy, instructing each house's students to return to their dormitories before she and Snape followed suit. Jiang Lingmu heard Percy directing the Gryffindor students, their voices rising as they pointed and debated the writing on the wall. Suddenly, a voice rose above the head boy's commands. Beware of enemies to the air. It was Draco Malfoy, standing at the forefront of the crowd, his pale gray eyes fixated intently on Jiang Lingmu. You, the muggle born from the Far East. I sincerely hope. Jiang Lingmu arched an eyebrow and interrupted him with a gracious smile. You are the customer, and the customer is Merlin. Your words hold truth. Malfoy instantly bristled. You. His retort was cut short as George and Fred collided with him from behind. The two, tall and sturdy, easily knocked Malfoy off balance, sending him crashing into a large puddle on the ground. Fred chimed in. All right. How could we disregard the head boy's instructions, right, 17? George added. We ought to accompany Percy back to the tower, shouldn't we? Chapter 68, The Mute Cannon. Upon returning to the tower, the Gryffindors erupted with questions. What did the writing on the corridor wall mean? Had Mrs. Norris truly perished or not? They all tacitly gathered in the common room, awaiting Harry and the others' return for first-hand news. However, as time dragged on and they remained absent, many students began to lose patience. Jiang Lingmu retrieved an incense burner from her dormitory, discreetly arranging calming incense. With half an hour remaining before curfew, a wave of drowsiness, almost overwhelming, swept through the common room. Fred and George were the most exaggerated, nearly leaning against each other as they dozed off on the stairs leading to the boys' dormitory. Neville and Lee Jordan struggled mightily to escort them back, and soon the common room was left with only Jiang Lingmu. The sound of the portrait moving outside announced the arrival of three individuals. Oh, Lingmu! Hermione exclaimed, appearing weary as she rushed to Jiang Lingmu's side, plopping down with her fluffy head resting on Jiang Lingmu's shoulder. Your scent is delightful. Is it just you? Harry, still anxious from their earlier encounter, had anticipated facing a barrage of questions upon their return. To his surprise, the common room was tranquil, with only Jiang Lingmu awaiting their arrival. I smell calming incense, Lingmu. Did you use it to send them away? Jiang Lingmu nodded, wishing not to raise Hermione's suspicions too much. After all, she had employed the same tactic to slip past Hermione when she secretly exited the dormitory. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I'll fetch some food from the kitchen. Saying this, Jiang Lingmu produced a platter of pumpkin pasties, a jug of pumpkin juice, some meat pies, and stew from her enchanted ring. Ron cheered, thank goodness. Thank you, 17. I'm starving. He rushed for the food, and Hermione, equally famished, joined him in feasting. Only Harry appeared troubled, slowly nibbling on a piece of pumpkin pasty, seemingly lost in thought. Once they had finished eating, Jiang Lingmu inquired about what had transpired. Thus, she learned of Filch's frantic spellcasting, Snape's interrogation and accusations, and the petrification of Mrs. Norris. Jiang Lingmu chose to address the matter she found most pressing. So, Mrs. Norris was petrified? By a petrification spell? Hermione shook her head. No, it wasn't a petrification spell. I can perform that myself. A petrification spell has a time limit. Once the time elapses, the effect wears off. However, it seems Mrs. Norris has been permanently petrified. I overheard Dumbledore mention that only a potion brewed from mandrake roots could revive her. Hermione sighed. We have been learning how to care for mandrakes in herbology. There are many in the greenhouse, so I trust she will be saved soon. Ron, blissfully cradling a cup of pumpkin juice, quipped. I wish she remained petrified a little longer. She is far cuter like this than when she is prowling around with Filch, catching students. Ron immediately surrendered. All right, Hermione, I was just saying. After a moment of silence, all three turned their gaze towards Harry. Jiang Lingmu was equally curious about that voice, which no one else could hear. Should I inform Dumbledore? I feel this matter could be quite significant. Harry furrowed his brow, glancing between Jiang Lingmu and Hermione. But I'm telling the truth. You believe me, right? He recalled how 17 had constantly urged him not to speak or act. 17. Do you know something? You've been implying that I should remain silent. Jiang Lingmu nodded, then shook her head. My understanding of the magical world is insufficient. I do not comprehend what you mean by the voice or the mute canon. I only grasp one principle. Do not entangle yourself in trouble, especially when surrounded by onlookers. I'm not telling you to lie, Harry. There are matters you can discuss privately with trusted professors. You will find it exceedingly difficult to align everyone's thoughts. You cannot predict or control how they will react. Rumors are a fearsome thing. Harry nodded, seemingly grasping her advice, yet remaining somewhat perplexed. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Jiang Lingmu. Ron and Harry engaged in a prolonged discussion, yet ultimately failed to deduce the true nature of the Chamber of Secrets. Ironically, it was the term dud that struck Ron's funny bone. Jiang Lingmu was taken aback by the revelation. No wonder Filch never employed magic to clean up those messes he so despised. However, she remained undisturbed by Ron's gleeful tone, focusing instead on Harry, who appeared lost in thought. Harry, what sort of sound did you hear? Harry blinked in confusion, furrowing his brow as he pondered. It was a broken, intermittent voice, almost as if it were moving within the walls, akin to a ghost. I mean, only they can wander through walls, right? But what exactly did it say? A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he recalled those dreadful mutterings. It spoke of murder, claimed to be hungry for a long time, and mentioned something about tearing something apart. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. 17. Do you think this voice could be connected to tonight's events? Jiang Lingmu shook her head. I don't know, but the professors will surely investigate. It's best we remain observant. The clock tower chimed. It's midnight. You two have worn yourselves out today. It's time for bed. The boys nodded and rose from their armchairs. Perhaps it was Jiang Lingmu's reminder, but their taut shoulders relaxed, and a wave of fatigue washed over them, making it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. Hermione, too, felt similarly, though she retained a sliver of rationality. Lingmu, aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Lingmu gestured to the books on the armchair beside her. I'm not tired yet. I'll finish the last few pages and then head to bed. You should go rest. I've left a cup of calming tea by your bedside. Remember to drink it. Hermione leaned down to embrace her gently before yawning and disappearing up the spiral staircase. Jiang Lingmu did not resume her reading. The fire in the common room had reduced the wood to glowing embers, and the bright flames had vanished, yet she showed no inclination to add more logs. She had not seen Ginny all night. Chapter 69. Waiting for Ginny, Jiang Lingmu sat by the fireplace until 1 o'clock in the morning, and finally, some commotion emerged from outside the common room. Soft footsteps and the rustling of fabric were followed by the fat lady's portrait swinging open, accompanied by more faint sounds. Ginny appeared, her expression dazed, her once vibrant red hair now dull, rendering her complexion as pale as parchment. She did not immediately notice Jiang Lingmu sitting prominently by the fireplace until Jiang Lingmu spoke up. Ginny, where have you been? Why have you returned so late? Ginny jumped, nearly letting out a scream, her eyes reflecting fear as she looked at Jiang Lingmu. I didn't go anywhere. I just came back late. 17. You. Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes, catching a glimpse of a red stain on Ginny's sleeve. It was fortunate it was not blood, but it resembled paint. Unfortunately, she had just seen that very paint in the corridor. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Jiang Lingmu reached for Ginny's arm, but Ginny recoiled so dramatically that she fell into an armchair. I can't go, 17. Please, just pretend you don't know anything, all right? Ginny's shoulders trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Lingmu, however, remained resolute. Throughout her year and more at the mystical gate, she had dealt with countless sorcerers of all ages, and Ginny's demeanor was unmistakably that of a child who had caused trouble but was too afraid to inform her parents. I am worried about you. Trust me, come with me, all right? Jiang Lingmu softened her tone as she tentatively placed her hand on Ginny's shoulder, feeling a chill that sent a shiver down her spine. Ginny was in a dire state, very dire. She gently patted Ginny's shoulder. Let us go quietly, so we don't disturb anyone else. Ginny seemed to regain some composure. After Jiang Lingmu's comforting touch, she felt a weight lift, the bone-deep chill easing significantly. and she finally stopped trembling. Okay. Jiang Lingmu led Ginny directly to her secret hideout. Sit down. Jiang Lingmu gently urged Ginny onto a cushion, and with a flick of her hand, lanterns scattered throughout the classroom flickered to life, casting a warm glow in the otherwise empty space. She tossed a talisman into a small stove, and soon the water in the kettle began to boil. Before long, a steaming cup of calming tea appeared in Ginny's hands. Drink a bit, it will help you calm down. Jiang Lingmu said no more, focusing on brewing and pouring the tea. The fresh aroma of Longjing tea filled the air, and she sensed Ginny's breathing gradually stabilizing. Ginny slowly blew on the tea, taking sips, feeling warmth spread from within. 17, will you tell them? I feel like I've done something wrong, but don't be afraid. I promise to keep your secret. If you want to say something or need help, you can trust me, just tell me. Jiang Lingmu set down the teacup. Your current state is quite troubling. I believe that whatever you did was not out of your true will. Ginny squeezed her eyes shut, a sob escaping her throat, tears cascading down her pale cheeks once more. Jiang Lingmu pressed on. You know, the vital energy within you, which is life itself, is being consumed at an alarming rate. Have you come into contact with anything particularly malevolent? Jiang Lingmu carefully chose her words. Perhaps a sinister ghost or something of that ilk. It could very well be the voice Harry heard from the walls, a malevolent spirit wandering within the castle. Yet that did not seem right. If there truly was a malevolent spirit, it would not evade her detection. Her paper cranes, while not covering all of Hogwarts, certainly spanned a considerable portion. Do you believe me? Ginny nodded vigorously. I believe you, 17. I know you care about me, but no, I can't say. P1T let me. She grew anxious once more, and Jiang Lingmu noticed a dark aura creeping onto her forehead. Leaning forward, Jiang Lingmu pointed directly at Ginny's brow. The darkness enveloping her forehead struggled momentarily before reluctantly dissipating, and Ginny's spirit jolted. Jiang Lingmu furrowed her brow. The spirit's power was surprisingly strong. It was also possible that a foreign spirit was not particularly susceptible to her methods. Thankfully, most of it had been dispelled. Now, the focus was on severing Ginny's connection to the spirit. Poor child. At this rate, she had only a few months left before being drained of her very life. Do you remember anything? Ginny's fingers slackened, and the teacup slipped from her grasp. Jiang Lingmu swiftly unleashed a surge of energy, steadying the teacup and placing it gently on the table. I think I've done many terrible things. What happened tonight was my doing. Tom controlled me. He made me do something, and I agreed, and then I can hardly remember. Jiang Lingmu's voice remained calm. What do you remember now? I remember being in a very large room, and something came out. I also recall smearing paint on a wall. Wait, Madame Loris. Ginny buried her face in her hands. I can't remember if I killed Madame Loris. It is not dead. Dumbledore has confirmed it. It has been petrified, and once the mandrakes mature, a potion can be brewed to revive it. Jiang Lingmu sat beside Ginny, resting her hand on her shoulder. Moreover, I do not believe you are responsible for this. To be honest, even if you were under control, and despite Ginny's considerable magical talent, she would not be capable of casting a permanent petrification curse at this moment. This implies that someone else is behind the attack. Really? Truly? 17. Do you trust me? Of course I believe you. What has controlled you? It's a diary, Tom Riddle's diary. I have no idea how I came into possession of it. It was tucked away in my old books. And 2 weeks into the school term, I accidentally spilled ink on it, which it absorbed. Then the words began to appear, and Tom started speaking to me. He is very. Ginny pondered for a moment before choosing her words carefully. He is kind and considerate, and slowly, I began to confide in him. He claimed to have been a student at Hogwarts, excelling in his studies, and he guided me through many academic challenges. He said the diary was our secret. Just earlier, I was worried that if I revealed our secret, he might become angry. But it was only when Jiang Lingmu pressed firmly on her forehead that she realized the gravity of her actions. 17. If the professors find out, will I be expelled? What should I do? I do not wish to lie to Percy and the others any longer. Jiang Lingmu could almost confirm that the diary was indeed the hiding place of the malevolent spirit. This is not your fault. You have been manipulated and deceived, Ginny. I am telling you this now, but do not be afraid. I can help you. I have noticed that your life force is rapidly diminishing, and there is something very wrong with Tom's diary. You must give it to me. At the very least, we need to sever your connection with it, or you may die. Ginny's sobs abruptly ceased. Chapter 70. Tom Riddle. Half an hour later, Jiang Lingmu returned to the small base with Ginny once more. Ginny was in a poor mental state, but fortunately, her roommates were sound asleep and oblivious to her frantic rummaging. The diary now lay in Jiang Lingmu's hands, and as she flipped through its blank pages, she remained unaware of anything amiss. It seemed this wretched spirit was quite adept at concealing itself. Ginny watched Jiang Lingmu cautiously, fearful that the diary would bring her harm, and worried about Jiang Lingmu being endangered by Tom. I cannot discern anything unusual, I will have to act directly on you to sever your connection with it. However, I cannot guarantee that all your lost vitality will return. We can only attempt it. Ginny nodded repeatedly. 17. I trust you. Jiang Lingmu requested Ginny's date and time of birth, calculated her astrological chart, and inscribed it on a piece of paper with cinnabar and a drop of Ginny's blood. Taking the paper, Jiang Lingmu deftly folded it into the shape of a small figure. For safety's sake, please give me a strand of your hair. Ginny, without hesitation, pulled out 5 or 6 strands, wincing at the pain. Jiang Lingmu wound Ginny's hair around the paper figure. Ginny felt as though something was escaping from her, seemingly transferring to the small paper figure. What do you feel? This was Jiang Lingmu's first time performing such a spell on someone from another land, and she felt a modicum of uncertainty. Fortunately, magic is a form of mystical power, and Ginny's sensitivity exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing her to receive direct feedback. It's a strange sensation. It feels as if the paper figure in your hand is me. Jiang Lingmu raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems to be working. This is a form of mystical arts from Huaxia, which can be simply understood as the paper figure being your substitute. A substitute? Yes. It can absorb damage on your behalf or can inflict harm upon you through the paper figure. Therefore, do not casually give away your blood or hair to others. Ginny nodded, somewhat understanding. I can sever your connection with the diary, but the contents of the diary are not simple. I fear it may retaliate. Using the substitute is a safer approach. With that, Jiang Lingmu placed the diary alongside the paper figure. She did not light any incense or use talismans, as incense and talismans are typically methods used by practitioners to borrow power from the underworld. However, this was a foreign spirit, and the underworld of Huaxia likely had no jurisdiction over it. After performing several hand gestures, Jiang Lingmu infused her spiritual energy into her eyes. When she opened them again, she indeed saw a distinct black and red line connecting the paper figure and the diary. With a decisive motion, she executed a swift chop, severing the connection. A surge of dark energy erupted from the diary, quickly engulfing the paper figure. Ginny saw the figure ignite spontaneously without fire, as something rapidly flowed into her body. Her pale cheeks regained their color, and warmth replaced the chill in her hands and feet, as if her blood vessels had finally resumed their vigorous activity. And the indescribable heaviness and lethargy within her vanished entirely. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Lingmu grasped her wrist. With her other hand, Ginny dumbly extended her other hand to Jiang Lingmu, who pinched her pulse with 3 fingers. That's enough. It's better than I anticipated. It seems this thing has considerable limitations. Unless it completely drains a person to death, interrupting the process can actually restore their vitality. This is far more humane than some malevolent spirits from Huaxia. Rest well over the next few days, avoid staying up late, and get plenty of sunlight. Jiang Lingmu advised with the expertise of an experienced healer, pausing momentarily at the mention of the sun. Well, given the weather in England, if you can't bask in the sun, sitting by the fireplace to warm up is acceptable as well. Just try to avoid dark and damp places, and steer clear of any ghosts within the castle. Even though your vitality has been fully restored, there will still be a period of weakness. You must recuperate properly. Do you remember? Ginny nodded obediently. I remember everything. 17. Thank you, truly. She glanced at the diary on the table, her eyes reflecting resistance and fear. Having freed herself from control and manipulation, she no longer perceived Tom within as gentle or kind. What should we do about this? I feel as though there is powerful dark magic contained within. Jiang Lingmu, on the other hand, was quite intrigued. If you don't mind, please allow me to keep it. I wish to study it. Ginny wanted to say more, but upon seeing the remnants of ash on the table, she felt her worries were somewhat unfounded. Do not worry, I will not be affected. You will keep an eye on me, right? If you notice anything off, seek help from the professors. This time, do not try to handle it on your own. The professors are far more reliable than you might think. Except for Lockhart. Of course. It's late. You should return to sleep. Jiang Lingmu escorted Ginny back to Gryffindor Tower, watching her enter the dormitory before returning to the empty classroom. Very well. The child has been reassured. Now let us see what is truly at play. Jiang Lingmu resumed her seat at the desk and scrutinized the diary. The diary was a small, thin volume with a tattered black cover. Flipping it open, she found only a name and date written in indistinct ink on the first page. Tom Riddle, 1943. 49 years ago. The average lifespan of a wizard far exceeds that of an ordinary human, yet it is not excessively long, approximately 49 years. Is Tom still alive? This diary appears to communicate with people. Could it perhaps employ magic akin to that of moving portraits? Regardless, through the means of a sorceress, she could discern no apparent flaws within this diary. Judging by Ginny's reaction, the diary must possess enchantments that can bewitch the mind, yet she feels no such influence. Perhaps she should simply incinerate it with the alien fire? Jiang Lingmu suppressed her burgeoning destructive impulses and continued to leaf through the pages, only to find a series of blank, antiquated sheets. She retrieved a quill and ink, tentatively inscribing upon the diary, "Hello." Indeed, the ink swiftly vanished. Wholly absorbed by the pages, new words emerged. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Might I have the honor of learning your name, beautiful miss? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." A chill crawled up Jiang Lingmu's spine. Was this what captivated Ginny? How was this any different from Lockhart? With a stoic expression, she lifted her quill and wrote, "You are far too eager in your delight." After the words faded, the page remained blank for an extended period. "Very well, beautiful miss. May I inquire how you came into possession of my diary?" Jiang Lingmu replied, "It is quite simple. I saved someone dear to you, and as a token of gratitude, she bestowed you upon me." After a moment's reflection, she added, "To be precise, it was less a gift and more akin to discarding refuse. Do you understand?" Another lengthy silence ensued. Jiang Lingmu lost her patience for this banter. "What have you compelled Ginny to do? Why did you make her do it? What is your aim?" "I do not intend to tear you apart." The ink gradually faded, yet the diary offered no further response. Disinterested, Jiang Lingmu tossed it into her dimensional pocket. Chapter 71. The Chamber Reopens. A week after Halloween, Jiang Lingmu was beset by an overwhelming sense of ennui. The entire school buzzed with discussions about the murder of Madame Loris on Halloween night. Filch frequently patrolled the vicinity of the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, occasionally pulling up a chair to sit for hours, stubbornly convinced that the culprit would reappear. Of course, he would sometimes leave, but never to rest. He lurked in the corridors with bloodshot eyes, unexpectedly accosting passing students, straining to confine them to detention. Aside from Jiang Lingmu, nearly every student had been subjected to his ire at least twice within the span of a week. The sole silver lining was that Ginny's condition improved daily. She had regained her former cheerful demeanor, even in the presence of Harry, where she no longer startled so easily, though her cheeks still flushed noticeably. In fact, she seemed to direct her attention more towards Jiang Lingmu than Harry. A shared secret invariably draws two individuals closer. The Weasley brothers were overjoyed by Ginny's recovery, with George and Fred beginning to tease her about her apparent infatuation with the new boy. Ginny typically responded with an eye roll, before seizing every opportunity to remain close to Jiang Lingmu. This was effortless, as they shared classes, with identical schedules and homework. Jiang Lingmu was acutely aware that Ginny had taken her previous words to heart, which was why she was so particularly attentive. If Jiang Lingmu exhibited even the slightest sign of distress, Ginny would likely risk expulsion to seek assistance from the professors. Severus Snape appeared to be preoccupied with the events of Halloween, or perhaps he had lost interest in utilizing her to research new potions with her alien fire, for he had not summoned her for menial tasks since. Even in their weekly potions class, he disregarded her furtive attempts to conceal leftover potions. He continued to conduct the class with his usual severity, deducting points from Gryffindor at every opportunity, and hastily departing once the lesson concluded. Jiang Lingmu had proactively visited his office to submit her weekly potions, but found it empty, only to discover a brief note. The note detailed the requirements for the next week's potions: 10 doses of scabious ointment, 10 sleeping pills, and 20 doses of restorative powder. It seemed she would earn over 110 galleons next week. Upon reading the note, before she could fully smile, she was abruptly ejected from the underground office by an unseen force. Very well, earning money was sufficient. It is also worth noting that Hermione had seemingly taken up residence in the library, even rushing through meals, while the number of borrowed books from the library in their dormitory steadily increased. Even Jiang Lingmu found herself somewhat impressed by Hermione's reading efficiency. Hermione not only read voraciously herself, but also compiled an extensive reading list for Jiang Lingmu, filled with complex tomes on magical research and interpretations. Harry and Ron, as usual, were preoccupied. Although they were concerned about Madame Loris's assault, they had little energy left to spare, as enticing Quidditch and troublesome homework beckoned. Amid her boredom, Jiang Lingmu recalled Tom Riddle's diary. On the first Tuesday night after Halloween, she completed the potions she intended to sell the following week in her secret lair and retrieved the diary from her pocket. She opened the blank pages and wrote, "Are you there?" The ink vanished, and Tom responded, "I have always been here. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Jiang Lingmu, "Let us converse civilly." Tom Riddle, "Very well, fiery miss." Ignoring the somewhat nauseating appellation, Jiang Lingmu got straight to the point. "I believe I have afforded you ample time for contemplation." In truth, she had merely forgotten. "What precisely did you compel Ginny to do? Were you the one who attacked Madame Loris?" The diary fell silent for a moment before erupting with lengthy passages of text. It felt peculiar, as though someone were eagerly speaking to her, yet she could not perceive their physical form. "I confess, I did exert control over her. But I am merely a memory that has been sealed away, a remnant of my 5th year at Hogwarts." What do you believe a 16-year-old wizard's memory could accomplish? I could not have attacked Madame Loris, nor do I possess the power to compel Ginny to assault Madame Loris. I merely directed her to the scene to write a message. I was issuing a warning to everyone at the school. After all these years, a dreadful event has occurred at the school, and only Professor Dumbledore and I are aware of the truth. Without waiting for the words to fade, Jiang Lingmu hurriedly wrote back, "What is this dreadful event? Is your role limited to warning? Is there no way to prevent it?" The diary's subsequent response was succinct. "The chamber has been reopened. I apologize. I am powerless to prevent this occurrence. The culprit remains within this school, and I am merely a memory, lacking any capacity for action." Jiang Lingmu. Who is the culprit? You are a memory from 49 years ago. Who among the faculty could possibly remain here for that long? How do you know the culprit is still at the school? Can you acquire information from the outside through other means? The diary slowly revealed its text. I cannot. I am limited to communicating through writing. Ginny trusts me implicitly, and she has shared much with me, including the current members of the school. The sinner is not a professor, but nearly so. I understand that you do not fully believe me. However, if you truly wish to know, I can take you to see it directly. Jiang Lingmu narrowed her eyes, pondering how she might do so. Nevertheless, she wrote down, "All right." The diary automatically flipped to a certain page, and Jiang Lingmu glanced at the date, which was mid-June. Subsequently, the pages of the diary began to transform, as if a droplet of water had fallen onto the surface of a lake, and she could even perceive the ripples it created. Gradually, the ripples morphed into a dynamic scene. Jiang Lingmu leaned in for a closer look, and the diary emanated a powerful pull. She furrowed her brow and released her magical energy to stabilize her form. She lifted her quill and inscribed on the blank page outside the scene, "What is happening? What do you intend to do?" The diary remained silent for a moment before slowly writing, "Well, this view will suffice." The scene revealed a circular room adorned with numerous portraits of figures hanging on the walls. The individuals depicted appeared rather aged, reclining in chairs, and occasionally emitting soft snores. Jiang Lingmu instantly recognized that this was Dumbledore's office. However, the wizard seated behind the desk was not Dumbledore. Instead, it was another sorcerer. He appeared quite elderly, with sagging skin and a face lined with wrinkles, engrossed in reading a letter. Jiang Lingmu noticed the lighting in the room had shifted, indicating it was evening. The bald wizard folded the letter and frowned, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. Jiang Lingmu quickly realized that this was the Hogwarts known to Tom Riddle, and the bald wizard in the scene must have been the headmaster of Hogwarts 49 years prior. Just then, a polite knock echoed from outside. "Come in." The office door swung open, revealing a boy of around 15 or 16 years. "Professor," he said, removing his wizard's hat. Jiang Lingmu's keen eyes caught sight of the silver badge on his chest, adorned with a serpent emblem and a large P. He was the head boy of Slytherin. Was this Tom Riddle? Jiang Lingmu's gaze traversed his sleek, dark hair and strikingly handsome features. Chapter 72, The Sinner. Jiang Lingmu observed the captivating boy in the scene and pinned on the paper, "Is this you, Tom Riddle himself?" The diary replied, "Indeed." Jiang Lingmu paused momentarily. "Well, you are rather good-looking." His features were more striking than those of Cedric from Hufflepuff next door. The diary responded courteously, "I am flattered, dear miss." The faint smile that had graced Jiang Lingmu's face vanished in an instant, and she redirected her attention to the scene. She heard Riddle address the elderly wizard as Professor Dippet, and they engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly deliberating Riddle's plans for the summer holiday. The letter that Professor Dippet had been reading was penned by Riddle himself, requesting permission to remain at Hogwarts during the summer instead of returning to that Muggle orphanage. Jiang Lingmu noted that when Professor Dippet mentioned the orphanage, Riddle's expression shifted awkwardly, as if he felt embarrassed about his heritage and circumstances. He then disclosed his mixed bloodline. His mother was a witch and his father a Muggle, and his mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lingmu contemplated and wrote beside the scene in the diary, "I am also an orphan." However, the diary did not respond to her. Professor Dippet declined Tom's request to stay at the school. Jiang Lingmu perked up, for there had been a series of vicious attacks at Hogwarts. A girl had died, and everyone was at a loss. The Ministry of Magic was even contemplating closing Hogwarts. In the scene, Riddle's eyes widened. Outside the scene, Jiang Lingmu's eyes also widened. Yet, her focus was entirely different. So, students could indeed remain at the school during the summer? That meant she could strive to do so. After all, she had no place to stay in England. If Hogwarts did not allow students to remain during the summer, she would have to return to her homeland. But compared to returning to the Mystic Gate, she preferred to stay at school and conduct experiments with magical herbs. Riddle clearly did not give up either. He left Professor Dippet with a few vague remarks. Though Professor Dippet remained unsuspecting, Jiang Lingmu could discern the truth. The 16-year-old Riddle undoubtedly knew something. These foreign children all had a knack for deceit, and it was astonishing that this old headmaster failed to see through it. Jiang Lingmu scoffed. She then observed Riddle leaving the headmaster's office. Night had fallen, and he wandered alone through the castle, his expression grave, as if he were making a significant decision. Jiang Lingmu was all too familiar with this expression. Harry and Ron had worn similar looks when they attempted to fly a car to school. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, descending the stairs, and encountered someone Jiang Lingmu recognized very well. It was Dumbledore. More precisely, it was Dumbledore from nearly 50 years ago. His hair and beard yet to turn white, radiating a sunset-like auburn hue. Once he had passed, Riddle continued on, descending the staircase that led to the underground classroom. Jiang Lingmu was well acquainted with this path. Further down lay the potions classroom and Snape's office, though at present, it was merely an abandoned empty room. Jiang Lingmu couldn't help but become slightly distracted. It seemed that the arrangement of Hogwarts classrooms was not immutable over the decades, for there were numerous vacant spaces. Professors could freely arrange their classrooms and offices. So, Snape wasn't being ostracized or sabotaged. He simply preferred to linger in the depths? How perplexing. Jiang Lingmu saw Riddle hiding behind the door of the potions classroom, quietly waiting for something. However, Jiang Lingmu lacked the patience to wait alongside him and continued to write. Can't you be quicker? Just show me the outcome. You are pursuing that sinner, aren't you? The diary replied. Very well. Soon, Riddle and the scene sprang into action. A large figure passed by the doorway of the classroom, and Riddle stealthily followed until both their footsteps halted outside a classroom. Jiang Lingmu then beheld Hagrid, listening as Riddle accused Hagrid of harboring a beast that had killed that poor muggle-born girl. The young Hagrid appeared shocked, stammering a defense until Riddle launched his attack. Jiang Lingmu heard a peculiar clicking sound, one she was well acquainted with from her previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest with the acromantula. Indeed, almost in the next moment, a gigantic acromantula burst forth from the classroom door that Hagrid had been blocking. Its size was even larger than the one she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Strangely, however, it was attempting to flee, seemingly believing it could not overcome the 16-year-old Riddle. Even as Riddle cast spells against it, it offered no resistance, merely exerting all its strength to escape. The image shook violently, as if Hagrid had tackled Riddle, and then abruptly ceased, the scene vanishing entirely. Jiang Lingmu was left staring at a blank page, and after a moment, a phrase emerged upon the paper. Now you know the truth. Rubius Hagrid is the true sinner. Chapter 73, Plans Afloat. Jiang Lingmu picked up her quill and replied, Indeed, I am now aware. She wrote somewhat absently. So, 50 years ago, it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets, released that giant spider, and even caused the death of a student? How absurd. Others may not know about the acromantula, but surely she does. While the acromantula can indeed kill, it lacks the ability to petrify. The memories in the diary contradict the very attack on Miss Loris. Moreover, what does this have to do with the Chamber of Secrets? She has been to the place where Hagrid raised the acromantula. It is hardly the chamber. The crux of the matter is, in Tom Riddle's memory, a student was indeed slain by the monster, yet she is certain that Hagrid bears no blood guilt. Wait, so the nest of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest is Hagrid's? Jiang Lingmu noted this in her mind as she continued to analyze the thoughts provided by Tom Riddle. After such a significant incident, hasn't Hagrid been punished? He is still the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Riddle quickly replied. Of course, he was punished. Dippet expelled him. The Ministry of Magic broke his wand and confined him in Azkaban, where he was meant to remain forever unable to commit further evil. It was Dumbledore who, citing a lack of evidence, protected him. The Ministry, under Dumbledore's pressure, had no choice but to release him, allowing him to stay at Hogwarts. And I received a medal to keep my silence. That is how it unfolded. I knew this would happen again, that more students would be attacked. So I sealed away this memory, with the hope that one day it would be discovered, revealing the truth. Jiang Lingmu pursed her lips at such a perfectly noble proclamation. Had this fellow forgotten that he had previously stolen Ginny's life force? Those 2 lines she had him write on the wall were hardly a warning. They were a declaration of war. Now he claims to be a good person, and she is supposed to believe him? Furthermore, who can guarantee the authenticity of this memory? Yet, Jiang Lingmu found herself compelled to believe. So what shall we do now, Tom? May I call you that? Certainly, Mississippi. Perhaps you no longer resent my inquiry into your name? Jiang Lingmu smiled faintly, writing, My name is Lingmu Jiang. A curious name. You are not English, are you, Miss Jiang? Indeed, I hail from Huaxia. Jiang Lingmu paused, suppressing her discomfort, and continued to write, You may call me Lingmu. Riddle readily acquiesced. Very well, Lingmu. So, what shall we do now? It has been nearly a week since the monster attacked on Halloween, and Dumbledore shows no inclination to investigate or punish Hagrid. What if another student encounters danger? What can I do? Riddle slowly allowed his elegant script to materialize on the paper. Do not fear, Lingmu. Thank you for choosing to trust me. You have seen all the truth and yet feel no fear. You are far more intelligent and powerful than that girl from the Weasley family. I believe you will change everything. I will not be as reckless as I was 50 years ago. This time, we will surely gather evidence against Hagrid for opening the chamber and releasing the monster. Will you cooperate with me, Lingmu? Jiang Lingmu suppressed a smile, all too eager to comply. I certainly will. However what? But I am a bit frightened. I mean, Dumbledore is the headmaster, after all, isn't he? Riddle paused for a moment longer this time. He is indeed powerful, but the more powerful a person is, the more arrogant they tend to be. Just look at his blind trust in Hagrid. Perhaps Hogwarts ought to have a more just headmaster. That would not do. Jiang Lingmu thought. What would happen to her benefits if a new headmaster were appointed? I think that the warning I had Ginny write may not be strong enough. We should encourage everyone to actively question and seek the truth. What do you think, Lingmu? Jiang Lingmu felt somewhat disinterested. What should I do? She was almost certain that Riddle intended to use her against Dumbledore and Hagrid, rather than to lead her closer to the truth of the chamber. What was the point of writing slogans on the wall? Speaking of which, if it was not Hagrid who opened the chamber and released the monster capable of killing and petrifying students, then who truly opened the chamber? How much did Riddle actually know about it? Jiang Lingmu had 3 hypotheses. First, Riddle knows about the chamber and is aware of the true culprit behind its opening. He has exploited Hagrid, who was nurturing the acromantula, to shield the true perpetrator. Second, Riddle is unaware of the chamber. He merely harbors a grudge against Hagrid and Dumbledore. Or perhaps, as the memories suggest, he is simply unwilling to return to the orphanage, and even less so to see Hogwarts closed by the Ministry of Magic. Thus he used Hagrid as a scapegoat, forcibly concluding the case of the chamber. The third possibility is a combination of the first two. Riddle is crying thief while being the thief himself. Perhaps he is the one who opened the chamber and killed the student. Verifying these hypotheses is quite simple. She merely needs to continue following Riddle's line of thought. Soon, the words emerging on the page interrupted Jiang Lingmu's contemplation. Perhaps you could write snippets of the truth alongside the original slogans. I believe, clever as you are, you can accomplish this with ease. We must start with such small matters. I do not wish for you to encounter danger, Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu replied, Understood. I also saw the caretaker scrubbing those letters with wizarding cleaning solution today, but it seemed ineffective. Of course, Riddle quickly responded, and Jiang Lingmu perceived a lightheartedness and youthful pride in his words. I taught Weasley a permanent color charm. You can certainly master it as well, Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu, great. The plan has unexpectedly stalled. The thought of her abysmal magical skills unleashed a torrent of frustration within her, and with a sharp clap, she closed the diary and tossed it into her ring, out of sight and out of mind. How could she find the secret of the chamber when she couldn't even cast a single spell? How could she be worthy? The clock struck midnight with perfect punctuality, and Jiang Lingmu glanced at her small notebook, hoping to find something else to occupy her time. She indeed stumbled upon something. The unique mandrake she had previously spotted with the Xiong was nearing maturity, and she could go harvest some seeds. Well, she would check on the little mandrake's ripeness shortly. Jiang Lingmu rose from her cushion, casually draping her wizarding robe over her shoulders and adjusting her dark hood. Perhaps tomorrow she could subtly inquire with Hagrid about the acromantula. If the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest were indeed his, she could bypass the school entirely and negotiate directly with Hagrid. She had long coveted the acromantula's venom. If all went well, it could yield an income far exceeding her weekly earnings from crafting low-grade potions. Chapter 74 Greetings, Professor. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where the damp, cold mist lingered, a figure cloaked in black robes appeared silently. Snape crouched down to carefully harvest a small patch of mandrake that had matured partially beneath the trees, despite the fact that his intentions today did not revolve around this. As a potioneer, it would be remiss of him to overlook the significance of potion ingredients. Severus Snape swiftly discerned several fully matured specimens among a small cluster of umbrella plants, drawing his wand to tap the moist, yielding earth beneath him. The soil began to writhe of its own accord until the swollen roots were completely exposed. With the dirt meticulously cleared away, Snape retrieved a pristine little metal box from his pocket, waved his wand while muttering a spell, and watched as several sprigs of masterwort shrank to the size of his fingertips, forming a neat line to flutter into the box. Straightening his posture, he was about to depart when his head collided with a low-hanging branch, prompting a rustling sound as something drifted down from the bough. Narrowing his eyes, the light from his wand brightened, revealing a diminutive origami crane nestled among the weeds, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. It was that audacious exchange student from China again. Snape scoffed, glancing at the remaining unripe masterwort, before bending down to pick up the crane and striding purposefully towards the Forbidden Forest's edge. This week, All the professors were preoccupied with the aftermath of the attack on Madame Loris on Halloween. The patrol schedule had intensified, with several professors assigned to different sectors. He had spent a considerable amount of time alongside Dumbledore examining the castle's architectural intricacies in search of the fabled Chamber of Secrets, yet ultimately found nothing. The culprit had not resurfaced, and strange rumors began to circulate among the students regarding Slytherin's chamber and whether Potter truly was the heir of Slytherin. What a jest! Potter? He was hardly worthy. Upon returning to his office, Snape pushed open a small door nestled in the shelves, entering his bedroom. He shed his cloak and robes, casting a few cleansing charms upon himself. It had been several days since he had last slept, and fatigue and drowsiness assailed his mind. Gritting his teeth, he changed into his nightclothes, placing his wand beside his pillow, and laid down upon the bed. With a flick of his wrist, the candle by his bedside extinguished instantly, leaving only a feeble flame flickering from a distant door, barely illuminating the dim room. Just before closing his eyes, he sensed that he had overlooked something important. As the midnight chimes echoed, their sound faded as it reached the basement, a chilling presence rapidly enveloping the bedroom, causing Snape to shiver involuntarily. No, this eerie sensation was one he could never forget. Instantly awake, he grasped his wand and shot upright in bed. The next moment, the flames in the room reignited, and he found himself locked in a silent stare with Jiang Lingmu, who had not yet managed to fully close the ghostly portal. An awkward silence spread through the modest room. Snape was swift in his actions. He gestured, and his cloak detached from the hanger beside Jiang Lingmu, soaring towards him. By the time she registered what was happening, he had already wrapped himself in the cloak, standing at the edge of the bed. Snape's expression darkened significantly. Jiang Lingmu could even see the veins on his forehead pulsing rhythmically as he loomed over her, his jaw clenched in rage. Jiang Lingmu raised her hand slightly, greeting him. "Good evening, Professor Snape." An explanation. Jiang Lingmu. No, she still wanted an explanation. Her destination had clearly been that small patch of masterwork in the Forbidden Forest. As this realization dawned on her, her expression twisted in bemusement. It shouldn't be that brazen, right? As it turned out, it was indeed that brazen. Jiang Lingmu peeked out from Snape's shadow, pointing at the ground behind him where a delicate yellow origami crane lay quietly. "Professor Snape, did you venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather magical herbs? Did you happen upon a patch of nearly matured masterwort?" Snape quickly turned his head to glance, instantly piecing together the sequence of events. Understanding the situation was one thing. Accepting it was quite another. If your brain isn't merely decorative, you ought to remember that students are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. What were you doing there? Jiang Lingmu felt a twinge of irritation. Why should she be held accountable for his reckless scavenging? On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the headmaster granted me privileges beyond those of an ordinary student, Professor. If you recall, I had no intention of coveting the herbs of the Forbidden Forest. I was merely observing their maturation to collect some seeds, without infringing upon the school's interests. Jiang Lingmu grew increasingly convinced of her righteousness. This was merely an accident. I hope you refrain from picking up random items in the future. Snape's fury transformed into sardonic amusement. Jiang Lingmu pressed on. So, Professor, good night. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. Quick as a flash, with her hands clasped behind her back, Jiang Lingmu prepared to cast a spell to escape through the ghostly portal, but Snape's voice rang out once more. 50 points from Gryffindor. Stop! Jiang Lingmu interjected loudly, narrowly salvaging the 50 points for Gryffindor with a thrilling sense of urgency. 50 points was no trifling matter, Professor. I suggest you ponder carefully how you would explain this to Professor McGonagall should she inquire. Because my sudden appearance in your bedroom. Jiang Lingmu cast a glance around the cramped space. Bedroom? A smug smile, one that Snape detested, spread across her face, exuding the confidence of someone who believed they could manipulate the situation. This does not bode well, does it, Professor? Snape's expression contorted as if someone had just stuffed him with slimy worms. He glared at Jiang Lingmu, his gaze venomous. Tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. Report to my office for detention. Jiang Lingmu faltered momentarily. But there's dinner tomorrow evening and astronomy class. I believe a suitable degree of hunger will keep the egotist's mind sharp. As for astronomy class, do you not enjoy skipping? Jiang Lingmu scoffed. She held a great deal of respect for the professors at Hogwarts. Lockhart and Professor Sinistra of astronomy were hardly comparable. Now get out. Jiang Lingmu shrugged, her hands behind her back forming the necessary sigils, and the gaping ghostly portal opened accordingly. She took a step back, her figure enveloped in dense black mist. Vanishing from Snape's bedroom, just before the portal closed, a talisman shot out, hovering in midair. Snape fixated on the thin piece of yellow paper adorned with vermilion markings, and in an instant, it ignited without flame. The chilly atmosphere in the bedroom dissipated in the blaze, and he felt an unexpected warmth, as though kissed by the sun. Even within this subterranean chamber, This sensation was as irritating as Jiang Lingmu's smile. Upon returning to her secret little haven, Jiang Lingmu exhaled deeply at the still-burning small tea stove. Stimulating. It was undeniable that the oppressive aura emanating from Snape was quite formidable. The seeds of masterwork were now out of the question. Fortunately, she had another small patch, though its maturation time lagged far behind the one Snape had claimed. Jiang Lingmu actively reflected on the lessons learned from her failure. First, she needed to conceal the origami crane more discreetly next time. Second, she must always verify the distance before opening a ghostly portal. Chapter 75, The Fabled Chamber of Secrets. For the first-year Gryffindors, Wednesdays were nothing short of a nightmare. The morning entailed attending class and engaging in labor under Professor Sprout in the greenhouse, followed by a midday session of Lockhart's theatrical performances on dark arts and his boastful lectures. In the brief interlude between classes, they hastily made their way to Professor Bin's History of Magic classroom, cramming the tome-like texts of magical history into their minds amidst the professor's lifeless lecturing style. Later that evening, they would ascend the astronomy tower to partake in the esoteric lessons of Professor Sinistra. Jiang Lingmu herself had a fondness for astronomy. She had studied celestial phenomena during her time at Xuanmen, and the content was largely similar. The celestial bodies remained the same, though their names differed, requiring translation. She also cherished the expansive views from the astronomy tower. However, fate decreed that she would be absent today. As for defense against the dark arts, she had never attended Lockhart's class, and with Dumbledore's tacit approval, she felt unrestrained. While Ginny and the others endured Lockhart's torment, she found herself in a secret hideout, hopelessly practicing the most fundamental transfiguration spells or brewing her weekly potion assignments. To her surprise, Professor Binns barely lectured today. He appeared rather discontented. Being the only ghost in the castle unafraid of her, Jiang Lingmu naturally paid him extra attention. His unhappiness was evident. For not only did he refrain from delivering a lengthy discourse, but he also dismissed them half an hour early, a rare occurrence indeed. Soon, Jiang Lingmu discerned the reason. As soon as class concluded, she dashed to the Great Hall to express her gratitude to Professor Binns, before being confined to Snape's office. She still had half an hour to eat. Today, Hermione was unusually present in the nearly empty hall, seated across from Harry and Ron. The three of them huddled together at the center of the long table, whispering animatedly. "Hermione, at this hour, you're not in the library?" Hermione looked up, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Lingmu, come sit." Something felt amiss. She distinctly remembered that this period was history of magic, and class had not yet concluded. Jiang Lingmu settled beside Hermione, quickly rummaging through her enchanted pocket for food. "Professor Binns let us out half an hour early." He seemed rather displeased. Ron cast a covetous glance at the glistening red braised meat in Jiang Lingmu's bowl. "Oh, only you could notice Professor Binns' discontent. I mean, he is an ancient ghost. No one cares whether he is happy or not." Harry neither responded nor laughed along, his expression betraying a heavy heart. Hermione interjected, "I think this might be my fault." He started the class, and during it, I asked him a question about the Chamber of Secrets. Jiang Lingmu paused her eating, catching Ron's furtive glance, and promptly retrieved 3 more red bean buns from her pocket, distributing one to each of them. "The Chamber of Secrets? Is that the one from Halloween?" "Yes," Hermione nodded. "Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin, after a falling out with the other founders, left a chamber somewhere within the castle before departing." Ron chimed in vaguely. "It's a chamber housing a terrifying monster. I'd wager he was a radical old madman. Just listen to his intent behind leaving such a perilous thing." Jiang Lingmu immediately inquired, "What intent?" Hermione explained, "He believed that magical education should be reserved for those from magical families, like mine, with Muggle parents." She inhaled deeply and continued, "Those like me are unworthy of receiving magical education." Harry seemed to return to the present. "Don't say that, Hermione. You're our top student. No one is more deserving of a place at Hogwarts than you." Hermione offered a faint smile. In any case, he left an unknown beast within the chamber. At the appropriate moment, his heir would open it and unleash the monster to purge the school of those he deemed unworthy to learn magic. Jiang Lingmu understood. He was akin to the blood purists like Malfoy. No, considering the timeline, he might even be the originator of blood purity ideology. She recalled having seen similar excerpts in Hogwarts, a history, though the descriptions had been quite vague, and she hadn't connected the two until now. Hermione frowned, her tone heavy. "Regardless, I believe it is more than mere legend, despite Professor Binns' complete dismissal of it. But look, even Dumbledore could not cast a spell to cure Filch's cat. I doubt a wizard was responsible for the attack." Jiang Lingmu concurred wholeheartedly. She could now affirm that the riddle in the diary had been lying all along. Nodding as she ate, she listened to their conversation. She heard Ron grumbling about the paranoid Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff student, who seemed to think Harry was the heir destined to slay Muggle-born wizards, simply because In front of so many students that night, Dumbledore had escorted the three of them away. The three then discussed the swarm of spiders that had scurried out of the castle like ants, and the ghost of a girl student named Myrtle who had been attacked in the girls' restroom adjacent to where moaning Myrtle had encountered trouble. Jiang Lingmu slowed her pace, pondering more spiders. She recalled the memory shown to her in the diary of the acromantula that Hagrid had raised, fleeing in terror from Riddle's attack. At that moment, she had found it strange. Acromantulas were dangerous and formidable dark creatures, not to mention possessing a certain level of intelligence. Why would they fear Riddle, who had merely been a student at the time? Or was there something else they feared? Jiang Lingmu mentally noted this uncertainty, planning to subtly inquire with Hagrid later. Based on Harry's experiences from the previous year, Hagrid was not one to keep secrets well. Shortly thereafter, Ron recounted the incident where he and Harry had been caught in the girls' restroom by Percy, launching into a series of relentless jibes about Percy. Jiang Lingmu hastily finished her last bite, quickly tidying her bowl and dishes. Great. I'm done eating. Ron, please tell Ginny to help me request a leave from Professor Sinistra. Ron asked, You're not going to astronomy class? Why not? Jiang Lingmu offered a faint smile. Because I have to go to Professor Snape's office for detention. Harry frowned. What did you do to provoke him this time? Well, actually, I didn't need to provoke him. He deliberately made me stay after class to clean the desk of caterpillar goo. Jiang Lingmu shrugged. It was best not to disclose the incident of her nocturnal escapade into Snape's quarters. Speaking of potions class, I doubt either of you noticed. Hermione tugged her hefty backpack from beneath the table, rummaging inside. Neville didn't lose any points and successfully brewed his potion. You both should learn from him. Ron didn't respond to Hermione, instead looking at Jiang Lingmu with a serious expression. 17. Do you have something on Snape? Jiang Lingmu shot him a glance, almost blurting out, How did you know? Oh, don't be like that. Snape is merely helping Lingmu with her spells. P.S. a professor. Don't make the same mistakes as last year. I'm begging you. Ron scoffed. Yeah, a fair and just professor. Jiang Lingmu decided to refrain from engaging in such a debate. As a student who could directly benefit from Snape, respect was the least she could offer. Although she often clashed with him, it was one thing to confront him to his face and another to speak ill of him behind his back. Chapter 76. The Essence of Magic. Hermione was right. Don't overthink it. I suppose it's best if I don't arrive late. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu rose from the bench, preparing to depart, only to be abruptly halted by Hermione's grasp. At last, she extracted her arm from her bag, revealing a hefty tome. I have been searching for information on the Chamber of Secrets in the library this past week. Although my efforts yielded little, I thought of you, Lingmu. Jiang Lingmu reached out to accept Hermione's book, its cover emblazoned with the title The Origins of Magic. The weighty cover bore a slightly worn embossed design, and the pages exhibited a time-worn yellowish hue, exuding an air of complexity that suggested a challenging read. I believe you possess the ability to cast spells. In fact, you excel in transfiguration. It's merely a matter of persistence. If there were issues with either practice or theory, I trust Professors McGonagall and Flitwick would have guided you towards resolution, Hermione articulated with some difficulty, akin to how the existence of the chamber is relegated to myth. I suspect that delving into some conceptual intricacies may prove beneficial for you. Jiang Lingmu tucked the book into her magical pocket and embraced Hermione tightly. Hermione was deeply invested in the matter of the chamber, for its existence was a direct affront to her lineage. Yet, despite this, Hermione did not forget to assist her, a true angel. Jiang Lingmu arrived punctually outside Professor Snape's office, uncertain of the tasks that awaited her from the professor. She had accumulated a considerable amount of repugnant animalistic materials. With a slight grimace, she knocked on the door. Upon receiving the invitation to enter, she pushed the door open, meeting the hollow gaze of Snape from behind his desk. To her astonishment, a faint smile appeared on Snape's face, a smile laced with malice. A small jolt of apprehension coursed through her as she instinctively glanced at the potions table. Sure enough, 2 cages and 2 large wooden basins awaited her. Inside the cages were small black bats, while the basins brimmed with puffy, almost spherical pufferfish. Each creature was lively and vibrant. Process the bats' wings, spleens, and livers, and for the pufferfish, extract their eyes and gallbladders. Afterward, treat 1/3 of each material with your flames and label them accordingly, Snape instructed, appearing rather pleased. Jiang Lingmu had ample reason to suspect that the processing fees for these potion ingredients were quite substantial. It was likely more economical to purchase live specimens rather than individual components, particularly with the availability of free labor. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lingmu shed her robes and rolled up her sleeves, diving into the task at hand. Although she had never handled bats before, she was an expert at fish processing. Selecting a sharp knife, she deftly circled the pufferfish's eye socket, causing the entire eye to pop out. With a swift adjustment to remove the excess tissue surrounding the eye, ensuring the potent nerves were preserved, She placed it into the designated glass jar. A quick incision opened the belly, deftly avoiding the inflated stomach filled with air and water, allowing her to extract the gallbladder intact. It was imperative to avoid rupturing the gallbladder while preparing the fish, as it would render the entire specimen useless. Although the 2 basins of pufferfish appeared plentiful, they were merely inflated spheres, making the actual processing quite manageable. As Snape remained ensconced behind his desk, grading student essays, he occasionally cast a glance at the industrious Jiang Lingmu, who was fully engrossed in her work. The jars designated for the pufferfish eyes and gallbladders gradually filled. In less than an hour, Jiang Lingmu completed the pufferfish, though the bats presented a greater challenge, as they could fly and resembled oversized rats. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she severed their spines with a swift stroke, then quickly removed their membranous wings before opening their abdomens to extract the spleens and livers. She glanced at the remaining bats hanging upside down in their cages, unaware of the imminent threat. Stealing a glance at the larger bat behind her desk, she mused. Same roots, why such haste? The procedure for processing the bats was notably intricate, and 2 hours slipped by swiftly. The clock in Snape's office indicated it was now 8:30, and throughout this time, they exchanged no words. Jiang Lingmu rinsed the slime and blood from her gloves, vigorously washing her hands under the faucet. She then resigned herself to the task of further processing each component with her magical flames, a task that had become second nature to her. She even retrieved the book Hermione had given her, laying it open on the desk. Alternating between reading and tossing materials into the flames, Snape furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at her evident lack of focus and diligence. Jiang Lingmu chose to disregard his scrutiny. The book Hermione had provided was indeed challenging, filled with abstract concepts rather than substantive content, primarily arguing 2 nebulous viewpoints. The source of magical power lies within the soul, and magic and spells depend on imagination. Unfortunately, the arguments presented were scant on factual evidence, leaning heavily on the historical development of magic and spells. While the ideas were intriguing, the supporting evidence felt contrived and disjointed. Jiang Lingmu's expression soured further as she considered. To prove that magical energy derives from the soul, one would at least need to study the souls of wizards. Wouldn't one? To assert such a claim without research is rather audacious. Or is it that the souls of wizards are beyond examination? Rather than squander time on this book, she would be better off practicing spells. A sudden realization struck her, nearly causing her to ruin the pufferfish spleens she was about to toss into the flames. Snape had appeared at her side without her notice, slightly leaning over to peer at the text she was reading. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he shared her sentiment. The book was hardly worth the paper it was printed on, a complete waste of time. Jiang Lingmu placed a meticulously dried piece of spleen into a labeled glass jar, hinting at her understanding. After all, despite the extensive guidance she had received, progress had been elusive, had it not? Snape let out a cold scoff, no longer concerned with what she was reading. His gaze fixed upon the 2 orbs of ghostly indigo flames hovering a foot above the desk. Jiang Lingmu utilized the 2 flames to process the bats' livers and spleens, one flame larger and more potent than the other, yet her control was precise, even exquisite. Snape found himself perplexed. Why can you control the flames with such precision, yet struggle with your magical abilities? He harbored suspicions that Jiang Lingmu was not fully committed, yet he recognized the time she had invested in practice could not be feigned. Jiang Lingmu paused, murmuring, "Indeed, why is that?" Snape, unable to comprehend her words spoken in her native tongue, could only observe. She could wield her magical flames and manifest spells with ease, for both the flames and her spiritual energy were intrinsically hers, fully internalized. Internalization? Internalization. How had she overlooked this crucial aspect? Chapter 77. Do you wish to grow stronger? Jiang Lingmu slammed her palm onto the desk, causing the 2 flames to leap toward the ceiling, inadvertently incinerating 2 batches of materials. Yes, that's it. How did I learn spells? How did I become a practitioner? Absorbing spiritual energy and circulating it through her meridians, she transformed the ethereal essence of the cosmos into a unique force that belonged solely to her. This spiritual power was stored within her Dantian's spiritual sea, tangible and visible, allowing her to wield it with utmost precision. If cultivators possess meridians and a spiritual sea, do not sorcerers likewise have their own corresponding cycle of power? Yet, if such foundational skills exist, why are there no related courses in schools? And why are students directly taught to wield spells? Is this not part of their familial education before enrolling, akin to the secret legacies held by each sect, with sorcerer families remaining insular? But then, Harry and Hermione were entirely oblivious to the existence of the magical world prior to receiving their acceptance letters from Hogwarts. What madness is this? It is well established that Severus Snape's voice, imbued with an air of menace and sarcasm, is always invigorating. Jiang Lingmu abruptly emerged from her chaotic thoughts. You have squandered 2 precious materials, too, she exclaimed. No, Professor, that is not the crux of the matter. The crux is why I am struggling with magic, she clarified, her gratitude directed towards the ever-diligent Hermione, who had assisted her in locating books. As for Snape's reminders, she would withhold her thanks for the moment. However, the veracity of her findings still required validation. Thus, she continued, I apologize, Professor, but I shall pause my endeavors here for today. As she spoke, Jiang Lingmu hastily gathered her books and robes, only to halt abruptly. There seemed to be no safer place for meditation than here. The dormitory was noisy, the astronomy tower was occupied with students, and Ginny along with the twins frequently sought her out at the small base. With this thought, she discarded her belongings and retrieved a meditation mat from her storage ring. Placing it on the ground, Snape observed her actions with a cold gaze, his hand itching to expel her. Professor Snape, I have just realized that evading work is quite detrimental. Hence, I have resolved to conduct my validation here. Once I have completed my verification, I shall resume my tasks diligently. She did not wait for Snape to refuse. During my validation, I must insist that you prevent anyone or anything from approaching me, lest the consequences be upon you. With that, Jiang Lingmu settled cross-legged on the mat, inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and entered a state of internal contemplation. The darkness within her consciousness gradually receded, revealing a tender green luminescence that flickered in the void. The gentle green light radiated outward, akin to the roots of springtime flora, expanding from thick to thin, near to far, intertwined in a harmonious pattern, ultimately forming a meticulous cycle throughout her being. Her spiritual sea pulsed with vigor, akin to a second heart, receiving the spiritual energy transmitted through her meridians and pumping it back into them. Jiang Lingmu felt she was obedient to her master's commands. When her master instructed her to descend the mountain, she did so, and when forbidden to cultivate before the age of 20, she complied, which meant she had not witnessed such a scene for a year and a half. During this time, she had not once engaged in proper meditation, rendering her forgetful of her capacity for internal introspection. Focusing her mind, she gradually set aside her awareness of the spiritual sea and meridians, seeking the essence of magical power within her body. Perhaps the book Hermione had given her contained profound truths. Magical power emanates from the soul. Grateful for her year and a half of study at the mystical gate, she recognized that no one in the magical realm understood the soul better than she did. Soon, amidst the darkness, she discovered a glimmer of silvery light, a pale gray fluorescence that brightened within her consciousness. This light resided just beneath her sea of consciousness, also situated in her heavenly spirit, concealed until now by the presence of her consciousness. This radiance, though less luminous than her spiritual sea, began to shine more brightly as her introspection deepened. A root-like structure, similar to her meridians, extended from the point of light downward, branching out to various organs in her circulatory system. This was her third heart, the most compelling evidence of her magical aptitude. Jiang Lingmu was now resolute. Magical power derives from the soul. Unlike spiritual energy, magical power cannot be drawn from external sources. It is entirely intrinsic. This implies that techniques such as self-reflection, focused imagination, and meditation can indeed be applied to magical cultivation. Jiang Lingmu endeavored to envision the luminous orb intensifying, imagining the roots extending robustly, picturing the flow of energy within them accelerating and multiplying. Ultimately, before she could exhaust her strength, the intricate details of her meridians, once indistinct, became vividly clear. She had succeeded. Jiang Lingmu jolted, her eyes snapping open as the distant chime of a bell marked the completion of the hour. It was already midnight. She had been seated in Snape's office for over 3 hours. Blinking, she rotated her neck and met the gaze of Snape, who sat behind his desk, visibly exuding irritation. If 3.5 hours of immobility hasn't caused your muscles and veins to atrophy, then Snape's voice emerged from the shadows, laced with sarcasm. Now, vacate my office. Jiang Lingmu disregarded his mockery and raised her hand. Wingardium Leviosa. The quill nestled in the inkpot on Snape's desk floated gracefully in response to her incantation, moving in sync with her gesturing fingers as it shifted in the air with poise. Snape's hand, resting on the armrest, tightened instantly. Nonverbal magic. In the next moment, the floating quill transformed into a delicate sewing needle, reflecting the candlelight with a cold metallic sheen. Silent and wandless, Snape's gaze upon Jiang Lingmu bore a hint of curiosity and trepidation. What kind of epiphany could allow one who struggled with even the most basic transfiguration spells to master wandless, silent magic in the span of mere hours? The following instant, the needle reverted back into a quill, landing steadily back in the inkpot as Jiang Lingmu lowered her hand, examining her palm with keen interest. Excitement flickered in her eyes. The joy of passing an exam paled in comparison to the exhilaration of mastering a new power. "I did it again," Jiang Lingmu exclaimed. "How did you accomplish this?" She lifted her gaze to meet Snape's scrutinizing eyes, a smile gracing her face. "Would you like to know, Professor? Everything written in this book is indeed true. That is all I can say." She gestured towards the closed, ancient tome on the desk. Snape narrowed his eyes. "It seems I have grasped something quite remarkable." Jiang Lingmu's gaze burned with intensity as she asked, "Would you like a more detailed account? Do you wish to grow stronger, to surpass the limitations of your gifts, and become more powerful than Dumbledore? Professor Snape, I can assist you in achieving this." Chapter 78, The Professor's Shock. Snape lowered his gaze, fixated on Jiang Lingmu's countenance, scrutinizing every subtle shift in her expression, yet ultimately gleaning nothing. "Just look at what she has declared, to surpass the limitations of one's gifts and outshine Dumbledore. How profoundly ignorant and arrogant, even laughable." Yet, when he met Jiang Lingmu's eyes, he found no humor in it. Her gaze was indescribable, and her spirit was ineffable. He had only felt this kind of unsettling pressure from Dumbledore and another individual. It was a distinctly different kind of fear. One arose from being effortlessly seen through, while the other felt akin to walking a tightrope before death. Jiang Lingmu, however, emitted a gentler force that compelled him to believe her words. It is rather peculiar. Two entirely distinct energies seem to have merged into one. Reason cautions him against placing his trust in the naive proclamations of a 13-year-old girl. Yet, whether it is the silent, unspoken incantation that corroborates her claims, or the beguiling allure of her words, he finds his rationality inexorably drawn towards belief. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally speaks. "How will you prove it? What are your conditions?" Jiang Lingmu clapped her hands, the enchanting smile fading away, replaced with a pure and radiant expression. "I will provide proof, and soon. As for what I desire, I wish for you to impart all your magical knowledge to me without reservation, both before and after your ascent in power." Snape furrowed his brow, his demeanor laced with skepticism. Such a condition would yield greater profit in a transaction with Dumbledore. Why him? He had never subscribed to the notion of a free lunch. Every benefit concealed a trap or cost. Quite simply, I believe the headmaster is rather advanced in age and ill-suited to embrace new ideas. Moreover, I suspect he would withhold certain knowledge, particularly regarding dark powers. Snape's expression could only be described as astonishment. "You wish to learn dark magic?" Jiang Lingmu raised a finger. "Incorrect. I wish to learn magic. Your views on black and white magic are exceedingly extreme. We, the people of Huaxia, do not share such notions. We are thoroughly pragmatic. There is an old saying in Huaxia, whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. I believe we can at least find common ground on this matter. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" Snape refrained from immediate response, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Lingmu, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. Once more, she perceived the earlier fluctuations and fleeting glimmers in his hollow eyes, amplified this time due to her adept control over magical energy. "This," she pointed at Snape's eyes, "what magic is this? I wish to learn it." Snape repeated his initial question. "How will you prove you possess the capability to engage in a transaction with me?" Jiang Lingmu maintained her cheerful demeanor, fully aware that this indicated his willingness to proceed. "Very simply, I suggest you take a seat in that chair." With a flick of her fingers, an invisible force drew a chair from the opposite end of the table, placing it beside her. The moment for proof was slightly prolonged. Snape glanced at her before casting a wary glance at the chair, which he deemed too close for comfort. Although his expression remained impassive, Jiang Lingmu could distinctly sense his reluctance. He moved his fingers, pulling the chair back by a foot before finally sitting down. Jiang Lingmu shrugged and reached for Snape's wrist. His hand, mostly concealed by intricately designed cuffs, made it feasible for her to accomplish this without making contact. However, before she could extend her hand, Snape preemptively withdrew his arm. "Very well, Professor, place your hand atop my head, at this position." She pointed to the crown of her head. This area is also one of the body's critical points. Yet with her protective cultivation, and knowing Snape was merely a somewhat cantankerous professor rather than a murderous fiend, she felt unconcerned. Snape frowned throughout, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally placed his hand atop her head. His palm was broad, dry and warm, which took her somewhat by surprise. It seemed that the pallor and vitality of foreigners did not correlate with their physical state. She had previously assumed his health was poor. Another consideration for medical practice. Different races exhibit significant disparities. Now, close your eyes and do not resist what I am about to reveal to you. Jiang Lingmu shut her eyes, calming her mind for another introspective journey. This time, it involved not only introspection but also a hint of metaphysical insight, requiring her to multitask. Given Snape's apparent unease, she devoted extra time to achieve a suitable state. Do you see it? Snape indeed saw it. He beheld a remarkably intricate network of veins and a heart glowing with a tender green luminescence, while Jiang Lingmu's voice resonated directly within his mind. Startled, he instinctively attempted to open his eyes. Do not open your eyes. Snape's hand, resting atop Jiang Lingmu's head, unconsciously pressed down with slight force, suppressing the disconcerting sensation that felt as though his very soul had been touched. The green veins gradually faded, replaced by an entirely different heart and vascular system, now shimmering with silver flecks and appearing a pale gray. This energy was all too familiar to Snape, and he quickly deduced its nature, gasping in shock as his hand involuntarily recoiled, plunging his vision into darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once more in the familiar confines of his office. What was that? Jiang Lingmu savored the rare expression of shock on Snape's face before finally rising from her cushion. She brushed off non-existent dust from her clothing, stretched her legs, and sauntered leisurely to the opposite side of the table, crossing her arms with an inscrutable expression. This is the reason I can execute spells with ease, and it is the foundation of our potential transaction. I believe no further explanation is necessary. You understand what it signifies. What first appeared was the energy system I possess as an immortal practitioner. That is a fair definition. The latter manifestation represents the energy system of the magical powers I have just discovered. Snape's expression was quite the spectacle. The normally stoic visage underwent a transformation, and Jiang Lingmu, with a wicked sense of amusement, interpreted the myriad emotions within: disbelief, skepticism, the struggle against doubt, and an insatiable thirst for power. Now he seemed to waver. Was it her mention of a desire to learn dark powers that swayed him? Jiang Lingmu glanced at the clock. It was nearly 1 a.m. Perhaps she would need a pocket watch to adapt to the Western 24-hour time system. A decision for tomorrow's postal order. This is a significant decision, Professor. Take your time to contemplate it. Well then, good night.